Chapter 1: The Twilight of Humanity. 1 month after the outbreak of the zombie crisis, I, along with a handful of survivors, have been trembling and hiding within the confines of the building. What wasn't merely a spectacle in American television, The Walking Dead, has now become more daily reality, and for so full our misfortunes. The already void of consciousness possess incredible strength, and upon encountering the living, they swarm to tear, devour, and consume with ravishing. None of us can fathom how an ordinary influenza outbreak could escalate tinto such chas most succumbed to the flu on la torres gain, frenzied lignon gat anything that breathes, while a fortunate few, who survived have inexplicably manifested peculiar abilities. Diary of Siachio, November 2 ND, Sunday, clear skis. Siachio, how many zombies are inside the store? Siachio and Wanyang we're whispering in a nearby bathhouse. Wanyang Yuan, the captain of the Shoal basketball team, had acquired immense strength after the flu, while Siachio developed the power of telekinesis. Thought they were previously strangers, their ability to ligned perfectly, leading them to venture out in search of sustenance for their remaining survivors. Upon hearing Wanyang Yuan's question, Siachio began to sense with his mind done, 2, 3 thankfully, they're wary on la 3, and they stood at a considerable distance apart. 3 zombies in are the entrance CB cash register. Oni in the middle ni are the shelves where instant noodles are stocked, and the third in the box storage area looks like the story owner, that old lady. Wanyang Yuan pondered for a moment 3 zombies good, with careful execution, be hand led be just dealing with 12. Yether remained apprehensive ejuidos tiggerings strength of tune dead. They had whiteness it in a furious zombies, but penetrate the thickness sofable and hoff with eus. Tovoid attracting the attention of a third zombies, them stacked with hin 3-5 minutes amine tetha 3 zombies, filler bags, and locats amine necessities for the girls. 3 tasks, quidia to order, Wanyang Yuan hesitated, making Siachio even more licton to act. Finally, Wanyang Yuan rubbedishan stojther, let's do it. We've been starving all day if we don't eat soon, well perish. Wait until he watract the zombiot the entrance luriat out. Ilyinum bushathador, aiming for a headshot. Then, well going totial with the middle zombie, quickly shut the storagey door, and if Timiolos, swift litakletha turd before retreating the same way came, Wanyang Yuan established the plan, taken deep breath thighs washes reaction ritual. Siachio nodded, using isla kinesis to manipulate a scrap off paper, Wick floated slowly into the store, successfully capturing the zombie satenshin. This particular Tsinglus is classmates wealthy, willful, and fond of food. Way Saronic the food and up here after death Siachio felt a mixture of famous Mentancerau. The zombie, tilting its shed, gaped its mouth, staggering after thepper. The sound dofits gnashing teeth indicate its different hunger. As soon as I exit the store, Wanyang Yuan swift lipledged and I find to the back of the zombie shed theonly way to kill them wasto destroy their brains. Supporting the collapsing zombie classmate, Wanyang Yuan gave Siachio a thumbs up. Siachio glanced around and dashed into the store, employing the same method to dispatch the middle zombie. Oh, crap, the story owner is coming out. Suddenly, Siachio exclaimed softly, brandishing his knife chef led. He had been spotted by the zombie lady in the back, and here instinct drove her to after him. Despite Siachio's formidable telekinetic abilities, he found it challenging to control the knife to penetrate zombie school, leaving him vulnerable in close combat. Wanyang Yuan, initially a watercolor, heard Siachio's alarm rushed over, grappling with the old lady. His immense strength surpassed that of the zombies, allowing him to control her, but this left the immutable Tao il dis knife. Seizing the opportunity, Siachio drove his blade into the back of her head, ending her existence. A clean strike the transformation into a zombie rendered not on lie, their brains buddle sathir blogwi. Phew, thanks. Let's grab what we can and leave a quick light hat and wazihas like lalertido third zombies. Wanyang Yuan said, standing upan kicking the zombie lady in frustration before assuming arc for water. His strength followed him to carry the heavier attempts. Siachio acted swiftly, collecting bread, instant noodles, and compressed biscuits, ignoring any kipsers. Before a their bags are refilled, Siachio's telepathic senses detected a horde of zombies approaching. With no time to waste, urgently called for Wanyang Yuan to flee. Wanyang Yuan movester than Siachio, having secured an water, but still searching for essential items for the girls. Upon hearing Siachio's call, Herondom lies ned a few packets of fun known item sandashed toward Thexit. As the stepped outside, Xia Kaiyu couldn't help you text claim again. A sass warm of over 100 zombies merged from both Thuestern and Destern der Mitteriarius, blocking their escape. The Storf is south, with their hiding placeal Satuth south, but Thebeth house and cafeteria obstruct their path. The only way to reach the teaching building was through Teastern staircase, yet Xia Kaiyu felt certain he lacked the ability to escape and slot off countless zombies and saw Tan alternate. Let shed Nord hand exit the shul first, Wanyan Jiayuan decisively suggested, pulling Xia Kaiyu away from the story entranceian toward the shul's exterior. While zombies are a formidable line, their strength hand resilient Satodia unless their heads are struck, their sluggish in speed, lumber and Golongas the pursue. To the north of Testor were only 12 cine letting toe through a stern boys dormitory thither to the experimental base soft department of literature, which was swarming with Ethmala zombia students. They could not trust the Troyutian had to carve a new path. Wanyan Jiayuan kicked down a guardrail, and Xia Kaiyu followed closely, reaching the street to Sideth the shul. Heffel tackle run down his spiny eastward. Using Isla Kinesis to clear the zombies from their path, Xia Kaiyu breathlessly asked Tuanyongyuan, why are we running east? The driving Scalisto Theast, adjacent to our civil engineering department. We can enter the shul through here, traverse a their training base, and cross the gym to reach our to Chingaria. You've been here for why you're show can you not know our campus? Xiakyuga sped for breath, aside of from classes, if been Koopa do pint the dormitory how Kudik know so much? By Theway, how much longer must we? I'm exhausted. Since the outbreak, Xiachio, a reclusive Saul, had on ligand supernatural abilities, but this stamina remained uncaged. Im impressed were almost at Theastgate. Just 20 minutes Sandwell reached the driving school the Rishud Bimini zombies inside. Wecken passed through easily. Xia Kaiyu no did could hold on for 20 minutes. The number of zombies in Thero was sparse because the outbreak coincided with Aikin most people were either mere in hospitals, and students largely stayed in their dorms, leaving the bulk of dead concentrate in their residential areas. However, Wanyan Jiayuan wasn't merely running, he seized the very opportunity to dispatch a solitary zombie with swift strikes. Hisha tread for Themran deep, Ash's girlfriend had not perished from the but had been bitten by the severe eye monsters, succumbing to slow transformation before could save her. What should have been a 20-minute journey stretched into 3, as Marie and more zombies but to trail behind them. Can you drive? Upon entering the driving school, Wanyan Jiayuan shut the Durano Payton toe standard instructor scar. Xiakia Shuka shading confusion Hakuden Liride. Hezen sednism beast within the driving school inside in relief, but the Sudan Banjin John the door made an or. Let's go as flimsy door won't hold for long, Xiakwurjad anxiously, knocking on the car door. Gettin' we're driving back, Wanyan Jiwan insisted, pulling Xiakiu inside, shifting gears, pressing the accelerator, and then abruptly jerking backward as head-eye lapidated vehicle roll red to Lefeli Ka beast unleashed. The driving school waste adjacent to school, separate Don Libby our Fincio flittle consequence. Wanyan Jiayuan drove straight through, crashing into thin Cian plowing through a blocking on Thireway to Thejim. Wanyan Jiayuan relished the accelerating speed, calling back to Xiachio. How's tat? Thrilling, right? Xia Kaiyu had never experienced said anything like these, paling in Freitash Shegrip the Siat back tightly. Their jarring impact with the Fin Cian the zombie left them feeling uneasy, fearing that Wanyan Jiayuan might dosmeg reckless. Stop, there is Samasiverdov zombies ahead. Xiakia's telepathic senses remained alert, and decreed out suddenly. The zombies were approaching from the dormitory area, and it was no surprise that they would river. What's there to fear? Just crash thruff. Wanyan Jiayuan laughed maniacally, refusing to slow down, even pressing the accelerator harder, intent and barreling straight through. Xiakia's face so in Tevin Paler hate hato himself tat Thisky must be insane. Yethi car hatal redirich aspido fati if it disturbed Wanyan Jiayuano, disaster was inevitable. Their revered Ficliof team ass escalated with the Hordoftune dead, and Xia Kaiyu breathe a day sio frilly if the tight wasn't a Toyota, able to withstand the onslaught. Yet, Huazel so fled with trepidation, Lamin Tingwitha were not driving Gester Dien Drezeland Hummer. Thefren Tofty car was battered and twisted after several impact Shadanotek Certetas mental strength to and control. The vehicle would have been utterly oscu long ago. Haha, ik nu voer reth perfect partners. Wanyanji ankled, suddenly accelerating, and the car burst forth from the zombie throng, navigating through the gymnasium and darving beneath the teaching building. Theon Sepristine Volkswagen was nose, mirrored with blood and in tatters. How exhilarating! Isn't it? Wanyanji Wan boasted, patting the car door. Xiakayu had no demito indulge highs word she's eyes Dwanyanjayu and dashed upstairs. The zombies roared behind them, and it was absurd the thestil hap the lucura top ponder the thrill of the experience Sar's mind was clear limited. For their safety, Thegruf had chosen the fourth floor's the refuge, with doors secure in clavel. The fit wasami what cumbersome to access, it provide dozens of security. On the fourth floor, room 410, the beshed the door open, and the 10 survivors gazed. Out of a total of 12 individuals, there were 8 women and 4 men, with Wanyanjuan asked the letter and Suka was Thevis leader. We've brought back quite a haul this time might shoodless dust 2 days. Welventuri out again in a couple of days, Wanyanjuan announced, Beauty Achpersa was too busy devouring their food to pay Hymeni hate. His eyed, pickadupa piece of bread, insolent lie squatted against Thule, Tirangitipin. It took a bite when memory surfaced, and Satanatas and they did not. The day passed, and an oath was to follow. Originally, the pre-Misu is devoid of supernatural powers, yet in a nation where Iona might treat miles without encountering a police station, and where firearms stood in the precincts, it washered feasible to have Iona wielding Gabatonin battle. Thus, supernatural abilities were introduced, but they were remoral Yoksiri to the main plot. Chapter 2 Perilous Circumstances. Wanyong Yuan, you're holding toilet paper. A timid freshman girl ventured cautiously, approaching him with a pack of tissues. The Shafad placid toilet paper and sanitary napkins doge there, and their packaging was a malaire without carefuls, scrutiny, it was truly difficult to ascertain higher identities. Wanyanji Wangland said it, uttering not a word, placing down his bread, and zeizing thick knife beside him, preparing to leave. Xiakai immediately halted him, tossing Theknafi side, and shouted, Have you lost the Ormond? It's dark you'll be walking towards. Xiakia's sudden outburst startled Theathers, haluked in fear at the confrontation between him and Wanyong Yuan, perplexed as to the twelve quarreling. They were the and Leona still capable of maintaining their composure, possessing the ability to venture out in search of sustenance. Wanyang Yuan quiet retrieved the military knife, calmly addressing Xiachio. Immistaken la tu nai throng supply cytismi fault. Ill fetch the correctums. Xiakia swatted the knife from a Shandensmary, retorting, What fault? What are you talking about? Whether we see the Sunamaro is soon certain a canata for de concern or selves with such trivialities. Hath internet to theft fresh Mongerland said, Make do without sanitary napkins for now well addressed moro. For now, Eton dressed. Tobe fair, the she freshman was quite beautiful, the believed he literature department, Butent this world, Butai could not save own sly fightmer lyran deredini mortalecta blemmer selforth as zombies. The fresh monger appeared visibly shake can be siakaya sharshness, nodding timid libo for retreating to her corner, burying her head, seemingly in tears. Siakia's behavior could be deemed dictatorial, yet such authoritarian ruluous imperative should in yon proposed democratic approach to resolve matters, Hugh undoubtedly cast a sidial burden sansend the speaker toss scavengy 4 foot. Those who Horace get here live as, for the sake of voters, deserve gratitude. Several girls went to consulate freshmen, while Wanyang Yuan shot Xiakayu a glance before silent liar turning to his corner tourist, the other 2 boys remaining taciturn. The next day dawned, yet no Nestor at Haley quietly in the respective espits, listen and gentent light a the cacophon yet side, thegro and soft hewn dead and the sporadic quail soft corral arms, a suri sign had a zombie had stumbled into avical, trigger and jit shorn. That's Thebisa principles Phaeton, understated luxury, commented Schwelu. Only off the 4 boys, and mechanical engineerings, student with an obsession for cars. Ushol drive it over an e-day of Inavir had Thechan Sido take the vice principal's car for spin. Wanyanji Wan chuckled. Siakonwi was not justing had done such things minute time as before. The last time, Window Tong had Falinal, had insisted on fetching medicina from an off-campus clinic, and had actually gone, albeit returning empty-handed. On Seth the conversation began, it was unstoppable, with the boys reminiscing of Buthapass. Schweller rambled in about Themerit Sandrawback soft Phaeton, and when the incessant chatter began to irritate Heathers, Siakia silenced them with a below. The girls, in stark contrast, remained considerably quieter, seeming still grappling with the magnitude of tekinginerility. A this moment, Dong Shutong stu Japansilent moved to the window, gazing at the wandering Hordebelo. She oft tended this, and Theather swore oblivious to her thoughts, nunquiring to inquire. In a world where a mere survival ad becomia la curie, entertainment way say distant memory perhaps simplice up do past he time this manner. And her past, and sudden lidong shatong pro nanzia kayu, saying, can you take me with you next to me eventually out? Xiaku and Duanyanjuan exchange glances, then turned to her, perplexed by request. Dong shatong possessed the ability of vision, a skill coveted bimini, yet it wazo flittle loodle to win eat kamata scavengin 4 foot. Outside. It's Sparrowless Sotherum aware, Dong Shutenj interrupted Xiachio, explaining, we can neutralize solely in you two each survive or must contribute their share. I am a member of Testreet Dance Society of Physical Capability Sereniting. Question I will no thinder you. Xiakuder Nedto Wanyong Yuan, awaiting Gizenput. Hitilted is shading contemplation before decisive largicting Herquist. I am not dead, nor is Xiachio. Even if we're topperish, there is still Twomenitis man's duty. You absolute like an attack companius. Wanyan Jayuans machis moasavident, yet Xia Kayu hudnit anticipate thixten tofit. Truth be told, Heffeltasen zofferly fupon hearing Dong shooting sofferdo help, as that woofed him were ein dex housted. An extra pero fan scoot significant lie lighten thierburden, yet, since Wanyanjuan was supposed, Xia Kayu kuden lie shaky shedan motion for Dong shutong torder. Dong shuten gluk dat Wanyong Yuan, Thinat Xiachio, biting her lip before returning to the window, resuming her vigil over the dead below. After Amilment Schwelespikup, I believe Dong Shatong is right we cannot place Iltherus conjusti out well. Tomorrow, it will join you my ability is fire, Wickshold proofs full, 8 least Tobias ametai me gains the horde. With Schwelles declaration, Thelist boy, Yinmingi, also race a deshandin agreement, it wield lightning Fizumbi swordons human, and electricity cancer tainless batch them. Wanyanjuan felsolent, Notingen concurrence, permitting them to hoint Hennext expedition. Huiso fair reserved nature, rarely speaking when in a group, only becoming morticative when he and Siak ventured out for food. Siak understood that transformation oft he on Sejavile amorous Wanyanjayu and had laughed even after his girlfriend had turned into a zombie. With his turn of events, that well-vein individuals became animated, the boy sang a jin conversation while it to girls occasionally kimdin, primarily concerning strategies for dealing with the zombies outside of a precaution stote. It seemed they were preparing to hoint he fight. Dong Shutong slips scurviden to his mile, revealing girdlelight. Xiakai recognized Thierison for her joy. Dong Shutong arbored feelings for Wanyong Yuan, long before the outbreak of the zombie crisis. These ways a matter of significant gossip throughout his school, especially when Dong Shutong adbold confessed her feelings beneath Wanyanjuan's dormitory, nearly causing a rift between him and his girlfriend. Foodwas consumed rapidly a travel bag filled with provision sand 2 barrel saw 5-liter purified water were depleted in just 2 days. Xiaka and Wanyanjayuan had na cois, but to venture out in search of more supplies, and thistametha team would be larger. After a month, the small shopstable supply of sand water ad be ni arli ex-housted. Xiaka and Wanyanjayuan decided to split in a twagrups of the wold Li Diemingi, the lightning wielder, to the store to gather their remaining food, while Wanyangi Wan wold Shwelu, the feruzer, to scout the outer shop sand fast food establishments. The sanitarian up kinserenix to the toilet paper please bring back a good supply. A swear running low, Theshi fresh mangrel Kaijing suddenly approached Xiachio, flustered at discussing such matters with boys, even a tomboy like her. Xiakai felt a twinge of embarrassment, nodding awkward Liashed parted with Yinmingi. Exiting through Teast door of Tiedeking building, they concealed themselves as behind the abandoned Volkswagen, and Xiakai activated a disman tall perception to certain whether any zombies lurk in the RB. Let's go theorin us and be synth the vicinity. It seems that Tevenine Thyron dead state. They dislike the teaching building, Xiakufin ddis, beckoning Yin Minjiatomo vequically. Wait, what a wasty of space. What Tony Arth die do upon your return? Is this Natadriving school instructors fickle? Yin Minji exclaimed, wiping away Therum Nant Sofas na Josh pointy day the blood stains in the front. Fortunately, it was November, devoid awfully a sand foul odor so otherwise, even Siak Hayu would ha felt this stomach churn. Have you ever played a zombie kill a game? The day before yesterday. Engaged in a live action version. As soon as Yaku finished speaking, Yin Minji iter netawato vomita gain. But this to me he truly had nothing of to expo. Let us depart zombies possess inacuts and zovs meland will soon emerge. Siaki use expression ways inscrutable. During I's initial encounter, he had fared little better than Yinmingi, vomiting to the point to flacking the strength to stand that time. It was entirely Wanyanji Wan Hobere the burden. Yin Mingius fled Thierja towards Chansmary, avoiding Gag Lansat Thefrontoft Hevical. He followed Xiachio, Hunchadovran tiptoeing, despite it being daylight Tetwil Pirdakanta thieves, sneaking Gebut with utmost caution, fear few loft making a vin, Thes lightest Mwaza thought might attract a horde of zombies. As the approach at an intersection, the wandering female zombie synth the dormitory detected their presence, although this was Swat Image's first close encounter with Thun dead, Hestel Tutanunman Lai screamed. Xiakayu Wa start led Bihi Su burst, feeling Gajal to fear, and immediately used it as mental powers to stifle Mingi's voice. Forth a moment shouted, sparks crackled around him, and it wasser tainthetani zombie wood drawn to him. Haviolos de Ormond? Ario Uger Fordeth? Xiakaya shooted in a hushed, furious stone. The electricity surrounding Mingi dissipate instantly, and Xiakayu hurriedly led him towards the shul cafeteria below. The shul was situate dath of Fudo Fa mountain reaching the Tachingara way Zakanto ascending the mountain, while leaving the Shulmiant descending. The descent was easier, and with Yin Mingius reasonable estimina, that was successful aladith the horde of female zombies. Is Seto complain about the poor design of plants. Zombies, always saying that tid never seen her promised wavy of zombies. Yet now, I am witnessing an overwhelming warm in reality. Yin Mingi jock das the took refuge in the second floor of the cafeteria. Xiakia Shathiman exasperated Larry and but Ithirioth his men tall powers for an lurking zombies. Save your efforts. Doyoria lighting the cafeteria astafera thought diligent? That phrase dedicated to Thedi Thapliasto Zhugulyong, Antherhasan Lebinuni in 5,000 years. Be quiet. After confirming that there were as a beast in sight, Xiakayo began Torperman Dienmingi, pondering, Yevery companion heaven shoots with Zemid Toby coming over Litaukative. Would Dante search around the cafeteria? Yin Mingi asked, noticing that Xiakayu was merely observing from the entrance. The first place Wanyanji Wan and discowered was the cafeteria took for a thing eatable. Watch remains sizmari meal, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar hard lie appetizing. Yin Mingi smacked his Thualaruna where a thought the recess small storage room here. If we're ket here before yang now where the cafeteria staff often hide his supplies. Alomata lidi outtoit. Xiakayu was skeptical of this claim sandwave eat him of, remaining vigilant at the entrance, wondering whether the staff would have hidden uneatable vegetables. After a brief while, Yin Mingi triumphantly approached, arms laden with numerous sand cans. Look, we have me a toit no. Xiakai a Picadoo Pakan of Fishendex claimed, goodness, if ever seen these in the cafeteria before. Where did the acquire it? Oh, that simplet he sewer said from the smaller cafeteria, intended formidable management. The Tims we consume here med beneath their standards merely scraps. Xiakai remained speechless. Hestuff the cans into Stravel bag and focus said his mental power stow gigeth the number of zombies below. Henoteth that Theastern door had fewer, with only about a dozen, seeming like consistingo folderman tonding the boiler. It appeared Yin Mingi had been mistaken their ruery indeed, quite a few Zhugulyongs, just seldom observed. Cautiously, they descended to the first floor of the cafeteria, where a few zombies lingered behind the counter, posing little threat. Xiaqua gesture Mingi, indicating the way down, and in an understanding. 3-finger swear arise in sequence. Xiakaya said this likinesistic wasn't a positezide. Successful at diverting the attention off to zombies, then shouted, run. Thetwo figure sprinted out from the first floor. Halfway through, an enraged rower up Ted from Thuist, shaking Theverier. Xiakaya's face blanched with fear, while Yin Mingi was more distressed. Chapter 3. Strangers. The thunderous roar of the undead sent Yin Mingi crashing to the ground in sheer fright. Xiaqiu hastily pulled him up, noticing that there were no signs of a horde surrounding them. Only a few zombies that had been nearby were now closing in, posing little threat. What is happening? Why are they suddenly making such noise? It startled me. Yin Mingi patted his legs, regaining his composure. No one had stirred them. Such sounds were not typical of the undead. This is bad. It must be that one Yongyuan and the others are surrounded, that we must hurry and go save them. Xiaqiu suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, deftly avoiding a few zombies as he dragged Yin Mingi toward the eastern school gate. However, as soon as Xiaqiu grasped his hand, he felt a sudden numbness, akin to an electric shock, causing him to instinctively let go. What are you doing? Are you really going to abandon them in their time of need? Xiaqiu shouted furiously, recalling the many times they had relied on one Yongyuan's support over the past month. Without him, Not only would they have nothing to eat, but their very survival would be at stake. Yet now, he seemed prepared to turn his back on Wan Yongyuan. No, Yin Mingyi stammered, trembling, pointing toward the direction of the cafeteria's shower area, that a dark mass of zombies, the female dormitory zombies, had inexplicably arrived here. Xia Qiu cursed under his breath that we must retreat. To linger here is to court death, that we need to regroup with Wan Yongyuan. With renewed determination, Xia Qiu pulled Yin Mingyi westward, occasionally encountering zombies emerging from the bushes, which he used his telekinesis to hurl aside, temporarily slowing the advance of the female zombies. However, their progress was still painfully slow. To the west of the cafeteria lay the classrooms of the Fine Arts Department, specifically the computer lab, which was usually deserted. Further west was the vast playground, with the main gate situated to the east of it. Normally, there was a direct path from the plaza in front of the Fine Arts building to the main gate, but now it was impassable due to the zombies. Xia Qiu had no choice but to lead Yin Mingyi around via the playground. Jump down, let us cross through the grass below, the as previously mentioned. The school was built at the foot of a hill, with uneven terrain. The area beside the Fine Arts building had trees and grassy patches, approximately 2 meters high, which appeared less daunting. Xia Qiu leaped down. But the chill of November had frozen the ground, sending a jolt of pain through his feet, and nearly making him stumble over the uneven surface. Hurry up, what are you waiting for? Xia Qiu looked back to find Yin Mingyi hesitating, his face set with a sense of righteousness, yet he was too afraid to jump down. I have a slight fear of heights, he admitted sheepishly. Damn it! Xia Qiu cursed vehemently, exasperated. Why was it that when lives were at stake, Yin Mingyi became such a liability? If you don't jump down, I'm leaving you behind. The female zombies will surely take a liking to you. Xia Qiu declared decisively, turning to leave, as his fate now rested solely on his own shoulders. Yet after only a few steps, there was a thud. Yin Mingyi had finally jumped down. Xia Qiu immediately turned to help him. But another problem arose. Yin Mingyi had twisted his ankle. Can you be any more useless? Xia Qiu vented in frustration, supporting him as a series of thuds echoed behind them, resembling firecrackers during a festival. Dante looked back, he warned, but Yin Mingyi had already turned to see, immediately gagging uncontrollably. Xia Qiu couldn't afford to linger. The female zombies were closing in, some of them missing limbs, yet their determination to hunt for food remained undeterred. Let us go. Xia Qiu thought of abandoning Yin Mingyi due to his utter incompetence, but he ultimately refrained. Instead, he bent down and hoisted Yin Mingyi onto his back, using every ounce of strength he could muster to run. Adrenaline, I love you. You're a lifesaver in critical moments. Xia Qiu silently thanked the hormones coursing through him. Rolling and stumbling, Xia Qiu finally reached the playground, where only a handful of zombies lingered. As they noticed the two of them, they charged forward with surprising speed. They were likely members of the school team, truly dedicated to their roles. That I'll take care of this. You rest for a moment. Xia Qiu gasped, letting Yin Mingyi down, that he possessed electric powers capable of incapacitating a person, making it easy to destroy the brains of the zombies. Since the female zombies were temporarily unable to catch up, he felt secure enough to confront the 5 zombies ahead. The 5 zombies stood at a distance from one another. 3 men and 2 women, all muscular and imposing figures, for someone of Xia Qiu's stature. They were quite a challenge, but fortunately, the playground was vast, and the zombies moved slowly enough for him to employ a kite-flying strategy to take them down. The nearest muscular zombie was swiftly dispatched with a stab to the back, ensuring its demise. The second was eliminated using the same method. However, as Xia Qiu was about to deal with the third, he cursed upon realizing that Yin Mingyi had approached him during his prior attacks. With a crackle of electricity, the third zombie was instantly obliterated by Yin Mingyi's electric shock. How about that? My superpower is impressive, right, brother? From now on, call me Thor, just lacking a hammer, huh? Xia Qiu had no time for banter. Continuing with the 4th and 5th zombies. With all 5 zombies defeated, he felt utterly spent, relieved that the zombies possessed only mobility. Otherwise, his slender frame would have been no match for the 5 of them. Your ability is telekinesis, using your mind. From now on, you shall be known as Phoenix. You know, like Jean Grey from X-Men. Doubt if you can reach her level. Wow. Just imagine, one thought could lead to the destruction of all. How thrilling! Xia Qiu rolled his eyes. The female zombies were already closing in, and Yin Mingyi still had the audacity to chat that if he truly had Phoenix's powers, the first to go would be this useless burden. Stop with the chatter and run. If you get bitten, I will personally put you out of your misery, Xiaqiu warned coldly. Yan Mingyi fell silent, understanding that Xiaqiu was even more ruthless than Wan Yongyuan, as he had been the first to take action against the zombies, despite his poor close combat abilities. Unable to carry him any longer, Xiaqiu opted to support him instead, though their pace was alarmingly slow. Let us go to the podium, hold our ground, and take them out one by one, Yan Mingyi suggested fearlessly. Xiaqiu dismissed such a foolish idea. They weren't there to hunt zombies. Wan Yongyuan and Shui Lu were in peril, and they needed to rescue them without delay. However, Yan Mingyi's words sparked an idea. The podium was elevated, and behind it was a higher platform, making it difficult for the zombies to reach them. Let us go up, Xiaqiu urged, helping Yan Mingyi onto the podium, who was now excited. See? I told you it would work. You control them, and I'll take action. Control? We should jump to the basketball court behind. Yan Mingyi protested, his face a mask of worry. Bro, the ground below is concrete. My ankle is already twisted. Be eaten or jump. Choose for yourself, Xiaqiu replied expressionlessly that he leaped down first. There were only a few zombies remaining on the basketball court, likely drawn away by the commotion outside, leaving behind weak and feeble ones. Jump. I'll catch you with my telekinesis, Xiaqiu called up, gazing at the daunting height of over 3 meters. Yan Mingyi fell silent, closing his eyes and leaping down. Xiaqiu cursed once more. Are you diving into water? Thankfully, his telekinetic strength was sufficient to slow Yan Mingyi's descent, allowing him to catch him gently and lower him down. Phew, Phoenix is truly impressive, but why didn't you catch me earlier? Yan Mingyi exclaimed, breathless. Xiaqiu said nothing, pulling him along as they are in. In truth, he felt a bit guilty. Had Yan Mingyi not acted so cowardly, would he have jumped down? He had no time to concern himself with the female zombies on the podium as they maneuvered past the zombies on the basketball court, seeking refuge in the guardhouse to observe the horde. There were approximately 200 zombies at the school gate shop, with more arriving from different directions in response to the noise. This was troublesome. Even if they stood still, it would be impossible to eliminate them all. From within, the sounds of panic indicated that Shui Lu was likely causing chaos, leaving Xiaqiu wondering why Wan Yongyuan wasn't intervening, that if Shui Lu continued shouting, the entire school would be summoned for an emergency meeting. Hey, there are riot shields here, and even batons. Wait a moment. I'll search for a gun. We might strike it rich. Yan Mingyi was once again daydreaming. The campus guards were all elderly men. Where would they procure a gun? Xiaqiu picked up a riot shield, contemplating whether it could be used to charge through, but he quickly discarded the thought. Even Schwarzenegger wouldn't have the ability to withstand so many zombies, let alone his own meager strength. Damn, a gun. Xiaqiu suddenly turned, excitement flooding his face, only for it to darken. What the hell? I told you to play with a gun. He cursed. Is this a toy gun bought by the old guard for his grandson? Who do you plan to give it to? Don't act rashly. I've thought of a good plan. One of us can attract the horde's attention while the other goes to rescue people. What do you think? Yan Mingyi suggested, holding the toy gun and pulling the trigger, producing a series of pew-pew sounds, complete with a laser beam. Then you stay here, that I want to rescue someone, but I must inform you that this guard room won't hold for long. Yan Mingyi chuckled lightly. I never said to hide here. Look above. If you send me up there, I can shoot to draw the zombies' attention while you save the person. It's a win-win situation, preventing me from being a burden to you. Xiaqiu pondered for a moment, finding the idea feasible, although the archway above the main gate was quite high, making it impractical to send him up. I can't manage the archway, but I can certainly try the roof of the guard room. Yan Mingyi immediately nodded in agreement, and Xiaqiu concurred. They opened the door and quietly peered outside, relieved to find no zombies in sight. With a swift surge of strength, Xiaqiu hoisted Yan Mingyi up. After doing so, Xiaqiu felt utterly exhausted. It was the first time he had transported such a heavy object, which was indeed laborious, that he stealthily concealed himself on the other side of the guard room and signaled to Yan Mingyi with a series of taps. As expected, the horde of zombies was drawn to Yan Mingyi, howling as they lunged toward the guard room. Once Xiaqiu noticed that the zombies had been sufficiently attracted, he quietly slipped away. Inside the shop, a few zombies remained. Xiaqiu launched a surprise attack from the front, swiftly dealing with them one by one, that he pushed aside the shells that Wan Yongyuan and Shui Lu had used as shields and was taken aback. Who are you? Chapter 4. Trapped in crisis, the person trapped in the shop by the zombies was not one Yongyuan or Shuela, but a middle-aged man whom Xiaoqiu had never seen before. Judging by his attire, he did not appear to be a teacher. He was likely a resident living near the school. "Help me, please." The moment the middle-aged man spotted Xiaoqiu, he frantically lunged toward him. Xiaoqiu frowned and used his mental energy to push him away. The man, filled with terror, cowered into the corner. "What kind of monster are you?" Xiaoqiu frowned deeper. Did this man not possess any abilities? Or was he merely pretending? Soon, Xiaoqiu dismissed the latter thought as the man's fear was genuine. Thus, it seemed that not all survivors had acquired abilities. "I am a human, a student of this school, that I have no idea how this ability came to be, but the people I live with all possess it," perhaps swayed by Xiaoqiu's kind demeanor. The middle-aged man chose to trust him, unsteadily rising to his feet and awkwardly smiling at Xiaoqiu. "I'm a bit dazed." Xiaoqiu helped him up, noting that nearly all the zombies at the school gate had been drawn to the guard room by Yan Mingyi, banging against the walls with a loud thud. "Let us go. I'll lead you out." Supporting the middle-aged man, Xiaoqiu reached the door, then suddenly turned back, quickly grabbing a few essential supplies to stuff into his bag before cautiously escorting the middle-aged man out of the shop. Heading east. After the ruckus with one Yongyuan, the number of zombies there had diminished slightly, making it easier to pass that on their way, Xiaoqiu could hear the anguished howls of the zombie horde behind them. Along with the occasional distant thuds, gritting his teeth, he guided the middle-aged man into a nearby fast food restaurant. Fortunately, there were no zombies inside. Xiaoqiu concealed the man in the back kitchen, barricading the door with a gas canister. After a moment's thought, he handed the man a kitchen knife, saying, "If any zombies come in and don't notice you, stay hidden. If they do see you, use this to strike at their heads." ILL returned shortly. Xiaoqiu acted decisively, departing after issuing his instructions that he knew that Yan Mingyi couldn't hold out for long. The strength of the zombies was surprisingly immense, and he feared the guard room might not withstand the pressure. If it collapsed, Yan Mingyi would be left as nothing but a skeletal remains, making retrieval impossible. When Xiaoqiu arrived, Yan Mingyi was still audaciously drawing the zombies' attention, a smug expression plastered on his face. Xiaoqiu couldn't help but consider whether he should allow him to remain there a bit longer. The guard room was robust, but it couldn't withstand the combined force of so many powerful zombies. The walls were already marked with scratches and cracks. Xiaoqiu, smirking, thought that if Yan Mingyi saw this scene, he might not feel so pleased with himself anymore that to the east of the school gate lay their intended escape route. They could not lead the zombies eastward but had to divert them westward, where the residential area and the police station were located, along with the protective fencing surrounding the playground. The thought of the police station sparked an idea in Xiaoqiu's mind. Perhaps he could find some guns inside. Once this notion arose, he couldn't shake it off. "Yan Mingyi, I'll draw them over there. Don't move up top. I'll come back for you shortly." Xiaoqiu gestured toward the west, then used his mental energy to hurl the outer zombies inward, causing a commotion. The zombies, devoid of reasoning, instinctively knew which prey was easier to catch and which was not, just like a starving person would chase a fleeing rabbit rather than a monkey hiding in a tree. Xiaoqiu was the rabbit, and Yan Mingyi was the monkey. The zombies were not slow. They moved faster than a human's running pace, and Xiaoqiu could only manage to stay slightly ahead of them. Unlike zombies, humans tire, and after such a prolonged period without rest, Xiaoqiu could taste the metallic tang of blood rising from his lungs with each breath. To the west of the school playground lay a kindergarten. Right next to the police station, Xiaoqiu's route involved a turn and a fork in the road. The traffic lights were no longer controlling vehicle movement, but numerous cars still lined the streets, covered in dust. After passing the fork and walking another 20 meters, Xiaoqiu turned into an alley and felt a chill run down his spine. That it wasn't the number of zombies that unnerved him, but their size. They were nearly all kindergarten children, barely reaching the waist of an adult. Yet, they had lost their innocence, howling as they charged at Xiaoqiu. Suppressing his sorrow, Xiaoqiu gently nudged the small zombies out of his path with his mental energy and quickly maneuvered through them. Unwilling to glance back, he rounded the group of small zombies. Directly ahead lay the kindergarten, with the police station beside it. The larger zombies were in pursuit, and Xiaoqiu dared not delay. He sprinted at his utmost speed toward the police station, slamming the door shut behind him and leaning against it to catch his breath, quietly moving inside. His mental perception indicated that several zombies lurked within. Xiao dared not disturb them, carefully edging along the wall into an office, his instincts telling him that there should be firearms here. His intuition proved correct. In the desk drawer, he discovered a sleek black handgun. Its dark barrel a testament to its formidable power, a product of industrial mechanical beauty. After finding a backpack to stow the handgun, Xiao felt unsatisfied with merely one. However, he had never been inside a police station and was unfamiliar with its layout or where officers typically stored their firearms. Stealing guns from the police station. I must be the first to do this. Xiao chuckled to himself. He sensed a room containing only one zombie and stealthily crept inside, swiftly dispatching it. Afterward, he surveyed his surroundings, noting that it resembled a scene from a crime drama. The zombie he had just killed wore plain clothes, likely a suspect, handcuffed in place. Thankfully, its hands were secured behind its back, allowing Xiao to eliminate it with ease. Aside from a few handcuffs on the wall, there was nothing else of value in the room. Xiao, disregarding the consequences, stuffed the handcuffs in his bag and quietly pushed open the door. At that moment, the zombies outside had reached the entrance and were pounding on the door. The few zombies within the station, alerted by the noise, emerged that as Xiao had sensed, there were a total of 7. And with one dispatched, 6 remained. The remaining 6 were clad in police uniforms. Apart from one hefty figure, the rest appeared quite formidable. Xiao deliberated, deciding to engage. He couldn't steal anything in peace without neutralizing them first. The overweight one must be the chief, or perhaps a political officer. Xiao, unfamiliar with the police hierarchy, appointed him as the chief for the moment. Later, I learned that this rotund individual was actually the captain of the station, exuding an air of success. Not pleased with the sight of him, Xiao resolved to eliminate him first. Drawn by the commotion, the 6 zombies approached the entrance, joining in a chorus of howls. Xiao stealthily positioned himself behind them, acting swiftly to drive a knife into the fat chief's head before retreating. The consequence of killing the chief was that the remaining 5 zombies now turned their attention to Xiao. Acting decisively, he used his mental energy to hurl the fastest one away, then dealt with the next. The third one, however, was already upon him, compelling Xiao to flee into the interrogation room. The first 2 zombies followed him inside, and Xiao closed the door with his mental energy. Facing 3 zombies in a dimly lit interrogation room painted a rather disreputable image of the police. Xiao lifted a chair and smashed it against the lead zombie, causing its head to tilt, though it did not perish, continuing to charge forward with a roar. Following the same tactic, he struck the second zombie, leaving a gash on its head. The third one had yet to be smashed when the chair finally broke apart. The cheap steel pipe chair was unexpectedly flimsy. Who would have thought the police station would purchase such low-quality furniture? Taking advantage of the first 2 zombies' slowed momentum and confusion, Xiao dashed forward, driving his knife into the first zombie's brain, followed by 2 more thrusts, successfully eliminating all 3. That the room, devoid of ventilation, was permeated with the nauseating stench of decaying flesh, threatening to induce vomiting. Suppressing his urge to retch, Xiao sensed that 2 more zombies had arrived at the door. He opened it, swiftly dispatching them, then tossed their bodies into the interrogation room before retreating to the previous office to wash his hands and face. Taking a moment to catch his breath, having killed 7 zombies in quick succession was incredibly taxing. The police station was not expansive, and while rummaging through cabinets, Xiao managed to find 3 more handguns, though they were devoid of ammunition. Feeling disheartened, he wondered what use a gun was without bullets. It is inconceivable that the police station would merely require handguns without ammunition. Undoubtedly, they must have concealed it in a secretive location. Regrettably, my ability to sense intentions can only detect the presence of zombies, failing even to perceive the essence of human beings, let alone inanimate objects. Xiao, lost in thought, continued his thievery within the police station, rummaging through every drawer and cabinet. Outside, the zombies had ceased their relentless knocking, likely having dispersed, granting Xiao more time to search. Fortune favors the diligent, and during his 3rd search, Xiao finally discovered a considerable cache of bullets, both live rounds and training ammunition, along with a fair number of non-lethal rubber bullets. Xiao did not concern himself with their lethality. He gathered them all indiscriminately. Alas, all he found were handguns, with not a single rifle, sniper rifle, or submachine gun in sight. After securing the handguns and ammunition, he focused his mental perception on the zombies outside and realized they had mostly vacated the area. Cautiously, he pushed the door open and emerged. Upon stepping outside, the remaining zombies turned in unison, causing Xiaoqiu to let out a nervous chuckle. Burdened with 2 backpacks, running proved to be a challenge. The only option left was to vault over the railing. Fortunately, the horde had departed, leaving only a few scattered zombies behind, which, while numerous, were manageable to evade. He sprinted to the railing, using his mental prowess to move a few zombies aside, and swiftly climbed over. Grateful that the railing was not too high, as he vaulted into the school grounds. Xiaoqiu was suddenly reminded of the female zombies wandering about the playground, who had missed their recent prey and were now meandering. His arrival placed him squarely within their vicinity, that a swarm of shrieking girls rushed towards him, their cacophony sending chills down his spine and causing his limbs to tremble. Yet, now was not the time for hesitation. Survival was paramount. The playground was expansive, with Xiaoqiu racing ahead while a throng of shrieking females pursued him. A truly unimaginable scenario. Lacking proficiency with firearms, Xiaoqiu refrained from shooting, opting instead to circle the playground. However, fatigue was rapidly consuming him, and soon he collapsed breathless, his throat parched and his limbs weak. In Chapter 5, though his pace was sluggish, Xiaoqiu could only watch helplessly as the distance between him and the horde diminished, until he could clearly discern the garish makeup on their faces. Far from flattering, as he noticed the green remnants of vegetables lodged between their teeth, he gritted his teeth and used his mind to trip the foremost zombie. Instantly, a cascade of bodies tumbled behind, forming a veritable mountain of chaos, yet it did little to impede their relentless advance towards him. Gritting his teeth once more, Xiaoqiu rose to his feet, mentally propelling himself forward. It was his first attempt at such a feat, and to his surprise, it was somewhat effective, albeit requiring immense effort akin to lifting an impossibly heavy object. Nevertheless, he managed to move, as the pile of bodies had slightly slowed their pursuit, allowing him to create some distance. The school was situated at the base of a hill, with uneven terrain, yet the playground itself was flat. Running westward would lead him to higher ground, a hill crowned with trees. Ascending would necessitate climbing a slope of about 60 degrees, which, though challenging, was not insurmountable. Straining, he made his way up, finally reaching a vantage point where he could survey the area below, exhaling in relief. There was a railing at the top, and the school prohibited climbing, ensuring his safety, at least for the moment. Just as he allowed himself to feel secure, a guttural roar echoed from above, prompting him to instinctively dodge, watching 2 disheveled figures tumble down from his previous position, a man and a woman, their clothing tattered. Xiaoqiu maintained a stoic expression, trying to convince himself that they were merely adventurers. After resting briefly and consuming some food, his strength partially restored, he realized that sustenance was not merely a matter of sight and smell. As long as they could see him, they would not relent. Even if they were vibrant young women, it did little to quell his anxiety. Yan Mingyi was still seated atop the guardhouse, incapacitated, while a middle-aged man hid within the fast food restaurant, oblivious to his fate. Most concerning were one Yong Yuan and his companions. They had promised to return with food, yet their whereabouts remained a mystery. Digging through his backpack, Xiaoqiu retrieved the handgun, fumbling for a moment before grasping the reloading mechanism. A skill honed through occasional readings on firearms and his experience during military training. Though he had never fired a gun before, today might be the day he would depend on these weapons for survival. He pressed his lips against the dark handgun, infusing it with his hopes of survival, as if that alone could alter his fate. Unable to fire, he removed the bullets, placing the gun back in his bag, and began contemplating a strategy to evade the pursuing horde. Ultimately, his goal was not merely to escape, but to pacify them without leaving the playground, as he needed to reach the school gate to rescue Yan Mingyi, who required assistance. After careful consideration, Xiaoqiu resolved to ascend the hill, which would allow him to circumvent to the vacant space behind the teaching buildings, where a quaint pavilion stood, leading directly to the microcomputer building of the Fine Arts Department, and ultimately to the school gate. While the distance seemed short on paper, traversing it was a daunting task. This modest hill, standing at barely 100 meters, was lush with trees but sparse in grass, yielding a muddy terrain. The moisture clinging to the earth made each step feel as though he were dragging a heavy weight behind him. After considerable effort, he arrived at the secluded pavilion, which was seldom visited, and even less so now, as it was not an appealing choice given the difficulty of access. Cautiously descending from the pavilion, Xiaoqiu spotted the Niwa stone in the center of the pond and offered a silent prayer. He pondered the purpose of placing such a stone at the school, but found himself wishing for its divine intervention to save humanity. Perhaps his whispered plea went unheard, for the stone remained motionless. Leaving him with a resigned shrug before departing, he passed the Fine Arts building. He dared not take the route through the playground, for the earlier commotion had drawn the attention of those below the political education building. Xiaoqiu could traverse the political education building directly to the school gate. Behind the building lay a fish pond, and as he passed, he had a sudden thought. Using his mental abilities, he lifted 2 lively fish from the water. Considering that if he needed to escape in haste, they could serve as a diversion. Navigating through the political education building, Xiaoqiu stood atop the high steps, his brow furrowing. From this vantage point, he could observe the guardhouse, yet Yan Mingyi was nowhere in sight, and the structure appeared to have collapsed, but he reassured himself, albeit with uncertainty, that this was not the case, that he evaded what he could and displaced what he could not. Utilizing his mental faculties to their utmost capacity, focusing on the fish that could be crucial for his survival. Stealthily, he approached the guardhouse, and to his relief, he discerned no blood or evidence to suggest that Yan Mingyi had met a grim fate. For the time being, he felt a measure of solace. If the guardhouse had collapsed, Yan Mingyi would surely not have survived such an event, and this space would have become a feast for the undead. Given that Yan Mingyi seemed safe for now, Xiaoqiu resolved to seek out the middle-aged man, hoping he would remain in place and undisturbed. Yet a nagging doubt crept in. How could a rational adult possibly heed the instructions of a mere child? Nevertheless, upon reaching the fast food restaurant, he discovered the quivering figure of the middle-aged man hiding behind a gas canister. The sight of Xiaoqiu seemed to ignite hope within him, and he grasped Xiaoqiu's arm. Tears streaming down his face. Xiaoqiu regarded him as a coward, but comforting a grown man was not his forte, and he pulled the man to his feet and out of the establishment, forcing him to confront the grim reality outside. From the west came a throng of zombies, reminiscent of those who had followed Xiaoqiu earlier, while the east offered a lesser number, scattered and more manageable. At his age, the man's sobs were pitiful. Xiaoqiu, growing impatient, tossed the fish aside and urged him to run eastward, retracing their steps. Surprisingly, the middle-aged man fell silent, keeping pace without needing to be dragged. And even outpacing Xiaoqiu as they neared the driving school's exit, Xiaoqiu shouted for him to enter. But the man's face contorted in fear, shaking his head resolutely in that instant. Xiaoqiu understood. The man must have been traumatized by their previous encounter, which had led him to this very spot. Cursing under his breath, Xiaoqiu inquired, "Can you drive?" before hopping into a small truck parked at the entrance of the driving school, capable of carrying 3 to 5 tons. The middle-aged man comprehended Xiaoqiu's intent and quickly climbed in, only to realize the vehicle lacked keys, sending Xiaoqiu into a panic. The man, silent until now, expertly fiddled beneath the steering wheel, ultimately pulling 2 wires as though he were in a movie, and with a quick twist, the engine roared to life. "That I used to be a mechanic," he remarked. The middle-aged man offered a bashful smile, gripping the steering wheel, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. As he pressed the accelerator, a powerful roar erupted, awakening the slumbering beast. This individual was undoubtedly not a mechanic. As Xiaoqiu surmised, for every action he exhibited while driving indicated that he was an exceptionally skilled race car driver. The cold indifference and decisiveness he displayed sent shivers down Xiaoqiu's spine, instilling in him a sense of foreboding. His instinct told him that this man was far from the timid persona he had just portrayed. Upon arriving at the 4th floor, Xiaoqiu was pleasantly surprised to find Yan Mingyi, Wang Yongyuan, and Shui Lu already present. The 4 young men embraced one another, their silence speaking volumes, particularly from Yan Mingyi, who exerted the most force in his embrace. "Who is this?" Wang Yongyuan inquired, eyeing the middle-aged man warily. Xiaoqiu explained, "While we were in the cafeteria, we heard the sounds of a struggle outside and thought you were in trouble, that we went to help, and as it turns out, this man has survived against the odds. So I brought him back." Wang Yongyuan nodded, a clear expression of mistrust lingering on his features. "This classroom is ours. You will stay next door, and we will provide you with 2 blankets, food, and water, but you must join us in our search for supplies. Furthermore, the dividing line between the 2 classrooms must be respected. You are not to trespass into our territory." The middle-aged man offered a wry smile before acquiescing. Xia Qiu wholeheartedly supported Wan Yongyuan's approach. For his own wariness towards the man was greater than Wan Yongyuan's, as the man's behavior thus far had not resembled that of an ordinary civilian. Wan Yongyuan tossed him a few bags of bread and a bottle of mineral water, while Dong Shidong brought over 2 spare blankets. The middle-aged man nodded and expressed his gratitude before departing, stating, "My name is Wan Huarong, that I used to be a mechanic." With that, Wan Huarong took his leave, cradling his belongings. Xia Qiu and the 12 others gathered to distribute the supplies they had procured. Wan Yongyuan and Shui Lu had ventured to a nearby fast food establishment and a large store, returning with a considerable haul, surpassing what Xia Qiu and Yin Mingyi had collected. Upon their return, they found Yin Mingyi seated in the security room, having been rescued by them as well. He had injured his foot and had come back early. Xia Qiu and Yin Mingyi had only managed to secure a few cans and some essential items from the store. Although their supplies were plentiful, they would only last a day, necessitating further scavenging. Next time, let us see if we can retrieve pots and pans. We need to plan for the long term, Wan Yongyuan remarked thoughtfully after distributing the items. Xia Qiu concurred, noting that while pots and pans were not difficult to find, transporting them back would pose a challenge due to their size and weight. Xia Qiu, you still have a bag. What is inside? You've been carrying it around, and it looks quite heavy, Kai Jing interjected. Sitting beside him, the others turned their gaze toward him, prompting Xia Qiu to respond with a mysterious smile, "What I possess will surely dazzle your eyes. Just don't be too astonished when you see it." He theatrically opened the bag, revealing 4 dark, imposing handguns. Firearms! Came the collective gasp of surprise. Everyone erupted in joy. Guns were the ultimate dream for men, and a man armed with a weapon could provide women with unparalleled security and happiness. "How did you come by these?" Wan Yongyuan asked, his excitement palpable as he picked up one of the handguns, inspecting it. Discovering it was unloaded, he deftly loaded several bullets from the bag, showcasing a level of skill that starkly contrasted Xia Qiu's clumsiness. "I stumbled upon them at the police station next to the school when I lured the zombies away. It's a pity I only found 4 handguns and a limited amount of real ammunition." Xia Qiu lamented, convinced there must be more within the station that he simply couldn't locate. What is there to lament? Though these may not be live rounds, their lethality remains significant. They can inflict considerable harm at close range. Wan Yongyuan said, brandishing the handgun with enthusiasm, clearly eager to test it. Xia Qiu admired his extensive knowledge, and soon the two began exchanging compliments. Wan Yongyuan praised Xia Qiu for his impressive find of 4 handguns, reassuring him that it was indeed commendable to uncover even a few firearms in this country, where gun control was stringent, unlike in the United States, where a police arsenal could incite a small-scale war. "May I have one?" Dong Shidong asked boldly, taking up a handgun and addressing both Xia Qiu and Wan Yongyuan, primarily the latter. Wan Yongyuan looked to Xia Qiu, recognizing that the guns rightfully belonged to him. After a moment's contemplation, Xia Qiu consented to lend her one. The girls might not know how to use it, but the sound of gunfire could serve as an alert for help in times of danger, enabling others to rush to their aid. If fortune favored them, of course. Dong Shidong smiled gratefully at Xia Qiu before sidling up to Wan Yongyuan, pleading, "I don't know how to shoot. Please teach me." Laughter erupted among the group, realizing her intentions were not purely about the firearm. Wan Yongyuan, blushing under the attention, could only nod in agreement, conceding to Dong Shidong's playful request. With 4 handguns distributed, 1 for each of the 8 girls, 1 for Xia Qiu, 1 for Wan Yongyuan, and the last shared between Shui Lu and Yin Mingyi, bullets were placed in a communal area for anyone in need. The limited ammunition meant they could not rely on these guns as primary weapons, serving instead as tools for intimidation and communication. It felt as though they had returned to a bygone era. Xia Qiu mused, feeling somewhat helpless that as night fell and the girls chattered away. Xia Qiu found himself restless, unable to sleep despite the hours passing. An unsettling feeling gnawed at him, compelling him to peer outside, where the relentless zombies continued their aimless wandering, oblivious to their surroundings, stepping out of the classroom. Xia Qiu's gaze fell upon the adjacent room, and he finally understood the source of his unease. It was Wan Huarong. This enigmatic individual, though lacking any supernatural abilities, exhibited a prowess that suggested he was far from ordinary. In a confrontation, even with their 12 members, they might struggle to gain the upper hand against him. Moreover, he was a man Xia Qiu had brought back, Should anything go awry, he would bear the burden of guilt for life. Quietly approaching the window, he climbed the wall to discreetly observe Wan Huarong, discovering him in a deep slumber, his demeanor betraying no ill intent. With that, Xia Qiu felt a temporary sense of relief and returned to bed. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, Wan Huarong had opened his eyes, a curious smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. The night passed without incident. Xia Qiu, having stayed up late, rose late as well. Still cocooned in his blankets as the sun climbed high in the sky. Xia Qiu, it's time for breakfast. Kai Jing gently nudged him, her voice barely above a whisper, as if afraid to disturb him. Had he not heard her words, he might have thought she was lulling him back to sleep. Girl, that is hardly a way to rouse someone. Watch me. Wan Yongyuan interjected, momentarily catching Xia Qiu off guard before delivering a playful kick. Damn it! What s with that foot of yours? Xia Qiu exclaimed in exasperation. Leaping from his bed, if someone as gentle as Kai Jing had attempted to wake him, he would have begrudgingly gotten up without any outburst. But Wan Yongyuan was another story. He would have gladly retaliated. Seriously, if you treated a guy like that, you'd be scorned, Wan Yongyuan scoffed before limping away haughtily, his pride unshaken despite his injury. In light of this, Xia Qiu merely hurled a pillow in frustration, his anger contained, for Kai Jing was already fussing over his clothes, ready to assist him in dressing. Blushing, Xia Qiu stammered, I can dress myself. Really? As he snatched the garments from her hands, hastily putting them on. Once among the group, he grabbed an open can and devoured its contents voraciously. This meat tastes quite good, he mumbled through a mouthful, earning disapproving glances from everyone around him. Kai Jing shyly approached and sat down beside him, quietly eating, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples. It was then that Xia Qiu noticed Wan Huarong seated nearby, silently consuming his bread, seemingly indifferent to the canned food before them. Feeling a pang of compassion, Shuelu offered him a can, saying, We have plenty. Here, take one. Wan Huarong nodded, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. As if deeply touched by their kindness, Xia Qiu couldn't help but question his previous judgments. Could he have been mistaken? Yet, the man's demeanor hardly resembled that of a typical mechanic. Stealing cars might be one thing, but his uncanny driving skills were something else entirely. Xia Qiu had watched his fair share of racing competitions. While Wan Huarong might not measure up to Schumacher, he was undoubtedly a top-tier driver in their country. A first-class race car driver reduced to a mechanic. Was this truly the essence of great talents hiding in plain sight? Thank you. You truly are a kind-hearted bunch, Wan Huarong expressed, his voice filled with gratitude. Wan Huarong expressed his goodwill, then wiped away the redness around his eyes, only to find that tears streamed down uncontrollably. Girls are easily moved, and seeing Wan Huarong, a middle-aged man roughly the same age as their fathers, cry so sorrowfully, they couldn't help but recall their own parents, wondering how they were faring. Suddenly, the once joyous luncheon transformed into a gathering of tears, with even Yin Mingyi and Shui succumbing to their emotions. Only Xia Qiu and Wan Yongyuan exchanged glances. I observed the bitterness and helplessness in his eyes, while he perceived the vigilance and wariness reflected in mine. That we nodded in unison and went to fetch tissues to comfort the group of girls. It is often said that girls are akin to water. I wonder who first uttered that phrase, but it rings true, as this group of girls cried until they were utterly exhausted, eventually huddling together to sleep, leaving Xia Qiu and Wan Yongyuan quite fatigued. Yin Mingyi and Shuelu, being of little use, were no better than the women, weeping and wailing. What now? After settling the group of girls, Xia Qiu and Wan Yongyuan leaned against the window. With Xia Qiu asking him who was meant, the meaning was clear. Their vigilance towards Wan Huarong did not stem from a fear of him threatening their leadership, but rather from the sheer peculiarity of Wan Huarong himself. Everything he did, while seemingly logical, became odd in this unreasonable world. This time, due to the abundance of food brought back, including meat, they unexpectedly managed to last an additional 2 days. However, the food eventually ran out, necessitating another search. The cafeteria and school store were no longer viable options, as they were certainly out of stock, so they had to venture off campus. Outside, there were a few large stores and a supermarket, albeit quite distant from the school. The 5 men convened to discuss their route. Xia Qiu, Yin Mingyi, and Shuelu would head to the farther large store, while Wan Yongyuan and Wan Huarong would search nearby shops. Wan Yongyuan's arrangement was not without reason. Considering Wanrong's unpredictability, it was imperative that the most formidable fighter accompany him, lest he cause any trouble. With Wan Yongyuan by his side, it was unlikely that any significant disturbance would arise. At the fork in the road, Xia Qiu, Yin Mingyi, and Shuela headed west towards the large store, where a Daiko's was also located. Xia Qiu wanted to see if Daiko's still had anything worthwhile. Suspecting that burgers and fries might be off the table, but hoping for some milk tea and desserts, Wan Yongyuan and Wan Warong headed north towards the small stores, with numerous fast food outlets nearby. This route had its purpose. Wan Yongyuan was familiar with this area from his previous visit, making it safer that don't even think about checking the police station. Just run straight past, Xia Qiu kindly advised them. Unfortunately, neither of the two was particularly compliant. Not a single one listened. After a long silence, the atmosphere grew heavy, and no one spoke. Anyone want to come over and get beaten up? They're just children. Someone muttered. Halfway through, Shuela suddenly burst into tears, cursing without knowing whom he was addressing, and began to angrily gesture at the heavens, attracting an unwelcome crowd. Xia Qiu was alarmed, quickly covering his mouth and urging him to move faster. Yin Mingyi, having recovered, sprinted like a rabbit. He was a rejected member of the school S-track team, so his speed was to be expected. The streets grew increasingly crowded, forcing the three of them to take refuge in Daiko's, shutting the heavy door behind them. The door was sturdy enough to hold for a while, and knowing there was a back exit, the three of them took their time searching within the store. The refrigerator contained items, though they were frozen. "Wow, look at all this money!" exclaimed one, eyes wide with excitement. The weavy struck gold. One focused on the food while the other eyed the cash. Xia Qiu promptly gave Yin Mingyi a light smack on the head. "What good is money if you can't eat?" After rummaging around, Xia Qiu found several unbrewed milk teas and drinks, grabbing a bottle of Sprite. Shuela stuffed a bag with raw chicken wings and other items. But there was no need for concern. Shuela was known as the fire god for a reason. To everyone's surprise, Yin Mingyi foolishly brought back a bag of rice and flour, prompting Xia Qiu to kick it away. "How the hell are you going to carry that back and eat it?" Though they had gathered a fair amount of supplies, the bag was only partially full. Xia Qiu instructed them to quietly exit through the back door. Warning, no shooting. The back door opened, and Shuelu and Yin Mingyi each dealt with one, cautiously stepping out onto the street at that moment. The sturdy front door of Daiko's was violently breached. Chapter 7. Wanrong moves in the travel bags were heavily laden. Carrying them alone would be too burdensome. The three of them agreed to alternate carrying the load. Given Xia Qiu's abilities, he could sense and throw items, thus spending less time carrying. After exiting through the back door of Daiko's, they stealthily made their way to the main street. Had it not been for the shattered front door, Xia Qiu might have risked closing it, at least to secure the area from nearly 100 threats, ensuring a safer passage in the future. The Daiko's and the large store were not far apart. And after a cautious walk, they arrived at the large store, which could also be described as a small supermarket, replete with goods. The three of them crouched at the entrance, and Xia Qiu signaled with his finger that there were over 10 threats inside that needed to be dealt with one by one. Yin Mingyi and Shuelu, seasoned individuals, expressed their readiness, while Xia Qiu felt somewhat uneasy that in open spaces, his powers were more effective, but in the confines of a store, he struggled to fully utilize them. "Let us be careful and take them out one by one," Xia Qiu whispered before swiftly slipping inside and crouching beside the checkout counter, hidden from sight that he beckoned for the others to follow. And they moved more adeptly than he did. The store was larger than the previous Daiko's, and after carefully assessing the layout, Xia Qiu decided to begin from the left or the east side, where there were fewer threats. Only 4 that although they stood somewhat close to each other, with proper execution, they could eliminate them before the others arrived. Xia Qiu instructed Yin Mingyi to lock the front door to prevent any new threats from entering. Leaving them surrounded, they carefully approached the eastern side, and Xia Qiu initiated the attack, thrusting his knife into the first target's skull, adhering to the principle of white knife in, black knife out. Yin Mingyi aided by supporting the body as it slowly crumpled to the ground. Xia Qiu gave a thumbs up in appreciation. The 4 from the east were dispatched in similar fashion, leaving 9 remaining in the large store. The distance between them was greater now, prompting the decision to split up that it wasn't so much that they were bold, but rather that the narrow aisles between the shelves made it difficult for multiple people to engage in combat simultaneously. Generally, one would act while another kept watch, and the third merely observed. For the remaining 9, Each would take one. Xiaoqiu, although at a disadvantage, had a unique advantage in that he could accurately determine their positions without being seen. The first target was a middle-aged man, likely someone who had wandered in and made himself comfortable. The subsequent two were also taken down, their elimination going smoothly without alerting the others or emitting any death cries. Wiping his hands clean and gazing at the food on the shelves, Xiaoqiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Nobody was watching, and he could take as much as he desired without paying. Not only could he take what he wanted, but he could also give the store owner a good beating while doing so. What a delightful prospect! Filling the remaining space in his bag, Xiaoqiu set off to check on the others. Just a few steps away, a loud death cry erupted from Shui Lu's direction at that moment. There were still 4 threats in the store, and the shout drew the others towards them. Xiaoqiu collided head-on with one of them, instantly grappling in a fierce struggle. The decaying mouth of the creature had not closed since spotting Xiaoqiu, releasing a foul stench of rot that nearly made him retch. With a sickening thud, the head of the creature collapsed against Xiaoqiu. Motionless, he quickly pushed it off, though he was now smeared with dark blood. No need to be polite, Yanmingyi teased, but Xiaoqiu shoved him aside, swiftly stabbing into the creature's skull from behind, mirroring its earlier words back at it. "Damn it, come help me," Shui Lu cried out, as sizzling sounds and a nauseating aroma of grilled meat wafted from his direction. "And you call yourself the fire god? What a waste!" Yanmingyi rushed over, delivering a final blow to the last creature, the force causing black blood to spatter all over Shui Lu's face. "You must be done that on purpose," Shui Lu exclaimed, hopping around while shaking his head, flames erupting on his face. But to no avail, they merely charred the blackened mess. Xiaoqiu, feeling sympathetic, poured a bucket of water over him to wash his face. After scrubbing vigorously, Shui Lu continued to rinse, nearly rubbing off his skin. Unable to watch any longer, Xiaoqiu grabbed him, saying, "Get cleaned up, pack the supplies, and let us leave quickly." They probably heard the commotion outside. Shui Lu cast a fierce glare at Yanmingyi, then began to scour for food. This time, they sought not only bread but also pots, bowls, and other essential cooking utensils. Wang Yongyuan had mentioned the necessity of long-term planning, which required a comprehensive array of daily necessities, such as pots and pans. Grabbing a pot, which could serve as a weapon in critical moments, Xiaoqiu chuckled self-deprecatingly. He knew he could not exude the same imposing presence as Red Wolf. Swiftly throwing darts like a ninja, apart from Xiaoqiu, who managed to secure a pot, the others were empty-handed, indicating their lack of foresight, living each day by a mere survival mindset. Once everything was packed, a commotion erupted at the entrance. The group had arrived. The 3 exchanged glances, preparing to leave. Just as they reached the back door, Xiaoqiu suddenly recalled a thought that had crossed his mind at Deeks. Why not trap them inside? "You all go ahead and wait for me at the back door. I'll open the main entrance," he instructed. Without heeding the astonished expressions of the two, he disordered the shelves to create an escape route for himself. Then opened the main door to let the crowd eye in. As the door swung open, they poured in like a torrent, and Xiaoqiu quickly urged them to retreat to the back door, swiftly shutting it behind them, successfully confining the group within the supermarket. Satisfied with his accomplishment, Xiaoqiu flashed a triumphant smile at his companions and urged them to hurry towards the front door. Upon reaching the entrance, most of the group had entered the large store, and the 3 of them dealt with the few stragglers that in the end, Xiaoqiu used his mental ability to close the rolling shutter, while Shui Lu maneuvered a car to block the entrance, allowing him to exhale in relief. "Now, food hunting will be considerably easier for us," Xiaoqiu said breathlessly from the car, reveling in their success. Shui Lu cautiously remarked, "I was just thinking, by locking them in the supermarket, we've lost a significant supply base at once." Xiaoqiu's smug expression vanished, leaving him speechless. There was an abundance of supplies in the supermarket, enough to sustain their group for a month, and now they had squandered that potential. No, it was worse than wasting. It was something that could not be reclaimed, for retrieving those supplies could cost them their lives. "Well, there are other stores," he finally concluded, "although the supplies may be limited. Our safety will be greatly enhanced. At least this area won't be a problem for a while." Yanmingyi spoke up for him. 2 against 1. Shui Lu conceded, and the 3 of them shouldered their hefty bags as they made their way back. They found a private car, with Shui Lu driving them home. He was knowledgeable about vehicles and had commendable driving skills. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoqiu asked, "How many top-tier race car drivers were there domestically?" Shuela pondered for a moment, calculating. That's hard to say, because the distinction between first and second tier is often defined by those who lack expertise, in professional terms. What you consider top-tier drivers could easily lose to second-tier ones. Xiaoqiu rephrased his question. What level of driver can turn an ordinary truck into a racing vehicle? Oh, a truck meant for hauling. If someone in the country truly possessed that skill, they would have long been recruited by Ferrari. Why would they still be here? Shuelu replied nonchalantly, completely unaware of who Xiaoqiu was referring to. Xiaoqiu nodded thoughtfully. Wan Huarong, it seemed, had been underestimated. However, there are indeed many with such skills internationally. Just look at Hong Kong's crime films, where street racing is depicted. While exaggerated, films are rooted in reality, indicating that street racing gunfights have occurred. And they are quite thrilling, Shuelu rambled on, though his focus had shifted. Yet Xiaoqiu's heart skipped a beat as the word robber flashed in his mind, conjuring the image of Wan Huarong's expression and demeanor while stealing a car. His movements were so practiced, his expressions so natural. This was certainly not something an ordinary mechanic would frequently do. The car pulled into the area beneath the teaching building, and the three of them filed out. Climbing into the truck, a suggestion from Xiaoqiu to block the door, buying them some time in case of danger. Their three large bags symbolized a fruitful harvest, but upon pushing open room 410, they were instantly stunned. What on earth? Xiaoqiu exclaimed in shock as he dropped his bag. Wan Huarong lay on the ground, covered in blood, while Wan Yongyuan had bandages wrapped around his arm. Briefly recounting the events. The two had been attacked while searching a store, and thanks to Wan Huarong, Wan Yongyuan had narrowly escaped with his life, though Wan Huarong sustained severe injuries that he had sacrificed a piece of his flesh to draw the attacker's attention. Allowing the other to flee for Wan Yongyuan's arm injury, it had occurred when he was cut by a shelf while fleeing. Xiaoqiu was taken aback. The thought of cutting into one's own flesh was something he could scarcely fathom. How could Wan Huarong do such a thing? The Buddha cut flesh to feed eagles because he was divine, but Wan Huarong was merely human, capable of inflicting such pain upon himself. What could he do to others? Just then, Wan Huarong stirred awake, the first words out of his mouth being, "Wan Yongyuan, run." At this, several girls began to sob, and Dong Shatong suggested, "Let us allow him to stay here. It would be easier to care for him and prevent any problems." The others unanimously agreed, turning to Xiaoqiu, who remained silent, while Wan Huarong gazed at him with a pitiful expression. After pondering for a moment, Xiaoqiu eventually nodded in agreement, recognizing that with both Wan Huarong and Wan Yongyuan stationed here, especially given Wan Huarong's severe injuries, he likely wouldn't pose much of a threat, especially since he lacked any supernatural abilities, while they all possessed their own powers. Chapter 8. The massacre. The injuries sustained by Wan Yongyuan and Wan Huarong heightened everyone's vigilance, making them realize the necessity of preparing a first aid kit and some medicines. The school lacked a medical office, but there was a hospital affiliated with the school nearby. Though it was unreliable, it still carried some essential medications. Xiaoqiu decided to retrieve some the following day. Before leaving the next day, Xiaoqiu deliberately pulled Wan Yongyuan aside and quietly slipped him a gun, whispering, "Be cautious of Wan Huarong, that if he makes any unusual moves, you know what to do. If you must act, do not hesitate." Wan Yongyuan hesitated, accepting the handgun, and cautiously replied, "Why don't you trust him? He is not a bad person. He risked his life to save me, and I believe in him." Xiaoqiu listened, momentarily stunned, then slowly replied, "I hope your judgment is correct that I'm off, due to Wan Yongyuan's injury." The outing consisted only of Xiaoqiu, Yin Mingyi, and Shuelu. Since they were not well-versed in pharmaceuticals, they enlisted Hui to draft a list of essential medications. Her father was a doctor, and her mother a nurse, making their home practically a hospital. However, she disliked the medical field, opting to study accounting instead, yet she still possessed considerable knowledge about medical matters. Xiaoqiu tucked the list away, casting one last glance at Wan Huarong before departing with Yan Mingyi and Shuelu. The journey to the hospital was marked by a heavy silence, for the most perilous locations were no longer the streets, but the hospital and residential areas. Before the zombie outbreak, everyone had contracted the flu. Xiaoqiu had witnessed the chaos in the hospital when he went to fetch medicine, where the place had become nearly impassable, with some patients so severe they were lying on the floor, effectively making the hospital their home. The reality was grim, and they were about to face an unknown number of zombies. What made the situation even more daunting was the hospital's limited space. Escaping would be exceedingly challenging, and Xiaoqiu's abilities would have little effect, whereas Yan Mingyi's electricity could potentially eliminate many zombies. Upon sneaking to the hospital's exterior, Xiaoqiu used his mental abilities to gauge the number of zombies inside, only to break into a bitter smile. That's so. How many are there? Yan Mingyi asked impatiently. Tio put it bluntly. Even if we divided them equally, we wouldn't have enough for each zombie to have a bite. Xiaoqiu quipped darkly, though he truly felt no amusement. You shouldn't joke around at a time like this. It gives me the creeps that I certainly don't want to become a zombie-s meal. Xiaoqiu once again used his abilities to sense where the zombies were least concentrated, eventually identifying the top floor, the third floor, where only a few zombies lingered. The three of them could handle the situation without much difficulty. Moreover, the hospital had iron doors between floors, so if the zombies below detected them, they could close those doors to buy some time. However, a new dilemma arose. They had no excavator to reach the third floor. Just how high was 3 stories? About 10 meters. Not only was the sheer vertical wall daunting, but even the 10-meter staircase made Xiaoqiu shudder. There's a place with very few zombies where we could easily handle the situation. But we can't get up there. What do you think we should do? Xiaoqiu laid the facts before them, hoping they could offer a solution. Both Yan Mingyi and Shuai Lu fell silent. They had no ideas either. With such a height, how could they climb? They possessed some abilities, but they were no Spider-Men who could scurry up walls, nor did they have webs to swing from. Suddenly, Xiaoqiu inquired, how is your upper body strength? If a rope were to dangle down from above, would you be able to climb it? Shuai Lu remained quiet, while Yan Mingyi raised his hand. If there's a rope, I can give it a try. After all, I was once on the school team. Xiaoqiu did not forget to add eliminated. Yan Mingyi expressed his dissatisfaction. Can you at least spare me some dignity? How can you say my stamina is weaker than yours? Xiaoqiu and Shuai Lu exchanged silent smiles. Numerous fast food establishments were situated beside the hospital, and they quickly gathered 4 or 5 sturdy ropes. They bound several ropes together, tested their strength, and deemed them suitable. Xiaoqiu then mentally secured one end to the third-floor window. Yan Mingyi gave it a firm tug, nodded to Xiaoqiu and Shuai Lu, and, with a burst of strength, ascended like a monkey, carefully veering away from the second-floor window to avoid detection by the zombies. Upon reaching the third floor, he gave a thumbs-up to Xiaoqiu and Yan Mingyi. Just as he was about to climb in, his grip on the windowsill suddenly loosened, leaving him suspended in mid-air. Below, the other two heard a zombie's growl emanating from the window. Damn, have we been discovered so quickly? Yan Mingyi stabilized himself, checked his right hand, sighed in relief, and raised a thumb to indicate he was unharmed. He then secured himself with the rope and began to ascend slowly, while Xiaoqiu could already see a zombie's head peeking out from the third floor. Yan Mingyi, quick-witted, drew his knife and decisively stabbed it into the zombie's head, ending its life. Only then did he hoist himself through the window, dragging the zombie inside and revealing its head, waving to signal the 2 physical weaklings below to come up. Xiaoqiu gestured for Shuai Lu to ascend first. Shuai Lu flexed his modest muscles, gripping the rope and using his strength, while Yan Mingyi assisted from above, allowing Shuai Lu to swiftly reach the top. Xiaoqiu, employing the same method, was pulled up by the 2 of them. Upon arrival, the first thing they did was to ascertain the identity of the zombie that had attacked Yan Mingyi, and upon seeing it, Xiaoqiu chuckled, "Then aren't you still interested in that person's car? Look, the owner is right here. Why not ask him if he agrees to give it to you?" Xiaoqiu remarked with a grin. He also smiled proudly as he brandished a set of car keys in front of Xiaoqiu. "See, I've got the keys. That Phaeton is mine now. I've been yearning for it for 2 years, and it's finally in my grasp that I can't wait to enjoy it. Let's go. There's still a few more to deal with. And then we'll scour the third floor." The third floor had few rooms, but they were spacious and well-equipped, filled with appliances that if they hadn't known it was a hospital, they might have mistaken it for a luxury hotel. Those damned bureaucrats. We squeeze into a tiny space for treatment below, receiving nothing but disdain, while they luxuriate in ample rooms, fully furnished, that it's infuriating. Yan Mingyi vented as he kicked the zombie's legs before relieving himself on it. Once he finished, Xiaoqiu pulled him away, exclaiming that heaven has eyes, yet doesn't seem to see. There were only 7 rooms on the third floor, but only 6 zombies. 1 room remained empty. Yan Mingyi cursed again. With so many elderly people sleeping on the floor below, how can they leave a room vacant like this? They all deserve to die. If they don't, I'll feel compelled to kill them myself. All right, enough cursing. We need to focus on our tasks, Xiaoqiu stated, opening his backpack to search for essential supplies on the third floor. Unfortunately, they found very few medical items, but stumbled upon a plethora of adult novelty items, whose previous owners were all too obvious. Xiaoqiu, most of these appear unused. Should I take them back? Yan Mingyi asked, holding up a peculiar object with an expression of lewd delight. Xiaoqiu responded with a quizzical look. Are you really hoping to find a romantic partner among 8 girls? What about you? One Yongyuan and Dong Shetong, and you with Kai Jing. Don't you need any to spice up your relationship? Damn it, Xiaoqiu exclaimed, kicking the fool away. What is wrong with you? How can you think about such nonsense at a time like this? Let's gather our things and see if we can find some supplies on the second floor. This is the VIP section. The medical supplies should be below. However, considering the last flu outbreak, I doubt there are many cold and fever medications left, so let's make do with whatever else we can find. As long as it's on paper, we'll take it. Brother, you make it sound so easy that I can already hear the zombies walking below, Schwellis said, rising with a grimace. Xiaoqiu could only smile wryly, for he knew all too well the chaos below. The sheer number and positions of the undead were all too clear. With such density, even a tank would struggle to pass through, let alone the 3 of them, making their task exceedingly difficult. Look, there's an iron gate over there. Since we can't avoid them, let's fight, with this gate as a barrier. They won't be able to get in easily. We can take them down one by one, that if we clear them out, perhaps we can use this place as a base. After all, the classroom is far too cold. Isn't it? Yan Mingyi suggested, slapping the iron gate eagerly. Though impulsive, Shuai Lu agreed, and after some thought, so did Xiaoqiu. Xiaoqiu contemplated further than Yan Mingyi. There was nothing left to salvage in the school. For the sake of convenience and future planning, they needed to relocate. The hospital offered bedding, rooms, and everything they required, making it an ideal location. Without hesitation, they set to work. Yan Mingyi took charge of closing the iron gate while opening the main door to lure the zombies in. They donned a few white lab coats to avoid splattering blood on themselves. Due to the short military knives they carried, the 3 searched the third floor and eventually dismantled a metal rod from the iron window to serve as a makeshift weapon. With preparations completed, Xiaoqiu subtly nodded at Yan Mingyi, who quickly opened the iron door, rapping on it twice before nervously standing beside Xiaoqiu, trembling visibly. That it was apparent he was anxious. Xiaoqiu shared the sentiment. For they had previously only dealt with a few zombies at a time, primarily for survival. This time was different. They were preparing for a massacre, facing over 100 zombies between the second and third floors, a monumental challenge for the 3 of them. The notion of a lone hero against 1,000 foes existed only in stories, yet they were about to engage in a true battle against a horde. Are you nervous? Xiaoqiu inquired solemnly. Glancing at Yan Mingyi and Shuai Lu, they resolutely shook their heads, gripping their iron rods with a fierce determination. Are you afraid? Xiaoqiu pressed further. In unison, they declared, not afraid. Damn it, if you're not afraid, then stand beside me. Don't make me do this alone after running so far. Chapter 9. A new home during the Nanjing Massacre. 2 generals reputedly became renowned for their mass slaughters, glorified by Japanese newspapers. Xiaoqiu pondered what those 2 felt while killing. He only knew that as the hospital was cleared, his limbs went numb, and his mind descended into chaos. The sensation of the iron rod piercing through a zombie's skull lingered on, etched into his memory for what felt like an eternity. How are you 2 holding up? Xiaoqiu asked, utterly exhausted from the dual strain of physical and mental fatigue, though he remained in decent condition. Yan Mingyi and Shuai Lu lay sprawled on the ground, utterly spent. This feeling is truly dreadful. Yan Mingyi exhaled, managing to stand, find a bottle of water, rinse his mouth, and toss it over. Xiaoqiu caught it, rinsed, spat, and realized the bottle was empty. What about mine? Shuai Lu grumbled, pointing at Yan Mingyi. Yan Mingyi shrugged. It's gone. I only found half a bottle, and I used it to rinse my mouth. In a fit of rage, Shuai Lu ignited a fire, the smell of burning hair wafting from Yan Mingyi's head. Furious, Yan Mingyi retaliated with a lightning strike, leaving Shuai Lu worse off, his entire body charred and twitching on the ground like a fish pulled from water. Damn it, Shuai Lu gasped, recovering before engaging Yan Mingyi in a scuffle. Xiaoqiu chose not to intervene. He too felt the urge to join but restrained himself, opting to observe their fight coolly. Once both were panting and collapsed on the ground, Xiaoqiu asked, feeling better inside. They nodded in agreement. Good, Xiaqiu replied, and began to gather their belongings, piling the fallen zombies at the hospital entrance to mislead others into thinking this space was also infested. After completing this task, the sky was nearly dark, and the three wearily dragged their bags back. Upon returning to room 410, Wan Huarong was surprisingly obedient, not causing any trouble, though he lacked the ability to do so. Wan Yongyuan was busy teaching Dong Shetong how to shoot, demonstrating how to aim. Upon noticing the return of the trio, he quickly distanced himself from Dong Shetong and greeted them with a smile. How was it? Nothing happened on the way back. Yan Mingyi cheerfully took over the conversation. All safe and sound. You carry on. We'll show what we brought to Hui. Wan Yongyuan felt awkward, while Dong Shetong was quite gracious. Taking Wan Yongyuan's hand to continue their lesson, it seemed she was determined to stick by Wan Yongyuan's side. He was the only one knowledgeable in medicine, and when Xiaqiu and the others arrived, she was tending to Wan Yongyuan, who had resorted to cutting off a piece of flesh from his arm to feed a zombie in his desperate bid for survival, hence the blood covering him. Although he had lost a chunk of flesh, Hui reassured him that it was not a significant issue. It was merely the lack of medical equipment that made stopping the bleeding a bit troublesome. Thanks to Hui's treatment, Wan Huarong's bleeding had ceased, yet the sight of his missing flesh was still quite distressing. These are the medicines we retrieved. See which ones can be used. Shuelu delivered the package, which was filled with the medicines they had retrieved, tablets, syrups, and various small medical supplies of uncertain purpose. Xiaqiu, noticing their portability, decided to take them back. Though the bleeding had ceased, inflammation had already begun. I need aspirin. Shuelu, please check if there is any inside. Shuelu had become a little servant, being directed hither and thither by Hui, but his clumsiness and lack of medical knowledge rendered him rather inept. Yan Mingyi watched with a sense of schadenfreude as he and Xiaqiu sat aside, enjoying the spectacle, while Kai Jing had appeared silently at some point, joining them in their quiet observation of Shui Li's reprimand. After much toiling, he finally attended to the wound on Wan Huarong's arm, alleviating concerns of inflammation. Wan Huarong's expressions of gratitude were incessant. As night fell, and all lights were extinguished, Xiaqiu spoke softly. The nights are growing colder. We need a more suitable place that it is quite inconvenient to venture out from the school for food. Today, Yan Mingyi, Shuelu, and I discovered a new location with beds, a bathroom, and safety, as well as warmth. What do you think about moving there? Wan Yongyuan was the first to respond, asking, where is this place? Can you guarantee its safety? The hospital. The single mention of the hospital elicited several audible gasps. Wan Yongyuan was well aware of the true state of the hospital. The zombies there could barely walk, and he found it unimaginable how it could be deemed a safe haven. Others, though unaware of the hospital's reality, understood that prior to the outbreak, hospitals were among the most crowded places. What have you done? Wan Yongyuan inquired. Yan Mingyi, misinterpreting the cold tone of his query, boldly declared, this afternoon, the three of us cleared out all the zombies in the hospital. It is definitely safe. There was silence on Wan Yongyuan's end, but Xiaqiu sensed that his expression must have soured, angered by their recklessness. Xiaqiu attempted to explain, the zombies inside have dispersed quite a bit. It wasn't too dangerous for the three of us. Plus there were iron gates for protection, ensuring safety. Yan Mingyi chimed in again, dispersed. There were 2 full floors packed with them. My hands were trembling. You have no idea. After we finished, we collapsed there, and both Shuelu and I felt like we were no longer human, just like them, mere shells of existence. Yet Xiaqiu remained remarkably composed. Watching us, Xiaqiu was instantly rendered silent, turning away to sleep, for the foolish cannot be cured. Since Xiaqiu deems it safe, let us move there tomorrow. Now, let us rest, Wan Yongyuan concluded, flipping over to sleep. The others followed suit, settling down for the night. Though Yan Mingyi's earlier remarks had indeed been rather graphic, which the delicate girls could hardly bear. The next day, the boys began moving their belongings, completing 2 trips before everything was transported. The girls managed on their own, while Wan Yongyuan, though hindered by an injured arm, was not much of a burden. However, Wan Huarong's condition was dire, despite his arm injury. He had lost too much blood and felt dizzy upon standing, let alone walking. After a discussion, Yan Mingyi and Shuelu brought a stretcher from the hospital, carrying Wan Huarong. Xiaqiu was adamant he would not carry him, fearing he might inadvertently toss him into a horde of zombies. The more he observed, the more perilous Wan Huarong seemed to avoid drawing the attention of the zombies, The group split into two parties. Wan Yongyuan, Yin Mingyi Shuelu, the carried Wan Huarong, and Dong Shutong ventured forth first while Xiaqiu followed with the remaining girls. Once the first group had departed, Kai Jing approached Xiaqiu, inquiring, "It seems you are not very friendly towards Wan Huarong." Xiaqiu was taken aback. Had his feelings been so evident that others could perceive them? He whispered, feeling somewhat furtive, as if he were a thief, that no, I am the only one who noticed. They seem oblivious. I frequently observe you. Hence my awareness of how you appear wary whenever you look at Wan Huarong. Xiaqiu awkwardly turned away, choosing to disregard Kai Jing's remark. I rescued him, and if he were to do anything untoward, I would be the one at fault. It is only natural to be cautious. Besides, we have never met him before, and we know each other well. But I do not know much about you. Kai Jing retorted. All I know is your name is Xiaqiu, and you are from the Department of Fine Arts. I do not know anything else. Kai Jing tilted her head adorably. Her cheeks flushed. The Navi, Xiaqiu, had never experienced such a situation. Left speechless, he nervously glanced around, stammering without coherent thoughts. After a brief moment, Xiaqiu gathered the remaining girls, quietly deviating from their planned route. And they safely reached the hospital entrance. Upon sighting the mountain of zombies, the girls were instantly horrified, covering their mouths and retreating in disbelief, wondering how such a spectacle could exist in this world. Xiaqiu, maintaining a stoic expression, beckoned, "Let us move quickly. It is unsafe outside, and we can discuss things inside, but remember to keep quiet. Do not shout that if we attract the zombies, we could all perish together." Kai Jing, equally frightened, clutched Xiaqiu's arm tightly, and the other girls were similarly terrified, forming a tight circle around him. Thus surrounded by this throng of young women, Xiaqiu sighed deeply, reflecting on the absurdity of his dreams as a mere loser. Navigating through the corridors of the first and second floors, the girls turned pale with fear, tightly covering their mouths to suppress their churning stomachs. Blood adorned the walls, emanating a nauseating scent, due to the urgency of the previous day. They had been unable to dispose of the zombies or clean the bloodstains, indicating a considerable amount of work ahead. At last, they reached the third floor, where the 7 girls simultaneously collapsed, retching violently until exhausted. Xiaqiu and the others helped them to the beds for rest. Once the ordeal concluded, Yin Mingyi approached Xiaqiu, poking him with an elbow and grinning mischievously. "So, how does it feel to have your dreams realized? Is it exhilarating?" It seemed he had observed Xiaqiu from the third-floor window, witnessing his enjoyment of the attention. Xiaqiu shot him an annoyed glance. "If you're so capable, why don't you get them to surround you?" With that, he walked away with an air of haughtiness, deciding he would never wash the clothes he wore this day. That on the third floor, there were 7 rooms. Xiaqiu and Wan Yongyuan occupied the 2 adjacent ones for rapid response in case of emergencies, while Wan Huarong had a room to himself, a decision made by Xiaqiu, stemming from his lingering distrust of this newcomer. Yin Mingyi and Shuelu, the inseparable duo, shared a room, presumably to engage in their mischief at night. The remaining 3 rooms were allocated to the 8 girls, who distributed them among themselves. During the room assignment, Dong Shutong boldly suggested, "With 8 of us and only 3 rooms, how will we sleep? I shall graciously withdraw and share a room with Yongyuan. You 7 can divide the rest." Her proposition was met with applause from the others, leaving Wan Yongyuan blushing furiously as he quickly declined. In the end, Dong Shutong did not see her scheme come to fruition and settled down with 2 other girls in one room, successfully ending up next to Wan Yongyuan. Kai Jing, by some twist of fate, ended up next to Xiaqiu, causing his heart to race and his mind to wander with wild thoughts of what might transpire, leading him to chuckle mischievously under the covers that night. Xiaqiu tossed and turned, unable to find sleep, a sense of impending events troubling him that a soft knock at the door startled him awake, igniting a surge of excitement within him for reasons unknown. After a moment's pause, realizing his reaction was rather excessive, he attempted to calm himself, feigning sleep and remaining silent. The knocking persisted. Upon receiving no response, the intruder pushed the door open and entered, pulling back the covers to lie beside him. Instantly, Xiaqiu felt a jolt of electricity course through him, freezing in place for a moment before he cautiously turned to face the intruder. The moonlight illuminated the figure's face. "What on earth are you doing here?" "Get out." Chapter 10, Cleansing the Hospital. Damn it. Xiaqiu cursed inwardly that he had assumed the visitor would be someone else entirely, But instead, it was Xue Lu, leaving him bewildered. He had never suspected Xue Lu of harboring such inclinations. He swiftly kicked him off the bed, following up with several more forceful nudges. "Damn it, I almost acted inappropriately," he exclaimed, horrified at the thought that his reputation was nearly tarnished by this fool. "Stop, stop, I did not wish to come over. You should go and see Yin Mingyi instead," Xue Lu pleaded. Xiaoqiu, still skeptical, snuck over to Yin Mingyi's room, peeking through the crack in the door. "All right, I will allow you not to share a room with him. But please do not share a room with me either. Go find Wan Yongyuan." Xue Li's expression turned even more helpless as he covered his face, adopting a pitiful demeanor. "What? Has Wan Yongyuan changed his preferences and started liking someone like you?" Xiaoqiu snuck out once more, making his way to Wan Yongyuan's room. However, before he could knock, his face turned crimson and he spun around to leave. Damn it, he muttered, having no idea how many times he had cursed that night. Wan Yongyuan had quietly gotten involved with Dong Shutong, despite their previous promises of restraint. "Fine then, you two can share a room. I shall resign myself to sleeping with Xue Lu." Reluctantly, Xiaoqiu called for Xue Lu to join him. Relieved that the spacious VIP room could comfortably accommodate two grown men without feeling cramped. The beds in the VIP lounge are not the typical hospital beds found in regular wards. Rather, they resemble the spacious beds one might find in a home, albeit slightly smaller, and are equipped with all essential functions that a night passed in silence. At dawn, Xiaoqiu wrapped himself in the quilt for a brief moment of warmth before rising. For the day ahead was filled with numerous tasks, including tidying up the hospital. There was no need to worry about water, as the hospital was equipped with an old-fashioned manual well that provided clean, pollution-free groundwater, far superior to tap water. One by one, he roused the others, then cast a dark glance at Yin Mingyi, who remained oblivious to the circumstances, and Wan Yongyuan, whose face was flushed with shyness. Along with Dong Shutong, these three scoundrels. "Xue Lu, where did you disappear till last night? I didn't see you when I woke up this morning." Yin Mingyi's hair was a disheveled mess, scratching his head as flakes of dandruff flew about. Xue Lu wore a sullen expression, remaining silent, while Xiaoqiu's frown deepened. "Damn it, the room this guy stayed in yesterday was, how should I put it, an assault on the senses. Yes, that's right, it was painfully overwhelming. Regarding today's thorough cleaning, both Shutong and I will be taking leave. My apologies," Wan Yongyuan stated bluntly, showing no concern for anyone else's response as he assisted Dong Shutong in leaving, as if they were an old married couple. The rest of the group turned their gazes towards Xiaoqiu. With Wan Yongyuan shirking responsibility, it fell upon him to direct the others in their work. Due to special circumstances, Wan Yongyuan and Dong Shutong were unable to participate in the cleaning, which meant everyone else would have to shoulder a heavier workload. I will assign the tasks. "Xue Lu, you are in charge of the second floor. Choose your own team. Yin Mingyi, you take the first floor. You can also select your own team. I will handle fetching and delivering water." The Xiaoqiu's arrangement was not an attempt to shirk responsibility. In fact, the most arduous task was not cleaning the corridors but fetching water, as it required constant effort with no moments of respite. Were it not for his mental fortitude, the task would have been somewhat easier, yet Xiaoqiu had no intention of taking it upon himself. The hospital was replete with rags in every room, so there was no need to worry about cleaning supplies. Buckets were also available. Xiaoqiu set off to fetch water while the others prepared the cleaning tools. Within the hospital, there was a large water barrel, the purpose of which was unclear. Xiaoqiu placed it at the entrance of the first floor for their convenience, while he sought out two buckets that were within his capacity to manage. One he carried, and the other he controlled with his mind. The weight of a full bucket was undeniably heavy, and the journey was not short, so he could only manage one with his hands while using his mental powers on the other. The first floor was spacious, with a total of 5 people, including Yin Mingyi, responsible for it, while the second floor was smaller and had 4 individuals assigned to it. Bloodstains, once dried, were notoriously difficult to remove. But somehow he had procured a cleaning solution that, when added to the water barrel, made the dried stains much easier to wash away. Consequently, the workload lightened and efficiency increased. Yet, paradoxically, Xiaoqiu's own workload intensified, as the others used water at a much faster rate, leaving him utterly exhausted. After a morning of hard labor, with scarcely any rest, Xiaoqiu collapsed onto the ground during lunch, lamenting his sore back. Fetching water was indeed a taxing job. Following their midday meal, the group took a brief respite before resuming their tasks. Xiaoqiu lay on the bed with his eyes closed, feeling as though his back might shatter. When Kai Jing entered, that I just learned a bit about massage from Hui Yi. She said it can relieve fatigue, that I thought I'd give it a try. Xiaqiu, feeling stiff all over, was at a loss for how to position himself. Muttering a quiet agreement as he buried his head in a pillow, avoiding eye contact with Kai Jing and refraining from responding to her. How about we take a break this afternoon? We aren't in a rush, after all. The first and second floors aren't frequently visited, and we can take our time, Kai Jing suggested, her concern for others warming Xiaqiu's heart. Both psychologically and physically didn't know, we can't say this place is absolutely safe yet. We need to swiftly clean the first and second floors, so we can establish some defensive fortifications that could save our lives in critical moments, that we must also prepare an escape route and consider future safe havens. Xiaqiu, this unromantic fellow, clearly disregarded Kai Jing's caring words as he rambled on, while she quietly listened, occasionally applauding his thoughts, which filled Xiaqiu with a sense of pride. Can we truly stay here indefinitely? Even now, Kai Jing still fantasizes about future days resembling today, peaceful and joyful, like an ordinary life where people can express fatigue or laughter instead of cries for help. Xiaqiu fell silent before finally speaking. There will come a day when the food here runs out. Once that happens, we must leave to seek sustenance elsewhere, that I believe there are still others alive out there. They may be working to change this world. Moreover, I wish to return home to see my parents and my younger brother, hoping they are safe, even though I know this is but a fleeting wish. Kai Jing's eyes brimmed with tears as she suddenly pressed herself against Xiaqiu's back, sobbing softly as if mourning. You all should continue. Yiming pushed the door open, quickly shutting it behind him, and announced at the threshold, it's time to get to work. Kai Jing stepped away from Xiaqiu, wiping her tears, visibly flustered that, I need to go downstairs to clean. There's still quite a bit to do on the second floor that I doubt we can finish today. Xiaqiu, equally flustered, stammered, I need to get up too. As they descended to the first floor, Yan Mingyi raised an eyebrow at Xiaqiu, his meaning clear, but Xiaqiu was too preoccupied to pay him any mind, though he felt somewhat unsettled in the afternoon. Spilling more than he transported. The hospital was vast. It was impossible for just a few individuals to complete the tasks in a single day, leaving much undone. They resolved to rise early the following day to continue their work. That evening, Shuelu shamelessly returned to Xiaqiu's side, avoiding Yin Minjie, AS for one Yongyuan and Dong Shatong. He hoped they would grasp the gravity of the situation and conserve their energy for the following day's labor. A night passed in silence, and the next day, they rose early to clean the hospital. With one Yongyuan and Dong Shatong joining in, the workload became significantly lighter, and they completed the remaining tasks by midday. In the afternoon, the group gathered to formally design traps and defensive walls. The primary focus should be on the first floor, where two staircases lead up from the lobby. They needed to block one while keeping the other open, allowing them to control access. Ideally, they would confine any intruders to the second floor. If that proved impossible, they could open the third floor and secure it with iron gates, employing Xiaqiu's previous method to deal with them. Furthermore, they needed to arrange an escape route in case a large force overwhelmed the gates. One Yongyuan, serious and focused, continuously proposed ideas that everyone needed to heed, but when it came to designing the escape route, they found it challenging to brainstorm effectively that we could position the escape route in the blocked first-floor passage, descending from the other side of the third floor, then open the first-floor passage, I believe. Unless an entire battalion arrives, the third floor will be crowded while the first floor should remain relatively empty. However, we need to design a passage that can be both blocked and opened, which presents some difficulty. Xiaqiu chimed in, having contemplated defensive strategies earlier than one Yongyuan. Thus, he had considered ideas that one Yongyuan had come up with, and he had also thought of concepts that one Yongyuan had not. An open passage. One Yongyuan found himself perplexed by Xiaqiu's notion. This truly was a dilemma. Their strength was formidable. One Yongyuan's ability granted him immense power. He had measured it and found that it was over 15 times greater than before, while the strength of the others was nearly 10 times the original point. One person's strength equated to 10 from before. Just how powerful was that? They could lift weights of 500 kilograms. And ordinary cabinets would be completely inadequate for blocking. Iron doors might serve as temporary barriers, but the hospital lacked the necessary equipment and technology to AT that moment. A girl suddenly spoke up, as long as we prevent them from going the other way. Why must we block them? Both Xiaqiu and one Yongyuan were taken aback. Indeed, since the apocalypse began, they had been engaged in battle, focused solely on how to obstruct their foes, overlooking the fact that the adversaries lacked human reasoning. Thus, the barriers did not need to physically impede them. They merely had to create the illusion of an obstruction. Exactly. We were thinking in the wrong direction that if we place a large cabinet in the passage and block the top, it will make them believe that side is a wall. When we need to leave, we can simply push it aside. The two young leaders exchanged a knowing smile as they arrived at a solution. You can handle that. We don't have the strength for it, Xiaoqiu chuckled, giving Wan Yongyuan a thumbs up, indicating he was up for the task. And how are you going to help? Where will we find a cabinet that large in the hospital? I suggest we move the storage cabinets and beds from the first and second floors. When the time comes, we can work together to open it without issue. Wan Yongyuan had no objections. They promptly set to work. Most of the storage cabinets were located on the first floor, while only a few beds were on the second. However, there were not many of them, and the doors were small. Unfortunately, none of them had the skills to dismantle the items, making it a strenuous task to transport them, especially the storage cabinets, which were undoubtedly heavy. Yan Mingyi's curiosity piqued as he began to open each cabinet, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the others. What could possibly be so surprising? Most of the cabinets contained clothing and other mundane items, nothing worthy of awe. Yan Mingyi, now with a serious expression, declared, "Are you all not astonished that there are only clothes in the cabinets? The cafeteria ladies' cabinet is filled with all sorts of things." Chapter 11. Wan Huarong. A month later, Wan Yongyuan had fully recovered, and Wan Huarong was able to join the external scouting team to search for food and other necessities. Throughout this month of interaction, the bond between Wan Huarong and the others deepened significantly. Due to his age, which was comparable to that of their parents, he unwittingly assumed a paternal role. Everyone except for Xiaoqiu accepted this dynamic. And eventually, he became part of the leadership alongside Xiaoqiu and Wan Yongyuan, taking on the position of the third in command. Despite Xiaoqiu's lingering discontent towards him, there were times when she had no choice but to commend his suggestions. His age afforded him a wealth of experience, allowing him to identify the flaws and shortcomings in their plans. Even more astonishingly, his knowledge extended far beyond expectations. Previously, he was the only one with medical expertise in the team. But to their surprise, Wan Huarong also possessed knowledge, particularly regarding injuries like sprains and cuts, demonstrating a proficiency far surpassing that of Hui. Days later, the external scouting team split into two groups to search for food and usable items. With the hospital well-equipped, their searches yielded a greater variety of supplies, including previously unwanted flour, rice, and vegetables. Consequently, nearby fast food establishments faced misfortune, as nearly every takeable item was seized. Had it not been for the lack of electricity, this group might have attempted to transport the fast food restaurant's refrigerator to better preserve their food. As the weather grew colder. Although Nanjing had yet to see snow, the December chill was enough to make anyone curse in frustration. Unfortunately, in this division, Xiaoqiu found herself teamed with Wan Huarong, while Wan Yongyuan, Yan Mingyi, and Shuelu formed the other group. Reluctantly accepting the outcome of the lottery, Xiaoqiu resigned herself to fate. Xiaoqiu and Wan Huarong headed west along the school route, a familiar path for Xiaoqiu, while Wan Yongyuan and the others continued north. Xiaoqiu recalled a nearby KTV, where snacks were likely still salvageable. Passing by a large store where zombies were trapped, Wan Huarong remarked with a chuckle, "What a pity. There's enough food inside to last us a month, yet it's wasted on those zombies." Xiaoqiu ignored him, as they had already scoured every store within 100 meters, taking everything edible, while they dared not venture upstairs due to the cramped space. Only Wan Yongyuan stood a chance in a one-on-one against the zombies. The others had little hope. However, the zombies showed no regard for martial arts or fair combat. 100 meters away stood a large clothing store, offering both brand name and generic apparel. In Xiaoqiu's eyes, wearing branded clothing was not about comfort, but rather about appearances. Now, with no one to impress, the choice of clothing was irrelevant. They simply needed something to wear, as vanity was a luxury they could not afford. Upon entering the first floor, which housed shoes and women-esque clothing, they casually grabbed a few items. Regardless of the preferences of the women, having any clothing at all was a relief. Ascending to the second floor, Xiaoqiu sensed the presence of 3 zombies stationed at a distance. She informed Wan Huarong of their locations, and he nodded, gesturing towards the east, indicating he would handle 2 of them. Xiaoqiu maintained a stoic expression. allowing him to proceed. There were 2 zombies to the east and 1 to the west, making it manageable. However, the black blood they expelled soiled a pair of pants Xiaoqiu had hoped to salvage, leaving her feeling quite pained. Wan Huarong effortlessly dealt with the 2 zombies before rejoining her. "Just grab a couple of shirts and let us leave," he suggested, holding up a men's shirt with the tag still attached. Priced at 1988, that Xiaoqiu glanced at the pants that had caught her eye. Marked at 128, her taste and financial background were reflected in her choice. Despite being surrounded by a plethora of clothing, she still gravitated towards the 128 item. In contrast, Wan Huarong, a mechanic, nonchalantly selected the 1988 shirt. After securing a few more garments for the others, Xiaoqiu and Wan Huarong departed for the next stop, a grocery store. "The flour and rice are too heavy to carry. Let us save that for another trip with a vehicle," Wan Huarong lamented, locking the grocery store door to prevent zombies from entering. This was their standard practice. If items could not be retrieved at the moment, they secured the premises to protect their supplies from potential damage. Continuing westward, they approached a postal bank. Xiaoqiu had little interest in exploring, while Wan Huarong expressed curiosity, claiming there might be items of use inside. Xiaoqiu hesitated, questioning what they could possibly need from a bank. Money, gold, such valuables had lost their significance in this apocalyptic world, where food was the true treasure. She remained skeptical of Wan Huarong's intentions, keeping her distance to avoid any potential harm, for close-quarters combat was not her forte. Wan Huarong strode confidently through the lobby and into the teller area, inspecting the cash, counting machines and drawers. He discarded any money he found, soon littering the floor with bills. Xiaoqiu understood that money was worthless now, yet the sight of scattered cash was still striking, that he seemed to be searching for something specific. After discovering nothing in the teller area, he ventured into the VIP room, continuing his search. "What exactly are you looking for?" Xiaoqiu inquired, frowning at the delay caused by his antics. "That I'm looking for a gun." "Come help me," he replied. "Why would there be guns in a bank?" Xiaoqiu was incredulous that if guns were present, there wouldn't be so many robbers resorting to knives or axes. That of course there would be. Such an important place must have some, though they're likely well hidden. That a small bank like this should have 1 or 2, he insisted, resuming his search until he finally uncovered the firearm he sought, a weapon typically used for armed transport, resembling a rifle. "See? Found it." Wan Huarong triumphantly tossed her a gun, its weight substantial, with a few bullets inside. He also located a box of ammunition and handed her several rounds before striding off with a sense of pride. Afterward, Xiaoqiu fell into a deeper silence. Wan Huarong's actions were increasingly disconcerting. His knowledge of the bank's secrets was not common knowledge. He had found a gun and handled the ammunition with a practiced ease, indicating that this was not his first encounter with such weapons. After walking another 300 or 400 meters, they came across the first true supermarket, 2 stories high and quite substantial. However, it was teeming with zombies, numbering around 50. "It's too risky. Let us not engage just yet," Xiaoqiu advised, sensing the danger. The sheer volume of zombies, coupled with the absence of defensive measures, made it a perilous location. A pincer attack could spell doom. Contrary to her caution, Wan Huarong insisted, "We can't turn back now. Further west lies a bus station with even more zombies. We'd be worse off. Here, there are fewer zombies, and if we remain cautious, we should be fine." His obstinacy unsettled Xiaoqiu, who remained wary of his intentions. Sensing her trepidation, he relented slightly, stating, "Let us keep moving forward. The bus station has stores, but there will be more zombies. You choose what to do." With his encouragement, Xiaoqiu ultimately agreed to explore the supermarket. The zombies were primarily on the first floor, over 30 of them, while the second floor boasted fewer. That if they could find a way to ascend, they could maintain a vantage point to avoid confrontation, and the supermarket had an escape route should danger arise. Having formulated an escape plan, Wan Huarong led the way, Xiaoqiu following closely behind as they quietly slipped into the supermarket. As they passed the checkout counter, Xiaoqiu discreetly snagged a piece of gum, while Wan Huarong seized a razor, remarking, "This razor is much better than the surgical scalpels at the hospital." The nearest zombie, obscured by a shelf, remained unaware of the 2 intruders. They dared not attract attention and quickly maneuvered past, first ensuring the back door was secure to avoid an embarrassing predicament should they find it locked in a moment of need. Upon reaching the back door, their fears were confirmed. It was indeed locked. "Great, we're not getting chased by zombies," But how do we get out now? Xiaoqiu lamented. Let us head to the second floor. We can jump from the windows, Wan Huarong suggested. Wan Huarong whispered softly, leading the way ahead, gradually making his way to the staircase, and then swiftly ascending the stairs, narrowly avoiding detection. Engaging in such a game was indeed thrilling. Those with weak hearts should absolutely refrain from participating. Upon reaching the second floor, the two felt considerably more at ease, as the number of zombies here was somewhat diminished. However, a troubling predicament arose. All the windows were locked, and without a key, escaping would necessitate shattering the glass. Yet when Xiaoqiu peered down, his heart sank. Beneath the supermarket lay a narrow alley teeming with zombies, as if they were convening for a meeting. There's no way out, Xiaoqiu frowned. Wan Huarong wore a similarly pained expression. The once accessible supermarket had transformed into a wide-mouthed jar, with only an entrance but no exit. Let's head back to the first floor. But we must be cautious and try not to alert the zombies, then make a hasty exit. Given the circumstances, Xiaoqiu could only acquiesce, even though he sensed that Wan Huarong's plan was far from ideal. Safely descending to the first floor, Wan Huarong suggested they split up to search for food, advising to take only lightweight items, that he chose to scour the outer circle of the supermarket, leaving Xiaoqiu to venture into the inner circle. Where snacks were displayed outside, instant noodles occupied the middle section, and household items were located at the back, alongside a cold dish stall. The cold dishes were no longer edible, so Xiaoqiu grabbed some dried noodles and preserved vegetables. Just as he filled his bag halfway, a gunshot suddenly rang out, followed by the sound of the supermarket doors slamming shut. Xiaoqiu, may you find your own fortune, Wan Huarong laughed raucously from outside, his tone both mocking and grating. Chapter 12. Brother, where are we going? A gunshot had drawn the attention of all the zombies, who swiftly zeroed in on Xiaoqiu. He had no choice but to flee for his life. Fortunate that the zombies were positioned at a distance, unable to encircle him at that moment. Xiaoqiu managed to reach the entrance of the supermarket, but his heart sank in despair. The doors had been firmly shut. The stark contrast between life and death was vividly illustrated here. The inside of the supermarket represented death, while the outside signified life. This door stood as a chasm, with a demon waiting outside. What a talent you are, Xiaoqiu, to make it to the door. Too bad you're doomed, Wan Huarong taunted from the entrance. Xiaoqiu was momentarily taken aback when suddenly a gunshot rang out, and a bullet struck his arm, causing blood to spurt profusely. Xiaoqiu cried out in agony as a fiery pain shot through his right arm. "Dada, not dead yet. It seems your aim has dulled from disuse. But you've certainly sustained an injury. Blood is the finest seasoning to attract zombies." Gritting his teeth against the pain, Xiaoqiu willed himself to staunch the bleeding, observing how the scent of blood drove the zombies into a frenzy. Tightening his heart, the instinct for survival momentarily overshadowed the pain in his arm, propelling him to hasten his ascent to the second floor, where perhaps a glimmer of hope awaited. Wan Huarong continued to ramble on. "You've always been wary of me, and I admire that. In my eyes, you would make a better leader than Wan Yongyuan. Unfortunately, I am the only one destined to lead this group. That I forgot to mention, I do possess an ability, connecting the sight of others, including zombies, but I cannot connect to yours. I suspect it has something to do with your abilities. That's why I knew you were coming that day," feigning concern. "Yet, what I truly desire is your ability of mental control. How powerful it could be. What a pity it's lost to me." Wan Huarong continued his monologue, but Xiaoqiu could no longer hear him, for he had reached the staircase to the second floor. The zombies above, drawn by the scent of blood, were approaching as well, leaving him trapped. With resolve, Xiaoqiu chose to ascend, unleashing his mental power to hurl the zombies above down the stairs, toppling several of them. However, as he released his mental grip, blood began to flow once more from his arm. Due to excessive blood loss, his vision blurred, his limbs grew cold, and dizziness set in, causing everything to seem double. "I cannot die," Xiaoqiu urged himself, once again using his mental ability to halt the bleeding. While it felt somewhat better, he knew this was merely a psychological trick. In reality, the blood continued to flow down his arm, pooling on the ground and attracting a horde of ravenous zombies. After throwing several more zombies aside, Xiaoqiu finally reached the second floor, gritting his teeth as he pushed a shopping cart to temporarily block the swarm of zombies below, before stumbling towards the storeroom on the second floor. There, he hoped to find safety, for it was devoid of zombies, and the door was ajar. If he could just get inside, there might be a chance for survival. Bleeding profusely, he arrived at the storeroom, with 4 or 5 zombies trailing behind him from the second floor. However, Xiaoqiu could no longer discern their number. To his dismay, he discovered that the storeroom door was locked. Frustration surged within him, yet he lacked the strength to voice it. Is this where I meet my end? Xiaoqiu forced a bitter smile. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, his mind exploded with clarity. His abilities had unexpectedly upgraded. He could perceive the structure of the storeroom door with precision. With a concentrated thought, the door swung open, and Xiaoqiu rolled inside, swiftly securing the door behind him. Once this was accomplished, he relaxed abruptly, his body and spirit exhausted. Finally alive, as he felt himself drifting into unconsciousness. He caught sight of 2 feet and couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed he was truly destined for death. Having overlooked the fact that a zombie lurked within the storeroom, the upgrade to his mental abilities had proven futile. Time passed in uncertainty until Xiaoqiu finally regained consciousness, but his eyelids felt as heavy as lead, and he found himself unable to control his body. Is this what it feels like to be a zombie? He pondered. After a moment of stillness, he sensed a coolness on his lips. It was water. He had not yet perished. Using his abilities to open his eyes, Xiaoqiu finally beheld the one offering him water, a filthy little girl. Simultaneously, he was overwhelmed by the unbearable stench emanating from the storeroom, a smell that was indescribable. Xiaoqiu struggled to open his mouth, uttering a single word before his strength failed him, rendering him speechless. Don't speak. My mother says that those who have lost blood shouldn't talk and should eat more red dates. Here, this is from the supermarket, the little girl said, stuffing a large red date into her mouth. Xiaoqiu was left speechless. Her words and actions were at odds. However, moments later, he tasted the sweetness and warmth of the red date. Thank you. After an indeterminate period, Xiaoqiu finally mustered enough strength to speak, his consciousness fully returning. Realizing that this little girl had saved him while he was unconscious, straining to sit up, Xiaoqiu inquired. How many days have passed? The little girl pretended to roll up her sleeves, revealing a makeshift watch drawn on her wrist with a water-based pen. After glancing at it, she earnestly replied, I don't know. Xiaoqiu couldn't help but chuckle. This girl truly possessed a childlike innocence. This is what my mother drew for me. Isn't it pretty? She declared proudly, her tone brimming with self-importance. Xiaoqiu forced a smile. Suppressing his bitterness, recalling the zombie he had seen outside, dressed in the same style as the little girl, likely her mother, who had not succumbed to the flu but had been bitten to death. Her face marred with bite marks and decaying flesh. Xiaoqiu pieced together the events that had transpired, choosing not to ask further questions to spare the little girl any heartache. Fortunately, this storeroom was stocked with water and food, allowing her to survive for so long, and it was fortunate that she had saved him. However, still feeling weak, Xiaoqiu opted to lie on the ground, quietly conversing with her. After some dialogue, he learned that the little girl was named Lu Yuxuan, raised by a single mother. Her recently acquired ability allowed her to see into the hearts of others, yet she confessed that she could not discern Xiaoqiu's inner thoughts, though she sensed he was a good person, which compelled her to assist him wholeheartedly. As Xiaoqiu felt sorrow for Yuxuan's plight, he waited patiently for his wounds to heal. The bullet from Wanlorong had been somewhat mitigated by the supermarket's iron doors, resulting in a less forceful impact, but the fragment had embedded itself within Xiaoqiu's body, causing him immense pain akin to a multitude of needles stabbing at once. After what felt like an eternity, Xiaoqiu finally sensed a significant improvement in his condition, that he requested Yuxuan to fetch some tissues for him to wipe away the blood, that he needed to use his mental abilities to extract the bullet fragments from within him. A process he anticipated would be excruciating, yet he had to endure it. Biting down on a towel, Xiaoqiu instructed Yuxuan to turn away, though it hardly mattered as the storeroom was cloaked in darkness. The glow sticks that had illuminated the space previously had run out, leaving an eerie gloom. With his mental acuity, Xiaoqiu located the position of the bullet fragment and made a slight adjustment with his mind, eliciting a wave of pain that caused sweat to bead on his forehead. Like a multitude of tiny needles piercing the same spot, the widespread agony was nearly unbearable. Once he managed to regain his composure, he focused once more on the fragment's location and, with a sudden tug, felt his arm convulse, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. Yet, Xiaoqiu gritted his teeth and persevered, using his other functional hand to quickly wrap the wound with tissues, then employing his mental powers to halt the bleeding. After an indeterminate period, the flow of blood finally ceased, leaving little Yuxuan thoroughly frightened. "Brother, what are you doing?" she asked timidly, keeping her distance. Xiaqiu took a deep breath, striving to keep his voice steady as he replied, "It's nothing. I just had a bad thing in my arm, and I've just removed it." Xiao Yuxuan nodded adorably, murmuring in agreement. She tore a strip of fabric from her bag and wrapped it around the injured area. Fortunately, Xiaqiu had plenty of clothes in her bag, and girls' clothing was relatively easy to tear. "Brother, is your arm broken?" Xiao Yuxuan asked Xiaqiu softly as she approached. Xiaqiu was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. That my mother wrapped her arm like this too. She had told me. She said her arm was broken and asked me to keep it a secret from Grandpa and Grandma. Xiaqiu smiled gently, ruffling her hair without saying a word. Due to blood loss, Xiaqiu had been compelled to consume excessive amounts of red dates and a jiao over the past few days, to the point where the mere scent made him nauseous. But he managed to endure it. Gradually, his wound healed, perhaps accelerated by sheer willpower. When Xiaqiu was finally able to stand and move about, most of the items in the bag had been consumed by 2 individuals, though there was still plenty in the storeroom. However, much of it was not suitable for immediate consumption, leading to its disposal. "Yuxuan, I must leave now, and you must come with me," Xiaqiu said as he helped her adjust her clothing. She hesitated. "Mom said I should wait here for her. She will definitely come back for me, saying this place is safe and that the monsters outside would not bite me." Xiaqiu hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding to reveal the harsh truth. "Your mother is just outside. I will take you to see her, but you must promise me that when you see her, you must not shout or call out, or else we will attract those monsters, and we would be in grave danger." Upon hearing that she could meet her mother, Xiao Yuxuan eagerly nodded, promising that she would remain silent. Xiaqiu took a moment to gather himself, holding her close as he sensed the zombies outside. Due to the previous incident, quite a few had been drawn to the second floor, while the first floor was relatively empty, with the door remaining unbreached. That it appeared that no one had come looking for Xiaqiu, suggesting they chose to believe Wan Huarong's words, that he had been devoured or some other tale, the specifics of which remained unknown to Xiaqiu. Gently opening the door, Xiaqiu used his mind to immobilize a zombie, a feat made possible by the enhancement of his mental abilities. "That do not look," he instructed, covering Xiao Yuxuan's eyes as he plunged a knife into the unfortunate zombie's skull, controlling the black blood to prevent it from spraying. "You may open your eyes now." As Xiao Yuxuan blinked open her eyes, her gaze immediately landed on a woman clad in garments akin to hers. "Mama!" Xiao Yuxuan cried, tears streaming down her face as she realized her mother had transformed into a monster. "Yuxuan, do not cry. Your mother is over there, but she is no longer your mother," Xiaqiu whispered softly, uttering words that he himself struggled to comprehend, yet managing to stifle Xiao Yuxuan's tears, though her body continued to tremble. "Hold on tight to me. We are about to charge forward," Xiaqiu instructed, clutching Xiao Yuxuan securely. With a mere thought, he levitated 3 zombies and hurled them into the horde, creating a cacophony and momentarily halting their advance. Once outside the supermarket, Xiao Yuxuan's spirits lifted considerably, and she looked up at Xiaqiu, asking, "Brother, where are we going?" Xiaqiu glanced at her dirty little face and replied, "We are going to find my friends." Chapter 13. And for reasons unknown, the number of zombies on the street had significantly increased since Xiaqiu had entered, and their movements were markedly faster, no longer shuffling, but moving at a pace comparable to that of a normal person sprinting. This change perplexed Xiaqiu. It was already afternoon, around 5 o'clock, and the darkness of dusk enveloped the surroundings, with zombies closing in, howling ominously, a truly terrifying sight. "Yuxuan, close your eyes," Xiaqiu said with a smile. She obediently complied, resting her head on his shoulder, completely still. With a surge of concentration, the knife in his hand floated into the air. Xiaqiu swiftly turned his head, sending the blade through a zombie's eye and out the back of its skull. Since his powers had evolved, he could control the knife to slay zombies, but he could only manage one at a time. Any additional attempts would weaken his concentration and hinder his precision. Moreover, with his upgraded abilities, Xiaqiu could multitask with remarkable efficiency. However, while focusing on dispatching zombies, he could only spare a fraction of his attention to deal with any approaching threats from behind. Navigating through the chaos, Xiaqiu arrived at a fork in the road. not far from the hospital. Those with keen eyesight should be able to discern the hospital's outline. However, he refrained from entering recklessly. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to hide nearby and observe the situation. To be frank, due to their failure to come to his aid, Xiaoqiu felt a chill of disappointment towards them and remained vigilant. He was also uncertain about what Wan Huarong had conveyed to them. If it was indeed a plot against him, they might have believed it, given the animosity Xiaoqiu had openly displayed towards Wan Huarong. Not far from the hospital was a clean inn, where Xiaoqiu took Xiao Yuxuan to hide. After eliminating any dangers within the inn, he prepared a bed for her and lulled her to sleep before quietly leaving. Climbing along the wall adjacent to the hospital, though his mental powers were insufficient to allow him to float, they provided him with enough force to scale the wall. Upon reaching the third floor, he found the others asleep. The room closest to him, which had originally been his, was now occupied solely by Shuelu, who lay spread-eagled across a large bed, having only taken up a third of it, a habit indicative of insecurity according to psychological theories. Next door was the room shared by Kai Jing and another girl. Upon sensing their presence, Xiaoqiu was momentarily puzzled to find only one person inside. Quietly opening the door, he saw Kai Jing peacefully lying in bed. Beside her was one of Xiaoqiu's shirts that moment. He longed to embrace her, but restrained himself that he also wondered where the other girl had gone. In truth, he had little impression of her. Her lack of presence, combined with an ordinary appearance, rendered her overshadowed by the striking beauty of Dong Shutong and Kai Jing. The third room belonged to two girls, who were both soundly asleep. Xiaoqiu made no noise as he quietly exited and hastily checked the fourth room, Wan Huarong's. Should the opportunity arise, Xiaoqiu would not hesitate to eliminate him personally. Upon entering Wan Huarong's room, Xiaoqiu was taken aback to find the girl who had been sleeping with Kai Jing beside him. When had this occurred, a cold smile crept across Xiaoqiu's face. Wan Huarong was quite the strategist. He did not dare to look into Yan Mingyi's room, instead moving on to Wan Yongyuan's room, that he lay sprawled across the center of the bed, while Dong Shutong nestled close to him. Xiaoqiu sensed something amiss and, upon further scrutiny, was struck with uncertainty. Dong Shutong was pregnant. With a heavy heart, he returned to the inn, startled by Xiao Yuxuan's wide-eyed gaze. "Why are you still awake?" he asked, a hint of reproach coloring his voice as he adjusted her blanket. "That I woke up and noticed my brother was gone," she replied fearfully, as if Xiaoqiu might vanish before her eyes at any moment. He patted her head and lay down fully clothed, yet sleep eluded him. The images of Wan Yongyuan and Dong Shutong lingered in his mind. In this apocalyptic world, childbirth was akin to a death sentence. There were no doctors. And he would not assist in delivery. What were they to do? With events unfolding in such a manner, Wan Huarong became inconsequential. The pressing concern was what to do about the child. The night passed in silence, and Xiaoqiu awoke with dark circles under his eyes that he fetched water to wash Xiao Yuxuan's face. It had been over a month since she had last washed. Transforming the once clean little girl into a muddy doll, her face smeared with dirt. After cleansing her cheeks, she rubbed her face and beamed at Xiaoqiu, her cheeks rosy. "Today, I will give you a bath. Scrubbing you clean, and then I'll dress you up beautifully," Xiaoqiu said with a smile, pinching her cheek. As the sun rose, the little boy faced the daylight. The weather was pleasant, promising a good day ahead. Carrying Xiao Yuxuan on his back, Xiaoqiu strode confidently into the hospital. Today, Shuelu was on duty and was the first to spot Xiaoqiu. With a face full of surprise, he rushed over, looking him over from left to right, pinching his arms and legs. Xiaoqiu had no time to explain what had transpired, immediately inquiring, "Where's Wan Huarong?" Shuelu, unaware of the situation, cheerfully replied, "Uncle Wan? He's upstairs. If he knew you were back, he'd be overjoyed. Come, I'll take you to see him. You must want to catch up with him, right? He said that if it weren't for you saving him that day, he wouldn't have made it back." Xiaoqiu scoffed coldly, then, with a surge of mental energy, he pushed past Shuelu, hastening towards the third floor. Wan Huarong had already sensed his arrival. It must be said that his abilities still had some utility. "Xiaoqiu, you're alive. I never expected this," Wan Huarong exclaimed on the third floor, holding a gun to Kai Jing's head. The others emerged, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, unable to comprehend why the usually benevolent Wan Huarong would suddenly threaten his own. In this moment, they chose to conveniently ignore the fact that Xiaoqiu, who had been presumed dead, was now standing before them. Xiaoqiu regarded him with cold eyes, his heart racing with anxiety. Let Kai Jing go, and I won't hold this against you. Just walk away from here, he demanded. Wan Huarong's expression twisted in rage. How could this possibly end here? I could have led them to a tranquil life. I could have guided them in establishing a new home. It is all you're doing, Xiaoqiu, targeting me and opposing me at every turn. As long as you are here, I will never be able to integrate into this collective. This is all your fault. Even Wan Yongyuan, despite his lack of intelligence, had nearly grasped the situation between Xiaoqiu and Wan Huarong. He shielded Dong Shatong behind him and spoke to Wan Huarong in as calm a voice as he could muster. Uncle Wan, none of us are targeting you. Not even Xiaoqiu. That if you would just lower your gun and spare Kai Jing, I could relinquish leadership to you. You would be in charge and any future decisions would be yours. We will forget everything that happened today. How laughable. Wan Yongyuan. You truly are a child. I have told Xiaoqiu that you lack the talent for leadership, and you obediently listen to me at a time like this. You still think of compromise? Look at what Xiaoqiu is doing. Always prepared to act, ready to rescue Kai Jing from my grasp. That is what you should be doing now, Wan Huarong mocked. Wan Yongyuan's face flushed, unsure whether from anger or embarrassment. Trembling, he drew his gun, finger on the trigger, aiming it at Wan Yongyuan. Yan Mingyi also brandished his gun at Wan Huarong, but what astonished Xiaoqiu the most was the girl, who had shared intimate moments with Wan Huarong, now weeping as she pointed her gun at him. Huarong, let Kai Jing go. I will go with you. Let us leave this place, shall we? The girl, who Xiaoqiu had little impression of, cried. Yet Wan Huarong did not even glance at her, his lecherous gaze fixated solely on Dong Shatong. Dio, you know, every night I watch you. Every detail from head to toe captivates me. Alas, it is not I who is with you. Wan Huarong lamented, disregarding Wan Yongyuan's feelings. Dong Shatong looked on in confusion, hiding behind Wan Yongyuan, uncertain of what he meant. His ability connects the gazes of others. He can link the sights of everyone here. Seeing what you see, Xiaoqiu explained, hoping to divert Wan Huarong's attention, then prepared to seize his gun through telekinesis. Xiaoqiu, do not move. I have seen enough of your tricks. You play with remnants of my games. The police in Hong Kong have long ceased such simple maneuvers, yet you surpass them, for you wield a supernatural ability. How impressive. Therefore, I cannot know when you will make your little moves. That if I accidentally pull the trigger due to nerves, your little girlfriend will bid you farewell. Xiaoqiu clenched his teeth, halting his telekinetic advance. That if Wan Huarong were a zombie, he could immobilize him entirely, but the effects of telekinesis on a living human were far less effective. Xiaoqiu had never conducted such experiments and dared not act rashly. Wan Huarong, I will kill you. Wan Yongyuan roared, for no one could tolerate the humiliation of having their girlfriend thoroughly scrutinized. Especially knowing he had been the one to view her. This was far more painful than death itself. Yet Wan Huarong ignored him, the muzzle of his gun inching closer to Kai Jing, pressing her head against the wall, dislodging a cloud of dust. Wan Huarong, your inaction suggests there is still room for negotiation. What do you want? Speak, and if it is within my power, I shall comply without hesitation. You may take the gun. You may take whatever you desire. Xiaoqiu spoke as calmly as he could, attempting to negotiate with Wan Huarong. Let us not beat around the bush. Am I not to leave in the end? If I were to tell you I do not wish to depart, what would you do? I shall not only leave, but also take these girls with me. As for you four men, you may die wherever you please. I have no use for you. However, if you agree to become my servants, obeying my commands, I might consider allowing you to remain. How does that sound? Can you meet such a condition? Wan Huarong said, a smug expression plastered across his face. Xiaoqiu's countenance darkened, as did the faces of the others. This hospital was their conquest, their sanctuary. How could they cede it to another? The girls who survived alongside them were family. They could not surrender them. Xiaoqiu, act now. Kai Jing, pressed against the wall by the gun, suddenly shouted, and in that instant, she vanished. Wan Huarong paused, then began firing frantically at the spot where Kai Jing had stood. Xiaoqiu's eyes turned crimson, his telekinetic power surging as he yanked Wan Huarong's gun-wielding hand clean off. Wan Huarong screamed, casting a terrified glance at Xiaoqiu, his eyes wild with madness. With a maniacal laugh, he leaped from the window. Xiaoqiu, I will not allow you to live in peace. Bang. It was over. No, merely the beginning. Chapter 14. Separation. Xiaoqiu ignored Wan Huarong, rushing to where Kai Jing had reappeared, using his telekinesis to staunch the bleeding from her gunshot wound, then shouted at the stunned Hui, "Quick, come here!" He, startled by Xiaoqiu's fury, scrambled over, checking Kai Jing's eyelids and the wound, then bowed his head, tears streaming down his face. Ready to speak, do not say you are sorry. Do not tell me you did your best. Save her, quickly. I beg you, save her. Xiaoqiu's voice cracked as he wept, tears mingling with blood on his hands, a peculiar shade of red. Kai Jing, do not cry that I am fine. Truly, she attempted to lift her hand to caress Xiaoqiu's face, but she lacked the strength. Wan Huarong's gun had contained 5 bullets. 3 struck her, 1 in her chest and 2 above her abdomen, potentially damaging vital organs. Xiaoqiu dared not probe her internal condition with his abilities. He could only cradle her head and weep that he refrained from uttering foolish words like, "Why did you do something so reckless?" Xiaoqiu was grateful to her. Had her invisibility not drawn Wan Huarong's attention, he would never have been able to sever Wan Huarong's hand, resulting in even greater casualties had things continued. "Xiaoqiu, you have yet to say you like me," Kai Jing whispered, a faint smile gracing her lips. Xiaoqiu held her gaze with utmost seriousness. "I like you very much. Our time together will be long. Once the apocalypse ends, we shall marry, have many children, and live in a grand house. No, a villa. A magnificent villa, where just our family resides." Kai Jing smiled, and Xiaoqiu kissed her lips, her smile brightening even more. "That I long to live that life with you. You are the wealthy one, and I am your affluent wife." "Kai Jing," Xiaoqiu whispered but received no response. "Kai Jing," he called again, but still, there was no answer. The bullet lodged near her heart was perilously close. He could not ascertain if it had struck, but the 2 bullets above her abdomen likely pierced her liver and stomach, remaining within. Thus, Xiaoqiu weakly gestured for Hui to cease, that he understood Kai Jing's condition. Even without the 2 bullets, the one in her chest was fatal, having struck the side of her heart. There was no hope left at a girl, who had remained inconspicuous, approached, wanting to say something, but upon seeing her, Xiaoqiu felt ill and waved her away. Wan Yongyuan came up to pat Xiaoqiu's shoulder, wishing to speak. Xiaoqiu understood. Those who perished not by the hands of zombies would inevitably rise as zombies themselves, and they would be even more formidable, for their abilities would not fade. Xiaoqiu cradled Kai Jing's head in despair, unable to bear the thought of her beautiful self becoming a mere shell of her former self. Yet he would never resort to ending her future with a blade. He allowed his telekinetic power to swirl within her mind, and all was finished. She would never awaken again, forever preserved in her beautiful form. "Xiaoqiu, zombies. There are many zombies." Yan Mingyi suddenly interjected, and Xiaoqiu recalled Wan Huarong's earlier words, instantly feeling dread. Indeed, he had jumped down, shattering upon impact, the scent of blood and flesh attracting nearby zombies. They came in hordes from the residential area and the school. Hundreds, no, thousands, zombies were in an uproar. "What do we do?" The others grew frantic, but there was no solution. There were too many zombies, an unending tide. What did it mean to have 1,000 people gathered? "Run!" Xiaoqiu decisively commanded. They had already established escape routes within the hospital, and a truck awaited at the entrance, sufficient for their escape to at that moment. The zombies had arrived, drawn by the scent. "Close the iron door on the 3rd floor. We will escape from the other side, taking only what we need. Hurry." Xiaoqiu tied Kai Jing to himself with a cloth. He would not leave her behind. He would take her with him. Brother Yu Xian, having never witnessed such a scene, was thoroughly terrified, timidly clutching Xiaoqiu's sleeve, uncertain of what to do. Xiaoqiu grasped her hand and said, "I am sorry, Yu Xian, but we must leave now. The hot shower we promised cannot happen today. Stay close and do not get lost, understood?" Yu Xian nodded obediently, gripping Xiaoqiu's sleeve tighter. Everyone packed a bag and slung it over their shoulders. Only Xiaoqiu carried Kai Jing. They exchanged nods and descended the stairs from the other side, where they had long prepared an escape route. Who would have thought it would be needed so soon? All of this was to be blamed on Xiaoqiu, for it was he who had brought Wan Huarong back. However, one cannot fault Xiaoqiu, for he initially had no inkling of his own malevolence. Descending to the 1st floor, they found the 3rd floor teeming with zombies, all congregating at another escape route. Howling in anticipation of a swift breach, Wan Yongyuan and Xiaoqiu exchanged a glance, summoning their strength in unison. And with a resounding shout, they propelled everything obstructing the first floor into the air, crashing down upon the zombies below. With a newfound target, the creatures roared and charged towards them. Xiaoqiu unleashed a flurry of mental energy, sending every zombie in their path hurtling away as they passed Wan Huarong. Xiaoqiu sneered, discarding all of his remaining belongings into the depths, believing such a person should not retain anything. Reaching the truck, when Yongyuan took the wheel, yet another dilemma arose. Both sides were obstructed, and the sheer number of zombies rendered the truck immovable. Even with upgraded mental prowess, there seemed no end to the creatures. One Yongyuan, drive east. That area lacks residential zones and has fewer people. I recall a route leading up the mountain. You all should seek refuge there while I draw the zombies away, that do not compete with me. My mental abilities afford me a higher chance of survival. Xiaoqiu spoke rapidly, placing Kai Jing in the truck before leaping out, resolved to divert the zombies toward himself, thereby enhancing their survival odds. However, another complication ensued. Yu Xian, seeing Xiaoqiu jump down, insisted on following suit, gripping him tightly and refusing to let go, declaring, "I want to go with my brother." Despite Xiaoqiu's attempts to persuade her, she remained steadfast, prompting him to raise his hand in frustration before lowering it again. Uncertain of how to proceed, "Xiaoqiu, take her with you," Dong Shetong interjected suddenly. Xiaoqiu's heart sank momentarily, yet he nodded in agreement, securing Yu Xian tightly to his back. "We will wait for you at the mountain road. You must return alive," Dong Shetong urged earnestly, the others mirroring her concern, though they failed to discern his true intentions. With Kai Jing deceased, Xiaoqiu felt despondent, his emotions in turmoil, tempted to join her in death, which drove him to declare his intent to attract the zombies and lead them away. Only Dong Shetong perceived Xiaoqiu's underlying motives, ensuring Yu Xian stayed with him to prevent any suicidal thoughts from taking root. He could perish, but never could he allow Yu Xian to share that fate. Thus, he resolved to survive alongside her. Be cautious, and a multitude of words could rival the weight of those two. Xiaoqiu shouted, propelling the zombies before him away with his mental force, and sprinted westward. As anticipated, the majority of zombies were lured away, hundreds trailing behind him. Unexpectedly, a smile broke forth. He felt an urge to laugh. And so he did, his laughter drawing even more zombies. Come, let us see whose prowess prevails," he jeered, his laughter echoing as hundreds of zombies followed in his wake, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Xiaoqiu pondered briefly before decisively heading northward. That a few miles to the north lay a small airport, a location that might provide solid refuge. His immediate concern was how to reach it and evade the throng of zombies. Outside a fast food restaurant, he spotted an old-fashioned bicycle that in a different time he would have scoffed at riding such a relic, yet today it appeared as a long-lost family member, its sturdy build far superior to any Japanese counterpart. Placing Yu Xian on the front bar, Xiaoqiu mounted the vintage bicycle and with a swift whoosh, took off. Initially, riding was cumbersome, as it had been ages since he had last pedaled such a large bike. And this one was particularly heavy. However, as he continued, he found his rhythm, the speed exhilarating, with no clattering of loose parts to disrupt the ride. "Brother, it's uncomfortable," Yu Xian remarked after a while. Indeed, such bicycles were now the domain of the elderly, and many children had likely never encountered one, unaware of the techniques required for a smooth ride. Glancing back, Xiaoqiu noted the zombies had vanished from sight, though a few remained nearby. Their numbers were sparse. He decided to pause, allowing Yu Xian to relax for a moment. "Brother, where are we?" Yu Xian inquired as she dismounted, catching Xiaoqiu off guard. He too was uncertain of their location, having never ventured this far west beyond the KTV. Now, it appeared to be a residential area, albeit one with an abundance of restaurants. "Brother, there's a large sign over there." Following Yu Xian's gaze, he read Aviation University. Suddenly, a memory sparked. This was the nearest university to their own school. A prestigious institution that in the past, he would pass by it on his way to school, often succumbing to car sickness and dozing off, leaving him with little recollection. However, the small airport was not far from here, though its exact distance remained unclear to him. "Brother, I'm hungry." Once again, Yu Xian's needs surfaced, coincidentally mirroring Xiaoqiu's own hunger, for it was now afternoon, and after pedaling for so long, his legs trembled slightly. Had he not been exercising regularly over the past few months, he would have surely cramped up by now. "That I'm hungry too." Luckily, I have some food. Otherwise, we would be in quite a predicament. Xiaoqiu pulled out some bread, only to smack his forehead in realization. He had neglected to bring water for a lighter load when parting from their group, a grave oversight given the abundance of zombies lurking within the nearby fast food establishments and shops. Brother, I'm choking, just as ill fate would have it. The bread proved too dry for Yu Xian. With no other option, Xiaoqiu led her towards the shop with the fewest zombies, hoping to find something to quench their thirst. As they approached the store, he halted suddenly, his entire being tensed. There were people inside, not zombies. Chapter 15. Arrival at the airport. His mental perception could only detect either humans or zombies. The latter were easier to sense from a distance. But humans required proximity for detection, that if Xiaoqiu had discerned zombies inside, he would have felt no fear. However, the presence of humans reminded him of Wan Huarong's ordeal, revealing that humans could be far more terrifying than zombies. Infinitely more so. Zombies devour humans out of instinct, merely seeking satiation, while humans may consume one another without remorse, leaving no trace behind. Thus, he sought to avoid any entanglement with these individuals. Xiaoqiu merely wished to pass through, grab a bite, and depart. Any association could lead to peril, especially with Yu Xian, who was of utmost importance to him. That at last, as the group departed, Xiaoqiu quietly ushered Yu Xian into the shop. The interior was a scene of devastation. No bread or instant noodles remained, though water was plentiful, likely too cumbersome for the previous occupants to carry away, or perhaps they had access to a reliable water supply system. Yet, such matters were of little concern to Xiaoqiu. The apocalypse had unfolded nearly 3 months prior, and fearing expiration, he offered Yu Xian a bottle of mineral water while filling a few for himself to sustain them on their journey. The small airport's distance remained uncertain, and they might not encounter further resources along the way. Once Yu Xian finished her water, Xiaoqiu prepared to stealthily exit, with the sun rapidly descending. They needed to find a secure spot to rest. Just as they stepped outside, a sudden gust of wind swept through, and Xiaoqiu instinctively positioned himself in front of Yu Xian, abruptly noticing a figure standing before him. Reacting on instinct, he attempted to seize the individual with his mental powers, only to fail as the person vanished before his eyes. Moving with remarkable speed, he recalled this extraordinary ability. "Hey, who are you?" At that moment, several others approached, encircling Xiaoqiu and Yu Xian. Squinting warily, he observed 4 individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, likely fellow students from the aviation university. Fortunate survivors like himself that he has a gun, the woman suddenly exclaimed, pointing at Xiaoqiu's backpack, her face flushed as she sought to control him. Xiaoqiu smirked. If abilities were ranked, he would be at least a level 3. While this woman was barely a level 1, but the disparity in their powers rendered any attempt to disarm him futile. "Who exactly are you?" the leader inquired, his suspicion growing as he placed his hand behind him, likely gripping a weapon of his own. "I am merely passing through, seeking a bit of water. Once quenched, we shall depart, for I have no desire to provoke any unpleasantness with you." The 4 exchanged glances, perhaps reassured by the sight of Yu Xian, a young girl, and concluded he was not a threat. After a brief discussion, the leader approached Xiaoqiu and stated, "Please do not take offense. This is our first encounter with another living person aside from ourselves. I suspect you feel similarly cautious, and such vigilance is understandable." Xiaoqiu nodded in agreement, recognizing their shared status as students at Yu Xian. "Let us be on our way." They showed no intent to obstruct him, and as he grasped Yu Xian's hand to leave, they called out to him once more. "The sun is nearly set. It is unsafe for you to wander with a young girl. Why not join us for the night? We can set out together at dawn. What do you think?" Xiaoqiu pondered for a moment, casting glances at them before nodding that by nightfall. She felt no fear. However, with Yu Xuan by her side, ensuring her safety was paramount. She could not afford any mishap, for Yu Xuan's life was far more precious than her own. Thus, this weighed heavily on Xiaoqiu's mind. She acquiesced to temporarily take refuge with them, which seemed to delight the others, though the reason for their joy eluded her. Nevertheless, she harbored no concerns, for her abilities vastly surpassed theirs. Aside from the exceptionally swift Xiaoqiu, whom she could not catch, she could easily subdue the others with certainty, as Xiaoqiu had anticipated. Their shelter was within a classroom. Yet this esteemed university surpassed her own humble institution, boasting well-equipped and pristine facilities. The room was spacious, yet warm and inviting, not at all cold. The surviving students from the aviation university outnumbered those from Xiaoqiu's school, totaling 20, with the majority being girls, 15 in total, accompanied by 5 boys. The girl who had attempted to control Xiaoqiu's pistol was the leader of the 15 girls and the girlfriend of the boy who had conversed with Xiaoqiu earlier. Lu Haohan, the one endowed with the power of incredible speed. This is Xiaoqiu from Academy. Everyone welcome her, Lu Haohan declared, initiating applause. Although the others appeared puzzled, they joined in, leaving Xiaoqiu somewhat bewildered. Was it truly necessary to make such a fuss over her spending a single night? Oh, and this little girl is Xiaoqiu's sister. Who is she to you? Lu Haohan inquired quietly. After a moment's contemplation, Xiaoqiu replied, She is my sister, ditto. This is Xiaoqiu's sister, Lu Yuxuan. Yuxuan interjected, correcting Lu Haohan. Everyone paused, taken aback. It was uncommon for siblings to bear different surnames. Yet they did not press the matter further, as such occurrences were not unheard of in society. Tonight, they will stay with us. Hey, could you fetch 2 more blankets and mattresses for them? Just lay them beside me. I'd like to have a word with Xiaoqiu, Lu Haohan chuckled, pulling Xiaoqiu close as if they were old friends. This display only heightened Xiaoqiu's wariness towards him. As the saying goes, beware of those who offer undue kindness. Xiaoqiu was not gullible enough to believe in the notion of instant camaraderie, after declining a girl's offer of kindness. Xiaoqiu personally arranged a bed for Yuxuan, allowing her to sleep first while he took the vigil beside her. Despite their status as students, Xiaoqiu remained vigilant, treating them as potential adversaries, all for the sake of safety. Why aren't you sleeping? Lu Haohan approached with a smile. Xiaoqiu tilted his head to glance at him, then turned away, softly stating, I cannot sleep. Lu Haohan chuckled, not revealing Xiaoqiu's true intentions as he sat beside him. Conversing like old acquaintances. Surely, there are others alive in your academy, right? To be frank, Xiaoqiu had never been fond of overly familiar individuals, so he distanced himself slightly, offering a mere nod in response. Undeterred, Lu Haohan continued, sharing details about their circumstances. After the apocalypse, many of us survived, yet we were often betrayed by those we knew. Oh, by the way, I refer to them as zombies. What do you call them? Regardless, it matters little. Our objective in this chaotic world is to survive. Living is the greatest triumph. Xiaoqiu remained silent, gently tucking the restless Yuxuan in, returning to his reverie. You know that feeling, watching familiar faces transform into grotesque beings? The heartache is profound. I believe you can relate. And witnessing those you know being devoured by zombies, the revulsion mixed with terror, it drives me to the brink of madness, were it not for Xiaoqiu's support. I would have truly lost my sanity, did I suspect you two have someone backing you, or else you wouldn't exhibit such resilience. Xiaoqiu, as Lu Haohan mentioned, was his girlfriend, Wu Shui, the one who had attempted to seize control of Xiaoqiu's pistol. Likely possessing powers akin to metal manipulation, I cannot fathom how Xiaoqiu managed to accept such a drastic change. Yet she did, consistently supporting me and urging me to persevere. Were it not for her, I would have faltered. That I know she appears strong outwardly, but internally, she is quite fragile, and thus I must protect her. Xiaoqiu remained reticent, yet he grasped Lu Haohan's intentions. He sought Xiaoqiu's assistance. This proposition held merit for both parties. Though it was merely Lu Haohan's perspective, he surmised that Xiaoqiu's solitary journey with a young girl indicated prior troubles within his group. As anticipated, Lu Haohan broached the main topic. Let me be candid with you. I wish for you to stay and join us. Out of 20 individuals, only 5 are boys, and with Xiaoqiu, that makes 6. 6 individuals to sustain 20 is a considerable burden, especially with the increasing number of zombies surrounding us that I doubt we can remain here for long. When the time comes to leave, the more people we have, the better. Xiaoqiu gazed at the moonlight, while Lu Haohan awaited his response. After a moment, Xiaoqiu spoke slowly. I have friends to meet. I must rejoin them, that I want to disclose the reasons for this journey. But I must return, regardless of their fate, that I understand your position, and I trust you can comprehend mine. Lastly, let me impart a piece of advice. Never trust strangers. It is a lesson learned through bloodshed. With that, he lay beside Yuxuan, drifting in his sleep. Understanding Lu Haohan's intentions relieved him. He did not fear for his safety. Lu Haohan remained silent for a long while, then rose to retire for the night. Although he had failed to recruit a formidable ally, their relationship remained amicable. Throughout the night, no words were exchanged. At dawn, Xiaoqiu requested a cushion from them to place on the back seat of the car. Ensuring Yushuan would not be jostled, To express it poetically, the verdant mountains remain unchanged, and the flowing waters persist. We shall meet again. Xiaoqiu smiled, bowing slightly to them as he mounted his vehicle. Yushuan, intrigued, mimicked Xiaoqiu's gesture, playfully stating, "The mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow. We are departing." Lu Haohan and the others erupted in laughter, charmed by Yushuan's innocent demeanor. "Xiaoqiu, if you find yourself without a place to go, consider joining us. We have 15 lovely ladies here. Aside from my Xiaoqiu, the rest are yours to choose from," Lu Haohan boasted. Xiaoqiu could only manage a bittersweet smile in response, choosing silence as he turned away and rode off. Once beyond the confines of the aviation university, Yushuan suddenly questioned, "Why must we leave? Haven't we already evaded the bad guys?" Growing weary from riding, Xiaoqiu stopped to quench his thirst, affectionately ruffling her hair as he replied, "Our original home has been destroyed. We must seek a new one, warm, sturdy, a refuge that shields us from the storm and ensures our safety." Yushuan, overwhelmed by a series of statements, nodded in a daze. Having departed the aviation university, the path ahead became significantly easier as residential areas were scarce and the presence of zombies diminished. Approximately a day later, the duo finally arrived at a small aircraft factory enclosed by a fence. Although they had reached their destination, no one displayed joy, for the area was overrun with zombies, filling the entire runway. Chapter 16. Helplessness. Though the airport was small, it occupied a considerable expanse within such a vast area. It was almost entirely infested with zombies, densely packed and chilling to behold. Xiaoqiu had never encountered a horde of this magnitude before. He was utterly astonished, his mind blank from the sheer enormity of it all. Little Yushuan was equally terrified, too frightened to utter a word. After a moment, she managed to whisper, "Brother, are we going to live here from now on?" "I don't want to." Xiaoqiu's face contorted into a bittersweet smile. He too harbored no desire for such a fate. He had initially imagined the airport to be a sturdy and comfortable haven. But who could have predicted it would be in such disarray? Who could explain how so many zombies had infiltrated? Did they possess the capacity for thought, discerning warm and comfortable places? "Let us go. We must return and reunite with them," Xiaoqiu sighed, turning the vehicle around. Embarking upon a journey laden with uncertainty and fear for the future. How would they navigate the road ahead? How would they survive? A day later, Xiaoqiu and Yushuan finally returned to the gates of the aviation university. He rode past without intending to greet them. Perhaps the classroom would be a suitable refuge, though certainly not the one meant for students, but rather the administrative building's classroom, which might offer a bit more warmth. Perhaps fortune favored these two unfortunate, homeless children, as they encountered no zombies on their return journey and arrived safely at the intersection. Heading east, Xiaoqiu hesitated, ultimately deciding to temporarily abandon that notion and instead seek shelter in the administrative building for the night. Night had fallen, and they were driving. He was uncertain if the others had ventured into the mountains. Due to the previous incident, the zombies within the school had been lured away, leaving only a few behind. Xiaoqiu cautiously led Yushuan into the administrative building, prying open the principal's office door. After all, this was the largest and most opulent room, with a sofa spacious enough for two to sleep comfortably. "Brother, whose room is this? It's so beautiful." Yushuan was filled with joy, exploring every nook and cranny of the house, her gaze lingering particularly on the oil painting adorning the wall, which she cherished above all else. Regrettably, Xiaoqiu was unaware of what it was, otherwise he could have shared a few words about it, thereby elevating his own status. That as night fell, the streets outside became suddenly inundated with zombies, their ravenous expressions evident as they wandered aimlessly. Standing on the upper floor, Xiaoqiu gazed down. Lost in thought, he recalled a phrase from his readings. Existence is rational. Yet how could one explain the presence of zombies? And what of the extraordinary abilities possessed by the living? Were these mere jests from the heavens? "Brother, it's time for bed," Yushuan chimed, her small head peeking in, pulling Xiaoqiu back from his philosophical musings. The night passed in silence, and when dawn broke, the zombies on the streets had dispersed. Xiaoqiu quietly took Yushuan and left the school, heading east along the route that Wang Yongwen and the others had taken, planning to rendezvous at the foot of the mountain that if all went well, they should be waiting there. The distance from the school to the mountain's entrance was considerable, but fortunately, there were few inhabitants along the way. However, the zombies remained numerous. These were the same zombies that had trailed Wanyang, left behind when they failed to catch him. Dealing with them consumed a good deal of Xiaoqiu's effort. By noon, Xiaoqiu finally brought Yushuan to the mountain's entrance, but to their dismay, there was no vehicle in sight, nor any sign left behind by the others. Had they failed to adhere to their agreement to wait here? Or had something unforeseen occurred? After some contemplation, Xiaoqiu decided to have Yushuan descend and push the cart uphill. Given Wanyang's tendencies, he would likely not wait at the foot of the mountain but venture further in, for the mountain was typically deserted, making it arduous for zombies to ascend. Thus, despite the rugged terrain, it was comparatively safer. The mountain path was a narrow, uneven concrete road, which became increasingly difficult to navigate with the cart. To make matters worse, for reasons unknown, the road was damp, with patches of ice making it treacherous. After about an hour of laborious ascent, the road gradually leveled, but the concrete gave way to a muddy path, even more challenging to traverse. Pitted and uneven, with mud caking the cart's wheels as they rounded a bend. The path began to descend. Pushing the cart required utmost caution. Yet, Xiaoqiu still had not spotted their vehicle. Disheartened, he relinquished hope of finding the others on the mountain. It was apparent that Wanyang and his group had not made it up here, for the path was hardly wide enough for two people to walk side by side, let alone accommodate a truck. Upon reaching a bamboo grove, Xiaoqiu discovered a traditional single-story house, where two zombies were likely residing. Having succumbed to the misfortune of their surroundings, nobody would know of their demise. Though Xiaoqiu held little interest in them, his dwindling supplies compelled him to investigate for food. Yushuan, stay by the cart, and don't wander off. If anything happens, run towards me. Understood? He instructed, patting her head. He harbored no fear of encountering zombies here, as none had been detected within his sensory range. As for snakes and vermin, it was winter, and all cold-blooded creatures were in hibernation. Inside, the two zombies appeared to be lying in bed, having met their end without suffering, likely maintaining their current position since the onset of their condition. Zombies were of two kinds: those that roamed outside, which were easier to evade, and those like these, dormant and unresponsive without interaction. Pushing open the bedroom door, Xiaoqiu was immediately met with a suffocating stench, far more pungent than even Yin Mingyi's foul odor, nearly causing him to retch. But upon opening this door, it was as if he had unleashed Pandora's box. The two zombies arose from their slumber, and Xiaoqiu truly did vomit. The corpses had been so long in bed that their decaying flesh adhered to the sheets. And as they stood, a sickening sound echoed, "Oh, hell." Using his mental prowess to command a knife, Xiaoqiu dispatched the two zombies and quickly located a cup of water to rinse his mouth, cursing under his breath. In the future, I must avoid entering other people's homes. Zombies may not kill, but the stench of decay could certainly do so, and the ghastly sight is more horrifying than any biological weapon. This household appeared to have been occupied for quite some time, with ample supplies, though most were raw and few were ready to eat. After a thorough search, he managed to find only 2 packets of instant noodles, the kind that cost 50 cents each, insufficient for Yushuan alone. They had gas and vegetables, but therein lay the dilemma. Xiaoqiu was not adept at cooking. After a brief internal struggle, he ultimately abandoned the idea of preparing a meal, deciding the provisions should be left for someone more capable. Having come this far, descending the mountain would be quicker, and he could find something for Yushuan to eat later. For now, they'd make do with the 2 packets of instant noodles. Having closed the door behind the deceased couple, Xiaoqiu took the noodles back to Yushuan and resumed their descent down the mountain, which proved to be much easier on a gravel path. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, Xiaoqiu gazed at the zombies below, suddenly engulfed in confusion. Wanyang and his group were nowhere to be found. What path should he take now? At the opposite end of the mountain lay a residential area, featuring modest villas that appeared quite upscale. Surely, the affluent would possess valuable items. Using his mental acuity, he detected a small villa with the least number of zombies, and it was active, sparing him from the overwhelming stench of decay. Tonight, they would make this their temporary home. After clearing out the zombies and hanging them outside to mislead others, Xiaoqiu and Yushuan settled into the villa. To be frank, this was Xiaoqiu's first experience staying in such a fine dwelling. The previous owners, who were undoubtedly well off in the eyes of the average person, had left behind a newly released PS4 and a coveted Apple computer, though unfortunately, they were not functional. The owner's child was likely a high school boarder, seldom returning home, which contributed to the emptiness of the room. Perfect for them to rest in tonight. They would figure out their plans in the morning that as night descended, after lulling Yuxuan to sleep. Xiaqiu stood by the window, observing the shifting shadows outside, that he had developed a habit of contemplating profound questions whenever he stood there, his thoughts wandering freely, from the grand concepts of philosophy to the mundane concerns of what to do the following day. Now he pondered what lies ahead, that Wang Yangyuan's whereabouts were a mystery, and with his vehicle in motion, and Xiaqiu riding his own, retracing their steps from 3 days prior would be nearly impossible. Lost in thought, he suddenly recalled Lu Haohan's earlier words. If there was nowhere to go, he could seek refuge with him. Perhaps this was a prudent choice that if Xiaqiu were alone, he would never consider going to Lu Haohan. But with Yuxuan in tow, every decision had to prioritize her safety. He could not allow her to accompany him as he evaded danger. The solar-powered streetlights flickered, signaling their imminent end of life. As dawn broke, the zombies receded, and Xiaqiu rose with Yuxuan to set off. Their journey up and down the mountain had essentially circled the school, placing them directly west of it. Upon leaving the villa area and heading east, Xiaqiu spotted the large store they had once frequented, now devoid of zombies, with a small hole in the door that he had made for the benefit of future travelers. Squeezing through the opening with Yuxuan, they gathered some essential supplies before continuing on their way. As night approached, they finally arrived at the Aviation University. However, this time, Xiaqiu pulled Yuxuan back, alarmed to see the campus swarming with zombies, all converging into the area. It appeared a horde was passing through. "Brother, there are so many bad guys," Yuxuan whispered in astonishment. Xiaqiu quickly covered her mouth, signaling her to remain silent. What should he do? Rush in to assist or turn a blind eye? Although there were 20 individuals in Lu Haohan's group, it must be said candidly that only Lu Haohan possessed the ability to protect himself. His powers could easily disregard the number of zombies. But the others were not so fortunate. Faced with such a multitude, they were utterly powerless. Ultimately, Xiaqiu chose to step back, for he too was helpless. Chapter 17. Surrounded after observing from the shadows for a considerable time, Xiaqiu made the difficult decision to abandon the idea of intervening. The sheer volume of zombies was terrifying, and his presence would only serve as an additional burden, especially since Yuxuan would never abandon him. Attempting to assist would only result in her being temporarily taken along, becoming a liability. Soon, the horde surged into the Aviation University, transforming the once quiet campus into a scene of chaos. All Xiaqiu could do was remain outside and pray for their safety, hoping they would evade detection by the zombies and successfully navigate this perilous ordeal. Yet he himself is now adrift, unaware of where to go. Originally, he had intended to seek refuge with Lu Haohan and his companions during this summer and autumn. But now it appears uncertain whether they can evade this calamity. Once the number of zombies outside diminishes, Xiaqiu plans to swiftly navigate through the horde on his bicycle, prioritizing escape from this perilous place. Regardless of what tomorrow holds, today he must find a secure location to spend the night, and in the future, he must remain vigilant, for the zombies are capable of large-scale movements. If encountered, fleeing at the earliest opportunity is imperative. Nearby the Aviation University, there are numerous inns, yet Xiaqiu refrains from choosing any of them, deterred by the overwhelming presence of zombies inside. Instead, he heads northward, determined to leave the vicinity of the university behind. Continuing northward, he discovers a road leading to the highway, where he halts, contemplating whether to proceed. There is a toll station not far from his location, and he resolves to head there for the night. Upon entering the highway, he finds the road largely devoid of vehicles. No one will come to inform him that riding a bicycle on the highway is ill-advised. However, several solitary zombies litter the highway, posing no immediate threat. For the sake of safety, Xiaqiu dispatches them one by one to prevent any from trailing him. The toll station is grand in design, yet the duty room leaves much to be desired, as it harbors zombies, much to Xiaqiu's dismay. Despite their mobility, zombies remain corpses that will eventually decay, and while the reasons behind their slow decomposition remain unknown, the stench of death is inevitable. One can only imagine the odor wafting from the duty room. Opting to forego that space, he is fortunate to find several parked buses nearby, devoid of zombies. That it is a stroke of luck, as the presence of these buses at the toll station is puzzling, yet it proves advantageous for Xiaqiu. The long-distance bus is equipped with air conditioning, but Xiaqiu, being utterly clueless about automobiles, hesitates to meddle with the controls, fearing he might inadvertently activate the alarm. Thus, he and Yu Xian huddle in the last row of seats to endure the night. That Wei Yu Xian, following Xiaqiu throughout the journey, utters no complaints and refrains from crying, which brings him comfort. She is an obedient child and his savior, yet Xiaqiu feels he has failed to care for her properly, as he has not provided even the most basic shelter, let alone the necessities a child requires, leaving him plagued with guilt. The long bench at the back of the bus is quite comfortable for one, but with two, it becomes cramped. Consequently, Xiaqiu resorts to lying on the hard floor, which evokes memories of his past sufferings on those unforgiving green trains with hard seats. Sleep eludes him until the dead of night, when suddenly the bus shakes violently, jolting him awake. Instinctively, he remains motionless, gently waking Yu Xian and covering her mouth to stifle any sound. Fortunately, he had securely closed the bus doors earlier. Otherwise, should a zombie enter, they would have nowhere to escape. The Wei Yu Xian, startled by Xiaqiu's sudden gesture, gazes at him with wide, puzzled eyes, unsure of the cause for his alarm. Yet, she obediently complies, remaining silent and still. Once the horde is past, Xiaqiu releases his grip, lying back down and exhaling a sigh of relief. Encountering such a situation in the dead of night is undeniably thrilling, and he sincerely hopes to avoid it in the future, for those with weak hearts would surely be terrified. "Brother, did the bad guys come just now?" Yu Xian whispers softly, her voice barely above a whisper, as if engaged in secretive work. Xiaqiu gestures for silence, using his instincts to sense any movement outside. Once he confirms that the zombies have departed, he whispers back, "It's all right now. They have left. You can continue to sleep." "But I can't sleep anymore," she replies, fiddling with his hair, which has become matted and unkempt, emitting an unpleasant odor. Xiaqiu, feeling embarrassed, gently brushes her hand away, saying, "Tomorrow, I'll take you to see my home. All right? It's a bit far. Can you endure it?" Having reluctantly given up on the hope of finding Lu Haoen's group and uncertain if he will ever see Wan Yongyuan again, Xiaqiu decides to return home. Hoping his family is safe, he believes there must be survivors in his neighborhood and fervently wishes for the well-being of his parents. There is, however, one crucial detail. A military garrison is stationed near Xiaqiu's home. Although not large, it is armed. He has long since exhausted the bullets in his handgun, even discarding the weapon itself. While the pistol had little utility for him, the use of his mental abilities drains his physical strength significantly, especially since, following his recent enhancement, his stamina has not kept pace with the demands of his abilities, leaving him utterly fatigued after each exertion. Thus, possessing a firearm would be immensely beneficial, provided he learns to wield it effectively. To be precise, Xiaqiu must master the art of accurately hitting his target. Of the 5 bullets in his handgun, he had wasted 3, and the remaining 2 had failed to fell a zombie. As the night wears on, Yu Xian ultimately succumbs to sleep, while Xiaqiu remains wide awake, waiting for dawn to break. With the sun's ascent, they set off once more. This highway is one he frequently traverses en route to school, so he is confident in his direction. By noon, Xiaqiu finally encounters a river, though he remains ignorant of its name. There is no signal here, and he lacks a mobile phone, rendering him oblivious to his whereabouts. Yu Xian, upon seeing the river, beams with joy, tugging at Xiaqiu's hair, exclaiming, "Brother, you should wash your hair. It's so filthy." Xiaqiu turns to her, teasingly pulling at her disheveled locks, replying, "You're no better, little dirty child." Though he yearns to wash himself in the river's murky waters, he ultimately resigns to the notion that it would be unwise, especially with the occasional corpse drifting by. Yu Xian, feeling dejected, swats at Xiaqiu, who chuckles in response, "Next time, I'll heat some water for you to bathe in." Washing in cold water on such a chilly day could lead to a cold. Still preoccupied with her hair, Yu Xian climbs onto Xiaqiu's shoulders, delighting in her elevated view, while Xiaqiu struggles under her weight. Despite having been exercising regularly, his body is somewhat weakened from subsisting on a meager diet of nutrition-poor food. After a brief duration of carrying Yu Xian, Xiaqiu declares his fatigue, feeling utterly exhausted. More so than when riding the bicycle, he gently sets her down to rest for a moment, but they resume walking. Yu Xian remains obedient, recognizing her brother's weariness and no longer insisting that he carry her. Instead, she follows closely behind, mimicking his every step like a devoted shadow. Winter days are brief, and soon darkness envelopes the landscape. Yet, Xiaoqiu has yet to encounter a single dwelling. Wei Yuxian has fallen asleep on his back, peacefully nestled, while Xiaoqiu continues the arduous search for a place to rest, recalling that the journey from home to school typically requires 6 to 7 hours by bus. In calculating the distance he has covered thus far, he realizes he has traversed less than a third of the way. At this pace, it will take him nearly 3 days to reach home. Assuming favorable conditions, his greatest concern now is the lack of a place to sleep. After an indeterminate amount of time, Xiaoqiu finds solace in the fact that the highway is largely devoid of zombies. However, no signs of habitation appear along the roadside, leaving him in a desolate stretch where there are no towns or inns. Must he resort to sleeping outdoors? After wandering for an unknown duration, the darkness remains unyielding, and Xiaoqiu finds himself at a crossroads, uncertain of which path to take. Choosing the left road, which he estimates leads northwest, he can only hope luck is on his side. Fortunately, his decision proves sound. Though he is unsure of the correctness of his direction, he finally discovers a place to rest, a factory. Inside, only a handful of zombies linger, likely having ventured out for the night. Leaving behind only a few stragglers, Xiaoqiu dispatches them effortlessly, as his mental abilities have become increasingly refined, and since his last upgrade, he has experienced daily growth, though whether this is a blessing or a curse remains unclear to him. The factory is sizable, indicative of heavy industry, with large machinery scattered throughout the workshops, producing substantial mechanical components, none of which Xiaoqiu recognizes. That he eventually stumbles upon the factory's dormitory, which is permeated with a musty odor and an unsettling smell, yet thankfully devoid of the stench of decay. For Xiaoqiu, this is a welcome find, and he settles into a room with a relatively tolerable scent. Gently laying Yuxian down, he tucks her in and begins to ponder whether he should carry a blanket with him to avoid the possibility of sleeping outdoors someday. Exhausted from the day's trials, Xiaoqiu quickly drifts into a deep slumber, only to be awakened at dawn by the raucous sounds of zombies outside. Goodness, even zombies know how to return to their nests. Xiaoqiu, feeling disheartened, remarked that the zombies outside were clad in work uniforms, unmistakably the factory's laborers. They were all robust and brawny, and if Xiaoqiu were to confront them physically, it was inevitable that he would be torn to shreds. Fortunately, these zombies showed no inclination to enter. They merely loitered in the expansive outdoor area. With a greater concentration in the workshop, it seemed that the zombies preferred to avoid the sunlight, and Xiaoqiu suddenly realized this significant trait, or perhaps weakness, of theirs. While over half of the zombies had entered the workshop, those remaining outside were still a considerable number. Xiaoqiu knew he could not charge out alone, especially since he was accompanied by Yuxuan, a defenseless little girl. "Brother, we're surrounded," Yuxuan murmured sleepily from the window, her tone reminiscent of a child stating, "Brother, I'm hungry," leaving Xiaoqiu both amused and exasperated. Chapter 18. A fate worse than death. Yuxuan's calm demeanor inadvertently soothed Xiaoqiu. After all, where there was a will, there was a way. Moreover, the number of zombies outside was not overwhelming, especially when compared to an airport. Observing their movements sparked a bold idea in Xiaoqiu's mind. He envisioned eliminating them all, controlling a military knife with his thoughts while hiding inside the building. They would not discern who was orchestrating their downfall, nor would they ponder why their companions were collapsing. This presented a golden opportunity for Xiaoqiu. With this thought firmly planted in his mind, he cautiously opened a crack in the door, directing the knife to glide along the ground stealthily towards the nearest zombie. This particular one had been bitten to death, its arms riddled with bite marks, hinting at some extraordinary ability. Yet this would not deter Xiaoqiu from his murderous intent, nor could it alter the creature's doomed fate. The zombie, however, was highly vigilant and detected the knife's approach. Xiaoqiu, without a moment's hesitation, commanded the knife to plunge into its skull. That a sharp sound echoed as the knife was unexpectedly deflected. Stunned, Xiaoqiu cursed under his breath. This creature possessed a form of invulnerability, remaining resilient even in death. The skull was the hardest part of a human body, and one with such an ability would be exceptionally difficult to vanquish. The noise drew the attention of the surrounding zombies, who began to stir restlessly. The one with the invulnerability ability was particularly enraged, bellowing and knocking into others. Fearful of being discovered, Xiaoqiu immediately seized his control over the knife, holding his breath to avoid attracting further attention, mentally cursing his misfortune for encountering such a formidable opponent first. After a prolonged wait, the commotion finally subsided, and several zombies that had entered the workshop emerged, lingering and refusing to depart. The number in the open area suddenly doubled, and Xiao's plan to eliminate them all became indefinitely postponed. That noon arrived, under a clear sky. The sun blazed down, warming the winter air significantly. The zombies outside instinctively drifted back into the workshop, diminishing their numbers once more. The accursed invulnerable zombie had also retreated inside, and at last, an opportunity presented itself to Xiao. With the knife once again under his control, Xiao launched a swift attack, successfully slaying one of the ordinary zombies. The thud of its fall attracted the attention of others, who glanced over momentarily before continuing their aimless wandering. This initial kill marked a promising start. And emboldened by his newfound experience, Xiao struck repeatedly, one after another succumbing to his blade. In no time, the zombies that had remained outside were all dispatched, yet new ones continually emerged from the workshop to investigate the commotion. Xiao spared no mercy on those that appeared, wielding the knife with the precision of a reaper's scythe, each flash of movement resulting in another lifeless body on the ground. Soon, his large-scale slaughter caught the attention of the majority within the workshop, who, sensing something amiss, mobilized together, bewildered by the sight of their fallen comrades. Their cacophony of roars was deafening, causing Yuxuan to curl up in Xiao's embrace, trembling in fear. "Brother, what are they doing?" Yuxuan's voice quivered, barely audible to Xiao. Truthfully, he was curious whether these creatures possessed any semblance of thought. That if they did, what could they possibly be contemplating? Were they pondering the meaning of existence, or simply yearning for a meal? But he lacked the ability to discern their thoughts, whereas Yuxuan, in her own way, seemed to perceive a darkness devoid of clarity, akin to a night without streetlights or moonlight. The increasing number of zombies outside made Xiao hesitant to act, fearing detection. Furthermore, after prolonged exertion, he felt fatigued, and so he withdrew his mental control, setting the knife down to await another opportunity. During this bout of carnage, Xiao had slain over 20 zombies, 2 of which possessed extraordinary abilities. Though he remained oblivious to their specific powers, the sensation of killing ordinary zombies contrasted starkly with that of those endowed with abilities. The former were merely foolish, while the latter exhibited a different kind of stupidity. As noon passed, Xiao and Yuxuan managed to scrounge together a meager meal. With the afternoon sun still powerful even in winter, it was likely the zombies would venture back into the workshop. However, contrary to Xiao's expectations, they not only failed to return indoors but instead wandered outside. This development puzzled Xiao further. What could be their purpose? Their behavior lacked any discernible pattern. Some resembled couples lounging in a secluded cabin, remaining undisturbed, while others seemed to wander aimlessly within their homes, showing no inclination to escape. Yet the majority exhibited a distinct aversion to sunlight, roaming freely at night, their routines reminiscent of bats, with some even migrating en masse like migratory birds. Concerned that more zombies lurked outside, Xiao refrained from recklessly venturing out. As dusk approached, their activity levels heightened, amplifying his hesitance. Food and water supplies were dwindling, and there were no convenience stores to procure snacks within the factory. Leaving him to endure hunger, he felt a twinge of guilt for Yuxuan's plight, as she had nothing to eat. As night fell, shadows flitted outside the factory, signaling the zombies' awakening, akin to a raucous party. Lacking only fireworks and drinks, Yuxuan nibbled on a few morsels before succumbing to boredom and drifting off to sleep. Meanwhile, Xiao remained on high alert, though fatigue threatened to overwhelm him. After a day filled with tension, he longed for rest but dared not succumb, fearing the potential disturbances from outside. Eventually, he observed that the remaining zombies had settled down, showing no signs of wandering. Unable to resist the tide of sleep any longer, he surrendered to exhaustion, feeling as though he were perpetually walking on the knife's edge, each step fraught with peril. Then on the third morning in the factory, Xiao was awakened by Yuxuan's hair as she playfully poked his nose. In her boredom, she found amusement in this little game, leaving him to sneeze repeatedly. Once the sneezing subsided, the lingering drowsiness vanished. A rather effective way to wake up, he mused, rising to draw back the curtains. He noticed that the group of zombies that had ventured out the previous evening had not returned. Only a handful remained, and no sign of them outside. Seizing the moment, Xiao grasped the knife firmly. Feeling invincible, the few zombies that remained were inconsequential in his eyes. With swift, decisive movements, he dispatched them all, realizing why wizards in fantasy novels were often portrayed as formidable. Their ability to strike from a distance rendered them untouchable while they dealt damage relentlessly. After acquiring a bicycle from the factory's shed, Xiaoqiu swiftly rode away with Yushuan, reminding himself of the urgent need to learn how to drive, that if he could master driving, he would no longer need to rely on such an inferior mode of transportation. He resolved to learn to operate a car, aspiring to one-day cruise in luxury vehicles worth millions, dismissing anything less as beneath him. Once his daydreaming subsided, they rode for hours, and with the morning and previous night having yielded no food, Xiaoqiu felt his hunger intensifying. Fortunately, they stumbled upon a village, or perhaps it was more accurately described as a cluster of fish ponds. Uncertain of their location, he noted the presence of small huts beside each pond. Suggesting the possibility of food at last, he and Yushuan could afford to rest. Selecting a hut devoid of inhabitants, Xiaoqiu entered with Yushuan. Moments later, he emerged, cursing under his breath. There was nothing to eat inside. However, given the surrounding fish ponds, he surmised that fish were plentiful. Resolute, he decided to catch some fish for a meal, opting to consume them raw. Anything would suffice. The fish were undoubtedly freshwater, and Xiaoqiu consoled himself with that thought. In truth, the taste of fishy blood lingered in his mouth, and he hardly resembled a satisfied diner. Yet lacking culinary skills, he had no choice but to slaughter and eat the fish raw. Fortunately, the hut contained a knife and cutting board. Otherwise, he would have resorted to tearing the flesh with his hands. Yushuan, however, did not dare to partake, wrinkling her nose in distaste at the smell. Having eaten half a fish, Xiaoqiu spat out the remainder in frustration. The gallbladder had burst, inundating his mouth with an unbearable bitterness. Regret washed over him as he lamented not having learned to cook. Aside from scrambled eggs, he could hardly prepare even fried rice. At last he managed to quell the protests of his hunger, though his stomach still grumbled in discomfort from the raw fish. Summer and autumn remind me of the Japanese indulging in sashimi. Yet they forget that they do not burn wasabi while eating it. However, when the stomachache strikes, it is too late to remember that in truth, even if I recall, it is of no use, for there is no wasabi or similar items available here. Brother, what is the matter? Yuxian looked at Xiaoqiu, who was tossing and turning in bed, her face filled with concern, feeling helpless and frightened. Xiaoqiu felt fortunate that Yuxian had not consumed raw fish earlier. Otherwise, her stomach pain might have cost her life at this moment. Xiaoqiu ought to be grateful for her psychic ability, as beneath the pain, she could sense the condition of her body, discovering the presence of small worms in her stomach, varying in length, akin to parasites that Only then did Xiaoqiu recall the antibacterial properties of wasabi. Thankfully, it was only recently ingested, and she could simply expel it. The psychic perception only detected the foreign objects in her stomach but could not control their expulsion. Xiaoqiu, feeling helpless, resorted to the most primitive method to induce vomiting. She instructed Yuxian to stay in the small cabin while she sought out another tiny room. Inside, everything was motionless, precisely what she required. After eliminating the presence within using a military knife, Xiaoqiu, pale-faced, pushed open the small door and almost instantaneously rushed out, covering her mouth. Damn it, I truly did not wish to resort to this method. The fish in the pond, likely neglected for some time, were not hibernating during the winter, but instead rushed to devour Xiaoqiu's vomit. Upon witnessing this, she recalled that she had just consumed them, and unable to contain herself, she retched again. However, this time there was nothing substantial left to expel, merely the acidic taste of gastric juices. Xiaoqiu's condition worsened. After regaining a semblance of composure, Xiaoqiu greeted the fish on the other side before sending them back into the water. Allowing them to feast on what she had provided, she resolutely decided never to return to that place. Back in the small cabin, Yuxian observed Xiaoqiu's waxen complexion and expressed concern. Brother, let us rest here for the night. Your complexion is far from well. Without needing Yuxian's urging, Xiaoqiu lacked the strength to continue their journey. They indeed required a night's respite. The pond cabin was still quite decent, safe and secure, unless a large group approached and filled the pond. It would be impossible for anyone to draw near them. This day had begun with an empty stomach, followed by a raw fish meal that led to stomach pain, and subsequently, vomiting, expelling every morsel she had consumed. Xiaoqiu felt that her current state was best described as worse than death. Chapter 19. Scoundrel in the dead of night, the last thing Xia Qiu wished for occurred. She developed a fever. After consuming nothing but nutritionally deficient food for an extended period, coupled with relentless travel and her already frail constitution, all negative factors converged, resulting in a fever being the most favorable outcome. Coughing, without a thermometer, Xia Qiu was unaware of her exact temperature, but the heat radiating from her head and the warmth of her breath indicated that her fever was undoubtedly above 38°C. Furthermore, the fever had triggered tonsillitis, and each cough sent pangs of pain coursing through her. In the past, such a fever would have left Xia Qiu in a daze. Yet now she felt remarkably lucid. Her thoughts flowed effortlessly, and her psychic perception seemed heightened, perhaps a twist of fate amidst her misfortune. Struggling to prop herself up, Xia Qiu mentally assessed her condition, swiftly devising a treatment plan. Apply an ice pack to reduce her temperature and take roxithromycin tablets. She did not understand why this knowledge had suddenly surfaced, yet it was there. But what use was knowledge alone? With her current physical state, venturing out with Yuxian in search of medicine was simply unfeasible. Though lacking medicine, Xia Qiu could take emergency measures. It was winter, and ice was abundant. She tore a corner off the bed sheet, found a plastic bag, and ventured outside to gather several ice cubes. Embracing them, she returned to her bed and pressed the ice against her forehead, leaving her fate to chance. With the ice helping to cool her down, Xia Qiu felt slightly more comfortable. Perhaps it was merely a psychological effect, but she sensed the fever had receded a bit, and her head no longer pounded as fiercely. However, her tonsils remained swollen, indicating that even if Xia Qiu persevered, she would need to abstain from hard foods for the next few days that moment. She longed for a bowl of congee. In the latter half of the night, Xia Qiu managed to drift into a brief slumber. Upon awakening, she found her head less painful, and the fever had indeed subsided somewhat. Though she felt utterly drained from having gone 2 days without nourishment, the Yu Xian, too, had not eaten for an entire day, yet she behaved obediently, her stomach growling without a word of complaint, filling Xia Qiu with guilt. After a brief moment of organization, Xia Qiu understood that they must continue their journey today. They needed to find a village to procure food, for while she could endure a bit longer, Yu Xian could not afford to go hungry, especially with her stomach growling so audibly. Concerned about the sound she might hear, Xia Qiu felt a wave of sorrow and guilt. The fish in the water seemed uninterested in him. Aside from a couple of initial bites, they had not returned. Mounting his bike again, Xia Qiu transported Yu Xian once more, albeit at a much slower pace this time, as he felt utterly weak and fatigued. The fever had yet to fully dissipate, and he was now susceptible to a cold. With the fever and tonsillitis, merely standing was already a testament to his resilience. Perhaps fate was smiling upon him. Before noon, he experienced a delightful surprise that it was likely a couple, and upon seeing them, it suggested that they would soon reach a village. Wherever there were people, there would undoubtedly be a medical station and a small shop. Overjoyed, he thought that since they could not keep up, they could run after them if they wished. Indeed, Xia Qiu soon spotted houses, not the typical rural mud brick structures, but rather 2-story buildings. Although they were a distance from the highway, Xia Qiu felt elated. The presence of 2-story buildings indicated that this village was relatively prosperous, and the small shop could be a sizable store, while the medical station could actually provide medical assistance. The likelihood of a hospital here was minimal, given its proximity to the noisy highway. Upon descending from the highway, Xia Qiu stealthily entered the village, avoiding any gunfire. To be precise, they were all gathered at a fork in the road. There were hundreds of them, causing Xia Qiu to flee in fright. Damn it, they know how to band together for survival. Fortunately, the village was not small, and the roads were well maintained. He was uncertain of his current location, due to the village's orderly construction. With uniformly built 2-story homes, Xia Qiu found himself lost. Everything appeared identical, making it impossible to discern direction or locate an exit. It seemed to be one large family, and dealing with a household in his ailing state was simply not feasible. After turning several corners, Xia Qiu suddenly halted before a house that appeared to be quite affluent. The small building occupied a larger footprint than the others and had a unique design. Most notably, 2 stone lions guarded the entrance, an expense not typically afforded by an average household. This was not the only reason Xia Qiu paused at their doorstep. He sensed that there were people inside, living people, and quite a few at that, 7 in total. They were likely survivors of this village, gathered together for survival. Such familiar organizations are typically averse to outsiders joining their ranks. Xiaoqiu's intention was never to integrate with them. His purpose for stopping before their door was singular: to request food and medicine, and, if possible, inquire about the way out. In essence, Xiaoqiu planned to play the role of a beggar to avoid attracting the attention of zombies. Xiaoqiu knocked softly, wary of making too much noise, though they should be able to hear him. After a brief moment, a voice from within inquired, "Who is it?" "Survivors, seeking some supplies that we are just two, one university student and a little girl." Xiaoqiu conveyed their information, hoping to gain their trust that a university student and a little girl would likely not raise their suspicions that as he had anticipated. After a short wait, the door creaked open. During this time, they must have been discussing whether or not to allow him and Yu Xian entry. Once inside, Xiaoqiu discovered that there were 7 young men, all in their mid-20s. They had dyed hair in various colors, a style Xiaoqiu had never favored, causing him to frown immediately. Yet, given that he was there to seek their assistance, he refrained from expressing his distaste. "Are you truly just two?" the most intimidating yet seemingly normal-looking man queried. Presumably the leader. Xiaoqiu positioned Yu Xian behind him and nodded. "I became separated from my previous group and wished to return home. But I have no food and I entered the village hoping to find something to eat. Unfortunately, I found you instead and hope you might share a bit of food with us that we will leave immediately after obtaining what we need." The leader did not respond to Xiaoqiu's plea, but instead diverted the conversation, asking, "How did you know we were hiding here? What is your psychic ability?" After a moment of reflection, Xiaoqiu replied, "My range is about 50 meters. Beyond that, I cannot sense anything. Furthermore, I cannot perceive the dead." Xiaoqiu concealed the truth of his abilities, already regretting his decision to knock on this door. The phrase "one's appearance often reflects one's heart" held much truth. Those with fierce looks were often more likely to harbor ill intentions. The leader simply replied with an "oh," showing no signs of surprise, likely because his abilities were similar to the fabricated ones Xiaoqiu had presented, or perhaps he had encountered others with similar powers before. "I can provide you with food and medicine," he said, "but you appear to be unwell. It would be best for you to rest here for a few days. In your condition, you may not even be able to flee if something were to happen. Greetings to you, my elder brother," who kindly reminds Xiaoqiu. Yet, in her heart, Xiaoqiu sneers coldly. As the elder brother speaks, the others subtly draw closer to me. Should he dissent, a brutal confrontation is inevitable. Xiaoqiu feigns gratitude, repeatedly expressing her thanks to the elder brother, tears of appreciation welling in her eyes. Though she bows her head, she hears their veiled laughter, a sound that irks her greatly. She remains unaware of who they were before, but now, these 7 gored children have become the surviving pests, revealing their most sinister sides in this lawless world. They are not merely bad people. They are scum. By your appearance, it seems your throat is inflamed, he remarks. "Xiaoqi, fetch some anti-inflammatory medicine for this." "What is your name?" "Xiaoqiu." She replies candidly, "Oh, Xiaoqiu, go fetch some anti-inflammatory medicine for Xiaoqiu. And some food as well. Aren't there a few cans of beef left? Bring them to her." The elder brother generously offers all the good things to Xiaoqiu, who continues to feign overwhelming gratitude, thanking him profusely. After finishing her meal and taking the medicine, the elder brother informs us that Lao Chi has brought 2 sets of clothes, stating, "There's a bathroom over there, powered by solar energy, with hot water inside. You may wash yourselves." After Xiaoqi departs, he casts a lecherous glance at Yu Xian, causing the murderous intent in Xiaoqiu's eyes to surface. "Brother," Yu Xian, capable of discerning others' thoughts, fearfully tugs at Xiaoqiu's sleeve. Xiaoqiu gently pats her head, signaling her to remain silent, then pretends to be happy, taking the clothes and leading Yu Xian to the bathroom. In truth, Xiaoqiu had longed for a proper bath. The odor on her body, a mere trifling matter, since Yu Xian had also become a little dirt child. Upon entering the bathroom, Xiaoqiu senses that although they appear scattered, their positions are not far apart, likely conspiring against us. Xiaoqiu sneers. According to her own designed ability levels, she is nearly at level 4 now, and with her mental prowess, unless the others possess extraordinary powers like a golden body, they are trivial to deal with. The rest, she could easily eliminate in an instant. This is the confidence of a strong individual. The bathroom is well equipped, though the shampoo is not to Xiaoqiu's liking. The rest is acceptable. After soaking for a while, her body is covered in a thick layer of grime, and soon the water turns murky. Xia Qiu wipes the sweat from her brow, while Yu Xian laughs at her. Unyielding, Xia Qiu retaliates by splashing her, a true tomboy. After their bath, Xia Qiu feels significantly more comfortable, as if her ailments have improved. Once she tidies herself up, she enters the hall, where all 7 gored children await her on the sofa. Xia Qiu politely expresses her gratitude before engaging in insincere conversation, recounting tales from her past. This group possesses a low level of education, utterly outmatched in intellect, that as night falls, the elder brother points to a vacated room, saying that one belongs to Lao Er and Lao Si, that I've had them vacated for you. You'll have to make do for tonight. With 2 big men in there, it must surely be odorous. He chuckles while Lao Er and Lao Si seem somewhat embarrassed, scratching their heads. Xia Qiu promptly responds, "It is sufficient that you all have taken us in. There is no room for disdain, that I must mention. I haven't slept in a bed for several days." After some more conversation, they disperse, and Xia Qiu leads the timid Yu Xian into Lao Er and Lao Si's room. After a cold chuckle, she retrieves the food they just consumed. Sleeping pills that do you think yourselves heroes of the forest. Unfortunately, Xia Qiu is no fool. She sensed something amiss when she ingested the food that Tio convinced them. She and Yu Xian both pretended to have taken it. And now, as the drug takes effect, Yu Xian falls into a deep sleep, while Xia Qiu feigns slumber, snoring softly. Approximately an hour later, a knock resounds at the door, and 3 figures approach. "Xia Qiu, are you asleep?" It is Lao Si's voice. Xia Qiu pretends to be asleep, lightly snoring. After a moment, the 3, hearing no response, begin to converse quietly. "Lao Er, the sleeping pills you procured are quite effective. She's out cold. Indeed, these pills cost me a fortune to obtain. Not even a cow could withstand them. This scrawny fellow will be done for in no time. Come, let us go in. It's been ages since I've savored meat." Lao Er's lewd laughter further inflates Xia Qiu's murderous intent. This group deserves death, every last one of them. Wait, let me check the situation inside to avoid any accidents. This is Lao Lu. His ability is X-ray vision, akin to Dong Shudong's. Remembering Dong Shatong, Xia Qiu suddenly feels regret for neglecting to inform one Yongyuan of her pregnancy. Lao Lu gazes at Xia Qiu for a considerable time, before retracting his vision and nodding to Lao Er and Lao Si. The 2 lewdly smile as they open the door, deliberately amplifying their footsteps. Noticing Xia Qiu's lack of reaction, they advance to tap her face, laughing heartily. "Kid, don't blame us. Blame your own naivety for having too little exposure to the world." Underestimating Xia Qiu, they harbor no intentions of binding her, rubbing their hands as they reach for Yu Xian to at that moment. Xia Qiu abruptly opens her eyes, unleashing her mental power. The door slams shut, and a military knife soars from the cabinet. In a flash of 3 strikes, Lao Er, Lao Si, and Lao Lu clutch their necks, wide-eyed in terror, before their breath cease. Moments later, Xia Qiu feels the life force within them extinguish entirely. She sits up, coldly surveying the 3, controlling their bodies with her mind, staunching their blood to prevent a mess in the room, which would only be a nuisance. Having swiftly dispatched 3 individuals, Xia Qiu refrains from continuing her assault. Among the 7, she only knows Lao Lu possesses X-ray vision. The abilities of the others remain a mystery. However, it is evident that no one has sensing abilities, as the other 4 remain oblivious to the loss of their 3 companions. Engaging 1 against 4 carries risks. She must strike them down one by one, yet the remaining 4 gather together, waiting for their fallen comrades to return. Xia Qiu can only bide her time, hoping the elder brother will soon send someone to check on the situation. As it has been a while, true to her expectations, after some time, one of the 4 departs, and Xia Qiu rejoices internally. An opportunity arises. With only 1 left, she can certainly eliminate him in an instant. The approaching individual has not yet crossed the threshold of Xia Qiu's room when he begins to chatter loudly. "Aren't you 3 done yet? Didn't we agree to play together? What does it mean to strike first?" Hearing his words, Xia Qiu's murderous intent intensifies. She remains silent, concealed at the door, controlling the 3 corpses to stand by the bed. Once he enters and sees the 3 motionless figures, his astonishment will be her cue to strike. However, he does not step inside, stopping at a distance from her room, murmuring, "What is going on? Such a heavy scent of blood. They wouldn't have killed that kid, would they? These 3 fools. Why aren't they following the plan?" After a brief pause, the 4th individual pushes the door open and enters the room that as expected. He is momentarily taken aback by the sight of the 3 dead bodies that are in that instant of surprise. Xiao activates her mental power, and the military knife strikes, slicing through his throat. Clutching his neck, he manages to shout, "Elder brother, at his cry." Xiao is startled. How can he still make such a loud noise with a severed throat? But soon, she comprehends his ability. He can manipulate water, including blood. He used his own blood to temporarily mend his throat, issuing one final cry as he nears death, plunging Xiao into a crisis as the remaining 3 emerge. The loud outcry cannot escape the notice of the elder brother, Lao San, and Lao Qi, who upon hearing the commotion, instinctively sense trouble and rush over at their fastest speed. Xiao, already prepared, realizes her ambush has failed and must now confront them head-on. The door is locked, and the 4 corpses are under her control, positioned as a barrier. The remaining 3 can only catch sight of Xiao's eyes, filled with murderous intent, peering through their fallen comrades. Lao Er, Lao Si, the youngest, Lao Qi, gasps in shock. This time, Xiao does not restrain the blood from their necks, allowing it to flow freely. However, after such time has passed, there is little blood left to spill. Only Lao Wu, with the ability to manipulate water, still possesses some vitality in his neck, a slight spurting of blood evident. "You underestimated me," the elder brother states, showing no sorrow for the loss of 4 siblings. As if they were mere livestock. His only concern is the loss incurred. "It is not that you underestimated me. Rather, you have overestimated the strength of your 7, Xiao sneers, a smile she seems to favor of late. Observing their expressions of anger tinged with fear, her cold grin becomes more frequent. Now, both sides are locked in a deadly standoff. They seek vengeance for their fallen comrades, while Xiao intends to hold them accountable for their foolish actions. In this world devoid of police and law, strength serves as the ultimate authority, and the conscience within each individual is the finest LAW, and more senseless banter is exchanged. Xiao commands the 4 corpses to engage their remaining brethren in battle. However, the intentions of Xiao did not come to fruition. The 3rd brother's ability was nothing short of shattering. Anything he touched would instantly disintegrate into fragments, a most troublesome power indeed. Due to the 3rd brother's ability, coupled with Xiao's scattered focus, it did not take long for 4 corpses to dwindle down to just 1. Although the 5th brother, who could manipulate water, remained, Xiao was able to concentrate his mind, rendering his control over the 5th brother far more agile, that he moved with the grace of an unparalleled master, executing actions of extraordinary difficulty, even bending his waist at a perfect 45 degrees. The secret behind this agility was known only to Xiao. He had preemptively shattered all of his bones. From the onset of the conflict until now, the 3rd brother was the sole participant. The 1st and 7th brothers merely observed coldly from the sidelines. Their apparent indifference towards the 3rd brother was, in fact, the most effective form of assistance that as long as they were present, Xiao had to constantly be wary of them. A moment's distraction could lead to disaster. Even though he could divide his focus 5 ways, he had nearly been caught by the 3rd brother on several occasions. The military knife was Xiao's trump card. He would never reveal it before the confrontation, for doing so would compromise the element of surprise. After a few minutes of engagement, the 1st brother suddenly spoke. "I see it clearly now. His ability is mental manipulation, quite formidable. Let us attack together, and do not concern yourselves with the 5th brother." The reason the 1st brother held the position of leader was not without cause. His insight was piercing, directly identifying Xiao's weakness. Mental manipulation could only control from a distance, and distraction would lead to a critical lack of control. The solution was to overwhelm him with numbers. And they had 3 to the 7th brother charged in first, and Xiao felt a surge of excitement. An opportunity had arisen that he had refrained from using the military knife thus far due to a lack of confidence in delivering a fatal blow. But now confidence surged within him. He was determined to strike decisively. The 7th brother approached swiftly, though not at blinding speed, for Lu Haowen's velocity far exceeded his own. However, the 7th brother's strength was considerably greater, suggesting that his ability enhanced his physical capabilities, akin to a steroid-infused Captain America. Xiao commanded the 5th brother to ensnare the 3rd brother, and as the 7th brother advanced, he swiftly drew his knife, its blade flashing in a manner imperceptible to the naked eye in the blink of an eye. The The seventh brother clutched his throat in disbelief and collapsed. After all, enhanced physicality could still be overcome by a single strike of the knife. In that moment of the third brother's astonishment, the military knife arced through the air once more, claiming the third brother's life. Yet, my brow furrowed. Following the demise of the third brother, the knife shattered into countless pieces, as fragile as glass. Now, only the first brother remained of the seven, and his fury was palpable. "I will kill you," he vowed. Though Xiaqiu was without his military knife, he still had the fifth brother, and with a 2-to-1 advantage, they had no fear of the first brother. The fifth brother engaged, but as soon as he struck the first brother, Xiaqiu's eyes widened in shock. The first brother's ability was indestructible. The fifth brother's punch collided with the first brother's face, resulting in a catastrophic bone fracture. A pulverized fingered in that instant of Xiaqiu's stunned distraction, the first brother seized the fifth brother. The gruesome imagery of tearing through an enemy's flesh vividly playing in Xiaqiu's mind, graphic and violent. Xiaqiu cursed under his breath and began hurling everything he could control within the room towards the first brother. Yet the indestructible first brother stood like a Superman, impervious to the objects Xiaqiu commanded, with a mere kitchen knife, leaving only red marks upon his skin. That moment, Xiaqiu felt a pang of despair. Against an invincible iron tortoise, his powers seemed futile unless he could physically connect with him. That a daring idea struck Xiaqiu that he hurled everything that could be thrown at the first brother. But all he managed to do was leave a series of red welts on him. Much like skin reddened from a hot bath, Xiaqiu continued to control the objects while simultaneously retreating. He ultimately stumbled over something behind him, landing heavily on the ground. In that moment of falling, he clearly saw the first brother's eyes brighten, and Xiaqiu's own eyes lit up with realization. An opportunity had presented itself. The first brother, true to Xiaqiu's hopes, seized the moment expertly. Given their proximity, the first brother stepped forward as Xiaqiu fell, grasping Xiaqiu's neck and lifting him off the ground. "Damn it," Xiaqiu gasped out with all his might. "I didn't expect you to do this." With his neck in a vice grip, Xiaqiu found it difficult to breathe, unable to unleash his powers. "You truly are formidable, Xiaqiu, but alas, your abilities are ineffective against me." As he spoke, the pressure from his grip intensified, causing Xiaqiu's face to flush from oxygen deprivation. In a desperate struggle, Xiaqiu flailed his arms and legs, inadvertently landing a kick on the first brother's vulnerable area. To his astonishment, the first brother let out a yelp. It appeared that even the indestructible had their weaknesses, and this one was no exception. Enraged, the first brother slammed Xiaqiu into the ground, leaving him dazed. Yet his powers returned, and he activated his mental manipulation. Xiaqiu immediately began to control the first brother from where he held Xiaqiu's neck, but to his astonishment, he realized his mental prowess was insufficient to dominate the first brother. Chapter 21. Cold-blooded due to several unexpected occurrences, Xiaqiu had acquired abilities beyond those of ordinary individuals. Yet his arrogance led him to believe that his powers were unparalleled, while others were mere variations. However, the emergence of the first brother, whose abilities transcended the norm, shattered Xiaqiu's misconceptions. Yet, a solution soon dawned upon him. The elder brother was destined to meet his end. With a surge of will, Xiaqiu hurled the third brother towards the first brother. Simultaneously, he exerted his mental influence to pry open the first brother's grip. While killing him was beyond his means, controlling a part of his body was certainly within reach. Breaking free from the first brother's grasp, Xiaqiu rolled away to safety. Initially dismissive, the first brother's expression shifted to one of terror as he recognized Xiaqiu. "Xiaqiu, I will see you dead." He screamed, that moment. The outcome was sealed. Xiaqiu gazed down at him with the confidence of a victor. "I hope you can deliver on that promise." The first brother vanished, forever lost to this world. The shattering effect of the third brother's ability rendered the corpses and remnants into mere blood and water when applied to human bodies. A shiver coursed through Xiaqiu as he stepped over the blood. Casting the remains of the shattered bodies outside, he marveled at his own audacity and mental fortitude. Seeing such carnage and dismemberment evoked no feelings of horror, only a slight pang of hunger. This led him to question whether he was veering towards a more twisted path, a troubling sign indeed. Inside the spacious residence, the cleanup commenced swiftly. Ruishuan remained in a deep slumber, undisturbed by the cacophony. indicating that the dosage administered by the second brother was indeed potent. However, to ensure the successful elimination of the 7 adversaries, Xiaoqiu had to ensure that she consumed the food laced with sedatives. The lavish abode boasted excellent soundproofing, and the outside world remained oblivious. After tidying up, Xiaoqiu ingested anti-inflammatory and cold medicines before drifting into a deep, restful sleep, a sensation he had not experienced in quite some time. Were it not for the necessity of returning, he might have wished to reside there indefinitely. The cold medicine had a sedative effect, and Xiaoqiu slept soundly until the following noon, when he awoke groggily to find Rui Xuan still asleep. The effects of the sedative lingering. Unable to bear the thought of waking her, he decided to let her rest. There was water, food, and a bathroom at hand. They needed to remain there for a few days. At least until Xiaoqiu's health was restored. That it was not until evening that Rui Xuan stirred awake, her first words being, "Brother, I am hungry." Xiaoqiu quickly served the prepared meal, beef, canned food, and congee. The latter being his only other culinary skill aside from scrambled eggs. That it was simple and easy, requiring no dizzying array of spices. Watching Rui Xuan devour the congee ravenously, Xiaoqiu felt a wave of sorrow. He had failed to care for Rui Xuan, his savior. Once they finished their meal, Rui Xuan expressed her fatigue. Xiaoqiu felt a wave of dizziness. Had she not just slept all day? Yet it seemed to be an appropriate time for rest. As darkness had fallen, and it was already past 7, Rui Xuan soon drifted back into a deep sleep. Xiaoqiu gently covered her with a blanket before retreating to the living room, where he settled on the sofa with a book. The Xinhua Dictionary. Halfway through the dictionary, Xiaoqiu began to feel drowsy, setting the book aside and succumbing to sleep. Xiaoqiu has come to realize that he rather enjoys this way of life, though he finds it necessary to exchange his current book. The Xinhua Dictionary holds little appeal. In this vast abode, he has only managed to locate 2 tomes. One is the Xinhua Dictionary, and the other is titled How to Use a Dictionary. After lingering for 3 days at the opulent residence before departing, he has traded his old bicycle for a tricycle, although the pace is slower. It allows for greater capacity. He has packed all the remaining canned goods from the wealthy household, along with a substantial amount of dried goods and snacks, which he intends to share with Yuxuan during their journey. Additionally, he has brought along the Xinhua Dictionary and How to Use a Dictionary, leaving Yuxuan to explore them on her own. Due to uncertainties regarding the winter climate, Xiaoqiu has thoughtfully packed a plastic sheet, several umbrellas, and a quilt. Thus, the tricycle has transformed into a mobile home. Albeit modest, it is nonetheless filled with the abundant possessions from the affluent household that if he were adept at driving, Xiaoqiu truly wishes he could empty out that luxurious residence. Referring to the map he discovered in the wealthy man's home, Xiaoqiu compared his route and realized he had not strayed. The village, named Mu Village, may be rather commonplace, yet he genuinely adores this place. The tricycle may not move swiftly, but it offers a leisurely pace, and with little traffic on the highway, Xiaoqiu finds himself considerably relaxed. However, Yuxuan's incessant inquiries regarding the pronunciation of certain characters begin to irritate him. He is not accustomed to the duties of a preschool teacher. After pedaling for the better part of the day, Xiaoqiu finally spots 2 signs that ignite his excitement. Huai'an, which means they have traversed half the distance home. They pause briefly at the Huai'an bus station to replenish their supplies before continuing their journey. As they enter Huai'an, the villages multiply, granting Xiaoqiu the opportunity to collect various snacks and toys for Yuxuan. Having spent so many days with her, he finds himself increasingly conflicted. On one hand, he feels exceptionally childish, engaging in playful tussles over toys with Yuxuan, while on the other, he grows ever colder, ready to strike at the slightest hint of trouble, regardless of whether the threat is human or otherwise. Fortunately, Xiaoqiu's reckless actions have not harmed anyone, though they have resulted in the demise of 2 unfamiliar men. He remains oblivious to their intentions for hiding. Yet he does not inquire further, swiftly dispatching them without a trace of remorse. This cold-heartedness begins to instill a sense of fear within himself. After calmly burying the 2 unfortunate souls, Xiaoqiu surveys his surroundings, unable to discern their origin, and simply shrugs, leading Yuxuan away. Now, he insists that Yuxuan keep her eyes wide open during their endeavors. He himself cannot fathom the reason behind this insistence, but he feels assured that it is the right course of action. To his surprise, Yuxuan exhibits no fear. At times, she even inquires curiously about the feelings associated with killing. Xiaoqiu finds himself at a loss for words, beginning to question the righteousness of his actions. After much contemplation, he reassures himself that his methods are justified. The world has long since lost its warmth, and distinctions among people have vanished. There are only the living and the dead, and the living must fight to survive. Each encounter is a gamble for their lives. Moreover, not all survivors are inclined towards peaceful coexistence. That in the absence of legal constraints, the darker facets of human nature become starkly evident. For his own safety, Xiaoqiu must harden his heart, and he must instill the same resolve in Yushuan. That night, he veers into a village and senses a dozen individuals hiding within a large shop at the entrance. When he notices them, they too become aware of the two outsiders. "Hey, little kid, where do you come from?" An elder man steps forward, feigning bravado, astonished by their presence. It appears to be their first encounter with survivors from the outside world, resulting in a mixture of admiration and trepidation. Yet, Xiaoqiu disregards him, continuing into the village. The elder attempts to call him back but is restrained by another man, who remarks, "Uncle Lu, don't be so naive. We can barely feed ourselves. Bringing them here would only waste our food. Who knows if they will survive until sundown?" Hearing this, Xiaoqiu frowns as he walks halfway, increasingly averse to others prattling about him, especially those who regard him as a beggar. He retrieves a large bag of instant noodles from the tricycle and hurls it at the man's face, a cold smile playing on his lips as he uses his mind to levitate him several meters into the air. This sensation is entirely new to him, causing the man to squeal in fear. The elder is equally frightened, and the commotion attracts the attention of the others inside, who rush out in alarm. Being subjected to the ire of a dozen individuals is unpleasant, particularly as their hostility towards Xiaoqiu becomes glaringly apparent, showcasing their various supernatural abilities, clearly intending to test him. Xiaoqiu chuckles coldly, tossing the man into the crowd and using his mind to seize the loudest among them. A woman, employing the same tactic against her. Unsurprisingly, the woman continues to curse even as she is lifted into the air. Xiaoqiu's sole intention is to teach her a lesson, sensing a horde of corpses approaching. He devises a plan, controlling one to hover directly beneath the woman, ensuring it can only move within a limited range, yet remains out of her reach to further illustrate the consequences of her words. He lowers her position just enough that she can grasp her own hanging garments, but cannot catch him. His actions incite tremendous fury among the others, who unleash their abilities upon him. With a mere thought, Xiaoqiu nullifies all their powers. "Brother, they are cursing you, yet they also fear you." Yushuan approaches him, unafraid, her expression mirroring his own indifference. After all this commotion, the horde has finally arrived, with a thought. Xiaoqiu obliterates the woman's mind and retracts his power, controlling the 7 knives he acquired from the brothers, selecting the 3 sharpest. This is the maximum number he can wield at once. The 3 blades plunge into the fray, akin to a tiger among sheep. After a cacophony of screams, silence falls as they collapse into a heap. From the side, the fallen corpses form a neat row. Xiaoqiu effortlessly dispatches 30 or so, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock. Strength is always the most effective form of authority in this world, as it was before the apocalypse, and remains so now. The distinction being that the former was subtle, while the latter is starkly evident. Ignoring the paralyzed crowd, Xiaoqiu leads Yushuan into the most opulent house in the village. After a restful night, they depart the village amidst the bewildered gazes of the inhabitants the following day. "Brother, they respect you, they fear you," Yushuan remarks as they exit the village. Perhaps having spent so much time with Xiaoqiu, her abilities have also improved, allowing her to perceive multiple thoughts simultaneously. The term respect must have been gleaned from the minds of others. Xiaoqiu turns to pat her head. Smiling, he does not desire to be revered by others. Yet should anyone provoke him, he would not hesitate to assume the role of a punitive deity, instilling fear and awe in others. "Yushuan, do you think my actions are justified?" "Yes," she affirms, and Xiaoqiu feels a surge of happiness. With her endorsement, he pedals with renewed vigor, traversing in half a day what would typically take a full day. "At long last, home point 3 months ago, I departed from here, and now I return. Unchanged is my kindness, yet the blood that flows within me has grown cold." Xiaoqiu's Diary, December 7, 2014, Sunday, Light Snow. Chapter 22, Homecoming upon reaching his territory. Xiaoqiu instantly feels a surge of confidence. He is intimately familiar with everything in his home, aware of the locations of shops and escape routes. Moreover, as his residence is situated by the sea, if the situation deteriorates, he could always cast everything into the ocean, for the power of nature is beyond human comparison. That night, Xiaoqiu and Yushuan finally arrive at the bus station, which resembles other stations, teeming with crowds that are almost overwhelming. The moment Xiaoqiu notices the throng, he spins on his heel and flees. Though the tricycle is not fast, it is certainly not easy to catch, having left the stronghold. They pause to rest inside a bank, which is well-equipped and fortified against theft. The bus station is no longer far from Xiaoqiu's home, but with nightfall upon them, it is the hour of the predators. To be safe, they decide to spend the night in the secure bank and return home in the morning. After all, they have already returned, and a late arrival is of little consequence. Silence envelopes the night. At dawn, Xiaoqiu rises early. In reality, he and T slept all night, packs their belongings, and sets off with Yushuan. The lines of Yuzheng's poetry resonate in his mind, leaving home as a youth. Returning in old age, the accent unchanged, hair now grayed. Although Xiaoqiu has only been away for 3 months, the experiences he has endured in that time surpass anything he would have encountered in a lifetime, filling him with a sentiment akin to that of He Zhizhang upon returning home. His family may no longer recognize him, or perhaps they simply dare not acknowledge him that an hour later, he stands at his doorstep, nerves churning within him, that he refrains from using his mind to sense the situation inside and hesitates to open the door to peek, terrified of encountering the very scene he dreads that if he were to witness it. What would he do then? In this moment, Xiaoqiu's heart was in turmoil like never before, a chaos that left him at a loss, struggling to breathe, devoid of even the courage to open the door. "Brother, why don't you go inside?" Yuxian tugged at Xiaoqiu's sleeve, attempting to pull him in. Encouraged by the little angel, Xiaoqiu managed to stabilize his emotions slightly and resolved to enter. Yet before stepping inside, he pulled Yuxian behind him. She was now the only relative he could reach, and he could not allow her to face any danger as he pushed the door open. Everything inside remained unchanged, untouched by time, save for the dust that whispered to Xiaoqiu how long this place had been abandoned. Crossing the yard and entering the room, he sighed in relief. There was no foul stench of decay within. His parents and younger brother were alive. They had survived, that of course. This was merely the best outcome Xiaoqiu could hope for, while the more likely reality was that only 1 or 2 had made it. And they had disposed of the deceased. Though he saw no one, the absence of bodies still held a flicker of hope for Xiaoqiu, that he wished fervently that they were all safe. Even if it might be nothing more than a wishful thought, he tidied up his small bed, the same one he had purchased in elementary school that it had once seemed vast, but now it matched his height perfectly. Lying down, his head and feet touched the edges. Since entering, Yuxian had been filled with curiosity, exploring and touching everything, especially the wardrobe in Xiaoqiu's room. She slipped off her shoes and crawled inside, where winter clothes lay stacked, warm and inviting. "That I want to sleep here tonight," she declared. Xiaoqiu chuckled and allowed her to indulge, recalling that he had once said the same, though he had learned a harsh lesson thereafter. The house had been vacant for 3 months, the vegetables rotting and emitting a foul odor. Yet fortunately, it was winter, and the stench was not overpowering, merely unsightly. Xiaoqiu was uncertain if the fish and meat in the fridge had spoiled, as he could not detect any smell, but their color seemed off, so he discarded them all. Knowing he wouldn't cook them anyway, he meticulously sorted through his belongings in terms of usable supplies. He found a nearly full gas canister, several pots and utensils, and a decent number of other items, including a rice cooker, albeit now useless without electricity, for food, aside from what he had scavenged from stores. There was merely half a box of milk and some biscuits at home, not even a pack of instant noodles and there were 2 packs of spicy strips and half a bottle of Lao Ganma in the fridge, undoubtedly left there by his younger brother. Who knows why he thought to store them there? The spicy strips were unopened and still within their shelf life, so they could be consumed. The Lao Ganma, however, had been opened, and the scent was off. Xiaoqiu discarded it, having learned a significant lesson about food safety. Anything with potential hazards must be thrown away, without exception. Additionally, there were a few chickens in the yard, kept in a cage, but without food for so long. They had all perished. Strangely, the dead chickens had not attracted any maggots, but a moment's reflection revealed the reason. It was the dead of winter, devoid of flies, and thus no maggots. That he propped the door shut with his motorcycle and blocked the corridor with all the abandoned items, such as the television and computer, to deter any intruders. By the time he finished, it was already afternoon. The sun shone brightly, and such sunlight in winter felt like a blessing. "Brother, are we going to live here?" Yu Xian finally emerged from the wardrobe, imitating Xia Qiu by pulling out a chair to sit beside him, basking in the sunlight like a landowner enjoying his estate. "You don't like it here?" Xia Qiu adjusted his sunglasses and asked, feeling slightly absurd wearing them in winter. Yet Yu Xian didn't mind, even mimicking him by donning his oversized frog sunglasses, covering most of her face in a rather comical manner. "It's not safe here," Yu Xian said earnestly. "All right, then we shall find another place. Which of the 3 big supermarkets you saw this morning do you prefer? We'll move there." "The one across the street," Yu Xian replied without hesitation. Xia Qiu began to suspect she had been contemplating this decision for a while. The supermarket she mentioned was the first one to open in their area, having been there since his first grade. It had closed once and reopened, now much larger, though it appeared to be under renovation, with a sign stating it was temporarily closed, likely posted before the apocalypse struck. "You like that supermarket? It's not particularly safe." "What about the one across the street?" "The first floor is a supermarket, and the upper level's house and entertainment area and hotel. The rooms there are quite comfortable, and being in a multi-story building adds to the security." Yu Xian seemed attracted to that supermarket, presumably due to the cartoon murals on its walls, while Xia Qiu prioritized safety. The supermarket across the street had only one level, with all entrances clustered together, and no shatterable glass nearby for a quick escape. That in contrast, the other supermarket boasted multiple floors, towering as the tallest structure in their coastal village. Even if blocked, they would have an escape route, with 6 or 7 stories to retreat to, and external stairs for access, allowing Xia Qiu to fight and retreat without the worry of being cornered. However, seeing the eagerness in Yu Xian's eyes, Xia Qiu ultimately decided to choose the supermarket across the street as their new home. Without further ado, they set off while the daylight lingered. Xia Qiu used his telekinetic powers to maneuver the tricycle out from behind the wall, ensuring the blocked entrance remained untouched to prevent any potential destruction. It's worth noting that the wall of Xia Qiu's home was not particularly high. He had often climbed over it in the past to sneak out for late-night escapades, and this time was no different. Once outside, he realized he had left Yu Xian behind. Climbing back in, he used his powers to bring Yu Xian out, feeling at ease with his telekinesis that he could manage up to 5 individuals weighing around 150 pounds simultaneously. But the effect diminished when applied to a person. Why Yu Xian was light. Yet lifting her felt akin to hoisting a hefty individual. He discarded the old blankets and retrieved several new ones from home. Leading Yu Xian to the supermarket, they ventured forth while it was still daylight. Few were outside, and within his mental perception, most movements were confined to the houses, some stationary, others meandering about, cycling down the desolate street. The winter wind occasionally stirred up debris, evoking a sense of desolation, which dissipated upon encountering a few others. The strangers were unfamiliar, though they seemed to hail from the same village, faces somewhat recognizable. Among them, an elderly man startled Xia Qiu significantly. He was clad in a burial outfit, the attire of the deceased, that appeared he had perished before the apocalypse, his funeral unfinished, likely having sprung from his coffin in his funeral garb. A rather eerie sight. Dealing with stragglers was Xia Qiu's usual approach, and returning home was no exception. Including the elderly man in the burial outfit, he ensured they were laid to rest neatly side by side. A simple funeral of sorts, with the details to be addressed later. Not sensing any presence within the supermarket, Xia Qiu snapped the lock and entered. The interior confirmed his suspicions. It was indeed undergoing renovations, with shelves and various items scattered about, suggesting only half the work had been completed. Yet the contents had not been removed, merely piled to one side. Exchanging a glance with Yu Xian, they both recognized the shared excitement. Sweeping through the supermarket was a long-held dream for Xia Qiu. Now finally realized he could proudly declare, "I'm going to clean out the supermarket." He began moving the shelves to block the entrance, preventing any intrusions. After completing this task, he took a moment to rest, noticing that Yu Xian was thoroughly engrossed in the toy section. He couldn't help but join her, finally free to tear open the packaging of toy guns he had only admired from afar, gleefully playing with them, until tossing aside a childish one. However, the remote-controlled car he had long coveted was a keeper. He played with it, fitting it with non-fu batteries, the exhilaration bringing back memories of joy. Yu Xian, feeling tired, yawned and suggested, "Brother, I'm sleepy. Let us go to bed." Xiaoqiu found himself weary as well, realizing for the first time that play could be exhausting, particularly for Yu Xian, who had even dreamed up a game where Xiaoqiu would use his powers to fly her around on a little plane, which had truly worn him out. The supermarket had folding beds, albeit small. Xiaoqiu arranged two of them side by side, placing a space blanket underneath and covering it with the thicker, warmer blanket he had brought from home. As night fell, Yu Xian placed a glow stick beside her pillow, playfully tugging at Xiaoqiu's tousled hair. Calculating the time, it had been nearly 5 months since Xiaoqiu's last haircut. His bangs now brushed against his lips, and with infrequent washes, they stuck together that a simple sweep to the side would suffice, though it became uncomfortable while sleeping. Suddenly, there were loud banging noises outside, as if something had collided with an object. This was no mere sound of debris. It was the unmistakable sound of someone. Chapter 23. The camp at midnight. A knock on the door was surely no good omen that as summer transitioned into autumn. Xiaoqiu sprang to her feet, her senses alert. She discerned the presence of 3 individuals nearby. Amidst a dwindling horde of zombies, that it appeared that while they were knocking at the door, they were simultaneously dispatching the undead. For the sake of safety, Xiaoqiu leaned against the door, whispering, "Who is it? Is it Xiaoqiu?" The voice from outside struck a familiar chord within her, yet she could not quite place it, although she was certain it belonged to someone she knew. "Who are you?" "It's me, Xiaochong." Xiaochong. In a swift motion, Xiaoqiu pushed aside the barricade blocking the door, instructing Yu Xian to remain inside, and stepped out. To her delight, it was indeed Xiaochong, a companion from her childhood. Overwhelmed with joy, she embraced him tightly, patting his back vigorously. "This is wonderful. You're alive," Xiaochong shared in her elation. Nearly moved to tears, as he reciprocated her gestures, that is this the time for reminiscing. "Hurry and lend a hand," urged Xia Xiaofei, who was struggling with his powers, manipulating flames akin to shuelu. Without hesitation, Xiaochong turned to assist. His ability was shape-shifting. In an instant, his right hand morphed into a blade, swiftly dispatching a zombie. There was also a third individual wielding ice powers, someone Xiaoqiu did not recognize. Likely not from their village, the trio's abilities appeared impressive, yet their lethality was lacking. They could only eliminate zombies one by one, a painfully slow process. And as night descended, the undead grew increasingly active. Drawn by the sounds of battle, it was clear that if they did not finish off this batch quickly, a new wave of zombies would soon arrive. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Xiaoqiu exerted her mental control over 3 military knives stored in her backpack. The knives flew forth in a dazzling display, swiftly joining the fray. In mere moments, all zombies were eradicated, leaving Xiaochong and his companions utterly astonished. Xiaochong began, but in his excitement, he almost approached her without reverting his hand. Startled, Xiaoqiu used her mind to push him back. "Not now. Another large group of zombies is approaching. We need to get inside." She beckoned the 3 of them to enter, and then secured the supermarket door once more. "Xiaoqiu, what is your ability? It's truly remarkable. Are you controlling metals or something else?" Xiaochong exclaimed, tightly grasping her hand, his eyes shining with admiration. Xiaoqiu managed to free herself from his grip, maintaining a safe distance as she adopted a serious demeanor. "How did you know I had returned?" This was the question that had been on her mind, but the arrival of zombies had interrupted her thoughts. Now, she demanded clarity, as she had detected no signs of surveillance upon her arrival. "Well, once I finish explaining, you'll understand. You experienced that strange flu too, right? After it passed, we inexplicably gained superpowers, only to discover that most people had perished, transformed into those things that to survive, we who remained banded together, scavenging for food from house to house, while also alleviating their suffering. Strangely, during the flu outbreak, we were all confined to our homes. Even if they had turned into zombies, they would have remained indoors. Yet when we reached your house, we found your door locked, and your parents and younger brother were nowhere to be seen, that if they were alive, we would have found them, yet we have not." Upon hearing this, Xiaoqiu clutched Xiaochong's shoulders, asking, "Are you implying that my parents and brother are missing?" Xiaochong strained to pry her hands away. "That's about the gist of it. Because we haven't located your parents, we've been quite concerned, sending someone to check daily. Today, someone mentioned that someone had been to your house, and I deduced it was you, following your scent. I found my way here, that my parents are missing." Xiao was taken aback. Why would they vanish? They surely had contracted the flu before the apocalypse and would not have ventured out. And even if they did, they wouldn't stray far from the village. It was improbable that they would remain unencountered. Could it be that Xiao steadied herself, realizing that the more she cared, the less clarity she had. Thus, she needed to maintain her composure and quietly analyze what had transpired with her parents. However, a flicker of hope ignited within her. As long as they were alive, that was a positive sign. Who is that little girl? Xiao Chang inquired, noticing Yu Xian peeking out that MY's sister. She saved my life. Xiao had no time to explain Yu Xian's background, her mind preoccupied with the news of her parents' disappearance. Since the apocalypse, this is the first time I've seen such a young child. It's truly a blessing for her to survive, Xiao Chang remarked, but his words caused Xiao's expression to darken. Her younger brother was only a few years older than Yu Xian, and Xiao Chang's implication was that the chances of him surviving were slim. Having known Xiao Chang since childhood, Xiao understood his simple-mindedness. And though he spoke without malice, her heart felt heavy with discomfort. Xiao, why don't you move in with us? With your presence, our strength will be significantly enhanced, Xiao Fei suggested. However, Xiao dismissed him. The two had never gotten along well, often clashing in the past. Nevertheless, she now had to seriously contemplate his proposal. While her powers were sufficient for self-defense, having Yu Xian by her side would undoubtedly impose certain limitations. First, tell me how many of you there are, your strengths, combat capabilities, how many are merely idle, and any information regarding your camp that if it were only Xiao, she might not consider joining, but with Yu Xian in the equation, she had to weigh her options carefully. However, even if she did decide to join, she needed assurance of their safety and strength. There was no way she would allow Yu Xian to be compromised. Upon hearing Xiao's words, Xiao Chang and Xiao Fei fell silent. The ice-wielding man, however, was unamused. Who do you think you are, demanding information about our camp? Xiao remained quiet, directly using her mental powers to pin him against the ceiling. Who do you think I am? This display was more shocking than her earlier dispatching of zombies, prompting Xiao Chang to step in as a mediator. Xiao, don't be impulsive. Put him down. We can discuss this calmly. Xiao scoffed, releasing him while ignoring his resentful glare. Strength was her greatest asset. Whether in a one-on-one confrontation or a brawl, she feared no one. Xiao, I can't divulge details about the camp. But I assure you, the people there will not disappoint you. You will come to appreciate it, Xiao Chang vowed earnestly, exchanging knowing glances. After some contemplation, Xiao replied, Tomorrow, take me there. For tonight, you should return. There's south no place for you to sleep here. Xiao Chang had no objections, while Xiao Fei appeared too intimidated to speak. The ice-wielding man, initially eager to interject, was silenced by Xiao Fei's intervention, choosing to remain quiet. Xiao ignored him, but had he dared to utter another word, she would have promptly ejected him, letting him discover what kind of flavor zombies truly favored. After Xiao Chang and the others departed, Yu Xian looked up at her and asked, Brother, are we really going over tomorrow? I don't like that cold guy. He feels icy all over, and his thoughts are just as frigid. Xiao patted her head reassuringly to don't worry, I'm here. Tomorrow we'll see if you like it. We'll stay. If not, we'll leave immediately and no one will stop us. Xiao spoke with confidence, knowing her strength was formidable. The following day, as dawn broke, Xiao Chang hurriedly arrived, while Xiao Fei and the ice wielder were absent. Xiao observed the vehicle he drove, a Volkswagen, the ownership of which was uncertain, but it had now become his steed, a source of pride. Hey, a car worth 50 to 60,000. Not bad for a start. You know, none of us are particularly wealthy here. Having a Volkswagen is already quite something, Xiao Chang expressed, seemingly dissatisfied with his ride. Xiao nodded. I can't drive. Otherwise, I'd offer you a Phaeton. Worth over $1 million. Phaeton. Xiao Chang's eyes lit up. Where is it? In Nanjing at my school. The vice principal used to drive it. After the apocalypse, it's just been sitting there untouched. The keys are still with Oh. Wait, Shuela took them, didn't he? Who is Shuela? I'll go find him. Xiao Chang seemed perplexed again, and Xiao chose to selectively ignore his ramblings as she embraced Yu Xian and climbed into the car. Leaving their belongings untouched, It was uncertain whether they would stay. This was her stronghold, and she could not abandon it. The items within were hers, and no one else was entitled to them. They established their camp at a water amusement park near Haizhou Bay. Xia Qiu was taken aback, as the amusement park was quite distant from her home. Located in another village, it was remarkable that they dispatched individuals daily to check on her family, a gesture both commendable and perplexing. The entrance featured defenses they had constructed, appearing quite professional. It was likely one of them had military experience. Since there were survivors among the local troops, it stood to reason they had access to firearms, ensuring a degree of safety. "Brother, can I stay here?" Yu Xian exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she gazed at the amusement park, eager to play. Upon hearing her consent, Xiao Chang's face lit up with delight, enthusiastically enumerating the park's attractions. Xia Qiu and Chang observed with a cold gaze until Chang mentioned his escapades on the water slide, at which point Xia Qiu could no longer contain himself and stepped forward to expose the truth. "It's the dead of winter. How can you be frolicking in the water with nothing on?" Chang fell silent, his only response a sheepish grin. "Stop grinning like an idiot," Xia Qiu retorted to go inside and get someone to open the door. "I wish to see the situation at your camp. Did I tee this?" Chang's face lit up with pride. "Rest assured, you will be thoroughly impressed." From this, Xia Qiu deduced that they must possess a considerable arsenal, likely housing most of the weaponry from a military outpost. Chang went to summon assistance, and after a short while, Xia Xiaofei arrived to open the door. After ensuring there were no zombies in sight, he beckoned them to enter. "Everyone is gathered. I hope you can integrate into our collective." Xia Qiu chose to ignore Xia Xiaofei. He held a grudge against him. Carrying Yu Xian, they proceeded to the back of the amusement park, where they finally encountered the entirety of their group. The number was indeed substantial, marking the largest assembly Xia Qiu had encountered thus far. Over 30 individuals, 14 of whom were soldiers. Most of the others were around Xia Qiu's age. In their early 20s, "Xia Qiu, you've returned," exclaimed a girl of similar age, her tone brimming with delight. "Ditto," Xia Qiu replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Chapter 24. Hidden dangers. Familial love and romantic love are, in essence, synonymous. The bridge connecting them is time. Over the years, familial bonds can transform into romantic ones, just as love can evolve into familial affection. Having grown up alongside Xia Xiaoya, they naturally became a couple during high school. Yet their relationship did not deepen further. It remained as it was, for they were too familiar with one another. Xia Qiu was aware of her monthly cycles, while Xia Xiaoya had a record of his childhood bedwetting escapades. Then, on a particularly calm day, she rationally strayed from their relationship, and when discovered by Xia Qiu, she remained remarkably unfazed, so much so that he began to question whether he was the one who had strayed. Their subsequent breakup was marked by silence whenever they crossed paths. Who was it that first claimed that one could remain friends after a breakup? "Come here. I promise I won't slap you," he thought, leading Xia Qiu to the realization that a breakup meant complete severance of ties. Truth be told, encountering Xia Xiaoya here surprised Xia Qiu. However, he had come to terms with it. Their time together had merely been a beautiful misunderstanding. His feelings for her were akin to those shared between good friends, devoid of any romantic undertones. Otherwise, he would not have remained so composed back then, just as he was now. "You are Xia Qiu," the leader remarked with a smile. "That I heard from Chang that you are quite formidable. I express my condolences regarding your parents' disappearance, but I also offer my congratulations, for it implies they are likely still alive." The leader attempted to establish rapport with Xia Qiu, revealing that Chang had informed him he was the political commissar of the garrison, which explained his eloquence. Yet, Xia Qiu felt no fondness for him, and he could not pinpoint a reason. He simply disliked him. The role of a political commissar in the army bore no resemblance to that of a strategist. It was more akin to that of a logistics officer, responsible for support and indoctrination. Their primary duty was to dilute the power of the military's highest commander, akin to a historical supervisory role. Despite his lack of fondness, Xia Qiu maintained politeness and greeted him, pulling Yu Xian behind him. The girl trembled slightly since meeting the leader, though he could not discern the cause. Was it his appearance so frightful it could reduce a child to tears? While the leader scrutinized Xia Qiu, an unsettling sensation washed over him, as if someone were pilfering his belongings right before his eyes. This feeling was most unwelcome. "Impressive," the leader remarked. "I have never encountered someone I cannot read. Your abilities must surpass mine. You're at least level 4. Are you not?" Xia Qiu remained silent, but had already surmised the leader's power was akin to Yu Xian's mind-reading abilities and based on his demeanor. His level must be notably high. high enough to cause Yu Xian to tremble that if powers indeed possess levels, he was likely nearing level 4. Xiaoqiu wished to avoid discussing the subject of power levels and cut to the chase. Chang has briefed you. I presume, on my journey back from Nanjing. You can surely infer what I have encountered and done along the way. Are you willing to recruit someone like me? The leader chuckled. Xiaoqiu, you have misphrased it. It is not I who seeks to recruit you. Rather, it is you who shall join us. Xiaoqiu scoffed at the implication that he was being warned about who held authority before even joining. Clearly, this political commissar excelled in his duties, for he could not seem to detach himself from that mindset. However, Xiaoqiu was indifferent. A leader devoted to power would not allow his subordinates to falter, at least. Not under normal circumstances. Call it what you will. Whether I join or you recruit me, I must make my position clear. I am not your subordinate, nor should you treat me as one. Our relationship is strictly collaborative that if you face trouble, I shall do my utmost to assist you. Conversely, should I encounter peril, you must lend me a hand, as for other matters, such as food, we will manage ourselves. You need not concern yourself with that. Lastly, if a danger arises that exceeds my capabilities, I will prioritize Yu Xian's escape. Having laid out his terms, Xiaoqiu regarded the leader with an impassive expression, locking eyes with him. Should he agree, Xiaoqiu would remain. If the political commissar disagreed, he would turn and leave, for survivors existed beyond their camp, and Xiaoqiu's strength was sufficient to attract attention elsewhere. The leader stared at Xiaoqiu for a prolonged moment, then burst into laughter. Excellent. You possess character and stubbornness. Accompany me. Those with strength are inherently proud, and I appreciate that I agree to all your conditions. And welcome you to our fold. That I hope our collaboration is fruitful and that you quickly integrate into our family. Conversing with an astute individual was a relief. The leader acknowledged their partnership, clarifying it was not a superior-subordinate relationship, but rather a collaborative one. Someone. Take Xiaoqiu to our residential area and provide him with a tent adjacent to mine. The leader instructed that a robust fellow with a deep voice led the way, evidently displeased with Xiaoqiu's earlier demeanor, maintaining a stern expression throughout. Xiaoqiu remained unfazed by others' attitudes. Just as he prepared to leave, the leader called out once more, You are a commendable soldier, a thoroughbred that will trouble many, yet I believe one day I shall tame you. Xiaoqiu did not halt his stride but murmured, I hope you can realize your lofty aspirations. The leader's confident laughter echoed behind him, accompanied by voices discussing Xiaoqiu's seemingly arrogant demeanor, expressing dissatisfaction. The sturdy individual escorted Xiaoqiu to the residential area, coldly tossing a comment and a pile of belongings before departing. Set up your own tent. Xiaoqiu nearly lost his temper. How dare you? I am in a collaborative relationship with your political commissar, which means my status is equivalent to that of your leader. You have the audacity to speak to the leader in such a manner. To deal with those who showed him disrespect, he employed equally unrefined methods. The soldiers here were merely ordinary troops, not special forces. They were akin to militia at best. With minimal effort, Xiaoqiu subdued the hulking man into submission. Excuse me, Xiaoyi, the tent is set up. What do you think? The sturdy man asked, obsequiously adopting a servile demeanor. Professionals erecting professional tents naturally met Xiaoqiu's approval. With a mere thought, he relocated the tent from beside the leader to the edge, opting to be neighbors. Xiaoqiu was not fond of being too close to the leader, especially since his tent was centrally located, the largest, and served as the meeting place, constantly bustling with activity. The perimeter of the residential area bordered the amusement park, with the other side leading to the street. Further east lay Haizhou Bay, the sea. Regrettably, the coastal waters near Xiaoqiu's hometown were rather unappealing, heavily polluted and murky, resembling the yellow earth of the Lus Plateau. Once the tent was established, Xiaoqiu took Yu Xian to seek out Chang, for they had to retrieve numerous items from the supermarket. He was incapable of managing it alone and needed Chang to drive, hoping to learn from him in the process. Before they could exit the residential area, Xiaoqiu was halted by none other than Xiaoxiaya. I wish to speak with you, she said somewhat shyly. Xiaoqiu, maintaining a stern expression, brushed past her. I have no time. Brother, that sister is upset and is scolding you, Yu Xian whispered in his ear from her perch on his back. The warmth of Yu Xian's breath tickled Xiaoqiu's ear, prompting him to scratch it before responding. Do not concern yourself. Let her scold as she pleases. After taking a few more steps, Xiaoqiu was once again intercepted, this time by a subordinate of the political commissar, who with an all-business demeanor blocked his path. The political commissar has stated that, for your safety, you are not permitted to leave. Xiaqiu shoved him aside. He is your political commissar, not mine. Why should I adhere to his words? The subordinate, unable to prevent Xiaqiu's departure, stood back with a cold smile, watching him walk away. As Xiaqiu reached the entrance of the amusement park, the political commissar appeared, intercepting him once more. Indeed, the political commissar proved to be more adept than the boorish soldiers, at least in terms of superficial decorum. Xiaqiu, although it is daytime, there are still numerous zombies wandering about. For your safety, it is best to remain within the camp. Leaders are akin to figures like Liu Bei. They possess the art of conversation, the finesse of social interaction, and the ability to win people over. However, Xiaqiu is neither a harsh critic nor an oppressive figure. He does not fall for such tactics that I must make a trip back to the supermarket, for all my belongings are there. Nevertheless, should others show respect, Xiaqiu will reciprocate. He will respond truthfully. The supermarket is replete with items that Xiaqiu and Yu Xian cannot possibly utilize all. Thus he will naturally share some with them as a form of joining FAS for this. You need not worry. I have already dispatched someone to retrieve the items, and everything will be brought back for you. Rest assured. The political commissar is considerate, yet Xiaqiu's expression darkens. While Xiaqiu may have joined them, it does not imply that his belongings are to be shared with them, and the commissar's presumptuous tone irks him greatly. Then I shall thank you, Xiaqiu replies coldly, turning on his heel to leave. From his perspective, the commissar's actions may seem caring, yet to Xiaqiu, it appears as blatant bureaucratic overreach. He seems to consider himself the emperor of this realm, wielding authority over subordinates and resources at will. Commissar, look at him. Were it not for your warning against confrontation, I would have relished the opportunity to teach him a lesson, the leader's bodyguard seethes, raising his voice intentionally as Xiaqiu walks away, making it nearly impossible for Xiaqiu to ignore his words. Xiaqiu turns with a cold smirk, pointing at the bodyguard, his glare piercing. What are you staring at? I am referring to you. You haven't even shed your diapers yet, so what gives you the right to act so tough? Before Xiaqiu can make a move, the commissar slaps the bodyguard across the face. Bellowing, you imbecile, is this how I instructed you? Go run 10 laps around the playground and skip both lunch and dinner today. The bodyguard shoots a furious glare at Xiaqiu, standing at attention, adopting a standard running posture, and begins his punishment. Xiaqiu, I apologize. As the commissar, I am struggling to manage them, and it appears I have caused you distress, the leader expresses sincerely. Such base attempts at manipulation may ensnare the Na'vi, but Xiaqiu is no fool. He has long seen through the commissar's strategies, which serve only to punish subordinates in a bid to win favor. That it's nothing, Xiaqiu responds tersely, his expression devoid of emotion as he takes Yu Xian by the hand and departs. Initially, he had hoped this place would serve as a sanctuary, yet now it seems clear that he must seek a new refuge, one that can accommodate him. Halfway along his path, Xiaqiu suddenly appears, arms outstretched to block Xiaqiu's way. Don't go. I have something to discuss with you. Chapter 25. Conflict. Xiaqiu employs her abilities to impede Xiaqiu, her arms extending like rubber, effectively encircling both him and Yu Xian to prevent their escape. Xiaqiu's demeanor turns icy as he halts. If you have something to say, do so quickly, that I am quite busy. Xiaqiu's temper has softened considerably. Had Xiaqiu spoken to her in this manner before, she would have slapped him without hesitation. Now, despite the fire in her eyes, her hand remains at her side, and she glares at him, saying, Why can't you just listen to me properly? Xiaqiu scoffs. Do you truly believe you have time to waste? Or do you think I am so idle that I can sit down for tea and small talk with you? Xiaqiu, how have you changed? You used to enjoy our conversations, did you not? Were we not supposed to remain good friends after our breakup? Yet it has been 2 years since we last had a proper dialogue. Xiaqiu's emotions surge, her outstretched hand trembling. Child, Xiaqiu can only regard her with pity, recognizing how the world has transformed. Yet she remains ensnared in those so-called relationships. For her, he has no desire to engage further. His sole concern now is Yu Xian, and nothing else. As Xiaqiu departs, Xiaqiu stands motionless, lost in thought, her face streaked with tears, her hands still extended, but now drooping like a frostbitten eggplant in winter. Brother, did she used to say that to you? Yu Xian, the curious child, peeks into Xiaqiu's heart. Yes, Xiaoqiu reflects, his thoughts drifting away. His desperate pleas for her to stay had yielded only 3 words from her, a childlike dismissal. It is these very words that have left him utterly disheartened. Now he returns them to her, perhaps experiencing the same emotional tranquility she once felt. Upon returning to the tent, the space is rather limited, offering only a sleeping area with a mat already laid out. The winter by the seaside is particularly biting, as the damp air seeps into the bones, chilling one to the marrow and leaving one susceptible to hidden injuries. Yu Xian, experiencing her first night in a tent, appears exhilarated, joyfully crawling about, zipping the entrance up and down, thoroughly entertained. Xiaoqiu smiles as he observes her, all the while pondering how to coexist with this group without igniting conflict. Since his arrival, he has already managed to incite the disdain of the core members, particularly the soldiers. Soldiers can be both endearing and detestable. The shift between the two depends on whether they find you agreeable. If they do, they will be earnest and open-hearted. If not, they will find ways to make your life difficult, employing any means necessary. Xiaoqiu stands as a quintessential example of a misjudgment. Soldiers admire strength. But above that, they respect leadership and authority. When conflict arises between the two, they will unhesitatingly choose to side with their leaders, and Xiaoqiu has foolishly offended theirs. After tiring from her play, Yu Xian lies obediently in the tent, chatting with Xiaoqiu about trivial matters, such as her kindergarten friends' adventures, her teacher's lessons, and her favorite snacks, all while conveniently omitting any mention of her parents. Just as their conversation reaches a lively crescendo, a man, seemingly a few years older than Xiaoqiu, storms toward him, seething with rage, that he opens his mouth to unleash a tirade. Who do you think you are? Daring to speak to Xiaoyu like that? Don't think for a moment that Xiao Chong has turned you into some kind of deity. Let me tell you, I'm not afraid of you. Stand up and face me like a man. Xiaoqiu's eyes narrow, and a surge of telekinetic energy erupts from him, seizing the provocateur and slamming him repeatedly to the ground. The sounds of his body colliding with the earth reverberate, creating a significant dent in the ground. This man possesses a formidable ability, akin to an indestructible form, which emboldens him to challenge Xiaoqiu, and it is precisely this that allows Xiaoqiu to exert such force upon him. Tossed around like a mere plaything, the man suffers no physical harm but experiences a profound humiliation, being struck from side to side. If you have the guts, kill me, he finally manages to utter amidst the chaos, prompting Xiaoqiu to pause. This is the first and last warning. Do not dare to offend me again, especially not my family. Otherwise, I will grant your wish. Death that I end this world, that is a fortunate fate. Do you not agree? Xiaoqiu declares, hurling him 10 meters away with a menacing glare. Xiaoqiu's words are not mere threats. He speaks with the conviction of one who would follow through. At some point, taking a life has become a trivial matter for him, leaving one to ponder whether this is a boon or a bane for the current Xiaoqiu. The man, now intimidated, is struck by the lethal tone in Xiaoqiu's voice, which brooks no insincerity. The potency of Xiaoqiu's abilities has rendered him apprehensive. Regardless of his golden form, he is rendered useless if he cannot close the distance. Xiaoqiu possesses numerous methods to torment him, even to the point of ending his life. Hardly had the words left his lips when others arrived, led by the very soldiers who had previously obstructed Xiaoqiu. Their demeanor decidedly accusatory, the intent to confront written plainly upon their faces. Xiaoqiu, what do you think you're doing? Surrender all weapons, hands on your head, and squat in the corner. One soldier commands, raising his gun to point at Xiaoqiu. The trigger poised for action. Xiaoqiu responds with a chilling laugh, gesturing for Yu Xian to remain still within the tent and to comply with the command given. The only method to halt my abilities is to kill me. There is no other way. Furthermore, I can activate my powers with just a thought. The gestures I make are merely for show. Even if you were to bind me with a 100-pound lock, I could still employ my telekinesis effortlessly. Xiaoqiu squats, hands on his head, and unleashes his power, causing the gun in the soldier's hand to fly from his grasp, hovering ominously in the air. Aimed at all who approach. Xiaoqiu lowers his head, concealing his expression, yet he can imagine the terror etched upon their faces. What kind of sorcery is this? A soldier's voice trembles in fear. Xiaoqiu chuckles darkly. I am following your orders to squat with my hands on my head. Your unreasonable demands make it clear that you are in the wrong, since I have committed no offense. I see no reason to remain in this position. Standing tall, he meets the gaze of the soldiers with a cold smirk. I have done nothing wrong, yet you demand I submit. That is an affront to my dignity. I am generally quite accommodating. As long as you refrain from seeking trouble with me, I will treat you with kindness. But should you choose to provoke me, do not blame me for the consequences. The soldiers remain momentarily stunned, still reeling from their fear, compounded by Xia Qiu's nonsensical rhetoric, rendering their minds a muddled mess. Although they sense an error in Xia Qiu's assertions, they struggle to pinpoint precisely what that error might be. Dazed and bewildered, with a gun ominously hovering above him, the man was acutely aware that although the camp's firearms could only be loaded with 2 bullets, no one could guarantee that he was not one of those 2 unfortunate souls. The mere thought of being struck sent shivers down his spine. Just as he began to utter a military phrase, Xia Qiu swiftly fired a bullet from his handgun, hitting the ground beneath his feet with a resounding bang, startling him into a leap. The instant Xia Qiu felt the absence of 1 bullet, the remaining individuals displayed visible relief on their faces. The soldier, seemingly undeterred by his earlier fright, attempted to hurl insults at Xia Qiu, but was met with another decisive shot, this time striking his thigh, a through-and-through wound that spared his bone. Thanks to his heightened perception, Xia Qiu could accurately gauge the human body's general structure. This time, it was not Xia Qiu who interrupted the man's tirade. Rather, it was the man's own foolishness that led him to a painful cry as he clutched his leg and collapsed to the ground. With both bullets expended, the initially belligerent man boldly declared, "Everyone attack." He has no bullets left. His bravado was impressive, yet his actions betrayed him as he cowered behind the others, unwilling to engage in a group battle. Xia Qiu felt no apprehension. Ever since his abilities had amplified, he had not engaged in one-on-one combat, whether against humans or zombies, but he thrived in overwhelming odds, feeling no pressure whatsoever. Tio put it bluntly. Humans were far less formidable than zombies. The tendency of people to follow one another was pronounced. A single individual facing danger might exhibit remarkable courage and determination, a so-called fight or flight response. However, should a group be present, if even one person displayed fear or a desire to flee, the entire collective would inevitably crumble. Humans are susceptible to fear, while zombies are not. Xia Qiu's goal was to vanquish this group, or rather, to defeat their strongest member. Once the others witnessed Xia Qiu's prowess, they would understand he was not to be trifled with, a level of strength beyond their grasp. Moreover, his previous mysterious abilities had already instilled dread within them. Indeed, while the cacophony of their shouting was loud and their abilities diverse, the fear etched on their faces was unmistakable, particularly the man closest to Xia Qiu, whose terror became increasingly evident as he drew nearer. Soon he stood barely a meter away from Xia Qiu, who remained motionless and expressionless. Yet this very stillness succeeded in intimidating everyone present. At last, the man halted, his visage contorted in horror, before he let out a ghastly cry and fled. Once their leader ran, the others, albeit somewhat confused, instinctively followed suit, and in an instant, the once menacing crowd dissipated entirely. The last man, slow to react, stood frozen in place, bewildered as he realized he was now alone. His gaze involuntarily met Xia Qiu's, a tempest of emotions swirling in his eyes. Fear, pleading, desperation, regret. An array of feelings that were difficult to articulate. Xia Qiu was taken aback, realizing for the first time that a person could simultaneously convey such a multitude of expressions. It was a pity he had not pursued a career in the entertainment industry. He could have easily been an award-winning actor. Xia Qiu's actions were intended to intimidate them, yet he knew it was insufficient. He required another display of power to serve as a warning. Now that the monkeys had been gathered, it was time to find the unfortunate chicken. This hapless fellow. "Would you mind being our chicken?" Xia Qiu asked amiably, a friendly smile adorning his face, reminiscent of a warm-hearted older brother. Chapter 26. The commissioner's scheme, executing the act of killing the chicken to scare the monkey, necessitated a delicate touch. One must not frighten the chicken excessively, nor allow the lesson to be quickly forgotten. The chicken was chosen, the monkeys assembled, and Xia Qiu had devised a strategy, yet he refrained from taking action. For the commissioner had arrived, his first words were, "You fools, what are you doing here?" This admonition was not directed at Xia Qiu. Had it been, Xia Qiu would have simply turned on his heel and departed. The others fared better, but the soldiers appeared utterly terrified, heads bowed, cowering in place, as if caught in wrongdoing by a teacher. The chosen chicken, emboldened, exclaimed, "Commissioner!" It was he who struck first. Xiaoqiu could only cast a sympathetic glance at him. It was a miracle he had survived this long. The commissioner's opening statement revealed his stance, deflecting blame onto his subordinates, and choosing not to engage with Xiaoqiu, the outsider. However, by drawing attention to himself. The situation had become complicated than Xiaoqiu had anticipated. The commissioner's pained gaze met the chicken's, a silent acknowledgement that he could not control this rogue. Xiaoqiu chose to remain silent. The soldiers were his subordinates. Under his authority, while the others were neither his subordinates nor soldiers, thus he could not manage them as he would his own men. That I understand the gist of the situation. Let us leave it at that. The matter between Xiaoqiu and Xiaoya is of a personal nature, and I hope you can resolve it privately without dragging others into your emotions. That as an elder, I advise you to consider your personal issues seriously, as you are not children anymore. The commissioner certainly knew how to handle matters adeptly. Once the commissioner and his guards departed, Xiaoqiu turned to Xiaoya, awaiting her response. After such a commotion, it would be a disservice not to say anything, especially considering the efforts of the hapless chicken and the injured soldier, who had been sent for medical attention, narrowly escaping the punishment of running laps in full gear. If your intention is to discuss emotional matters, I suggest you refrain from speaking. Xiaoqiu said coolly. That in this apocalyptic world, survival comes first. Everything else is trivial. No, that is not what I wish to convey. I merely want to express that regardless of what you have experienced or witnessed after the apocalypse, I hope you can integrate into our group, survive alongside us, and endure until this wretched end passes. The end of the apocalypse? Would such a day ever arrive? Xiaoqiu suddenly found himself lost in contemplation, unable to arrive at a conclusion. When he came to, Xiaoya had already departed, leaving only Yu Xian by his side, silently observing him. "Brother, that sister seems quite attached to you," Yu Xian suddenly remarked. "You little rascal, did I not tell you not to pry into others' thoughts? Besides, do you even grasp the meaning of attachment?" Xiaoqiu chuckled, ruffling her hair. The depths of mind-reading abilities were indeed unfathomable. Why, Yu Xian replied with utmost seriousness, "I understand that it's just like how I can't be apart from my brother. That is what attachment means." Xiaoqiu was struck dumb with laughter, realizing her observation was indeed accurate. Attachment was, after all, about being together and unable to separate. After waiting a while at the camp, the thunderous roar of a truck echoed from outside. As Xiao Chong and the others returned, having loaded an entire truck with goods from the supermarket, pots, pans, and everything in between, even an unusable induction cooker. Everyone was ecstatic, but before they could unload the cargo, the commissioner issued a command. "Everyone halt. Put down what you are carrying and step aside. All these items belong to Xiaoqiu. How they are to be dealt with must be determined by him." Strictly speaking, the commissioner was entirely correct at that moment. A tacit understanding prevailed among everyone. Unclaimed items belonged to whoever seized them first. Xiaoqiu had entered the supermarket first, thus everything inside was rightfully his. However, the commissioner's words carried a sinister undertone. Previously, he had dispatched individuals to raid Xiaoqiu's belongings without consulting him. Now that the items had been returned, he was keen to clarify the hierarchy. If Xiaoqiu were to claim all these goods as his own, it would undoubtedly jeopardize his stay here. This was a test from the commissioner, gauging what choice Xiaoqiu would make. The commissioner, true to his title, effortlessly wielded schemes and strategies. Leaving Xiaoqiu momentarily flustered, he furrowed his brow. Truth be told, he had no intention of relinquishing any of these items. However, if he did not share, he would surely be unable to remain in this place. Moreover, with so many people around, it was impossible for them not to feel envious. In an apocalypse, envy could drive people to desperate measures. "Aside from my and Yu Xian's belongings, you may divide the rest among yourselves," Xiaoqiu ultimately conceded, distributing the items while retaining only his own possessions: bedding, snacks, food, and some of Yu Xian's toys. Everything else from the truck was left for the others. "Brother, their fondness for you has increased," Yu Xian noted. That on the way back, Yu Xuan quietly spoke to Xiaoqiu. Xiaoqiu suddenly realized that the political commissar meant something else. Had he refused from the beginning, he would likely have been expelled without a second thought. And the items would have been out of reach. That if Xiaoqiu chose to leave the items for them, it indicated his commendable character, as this action would greatly enhance his popularity among others. especially since resources had become synonymous with survival, by generously offering his belongings to others. Even if they harbored dissatisfaction towards him, they could not outwardly express any resentment. Annoyance would transform into understanding. Isn't it quite normal for a capable person to possess a few eccentricities? The political commissar's intention was to facilitate Xiaoqiu's acceptance among the group and to help him integrate smoothly into this collective. Although the political commissar's actions were well-intentioned, Xiaoqiu felt a twinge of discomfort as he was being manipulated alongside others, with everyone being deftly maneuvered according to someone else's agenda. This feeling was quite unsettling. Even if it was claimed to be for his own good, as expected, the political commissar's strategy proved effective. Soon, one by one, individuals came to visit Xiaoqiu, sharing various precautions and warning him about dangerous areas. After nearly everyone had come by, Xia Xiaoya and Ji Xiong approached. Xiaoqiu, I apologize for today's incident. My actions were inappropriate and impulsive. When I saw Xiaoya crying, I became enraged. You understand, being a man, Ji Xiong said as he approached Xiaoqiu. However, Xiaoqiu remained silent, his expression calm as he regarded him. Ji Xiong, receiving no response, stood awkwardly in place, unsure of what to do next, and in his helplessness, he cast a pleading glance towards Xiaoya, hoping she might offer some guidance. Before Xiaoya could speak, Xiaoqiu finally broke the silence. I won't hold today's events against you. That single statement was all he desired. Ji Xiong, satisfied with Xiaoqiu's response, departed, leaving Xiaoya behind, who appeared flustered and on the verge of saying something, but hesitated. It's getting dark. I need to sleep with you, Xuan. If you have something to say, do it quickly. In truth, it was barely past 7. Typically, Xiaoqiu and Yuxuan would go to bed around 8 or 9. Yet Xiaoqiu was currently eager to avoid her gaze and wished to hasten her departure. I came to suggest that it might be inconvenient for you to take care of Yuxuan. You know I have a younger sister. I have experience in caring for children, so why not let me look after Yuxuan? She proposed. This was indeed her intention, and it struck a chord with Xiaoqiu. Although he had a younger brother whom he had raised since childhood, boys and girls were different. For instance, he often played games with his brother for hours, but Yuxuan was a well-behaved child. Is that so? Very well, from now on, you can take care of Yuxuan. If you need anything, just let me know, and I will prepare it for her. Xiaoqiu ultimately agreed to entrust Yuxuan to Xiaoya. Recognizing that she was more adept at caring for others, unlike himself, who could barely cook and had almost choked on a fish, that you are trying to use me to mend your relationship with my brother. I want to go with you. Yuxuan interjected unexpectedly, exposing Xiaoya's intentions and leaving her blushing in embarrassment. Xiaoqiu also felt awkward, as the ability to read minds had its downsides, especially in the hands of a child who lacked understanding. Yuxuan, why don't you go with your sister? Your brother won't be able to look after you anymore, Xiaoqiu urged, speaking nothing but the truth. Now that he had joined this collective, his capabilities would undoubtedly place him in a prominent role, leading to numerous opportunities for external activities which inherently posed risks. Thus, it was essential to find someone who could care for Yuxuan, and Xiaoya, with her experience in looking after children, was the best candidate. To his surprise, Yuxuan was unyielding, burrowing into the tent and clutching a blanket tightly, shaking her head and declaring, I don't want to go, I don't want to go. Xiaoqiu felt helpless, although he could easily remove Yuxuan if he wished. Having her wail in the middle of the night would not be ideal. The intentions behind a child's tantrums are akin to those of a woman's, leading to similar outcomes. Ultimately, Yuxuan nestled contentedly into her little blanket, peeking out with her small head, as if fearing that he might flee, leaving Xiaoqiu both amused and exasperated. Brother, I want to hear you tell a story, Yuxuan said, pointing to the Xinhua dictionary with anticipation. Xiaoqiu began to mentally chastise himself. In an effort to keep Yuxuan quiet, he had claimed the dictionary was a storybook, suggesting that if she learned all the characters, she could uncover one delightful tale after another. Yet, he had not heard her voice such a request during their journey until now. Chapter 27. Half human, half corpse. The following morning, Xiaoqiu was awakened early by the cacophony of voices outside. This group seemed to be engaged in some sort of lively activity, laughter and shouts resembling a martial arts session. Upon exiting the tent, he was greeted by bright sunshine, promising a pleasant day ahead. Albeit he was irked by the rude awakening. Young man, rise early and seize the day, the political commissar advised as he approached Xiaoqiu, adopting a tone befitting a senior. Judging by his appearance, he had evidently been training for some time. It was clear that the idea of morning exercises was his initiative. While the dozen or so soldiers had no complaints, the others likely found it more challenging. However, when Xiaqiu approached to observe, he was taken aback. Over 30 individuals stood neatly in an open space, engaging in what appeared to be military-style exercises with commendable fervor, exuding an air reminiscent of disciplined soldiers. They are practicing military boxing, simple, effective for real combat, and beneficial for fitness. Why not join in? The political commissar encouraged, occasionally correcting the novices' movements. Xiaqiu watched for a moment before turning away. Being forced to rise early for such activities was akin to a death sentence for him. The sight of military boxing was rather ungraceful. While soldiers might have fared better, the others were hardly commendable in appearance, even from an outsider's perspective. Seeing Xiaqiu depart, the political commissar made no further attempts to persuade him and turned his attention back to instructing the others. After breakfast, the political commissar approached Xiaqiu with a request. Today, I need you to venture outside and see if there are any survivors left, that if you find anyone, bring them back. Xiaqiu regarded him with confusion. Risking his life to search for potential survivors, mind you, seemed futile. The apocalypse had been ongoing for almost 3 months, and those still alive had likely banded together, forming various groups. Solitary individuals were nearly non-existent, as even someone with his exceptional abilities had opted to join a camp. This line of thought was not meant to belittle others. After all, combat-related abilities were scarce. The political commissar possessed formidable powers, nearly at level 4, yet his mind-reading ability offered no advantage in battle. When facing zombies, one had to rely on their own fighting skills. Given these factors, Xiaqiu felt compelled to assert that solitary individuals were indeed rare. Is it meaningful? Xiaqiu asked the political commissar, his inquiry earnest. The political commissar responded with grave sincerity. It is meaningful and of great significance that we cannot save the deceased, but if we encounter a living person, we must offer our assistance. Seeing the seriousness in his demeanor, Xiaqiu too adopted a somber expression, reflecting on his words that he recognized the truth in them, that I'm willing to go, but you must summon Xiaoqiang to take care of Yushuan. That's my sole condition. Among the 30-odd individuals in the camp, Xiaqiu only trusted Xiaoqiang, whose combat capabilities were noteworthy, with the ability to transform his physique, a peculiar skill Xiaqiu had witnessed for the first time. The political commissar readily agreed to Xiaqiu's condition, likely believing that with Xiaqiu's involvement, Xiaoqiang's presence would be rendered inconsequential. Xiaoqiang was summoned and readily accepted Xiaqiu's request, assuring him of Yushuan's safety, as he too had a younger brother, albeit with whom he was not particularly close. Instead, he shared a closer bond with Xiaqiu, a fact that had previously caused some resentment in Xiaoqiang towards him. Having transported an entire supermarket's worth of supplies into the camp, resources were temporarily abundant, so the mission for this outing was singular: to search for survivors. Before Xiaqiu's arrival, the search for survivors had merely been a secondary task. The expedition comprised 5 individuals: Xiaqiu, the political commissar's bodyguard, Xia Xiaofei, and 2 soldiers. Apart from Xiaqiu, the other 4 were heavily armed, practically outfitted to the teeth in addition to their handguns. Each carried 2 grenades and a rifle, making it resemble an operation to storm a stronghold rather than a simple search. "Where are your weapons?" the bodyguard inquired, eyeing Xiaqiu, who appeared almost defenseless compared to their armament. Xiaqiu produced a few military knives, which elicited laughter from the group. The knives, reminiscent of children's toys, were clearly of dubious origin. They were sharp but bore the hallmarks of a military enthusiast's half-hearted craftsmanship, leading to their mockery. "What can such childish play do?" The bodyguard laughed heartily, recalling the last encounter when Xiaqiu had threatened him, seizing this opportunity to retaliate. "Just wait and see. It won't take long for you to find out," Xiaqiu retorted, that in the midst of a tense atmosphere, Xiaqiu chose not to engage with the group of individuals who resembled those who only shed tears upon facing the reality of death. They belonged to the type that would not comprehend the respect owed to the strong unless they were personally dealt a blow, leaving them bruised and battered. This mission was led by the guards, who directed a few individuals to head north from the amusement park, where a newly constructed middle school was said to be secure, with only a handful of zombies having been dealt with. As they traversed a narrow path, Xiaqiu occasionally sensed the presence of zombies within the houses, most of which remained stationary, while a few moved about within a limited area. Upon entering through the back door of the school, they reached the boiler room, where Xiaqiu halted. "What is the matter?" The guard, noticing Xiao's pause, inquired with a hint of confusion. Xiao gestured for silence, focusing his mental energy to perceive the situation. Inside the boiler room, he detected a presence unlike any he had encountered before. Human yet imbued with a strong zombie aura, making it difficult to discern its true nature. There's someone inside. Xiao whispered softly, stealthily approaching the boiler room. The door was locked from the outside, which puzzled him. Who would do such a thing? At that moment, the guard grasped Xiao's arm and gently shook his head, saying, "It's old Li, the one who used to stoke the boiler for us. Out of compassion, we locked him in rather than kill him. Let us not disturb him, that is so it was their doing." Although they referred to him as the old boiler man, Xiao sensed an oddity in his aura that compelled him to investigate further. Ignoring their objections, he pried open the lock and, using his mental faculties, pinpointed old Li's exact location before cautiously approaching, careful not to make a sound. Upon discovering old Li, he found him lying on a bed, one hand dangling to the floor, swaying as if paddling through water. Hearing footsteps, he lifted his head and began to howl, resembling the other zombies. Yet Xiao was certain he was different. His eyes radiated an unusual brightness when a person becomes a zombie. The black pupils vanish entirely, replaced by a dull, milky white akin to factory smoke, dim and lifeless. However, old Li's eyes reflected a vivid light, an anomaly for someone of his age. "Enough staring. Let us go," the guard urged, unwilling to witness old Li's plight any longer. He attempted to lead the others away, but Xiao stopped him, pointing out old Li's eyes. "Let us compare him, not to zombies, but to ordinary elderly individuals. Can an elderly person's eyes shine so brightly? His gaze rivals that of a youthful man, indicating he is not a zombie, that we must bring him back," Xiao asserted firmly, eager to unravel the mystery of old Li's condition. The guard exchanged glances with another soldier, and after a brief moment, they nodded in agreement, deciding to take old Li with them. However, a new predicament arose. Despite Xiao's claims, the soldiers hesitated to assist old Li back, for his state was indistinguishable from that of a zombie. Realizing they could not rely on anyone else, Xiao took it upon himself to use his mental control over old Li. The soldiers swiftly retrieved steel wire to secure him, binding him tightly yet carefully to avoid harm. This dual requirement presented a significant challenge. A zombie's strength is approximately 10 times that of an average human, far surpassing that of previous martial arts masters. Ordinary ropes would be futile. Thus, they meticulously wrapped old Li with sturdy steel wire, akin to tying up a pig. With old Li in tow, the group returned to the amusement park shortly thereafter. The guard presented old Li to the bewildered political commissar, who was at a loss to comprehend the situation. Without offering an explanation, the guard insisted they resume their mission, while Xiao was retained by the commissar for questioning. "You claim he is neither a zombie nor a human." The commissar paced restlessly, appearing somewhat agitated, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao, as if attempting to peer into his soul, yet ultimately failing to do so. Xiao nodded, recognizing the commissar's inquiry was misguided. Old Li still belonged to the realm of humanity. His condition bore resemblance to a late-stage Ebola virus patient, having lost his faculties and differing fundamentally from others. Zombies, in contrast, were devoid of life altogether. "That I need you to confirm this once more, that if what you say is true, do you understand the implications?" The commissar's excitement was palpable. Had he not been in a position of authority, he might have shaken Xiao by the shoulders in fervor. Through mental perception, Xiao could clearly discern the state of the zombies, knowing they were irrevocably dead and beyond salvation. The commissar's desire to find a remedy for them was a delusion, an impossibility. They were not patients. They were corpses, irretrievable to life. Moreover, the world had descended into chaos. Where would one find doctors, scientists, or the necessary medical facilities? Calmly, Xiao laid out the current situation for him, emphasizing the absence of doctors, scientists, and required equipment. There was nothing left. The commissar, taken aback by Xiao's words, shifted his gaze to old Li, then suddenly turned and asked, "If you say old Li is not dead, what evidence do you have? Is it merely because his eyes differ from those of other zombies? We can mutate and gain abilities. Why can't zombies?" It appeared the commissar was still trapped in his own fantasies. After a moment's hesitation, Xiaoqiu felt compelled to explain the connection between zombies and their potential for abilities. My abilities allow me to perceive the internal state of the human body. To elaborate, I can discern the cellular structure. Hence, I can observe the true condition within a human body. What I am about to say may be shocking, so I advise you to prepare yourself mentally. Xiaoqiu had never been this serious before. The air in the room seemed to thicken with his solemnity, and even old Li, who had been howling incessantly, fell silent, motionless, fixing his gaze on the commissar's equally serious eyes. Xiaoqiu articulated slowly. The reason we possess abilities is the same reason ordinary individuals become zombies. The difference lies in our survival. We have become empowered, while they have succumbed to death. Transforming into the undead that I anticipated, the commissar was taken aback by Xiaoqiu's revelation, struggling to accept the notion that humans and zombies could share a commonality, an utterly ludicrous proposition. Xiaoqiu remained silent, patiently waiting for the increasingly agitated commissar to calm down, for he understood that the commissar, being a rational individual, would ultimately come to accept the truth. Indeed, the commissar did not disappoint Xiaoqiu. After pacing in distress several times, he suddenly appeared dejected, slumping into a chair, his voice low and somber, that if we are alike, is there any possibility of restoring them to their former selves, even if it means sacrificing our powers? Xiaoqiu shook his head. The dead could never return to life. Yet, the commissar's words left Xiaoqiu astonished. The abilities possessed by the living were akin to a drug addiction. Were Xiaoqiu to forfeit his mental control to restore the world? He might be reluctant to do so, and others would likely share this sentiment. Few would agree to relinquish their powers for the sake of restoring others, even if such a possibility existed. After a moment of silence, the commissar suddenly raised his head, his eyes gleaming with determination. No, there must be a way. You said old Li isn't dead, right? Then perhaps the others are merely in a more severe state. We must find a solution. Xiaoqiu realized he could not dissuade him. Soldiers were often driven by madness, willing to risk their lives for their objectives. Xiaoqiu, leave old Li with me for now. I'll observe him further. You continue searching. There may be others like old Li. Bring them all back. Every last one. That the commissar's fervor was evident, and Xiaoqiu could not agree to harbor such dangerous individuals alongside them. Recognizing his own folly, the commissar quickly amended his statement. I'll clear the swimming pool and confine the half-corpses there. Perhaps we could discover a cure from them. His continued belief in a remedy rendered Xiaoqiu unable to correct his misguided notions. Yet he harbored a seed of contemplation in his heart, acknowledging the stubbornness of soldiers. The original 4 members of the team awaited outside, and upon seeing Xiaoqiu emerge, the guard approached and asked, "What are the commissar's orders?" This young man still viewed himself as a soldier, exhibiting a strong sense of duty. "Let us go," Xiaoqiu replied, weary of the obstinate commissar's orders that we need to continue searching for survivors. Like old Li, he felt an overwhelming reluctance towards this task, as it appeared utterly futile. The guard stood at attention, saluting as he proclaimed, "We will accomplish the mission." Xiaoqiu shook his head in resignation. Feeling ill at ease amidst such rigid individuals, they retraced their earlier route, yet this time found no further discoveries. Old Li's case appeared to be an isolated incident. That as night fell, most had retired for the evening. The commissar summoned Xiaoqiu to the swimming pool where old Li was confined, observing him from a height as he half-propped himself up, howling in a frenzy. The commissar seemed uncertain of his intentions. "Can you discern any differences within him? Old Li's transformation is surely not mere coincidence. He must possess something unique." The political commissar declared with unwavering conviction, as though he were already aware of the unique attributes of old Li. This is the hallmark of a soldier, where there exists only a binary of yes or no, with no room for ambiguity. That in truth, on the way here, Xiaoqiu had meticulously examined old Li's physical condition. The reason he had not transformed was due to the lower viral load within him, albeit concentrated in his head, rendering him a veritable corpse. Conversely, the living bore viruses as well, albeit of a different structural composition. Akin to fraternal brothers, intimately connected yet distinct in their respective qualities, with these differences preventing the living from succumbing to transformation. Upon a second inspection, the findings remained unchanged. The virus within old Li was still localized in his head and exhibited unusual activity, perhaps accounting for its nocturnal vigor. Dismissing old Li, and urging him to silence, Xiaqiu addressed the political commissar. As I observed during the day, there is no change. The political commissar, undeterred by disappointment, perhaps already aware of the outcome, requested Xiaqiu to reiterate his observations merely to validate his own thoughts. After a prolonged silence, the political commissar gazed at the twinkling stars above, letting out a heavy sigh, as if expending the last vestiges of his strength. After death, if a corpse is exposed to the air, rigor mortis will set in within 2 to 3 hours, peaking at 12 to 15 hours, gradually diminishing after a day, and disappearing entirely within 3 to 4 days. Yet behold these shambling corpses. Although they are indeed dead, they exhibit none of these phenomena, nor do they show signs of decay. The science I once held dear has been rendered utterly obsolete. What am I to do? The political commissar's words seemed disjointed, yet Xiaqiu comprehended the underlying sentiment. His faith had crumbled, and he sought a new foundation to sustain his will to live. Both men fell into silence, each lost in thought beneath the starry sky, while old Li, restless, continued to vocalize his presence. Suddenly, a wave of trepidation surged through Xiaqiu, as if he were confronting a life-and-death crisis. He turned to the political commissar, locking eyes with him, and found the same expression of dread mirrored upon his face, as if they had both witnessed something horrific. Something has gone awry, they exclaimed in unison. Without a second thought, and they took off running, Xiaqiu to rally his soldiers, and the political commissar to protect Yuxian. As they reached the halfway point, the air outside the amusement park erupted with guttural roars reminiscent of beasts, a riot. Xiaqiu recalled the most terrifying incident of his life. The last outbreak had been vividly imprinted in his memory, thousands surging forth like a deluge, severing him from one Yongyuan and the others. This time, he could not allow Yuxian to come to harm. With his heart burdened, he quickened his pace, but the robust political commissar outstripped him, arriving at the camp first. Most of the personnel were asleep. Yet the earth-shattering roars of the undead roused them, leaving them bewildered and terrified in front of their tents. Xia Xiaoya, who had been summoned by Xiaqiu to lull Yuxian to sleep, clutched her tightly upon seeing him, without hesitation throwing herself into his arms. Xiaqiu instinctively took Yuxian from her, setting her aside. Everyone, gather your essentials and form 3 teams, each comprising 2 soldiers. The remainder will accompany me as we prepare to face this urgent military situation. The political commissar commanded with calm authority, directing everyone to pack their belongings and board the trucks for an imminent departure. Xiaqiu instructed Xiaochang to look after Yuxian temporarily, then leaped from the truck to stand beside the political commissar, ready to confront the impending crisis. With a thunderous crash, the barricade at the amusement park entrance was swept aside, and Xiaqiu couldn't suppress a look of terror. That obstruction weighed over 1,000 pounds. How could it have been so easily displaced? It was likely that there were not fewer than 800 of them. According to the political commissar's stratagem, those who remained behind would divert the horde within the amusement park while the others retreated by truck towards the seaside, where the tide was receding. Allowing vehicles to traverse the sand, at last they surged forth, a relentless tide resembling an incoming wave, and Xiaqiu sensed the sheer number. 100, 200, 300. Countless undead pouring in, far exceeding the last explosion of corpses orchestrated by Wanhuaro. The political commissar's complexion paled slightly, his grip on the firearm trembling. Yet he pressed on without hesitation, firing the first shot, which missed but successfully drew the attention of the horde. Countless undead turned toward the survivors. The gunfire served as a signal, with the remaining soldiers unleashing a cacophony of shots, the sound far surpassing any gunfight depicted on television. Xiaqiu, utilizing his mind to direct the blade, commenced the harvest of the leading lives, temporarily stalling the advance of the throng behind. That on this winter night, which should have been enveloped in darkness, the scene was illuminated with an unusual brilliance, flickering flames emanating from gun muzzles accompanied by the explosive sounds reminiscent of New Year's fireworks, momentarily dispelling the shadows. Finally, the majority had been lured away, and the 3 trucks, lying in wait, seized their moment, roaring to life with headlights ablaze, releasing a growl akin to a beast as they charged forward. Witnessing the trucks depart, the political commissar lowered his weapon, illuminating the path with a flashlight as he led the remaining personnel in retreat. Discarding spent firearms, one soldier set up a rudimentary tripwire bomb at their previous position. crafted from grenades with a wire securely fastened to the pin. Should the wire snap, the grenade would detonate after a brief delay. Leaping over the rear railing, they found themselves on a wide road. Yet it was now congested, teeming with the undead, numbering at least as many as those in the amusement park. The political commissar, anticipating this predicament, wasted no time and led the charge eastward toward the sea, where the receding tide revealed a vast expanse of sand, suitable for both escape and solace, unlike the road behind them, which, though broad, felt constricted by the overwhelming numbers that as they ran. They exchanged fire with the horde, striving to decelerate their advance, with those well-armed occasionally tossing grenades, causing substantial devastation. The road behind the amusement park led to the middle school they had visited earlier. Upon passing its entrance, they found it packed to the brim, the undead clamoring to surge into the classrooms. Xiaoqiu sensed the presence of several individuals inside, but without hesitation, he pressed on. Entering would be tantamount to death, and there was no hope of rescue. The cause of tonight's explosion of corpses remained a mystery, its scope vast enough to encompass several surrounding villages. It seemed all that could move had emerged, clogging the roadway, which measured over 10 meters in width. They halted behind a car, the gunfire unceasing. "Commissar, I have run out of bullets," a guard beside Xiaoqiu reported. Chapter 29. Strengthening, the guard discarded his empty handgun, drawing a combat knife from behind his back, signaling his readiness for close-quarters combat. He had resigned himself to the possibility of death. The political commissar remained silent, his own ammunition dwindling, the knife firmly gripped in his hand, yet Xiaoqiu caught the profound reluctance and attachment reflected in his eyes. A sudden barrage of gunfire erupted, accompanied by the growl of vehicles akin to beasts, the arrival of another group escorting their families to rescue them. With the reinforcements in sight, the guard relaxed momentarily, collapsing onto the ground. They had once been mere soldiers, akin to militia, and having maintained such composure under pressure was commendable. The massive truck plowed through without mercy, the sounds of impact echoing. But even the mightiest vehicle was powerless against such overwhelming numbers, becoming ensnared and unable to advance. Their only hope of reuniting with those on the truck lay in their own efforts. "Get up," the political commissar urged, pulling the fallen guard to his feet. "When did you become so leisurely?" The guard rose, albeit with limbs still tinged with fatigue. The adrenaline had masked his exhaustion, but now it washed over him, the cumulative strain of their ordeal evident, especially the tremendous recoil from firing. The guard was in a disheveled state, and the others were equally worn. After running such a distance and expending hundreds of rounds, the toll on their bodies was immense. Merely standing still proving a challenge. Xiaoqiu, while not significantly stronger than them, had also suffered, his energy waning from continuous mental exertion, yet he felt merely fatigued, devoid of any physical pain. "Commissar, I will clear a path for you." "You must hurry over," a soldier atop the truck called out, his voice booming, though it seemed trivial amidst the overwhelming horde. Fortunately, they heard him. Having slain many, they formed a temporary defensive perimeter, but the relentless tide of undead continued to surge toward the survivors. The distance to the truck remained daunting. 40 to 50 meters, a chasm insurmountable. The soldiers' rallying cry served primarily to boost morale. Even armed with a small machine gun, he could not clear the path. The only option was to capture as much attention as possible, striving to buy a sliver of hope. The political commissar fired his last bullet, drawing his knife, gritting his teeth, and led the charge. "I will clear the way. You keep an eye out and rush to the truck as swiftly as you can." In the face of such density, a fate of dismemberment might be the most favorable outcome. The political commissar possesses the extraordinary ability of telepathy, which proves utterly unhelpful in combat. Xiaoqiu intended to grasp him and urge him to retreat, yet the soldiers beside him moved with greater swiftness. "Commissar, follow me. I am invincible and will carve a path for you ahead," proclaimed a robust young man in his 20s, his visage marked by an abundance of flesh, exuding formidable strength. Now was not the time for hesitation. The commissar decisively relinquished his position, allowing the invincible young man to advance and lead the group. In truth, his leadership was the optimal solution, for the others were mere mortals. Each step could spell doom for one of them. While only he could endure, the power of invincibility activated, the young man transformed into a solid steel giant. With a single punch, the scene turned grotesquely bloody. Not a distant sniper strike, but a brutal close-range execution. Gazing at his hands smeared with dark blood, he trembled. The others fared no better. The sight was too grotesque for the average person to bear. Xiaoqiu found himself retching, and when his mental perception inadvertently swept over the young man, he frowned sharply. His stamina was plummeting, that it appeared that the energy sustaining his invincible state was derived from his vitality. Xiaoqiu began to silently calculate how much longer he could endure. The result revealed a mere half-minute of strength remaining. Given their current pace, they would barely reach the halfway mark before encountering insurmountable challenges. Employing his mental prowess frequently would conserve energy and effectively obstruct the enemies behind them, if fortune favored them. Perhaps they could crush one or two adversaries in the process. With the invincible young man clearing the path ahead and Xiaoqiu providing cover from the rear, they formed a protective zone, a sanctuary within 1 meter, while the realm beyond became a hellish landscape. The invincible young man charged forward with reckless abandon, plowing through obstacles, leaving behind broken bodies. The sight grew increasingly gruesome, as he unleashed torrents of black blood, rendering his skin's color unrecognizable. Perhaps the heavens smiled upon them. Having traversed more than half the distance, longer than Xiaoqiu had anticipated, the young man ultimately succumbed. Collapsing weakly, Xiaoqiu had been observing him closely and, upon noticing his impending collapse, rushed to support him. He could not afford to fall. Failure meant death. The political commissar, at first taken aback by the young man's fall, revealed a glimmer of terror in his eyes before swiftly reaching out to assist him. Xiaoqiu seamlessly transferred the young man into the commissar's care without uttering a word, wiping his hands clean and seizing the military knife from the young man's grip, positioning himself in front as a clear signal of intent. The others remained silent, but admiration flickered in their gazes, recognizing Xiaoqiu's selfless act as worthy of respect. Xiaoqiu's willingness to charge forward was not born from noble self-sacrifice, but rather from his understanding of self-preservation. His chances of survival were significantly higher than those of the others. Enough to ensure his escape unscathed, his mental abilities activated, causing the nearest foe to rise abruptly before exploding like a pressure cooker under immense strain, splattering black blood and brain matter across the vicinity. Xiaoqiu shielded himself and those behind him with his mental force, the grisly mixture obscuring their vision. Though dead, the foes retained certain characteristics of the living, such as sight and sound. Their ability to detect humans stemmed from these senses. And uniquely, their vision remained unimpeded by darkness, granting them the capacity for night vision. Now, surrounded by chaos, the group could no longer distinguish friend from foe. Xiaoqiu had blinded them, rendering them disoriented and enraged, causing them to lash out at anything within reach. This tactic proved effective. The front row maintained its course, advancing steadily. Xiaoqiu, unwilling to delay, employed the previous strategy once more, obscuring their line of sight multiple times. Eventually, they neared a truck, their ammunition nearly exhausted, and the barrels of their weapons began to glow red and heat up from excessive use. They swiftly transferred the young man onto the truck, followed by the others, with the commissar and Xiaoqiu taking the last spots. Xiaoqiu chose to ascend the roof of the vehicle, surveying the surroundings. The truck emitted a heavy rumble as it began to reverse slowly. The sensation beneath the wheels akin to traversing a mountain of corpses. A sea of blood, ceaseless and relentless. From the vantage point atop the truck, Xiaoqiu observed the overwhelming darkness, an expanse without end. As figures emerged from the adjacent roads and surrounding shops, inside the truck, the others fared relatively well, with no signs of bites, though their energy had been severely drained. The political commissar, however, continued to chatter incessantly, keen on preventing any lapse in awareness. As for the invincible young man, he would have to remain as he was for now. It was not the time to rouse him, at long last. The truck emerged from the mass of corpses, reaching a crossroads where it could turn. Xiaoqiu's keen eyes caught sight of a street lamp standing nearby. He directed his mental force to topple it, thus slightly slowing their advance. The tactic worked. The fallen lamp effectively obstructed the first wave of attackers. With the first row down, the others continued forward, only to trip over the fallen bodies, cascading into a towering mound of corpses. Yet, the mound could not halt the relentless advance, and soon, it was overwhelmed. Due to the significant drain on his mental energy, Xiaoqiu could only control a single military knife, damaged and dulled, yet still lethal. The glimmering blade sliced through the front ranks, But Xiao was suddenly alarmed to find that one opponent remained alive, despite his mental perception indicating death. This was inexplicable, but he had clearly struck the creature's head. Could his mental strength be waning? No, the street lamp could still be toppled. It was not his power that had diminished, but rather the enemy's resilience that had increased. Xiao swallowed hard, disbelief coursing through him. It was universally known that the only way to kill a zombie was to destroy its brain structure. Yet it now appeared that this method had failed. Xiao was certain he had damaged the brain, yet the creature had not perished immediately. This development posed significant complications. After observing closely, he noted that the creature did eventually die, but only after a delay of over a minute. This meant that even after sustaining fatal injuries, they would remain dangerous for an additional minute, and any bites would retain their lethal consequences. The implications of this newfound resilience were troubling. Xiao could not ascertain the cause. But it was undoubtedly ominous for the living, heralding even graver dangers ahead. Chapter 30. A discussion on the abyss as dawn broke. 3 large trucks were lined up along the coast. Their occupants gathered around a fire. Silent. Only the boisterous Rue Xian, with her robust demeanor, dozed in Xiao's embrace, occasionally licking her lips as if dreaming of a grand feast. At sunrise, a soldier abruptly stood, angrily kicking aside a pile of refuse and exclaiming, "It must be that gang of criminals. They surely instigated the riot." Xiao, bewildered, wondered what criminals he spoke of. Was there another group of survivors nearby? Yet, there was no prison in sight, so where could such criminals have come from? The commissar commanded him to sit, then turned to explain to the puzzled Xiao, "The criminals he refers to are a group of local ruffians who once traveled with us. However, after whatever transpired, something I doubt you wish to know, they were expelled from our ranks. I assumed they had left the area." Xiao merely responded with a non-committal "oh," choosing not to elaborate that he was certain that the previous night's riot had nothing to do with those so-called criminals. Rather, it was a consequence of the undead growing stronger, having chosen their camp as the venue for an all-night revelry. Fortunately, no one had been harmed during the chaos. However, the commissar's words lingered ominously. His final remarks implied that he too believed the riot was orchestrated by the criminals. The flicker of fury in his eyes revealed that this iron-willed soldier would not let the matter rest. He sought vengeance for the disturbance that if Xiao remained silent about the truth, this tangled situation would not resolve itself. The enraged commissar would not spare the so-called criminals, and a confrontation between the two factions was likely. Since the commissar opted for expulsion rather than execution, it suggested that the criminals possessed considerable strength. Should conflict arise, it was impossible to predict who might perish. The riot of the previous night was not connected to anyone. There was no need to seek retribution against the supposed criminals. What we ought to focus on now is finding a new campsite, Xiao remarked casually, stirring the firewood absently. In truth, he held little interest in the petty vendetta between the two groups. Yet, Xiao misjudged the soldiers' profound anger over the loss of their home. The guard was the first to challenge him, raising his voice. "How can you assert that the riot had nothing to do with those criminals? Have you encountered them? Do you know what they are capable of?" The voice was raised, yet one could discern that Xiao was suppressing his emotions, likely due to a wariness of Xiao's capabilities, or perhaps out of a lingering respect for him following the events of the previous night. Others turned their gazes towards Xiao, who cast a cold glance at the guard. "I am aware that before the corpse uprising last night, you were in your tent indulging in a rather unsavory act. Let's call it self-pleasure, for the sake of decorum. Yet, it seems you did not achieve completion, did you? I also know that you bear a tattoo on your body, right where your posterior lies, a charming little yellow duck. There is much more I could divulge. Would you care to listen?" His ability to perceive thoughts nearly granted Xiao a form of X-ray vision, albeit through a different method. He did not see, but rather sensed. The guard's actions from the previous night were not something Xiao had perceived, but rather evident to any fool when he emerged from his tent. After a moment of stunned silence, the guard's cheeks flushed crimson with rage, resembling a tiger poised to devour its prey. No one could forgive the humiliation of having their shortcomings revealed before a crowd, especially someone as prideful as he. The sound of a gun's chamber being pulled back rang out, and a black pistol was pressed against Xiao's temple. Firmly positioned at his temple, that he had no doubt that even the slightest movement would provoke the guard to fire, sending a bullet, tainted with blood and brain matter, hurtling through the air. "Stand down." The political commissar commanded, ordering the guard to lower his firearm. The guard reluctantly protested, "Commissar," his tone resembling that of a child wronged, returning home to complain to his father that I said lower the gun. The commissar's voice rose, locking eyes with the guard. Ultimately, the guard succumbed to the commissar's formidable presence, begrudgingly retracting his weapon, while Xia Qiu remained motionless, even finding the time to cover Yu Xian's ears to prevent their conversation from disturbing her slumber. The guard, unwilling to face Xia Qiu, retreated to the other side to sit, where several comrades attempted to console him, though their gestures were more akin to patting him on the shoulder, leaving their intentions unclear. It was only then that the commissar turned his attention to Xia Qiu, who candidly acknowledged that his earlier actions were indeed inappropriate. After all, the guard was a man several years his senior. Nearing 30, and Xia Qiu, in a strict sense, was still somewhat of an outsider. Thus, to air the guard's private matters in front of everyone was bound to incite anger. Had the commissar not intervened, Xia Qiu was certain the guard would have shot him without hesitation, eager to rid himself of this nuisance. "Xia Qiu, I shall refrain from admonishing you for the earlier incident. What I seek to understand is your assertion that last night's uprising was not instigated by another group. Considering they have not been known for virtuous deeds," the commissar spoke slowly, with an air of authority that brooked no dissent. Xia Qiu, unfazed by the commissar's demeanor, retorted, "You are well aware of my abilities. I can distinctly sense the internal structures of living beings, even detecting viruses within them, including our own. During last night's upheaval, I detected no anomalies. Aside from us, there was no one else present. Thus, the uprising had no connection to any other parties." Pausing momentarily, Xia Qiu continued, "Moreover, I must impart some rather unfortunate news. They have grown stronger. After suffering damage to their brain structure, they can survive for an additional minute or so." The individuals gathered around the fire erupted in a cacophony of anxiety at Xia Qiu's revelation. What was once a source of despair had now become even more formidable. What would the future hold? A wave of unease and panic swept through the crowd, resembling a flurry of sparrows in chaotic chatter. The commissar, too, was taken aback by Xia Qiu's statement, harboring considerable displeasure that such crucial information had not been disclosed to him beforehand. Even if Xia Qiu chose not to inform him directly, why unveil it in a public setting, inciting fear among the masses? Yet, lamenting was futile now. The only course of action was to stabilize the fraying emotions of the crowd. "Everyone, calm down," the commissar commanded. And silence fell over the assembly, their gazes fixed upon him, pondering what he might say, or if he had devised a solution. Xia Qiu's assertions required further examination. The notion of their increased strength was not necessarily factual and necessitated multifaceted verification before drawing any conclusions. Without investigation, one could not claim authority. "Continue to rest for a while longer. Xia Qiu, come with me. I have matters to discuss with you." With that, he rose and began to walk away, but Xia Qiu remained seated, tilting his head to address the commissar. "There is no longer a government, no military, nor distinctions between the populace and officials. We are all but one designation, the fortunate." The commissar halted, turning to regard Xia Qiu with a look of incredulity. While Xia Qiu met his gaze with unwavering resolve, after a brief moment, the commissar conceded, not due to Xia Qiu's assertive demeanor, but rather the hopeful glances of the others in attendance. Indeed, there was no government. They were no longer aimless citizens that survive. They had the right to know what they ought to understand, such as the current state of their newfound strength. The commissar resumed his seat, his expression frosty. He had yet to relinquish his position of authority, and after years of autocratic rule, how could he accept a call for democracy? "Very well, commissar. Now you may discuss what you wish to convey to me. Since everyone is gathered here, we should outline our next steps. Where shall we establish the new camp?" The commissar remained silent, his gaze fixated on the flickering embers of the dying fire. "That if you choose silence, then I shall speak. Allow me to briefly outline the phenomenon of their increased strength. The reasons elude me, and I possess no solutions. However, I can delineate the characteristics that accompany this newfound power. Firstly, the traditional method of destroying the brain has lost its efficacy. If we merely damage their brain matter, they will not perish immediately, but can linger for a while longer, much like a decapitated rattlesnake capable of striking. Thus, I suspect that the control center for their actions has shifted elsewhere. This does not imply that damaging their brains is futile. It simply incurs a delay in their demise." Although the commissar was irate with Xia Qiu's approach, He listened intently, occasionally frowning in contemplation, pondering what solutions might arise from Xia Qiu's explanations. After a moment of reflection, the commissar spoke. Xia Qiu, if your assertion is correct, it implies that the lethality of traditional penetrating wounds has diminished. But what of explosive injuries, those inflicted by larger caliber weaponry? The vivid memory of the previous night's chaos, where a comrade's head was shattered, flashed through Xia Qiu's mind. That individual did not rise again, suggesting that a complete head explosion would still result in immediate death, with only a small portion of their central control having relocated. Most of it remained nestled within the head, that if one were to possess such larger caliber weapons, they would be doomed without question. Yet, it seems we have nearly exhausted our ammunition, having expended it as if it were mere firecrackers last night, echoing for nearly an hour. The commissar furrowed his brow, muttering to himself about the lack of bullets, ruling out various locations, only to suddenly brighten with an idea. Can any of you wield a bow and arrow? Bows and arrows. You mean the weapons used in mounted combat? Indeed, those very bows and arrows that I recall a sporting goods store nearby that stocks a variety of archery equipment. With a few modifications to the arrowheads, their lethality could rival that of a handgun. And let's not forget the crossbows from our unit. I shall retrieve them, as they may prove useful. The commissar's enthusiasm for weaponry, particularly cold arms, was palpable. Chapter 31. The commissar mentioned the presence of crossbows in the military. The kind used in ancient battles for parallel shooting. Simple to operate, akin to handguns, requiring only aim and a trigger pull. Among the most renowned was the Zhuge crossbow, capable of firing up to 10 bolts at once. With a straightforward loading process, simply toss a handful of arrows into the chamber. Xia Qiu found it curious that such devices existed within the military, until the commissar sheepishly admitted to having purchased them himself, which made sense. This man had a penchant for cold weapons, and as a commissar, a little self-serving behavior seemed permissible. While large-caliber weapons could resolve the issue of the strengthened zombies, the camp situation was pressing. And a significant rift had formed between Xia Qiu and the commissar. From the commissar's gaze, Xia Qiu sensed suspicion regarding his intentions to incite the masses and usurp leadership. Meanwhile, Xia Qiu could not abide the commissar's bureaucratic demeanor. Even now, he clung to secrecy in matters that demanded transparency. The commissar promptly assigned soldiers familiar with the local routes to procure weapons from the sporting goods store and military, while the rest busied themselves with the pressing concern of food. In their haste to depart, many provisions had been left behind. Fortunately, they were near the coast, rich in seafood. Winter had brought about the cultivation of seaweed, alongside seasonal delicacies best enjoyed raw, though grilling them would be rather peculiar. Cooking was not Xia Qiu's forte, so he took a seat beside the commissar on the seawall. His most capable subordinates and strategists had been dispatched for weapons, leaving Xia Qiu as the sole interlocutor among those who remained. What do you think of this team? Those who serve as political commissars typically avoid being direct. They often meander through convoluted paths before finally articulating their thoughts, waiting until their audience grows impatient. However, Xia Qiu particularly detests this manner of communication and prefers to get straight to the point. Uncle Yin, my calling you uncle signifies my willingness to heed your call, given that you are an elder. Being of a similar age to my father, I am aware of the matters you wish to discuss. Specifically, the issue of leadership that I have previously stated. My sole intention is to safeguard you, Xian. I harbor no ulterior motives. Thus, you shall remain the leader of this team. Yet we ought to possess ample authority, such as the right to be informed. It's said that preventing the mouths of the populace is more crucial than guarding against floods. When a deluge arrives, it is better to divert than to block. Yin Ming, the political commissar, found himself momentarily at a loss for words in response to Xia Qiu's candid remarks. However, the expression on his face revealed a certain satisfaction. For Xia Qiu had assured him that there would be no other thoughts at play. The crux of the matter lies in the art of cunning. As merely a university student, Xia Qiu could hardly compete with a political commissar. As they were operating on entirely different levels by noon, those who had gone in search of weapons returned, each bearing 2 bows and a number of arrows, yet there was no sign of crossbows. What happened? Where's my crossbow? The commissar inquired urgently. For a man who harbors a passion for cold weapons, it is acceptable to set aside arms, but utterly intolerable to lose them. The leading guard glanced around at the assembled individuals, signaling for the commissar to step aside for a private conversation. Instinctively, the The commissar moved ahead, but then halted abruptly, observing Xia Qiu, who was playfully engaging with Yu Xian, recalling his earlier words about the necessity for others to possess sufficient authority, including the right to be informed. There is nothing to conceal. We are all here, and any matter should be discussed openly. You too, should you encounter any troubles or difficulties, share them with others. Collective wisdom prevails. 3 cobblers can outsmart Zhuge Liang. With our numbers, we shall surely find a solution. The commissar's unexpected declaration startled Xia Qiu, as it implied a willingness to delegate authority, granting others greater freedom. The astonishment was not limited to Xia Qiu. The others expressed their surprise, mouse agape, as if they could fit a pomelo inside. The guard, momentarily dazed, was roused from his stupor by the commissar's penetrating gaze and set down the bows and arrows to recount their experiences. The squadron is comprised of several individuals armed, but we are uncertain of their identities. Upon discovering them, we dared not act rashly and returned to report. The guard explained. The commissar stroked his chin, furrowing his brow, a classic gesture of his. Could they be criminals? They must be aware of our unit's location. The weapons left behind may have fallen into their hands, that I am merely unsure if the stash I concealed has been discovered, that it appears they are not criminals. The guard responded. Their fortifications are well constructed, rivaling our own. They seem to be seasoned combat engineers, and I do not stand a chance against them. The commissar's frown deepened as Xia Qiu approached, picking up a bow that the guard had placed down. Testing its draw and realizing he was ill-suited for such a physically demanding weapon. Although it was a sporting bow, its draw weight was substantial. Xia Qiu exerted all his strength but could not draw it fully. Setting aside the bow and arrows, Xia Qiu suddenly inquired, "Are you certain they have not detected you?" The guard replied with assurance. "Absolutely. They have not noticed us at all, that we were exceedingly cautious, and we are intimately familiar with the routes within the unit. We could traverse them with our eyes closed." Xia Qiu responded with a nonchalant "oh," then turned to the commissar, saying, "We should depart. This place is no longer safe." The guard grew anxious. "Why is it unsafe?" "We have certainly not been discovered." Xia Qiu pressed. "What do you believe is the disparity between your capabilities and theirs?" The guard replied, "It's about even, give or take." Xia Qiu shrugged. "Then it settles it. You are outside while they are inside. They hold the advantage. Although you are familiar with the unit, they may have set traps or alarms. And how can you be certain there are no individuals among them with perceptive abilities? Like me or Uncle Yin? Telepathy can be considered a form of perceptive ability, as every human harbors thoughts, and once within the range of a telepath, their positions and intentions can be discerned." The guard fell silent, momentarily rendered speechless by Xia Qiu's incisive remarks. Casting a glance at the commissar, who showed no inclination to interject on his behalf, he hoisted the bow and arrows and departed for the vehicle. "Xia Qiu, are you being overly cautious?" the guard questioned. However, Xia Qiu promptly pulled him behind the vehicle, whispering, "Someone is approaching. Remain silent. There are 3 for individuals moving toward us." Holding his breath, Xia Qiu spoke quietly, estimating their distance to be roughly 100 meters away. Behind a wooden cabin, seemingly unaware that they had already been detected. "You all should continue with your tasks. Do not reveal any vulnerabilities." The commissar, ever the strategist, decided to execute a well-calculated ambush to further tip the scales in their favor. The operation, codenamed Ambush, was simple. The commissar would lead, and the operatives needed only to follow his orders. "Xia Qiu, you can accurately sense their positions. Stay close to me and do not wander off. Xiao Ba, flank them from the east to cut off their escape route, that if anything arises, I will inform you immediately." The commissar issued commands with calm authority, then fell silent. "Did it really this straightforward? No contingencies or alternative plans?" Xia Qiu questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. "Have you watched too many movies? Contingency plans? Do you truly believe I am a military general? Besides, there are only 4 individuals opposing us. What plans do we require for an ambush against one of them?" The commissar's words left Xia Qiu at a loss for retort. He was the leader, and his word was final. The plan was simple. Perhaps overly so. It essentially involved no plan at all, with everyone remaining in place to draw the ambushers' attention. Xia Qiu and the commissar would conceal themselves beneath the embankment, while Xiao Ba, the guard, would secure the rear to prevent any escape. It was a plan so simple it bordered on the absurd. However, Xia Qiu, initially uneasy about the lack of a plan, felt reassured by the commissar's next statement. plans are always subject to change. When the confrontation occurs, we must rely on our raw strength. Xiaoqiu sensed that the guard had stealthily positioned himself behind them, while the four ambushers remained blissfully unaware, continuing to advance without pause. It appeared they lacked any perceptive abilities, as the guard must have inadvertently triggered one of their traps. When the ambushers were 50 meters away, Xiaoqiu reported to the commissar. "Can you sense what weapons they possess?" The commissar posed a significant challenge. The limitations of psychic perception were considerable. The clarity of sensing zombies is paramount, followed by humans, animals, and finally, inanimate objects, which are the most difficult to perceive. Xiaoqiu once mistook a safety item for chewing gum, resulting in quite the embarrassing incident. Now, with his abilities upgraded, he still found his perception of objects lacking in precision, leading to considerable discrepancies. Nevertheless, there was no choice but to press on, activating his psychic perception at a distance of 50 meters. Xiaoqiu could clearly discern four individuals advancing cautiously, yet their weapons remained indistinct. There was a considerable presence of metal, though he could not ascertain if they wielded firearms or cold weapons. Four individuals, each adorned with metal. The only certainty was the handguns strapped to their waists for their primary weapons. His perception remained vague, unsure if they were firearms or melee weapons. The commissar nodded silently, beginning to analyze the forthcoming tactics. That he carried two handguns, each with full magazines, while Xiaoqiu possessed only one handgun with a single magazine containing 3 rounds. Yet, Xiaoqiu's true combat prowess lay not in firearms, but in his extraordinary psychic daggers. Xiaoqiu concealed 2 knives beneath the sand, that if we find ourselves at a disadvantage, wait for the opportune moment to strike at the leader. No, act only after confirming their hostile intent, to avoid harming the innocent. The commissar's comprehensive considerations left Xiaoqiu feeling inadequate. His intent was to send any intruders to their demise, regardless of their purpose. 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. Their advance was slow. In 10 minutes, they had covered only 30 meters before halting to congregate, chattering about something unknown. "Can you decipher their thoughts?" Xiaoqiu whispered, lowering his voice. The commissar strained to listen but shook his head. 20 meters exceeded his limits. "Hey, friends over there, would you mind if we joined you?" One of the four called out, simultaneously raising a white flag supported by a stick. Xiaoqiu and the commissar exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's bewilderment. Could it be that they bore no ill intent? 4 individuals stood atop the embankment, precisely positioned above Xiaoqiu and the political commissar. Xiaoqiu held absolute confidence in his ability to eliminate 2 of them in a single strike without detection, leaving the other 2 to the political commissar. The quartet above fervently attempted to convince the soldiers of their benevolence, while the commissar discreetly inscribed a single word in the sand: "Kill." A chill ran through Xiaoqiu as he nodded slightly. Since they bore ill intent, they must be dealt with. However, fate conspired against them, for the soldier who had risen as bait caught sight of the commissar's actions. His gaze momentarily frozen in shock. That fleeting moment of hesitation cost him his life. Danger loomed. Kill. The commissar's pupils contracted sharply, and without a second thought, he redirected his prepared handgun, unleashing a rapid series of shots. Bang. Bang bang. Xiaoqiu, quick to react, summoned the 2 hidden military knives from beneath the sand with a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye. 1, 2, yet their response was still too late. The soldier serving as bait was caught off guard, succumbing to 4 gunshots, 1 to the head, 2 to the heart, and 1 to the abdomen, dying on the spot, beyond salvation. Damn it. The commissar, witnessing the death of his subordinate, erupted in fury, leaping forth to confront the 4. Wielding his handgun like a machine gun, firing relentlessly, Xiaoqiu also sprang into action, retracting the 2 military knives, now stained with the blood of 2 of the assailants, the vivid crimson hue appearing even darker and more repugnant in his eyes than black blood. The commissar emerged from his hiding place, maintaining his composure. After a cacophony of gunfire akin to firecrackers, he lowered his head, ejected the magazine, and retrieved a fresh one from the ground, readying himself for the next encounter. 2 had been eliminated. Xiaoqiu displayed the bloodied knives to the commissar, who appeared quite satisfied. Finally, he inquired, "How did you kill them?" Xiaoqiu hesitated, then comprehended the commissar's implication. They had been dispatched effortlessly, their brains shattered, most likely dead, though perhaps they had a minute left. "Then let us wait," the commissar replied with a sinister grin, a smile laced with the thrill of revenge. Sure enough, moments later, the surviving two screamed in terror. Fleeing for their lives, their bodies drenched in blood, the sensation of decay slowly creeping upon them. The commissar, upon hearing their cries, acted decisively, firing 2 shots that disarmed the pair, earning him the title of sharpshooter. Xiaqiu stood, assessing the distance between the commissar and the two adversaries, 3.5 meters, quite a distance. After a minute, the dead finally met their demise. One of the bitten individuals bore a blood-soaked rear, while the other had exposed bone fragment at the ankle, the stark white of the bone juxtaposed with tender pink flesh, invoking a chilling response. "Help me, save me." Faced with imminent death, the two clawed at anything within reach like drowning men. Forgetting that mere minutes prior, they had been exchanging fire with this group. The commissar nodded at me, and I drew my military knife, gesturing toward the ankle of the bitten man with a smile, saying, "Don't be alarmed. It's just a momentary affair. By the way, what is your name?" "My name is Zhang Wokeo," he replied, panic evident in his eyes. The knife was indeed sharp, but Xiaqiu refrained from severing his foot, opting instead to excise the bitten area, bloodied and grotesque, causing a loss of appetite. But he quickly turned to attend to the other individual. "Don't come near. Stay back," the other cried, his face a mask of terror as he crawled backward. Perhaps Xiaqiu's earlier actions had terrified him, or perhaps he was simply frightened of Xiaqiu himself. Judging by his pallor, he likely began to suspect that Xiaqiu might be the son of a butcher. In truth, Xiaqiu's family had raised pigs during his childhood, and he was no stranger to slaughtering them. The thought controlled him, and a knife inevitably found its way into his rear, eliciting a pained squeal akin to that of a pig. A sound grating and unpleasant. "Stop your cries. I have questions for you." "How did you know we were here?" the commissar asked sternly. The injured man pointed at one of the deceased and said, "His nose is particularly keen. He caught the scent and led us here. It seemed they had an individual with a dog-like sense of smell among them. Quite peculiar. Do you have anyone else?" The commissar continued, intent on eradicating this group entirely. "Only the 4 of us," the injured man replied, his eyes darting, a clear indication of honesty. The commissar chose not to challenge him further, instead pressing on. "What were the 4 of you planning to do here? What were your intentions?" The man hesitated, stammering. After the commissar's inquiries, he signaled to Xiaqiu to take action. Xiaqiu appeared reluctant. In truth, even without his intervention, they would still meet their end. For while Xiaqiu's excision of their bitten flesh might delay their transformation, it would ultimately prove futile, as they would still succumb to it. Having dispatched the remaining 2, Xiaqiu approached the commissar and asked, "What were they here for?" "Murder, theft of food, and women," the commissar replied succinctly. Observing the individuals below, who had settled down to conduct a funeral for their fallen comrade, their remains destined for the sea. Just then, a guard returned. He glanced at the 4 corpses, but said nothing, joining the others in mourning their lost comrade. "You won't dare speak of democracy again, will you?" "They're already preparing for cremation," the commissar remarked, rising at the request to ignite the pyre. Xiaqiu also stood, following the commissar. That on the 3rd day in the new camp, the first casualty occurred. A soldier whose name Xiaqiu still did not know. The body, clad in military garb, was set ablaze on a derelict ship, flames consuming it rapidly, accompanied by the crackling sounds of combustion and the nauseating aroma of charred flesh wafting from within. As the flames fully enveloped the vessel, the commissar and others used long poles to push the wooden ship into the sea, granting it a watery grave. Witnessing the death of a comrade cast a pall over everyone's spirits. Even the oblivious Yushuan sensed the oppressive atmosphere, ceasing her mischief to nestle quietly in Xiaqiu's embrace. Silent and contemplative, that we may need to rough it here tonight, that I must venture out in search of a new camp. Xiaqiu, Laoba, and Xiaoxi, you will accompany me. The rest remain here, that if danger arises, flee north and leave markers to guide us back to you." The commissar glanced at Xiaqiu, who understood his true intent. This was not merely a quest for a camp, but an expedition for vengeance. This seemingly bureaucratic commissar still possessed the iron blood of a soldier coursing through his veins. All their weaponry was housed in the first vehicle, and the commissar, along with the others, leapt aboard to select their preferred arms. Only Xiaqiu refrained from joining, as he was unversed in firearms. The commissar offered him a bow and arrows, which he also could not wield. The only weapon Xiaqiu was adept with was the military knife, though it merely sufficed for basic ranged attacks. "Can you use a crossbow?" "It's quite simple," the commissar declared, tossing Xiaoqiu a steel crossbow, heavy and adorned with chipped black paint and glinting, deadly arrows that showcased its violent allure. Xiaoqiu instinctively considered declining, knowing that carrying the crossbow would slow him down by 2 to 3%, and holding it horizontally would strain his arms. Yet he chose silence, for his knife had dulled, necessitating a new weapon, and the easily operable crossbow was evidently the best option that I'll demonstrate how to use the crossbow along the way. The commissar chuckled, seizing a sniper rifle, eager to unleash mayhem. The guards and Xiaoxi showed no restraint. Judging by their choice of weapons, their rage was near its peak. Those foolish individuals likely remained oblivious to the wrath they had provoked. As they traveled, the commissar slowly divulged what he knew about the other group. There were 8 in total, for it had come over, while 4 remained in their camp. They possessed few firearms, but were fiercely combative. The remaining 4 wielded combat-oriented abilities, one of whom bore the ability Xiaoqiu detested most, a golden body ability, referred to as the turtle shell. Moreover, they had set traps outside their camp, all of which resided in the commissar's mind. So there was no need for concern there. This group truly was a band of lunatics. To confuse their enemies, they had raised a pack of beasts near their camp, preventing new groups from passing through, and, when necessary, employing them to attack intruders, a masterstroke. However, their frenzied tactics instilled fear in those 3 who ventured to ambush them, solidifying their resolve to eliminate this threat. Such individuals living among the rest of society were indeed a calamity that must be eradicated. "Where did they come from?" Xiaoqiu inquired, knowing these individuals could not have simply appeared out of nowhere. This area was quite remote, devoid of resources and not a thoroughfare. They came from Shandong, having previously resided in a prison. The guard enlightened him that a group of true criminals, migrating from Shandong to our territory with malicious intent. After traversing several main roads, they finally located the vicinity of the enemy camp, 4 of them pressed against a wall devoid of traps. Xiaoqiu employed his abilities to sense the distribution of personnel within. Upon doing so, he was taken aback. 12. There were no fewer than 13 individuals. Xiaoqiu turned to the commissar, whispering in astonishment. The commissar, bewildered, replied, "That can't be. My memory only accounted for 4, but this is bad. We've been detected." They possess a sensing ability. Chapter 33. Engagement. The assailants, once discovered, faced 2 options: flee or confront head-on. The 3 had no second thoughts, opting for direct confrontation. There was no alternative, as Xiaoqiu sorrowfully realized they were ensnared. 1 adversary loomed before them, while 12 surrounded them. "Didn't you say all 13 were inside?" the political commissar inquired, pointing at the weapon-clad masked man, "that he is the one blocking our path." Xiaoqiu had indeed sensed his presence moments ago. It was a mystery how he had maneuvered behind them, that if one were to explain, it could only be attributed to his ability to teleport. "Political commissar, it's been a while," the masked man chuckled, his tone light and tinged with a sense of pleasure. "It concerns you." Xiaoqiu promptly distanced himself from the commissar, as it appeared he bore some grudge against the newcomers. "Damn it, 3 factions together, and it's all chaos." The commissar's expression turned grave, while the masked man snickered, his laughter laced with a sense of vindication. However, his mirth swiftly faded when the commissar, perplexed, asked, "Who are you?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than the masked man's laughter ceased abruptly, in that instant. The guards beside Xiaoqiu sprang into action, unleashing 3 shots in quick succession, but they missed as the masked man vanished. "Commissar, behind you!" Xiaoqiu sensed the masked man's position and urgently warned the commissar, who had already reached a heightened state of alert. He turned around instantly and fired without hesitation. This time, he succeeded. The masked man was struck. "Playing ambush with me," the commissar scoffed, his telepathy granting him a precision of perception at close range that surpassed Xiaoqiu's mental awareness. He could discern not only the enemy's position, but also their intended ambush. With the roadblock eliminated, they found themselves unable to advance, as others had arrived, surrounding the assailants, the oppressive weight of 12 guns aimed at their heads creating an unsettling atmosphere. Xiaoqiu's mental control over objects was feeble. He could hardly manipulate even a single bullet, let alone 12. He had no doubt that should they open fire, the 3 of them would be turned into Swiss cheese. As everyone materialized, the commissar recognized the second group. The very individuals he had exiled by some twist of fate, they had allied with these outsiders. "Where are my 4 brothers?" the outsider leader, a burly man exuding the characteristics of a Shandong native, demanded coldly. Gun in hand, at this juncture, appeasement was futile. All that remained was to fight. "Those 4 useless fools? They're dead," the commissar replied disdainfully. The term useless ignited their fury, yet the outsider leader remained calm, nodding in acknowledgement before falling silent, delegating authority to another leader, one more familiar with the locale. "Boss, let us kill him. This scoundrel chased us away before." One of the lackeys suggested venomously, resembling a snake fixated on its prey. The leader of the criminals nodded, raising his gun, finger poised on the trigger. Xiao's pupils constricted suddenly as he unleashed his mental energy, managing to seize control of the criminal's handgun, rendering the trigger immovable. His subordinates, poised for action, grew perplexed at the lack of a signal from their leader. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao recalled the crossbow technique the commissar had taught him, fluidly raising the weapon, aiming at the criminal kingpin, and pulling the trigger. The low, ominous whistling of the bolt cutting through the air echoed whoosh. With only 5 meters separating them, accuracy was assured, especially with the military-grade crossbow designed for close combat. There was little chance the criminal leader could evade. "Kill him!" the criminal leader bellowed, clutching the wound in his ear, his fury palpable. Xiao felt a wave of embarrassment. He had missed. Yet there was no time for apologies. Before the leader could issue further commands, the 4 criminals hastily sought cover, their movements deft and practiced, especially in comparison to Xiao's clumsy roll. In the midst of his tumble, Xiao tossed the crossbow aside with a bit too much force, landing awkwardly, snapping one of the strings. "My crossbow!" the commissar screamed, as though Xiao had slain his beloved. Xiao could only offer an awkward grin. "I'll compensate you." Deprived of his primary weapon, Xiao reverted to the military knife he was familiar with. In this situation, he held an advantage over the gunmen, as he could ascertain their positions without revealing himself. Although the knife's speed could not rival bullets, it was controllable and capable of maneuvering around obstacles. The opponents who had survived thus far exhibited exceptional survival instincts and reflexes. While Xiao and his companions sought cover, the adversaries also found hiding spots, establishing a suppressive fire network against them. Xiao maneuvered the knife close to the ground, striving to avoid detection, but his efforts faltered due to the presence of a perceptive adversary, compounded by another who could manipulate metal. Though their abilities paled in comparison to Xiao's, the latter held the advantage of controlling metal. After a brief struggle, Xiao's knife betrayed him, seized by the enemy, though he retained another knife. The situation had turned perilous for him. "There's a magneto among them," Xiao informed the commissar, signifying his impotence in the battle. The commissar comprehended, gesturing for Xiao to pinpoint their locations. Xiao concentrated, striving to perceive their precise positions, including their hearts and heads. That he was puzzled by the commissar's intent. With the adversaries concealed, bullets would be ineffective regardless of their knowledge of their whereabouts. "Do you dare engage in close combat?" The commissar grinned devilishly at Xiao before sprinting toward a location closer to the enemies. "Provide covering fire," he commanded without looking back, instructing the guards and Xiao to unleash a barrage of gunfire, though it paled in comparison to the enemy's response. "Wow, that's bold," Xiao marveled, then cursed the commissar for his foolishness. Did he think himself an unmatched master courting death? Yet Xiao was mistaken. The commissar's strategy proved sound. With the suppressive fire from Lao Ba and Xiao Si, he successfully closed the distance to the nearest adversary. Moments later, that individual inexplicably lost vitality, a clear indication of death. How could this be? The commissar only engaged him for half a minute, and he was slain. Is the commissar's combat prowess so formidable? The duration was akin to a swift execution. "What did your commissar do before?" Xiao incredulously queried Lao Ba and Xiao Si, who merely smiled mysteriously in response. Before long, Xiao's attention was drawn elsewhere as the commissar began conversing with him. Not in the conventional sense, but directly communicating with Xiao's mind. The commissar's voice resonated clearly within Xiao's consciousness, startling him. "What a fuss! Your sister's ability can achieve what I just did, though she is not capable at present." The commissar's tone was nonchalant, and Xiao could almost visualize his smug expression. Where is the second individual? The commissar continued to probe. Xiaqiu disclosed the location. And within a minute, the second adversary succumbed to death. Although lacking the initial shock, Xiaqiu still felt bewildered, for this opponent wielded the ability of an indestructible body. His sole victory against such an ability had come from defeating another with a shattered power. He was astounded that the indestructible body could be dispatched so easily, and moreover, by the commissar employing the most mundane methods, truly astonishing. And the third, the commissar's tone remained light, as if discussing a delightful meal rather than a life taken. First, tell me how you defeated the indestructible body user, Xiaqiu demanded. The commissar, unreserved, elucidated. Telepathy enables me to discern their weaknesses and predict their moves. That's straightforward. Xiaqiu fell silent, realizing that this ability was effective only against living foes, rendering it ineffective against zombies, revealing its significant limitations. The third adversary was the Magneto opposite them. Should the commissar eliminate him, Xiaqiu would finally have the opportunity to shine. However, he could not disclose the Magneto's position, nor could he instruct the commissar to retreat. For the enemy was consolidating after their losses. The commissar, disinterested in lingering, decisively withdrew. The leader of the criminals called for a ceasefire, remarking, "You have some skills. I didn't expect your close combatability to be so strong." "Merely trivial," the commissar retorted loudly, then quietly added to Xiaqiu, "What a pity. We couldn't eliminate the one who can control metal." Indeed, it was a regretful circumstance, without the metal manipulator on the opposing side. Xiaqiu could have commandeered the situation, cutting through their ranks regardless of their numbers. Regret was futile now. It was time to devise an escape plan. They had been engaged for nearly half an hour, and the distant zombies were beginning to draw near. During the gunfight with the opposing group, Xiaqiu was still distracted, surveying the surroundings. The zombies they had trained were temporarily hindered by the high walls. And it must be said that the military's fortifications were sturdy enough that even zombies with tenfold strength could not breach them immediately. The political commissar was anxious. He understood the urgency of the situation. Yet the adversaries clung to them like hounds on a scent. Any attempt to peek out would inevitably be met with a fierce welcome, and a moment's carelessness could spell doom. How infuriating it was. If only they had eliminated the metallic adversary earlier. The commissar slammed his fist into the ground in frustration and then blew on his hand, cursing his own misfortune. "Stop being foolish. Had you killed the metallic figure, you would have met the same fate," Xiaqiu consoled him. The criminal leader opposite them spoke again. "Commissar, surrender. You cannot defeat us. That remains to be seen. The 2 lives I claimed earlier are merely interest for the one you took from me. It is a matter of life and death. Surrender is not an option," the commissar retorted defiantly. That moment, Xiaqiu pointed towards the street outside, where a growing horde of zombies was approaching. If they did not swiftly resolve their current predicament, they would soon find themselves surrounded by the undead, potentially perishing alongside the criminals. Don't worry. They are not in a much better position. The zombies beyond the wall seem even more ravenous, the commissar said calmly, showing no concern for the few wandering zombies on the street. Chapter 34. An ambush. The number of zombies appearing on the street increased rapidly, soon clogging the road and moving towards the fierce battle. Zombies were stronger than ordinary humans only in terms of power and resilience. Their speed was rather slow. The wall on the other side collapsed. Xiaqiu couldn't help but revel in the irony. No matter how robust the military's wall was, it could not withstand the force of zombies with tenfold strength, especially given their overwhelming numbers. It was miraculous that it had held for half an hour. "Commissar, we must flee. They are now engaged with the zombies and can no longer concern themselves with us," a guard urged, firing a shot at the leading zombie, which only resulted in a small hole in its forehead. It did not fall but continued to charge forward. The guard shrugged helplessly. Chaos erupted on the other side, gunfire ringing out without pause as they became preoccupied with their own survival. "Let us go." The commissar threw a grenade in that direction, rising swiftly to lead his group away. The zombies were closing in, and if they did not leave soon, they would be overwhelmed. As they fought their way out, the group finally retreated to the road they had initially come from, which was less crowded with zombies and wider. Avoiding various zombies along the way, Xiaqiu remarked to the commissar, "Commissar, you are rather ruthless. If we are to leave, why throw a grenade on your way out? Their casualties will be even greater now." Clearly, Xiaqiu was in good spirits and had gained a deeper understanding of the commissar's character. This man had a cunning side. The commissar smiled without replying, evidently pleased with his actions. Upon returning to the seaside, he gathered everyone together to discuss finding a new camp. The amusement park was no longer an option, as it had become overrun with zombies, their stronghold. They needed to seek out a new refuge. How about we head to the supermarket? It's right across from where I used to live, Xiaoqiu suggested. That supermarket had a hotel and an entertainment venue on top, 6 or 7 stories high, ensuring safety. Moreover, it had not yet been looted, promising a supply of food and daily necessities. That sounds promising, the commissar mused, then clapped his hands and said, "What do you all think?" A chorus of agreement followed, except for Yu Xian, who pouted in dissent, still fixated on the toys in the opposite supermarket. Xiaoqiu had to coax her, assuring her that the supermarket they were considering had toys as well. While there were toys, they were scarce and predominantly for boys, such as toy cars and dinosaur action figures. After reaching a consensus, the group set off in their vehicles, the distance to the supermarket not far from their temporary location, exiting onto the coastal road and driving down the street they had escaped from. They found the daytime brought fewer wandering zombies, with only a handful in sight, posing little trouble. The only inconvenience arose from a streetlight Xiaoqiu had used to block the zombies, which lay across the road and required effort to move. After dealing with a few wandering zombies and passing the middle school, they only glanced at the driver, who pressed the accelerator and sped away, the interior filled with zombies, a terrifying sight. The few individuals who had been trapped inside were likely dead by now. Though Xiaoqiu kept this thought to himself, crossing the bridge, another predicament arose. The truck at the back ran out of fuel. The group, resigned, disembarked. The commissar inspected the dry fuel tank, kicking it in frustration. There were no gas stations or repair shops nearby. Let us leave the vehicle here for now. We'll return for our belongings tomorrow, though we have 3 trucks in total. The last one carries people along with most of our supplies and food. The commissar's rationale was sound, as nightfall was approaching, and zombies were beginning to emerge. The occupants of the 3rd truck transferred to the first one, gathering all weapons in one place, upon safely arriving at the supermarket. Twilight had set in quickly, typical of January. The first floor had 3 zombies, while the second floor was clear, though the upper entertainment venue housed many zombies, presenting a challenge. Xiaoqiu assessed the situation. The supermarket's ground floor was secure, but the upper floor zombies would need to be addressed later. Fortunately, the supermarket and the entertainment area were separate, with no connecting passage, alleviating worries about the 3rd floor's zombies descending. Night finally enveloped the area, with the women and children arranged to sleep on the 2nd floor, leaving only the combat personnel. Even without the 1st floor occupants, the women were safe upstairs, as they had blocked one of the 2 access points to the 2nd floor. The other access was a slanted elevator that had ceased operation due to the power outage. The slanted elevator was intimidating, its corners sharp as daggers. Xiaoqiu generally avoided using it for fear of injury, especially now that it was out of service. With each level being relatively high and the zombies unable to ascend, about a dozen men sat in a circle on the emptied supermarket floor, each with a bottle of liquor beside them. Xiaoqiu drank Sprite, and a spread of snacks such as duck necks in the center, that if not for the distant sounds of zombies outside, this little gathering would have felt rather comfortable. "Boss, is this expired?" "It tastes off," a soldier exclaimed, biting into a pack of white chicken feet and spitting it out, calling for the boss, claiming his delicacy was spoiled. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Si snatched the chicken feet from him and bit into 4 of them, the sound of crunching bones sending chills down Xiaoqiu's spine. That's the taste of expiration. It has pickled pepper, smelly feet, delicious. Xiaoqiu felt another wave of nausea wash over him, recalling photos he had seen in the past, his stomach churning as he hastily bit into a chicken foot to suppress the feeling. Damn it, these guys are revolting. How can they speak of such disgusting things while eating? Stop drinking. Tomorrow, someone go with me to retrieve the truck. My clothes are still inside. And someone else, come with me to clear out those noisy zombies upstairs. It is truly bothersome. Lastly, someone accompany me to loot the opposite supermarket. I always thought we should save some for later, but now it's all or nothing. Every day is a struggle. Let us raise a glass to this damned world. A toast came to scattered replies. The commissar was inebriated, others followed suit, and Xiaoqiu found himself equally intoxicated. After relieving himself, he returned to find them all asleep, bottles strewn about, and remnants of spilled drinks. White, beer, red, and yellow littered the floor. Wait, where did the yellow come from? Oh no, a child must have urinated. Xiaoqiu felt no obligation to clean up after them. He tidied his belongings and headed upstairs to sleep. The upper floor was designated for the women, where he technically should not have gone, but the soldiers' unbearable antics, with their stinky feet and thunderous snores, drove him to seek refuge there. Fortunately, the supermarket-esque soundproofing was effective, muffling any noise from the outside zombies. Seeing Yu Xian nestled against Xia Xiaoya in deep slumber, Xiaoqiu prepared his bedding in a corner and settled down to sleep. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Xiaoqiu awoke early, and the others on the second floor were also stirring, while the drunken men on the first floor remained in deep slumber, unlikely to rise before noon. The various plans the commissar had discussed the night before had all evaporated, their combat strength still asleep below, leaving only the women, who were unable to take any action until the men awakened. "Brother, can I go play at the opposite supermarket?" Yu Xian asked with wide eyes. Xiaoqiu knew that Xiao Chong and the others had already retrieved all usable items from the opposite supermarket. But toys and electronics were notably absent, leaving many toys still behind, that why Yu Xian had been thinking about them since yesterday. Given that it was daytime and not too dangerous, Xiaoqiu agreed to let her go. Naturally, he would accompany her. "I want to go too." Xia Xiaoya approached to speak, having taken care of Yu Xian these past few days. Xiaoqiu nodded indifferently, allowing her to join them, climbing out of the truck's cab. The sunlight kissed his face, infusing the crisp morning with a touch of warmth, yet a few wandering zombies marred the tranquility. "You go ahead. I will deal with them before joining you," Xiaoqiu declared, drawing his military knife and gesturing for Xia Xiaoya to lead Yu Xian away while he confronted the lingering nocturnal intruders. These zombies moved much like the herds of wildebeests on the vast plains. Most traveled in groups, though occasionally a solitary one strayed from the pack. Reflecting on the wildebeests, Xiaoqiu pondered that Africa might be relatively safe, given its vast expanse and sparse population, along with the desolate African savanna. Living there might not be such a bad idea. The zombies were positioned at a distance, making them easy prey. Xiaoqiu, feeling no need to wield his knife, approached one and dispatched it with a mere thought, preventing it from living another minute. After eliminating the second zombie, a piercing scream erupted from the supermarket where Yu Xian had entered, and a sense of foreboding washed over him, and he disregarded the remaining zombies, rushing forward in fear for Yu Xian's safety. He kicked open the supermarket's glass door to find Xia Xiaoya clutching Yu Xian and shrieking, her terror stemming from two zombies that were, in reality, quite far away. Xiaoqiu gently placed a hand on her shoulder, urging her to quiet down. Feeling utterly helpless, Xia Xiaoya complied, sobbing as she held Yu Xian, clearly shaken. Strangely, the one they were meant to protect, Yu Xian, remained composed while the protector wept. What an irony, regaining her composure. Xia Xiaoya blushed and asked Yu Xian, "Why aren't you afraid?" Yu Xian, with innocent clarity, replied, "Why should I be scared? I know my brother will come to save us." The simplicity of her words deepened Xia Xiaoya's blush. Xiaoqiu ruffled Yu Xian's hair, smiling warmly, feeling a touch of bashfulness at such profound trust and praise. "You wait here. I'll take care of these two zombies. Then you can play," not wanting the zombies' dark blood to stain the ground and spoil Yu Xian's mood. He employed his previous method, approaching the zombies and dispatching them with mere thought. The first zombie was easily eliminated, while the second, situated deeper in the beverage aisle, had noticed him but was blocked by a fallen shelf. Unable to escape, Xiaoqiu could only shake his head at the zombie's lack of intelligence. Couldn't it simply sidestep the shelf? As he reached the beverage aisle, he concentrated on moving the shelf aside while simultaneously dispatching the zombie. Just as he did, an ominous sensation surged within him. Instinctively, he dodged backward as a blade of dark metal flashed before him, slicing through his shirt and leaving a deep gash across his chest, tainted with the zombie's blood. Upon glancing at the blade, Xiaoqiu recognized the figure emerging from behind the shelf. It was none other than Magneto from the previous day. Chapter 35. I do not wish to die, the metal-wielding man. Upon seeing Xiaoqiu wounded, let out a chilling laugh, disregarding him entirely as his gaze shifted towards Xia Xiaoya and Yu Xian, who stood at the supermarket entrance, wide-eyed in shock. What fine specimens. He leered, pushing aside the shelf to release the zombies. Xiaoqiu pressed a hand against his chest, feeling the zombie virus spreading rapidly through his body from the wound near his heart. He could distinctly sense the virus multiplying within him, wreaking havoc on his healthy cells. Unable to control the virus with his thoughts, he He decided to relinquish that concern. If he were to die, so be it, but Yuxian must remain unharmed. It seemed the original virus within him and the zombie virus were intertwined. Xiaoqiu felt his powers heightening once more, with a mere thought. The approaching zombie fell lifeless, and he seized control of the metal-wielding man. How is this possible? You should be weak and powerless. The metal man stared at Xiaoqiu in disbelief as he lifted him off the ground with his mind, suspending him in midair. Xiaoqiu had no time for words. He simply crushed the man's skull, ending his life before he had a chance to utter another word, sending him directly to meet Yama. If indeed such a figure existed, with the metal man dead, Xiaoqiu snapped back to reality and rushed over with Yuxian in tow, upon seeing the bloodied wound on Xiaoqiu's chest. Her face paled. "How are you feeling, Xiaoqiu?" she asked, her hands flustered and unsure, pressing against his wound, attempting to administer aid. "Stop. Just stop." Xiaoqiu finally managed to speak as she inadvertently exacerbated his injury, causing the blood to flow anew and the wound to widen. Xiaoqiu recognized her mistake and grew more frantic. Fortunately, Yu Xian, with her clarity of thought, suggested, "Let us go find Uncle and the others." At that, Xiaoqiu snapped into action, agreeing as she positioned herself to lift Xiaoqiu, causing him to grimace in pain. Though he understood this was a matter of urgency, he found it disheartening to suffer such agony before facing death. "Go fetch them," he urged weakly, pushing Xiaoqiu away if she lingered any longer. He feared he might truly succumb as she left. Yuxian remained by his side, her face stained with tears, resembling a delicate flower weeping in the rain. "Why are you crying?" "I'm fine." Xiaoqiu managed a strained smile, attempting to reassure her. "That knife has the blood of a villain on it. Brother, you will die, and you will become a villain too." Yuxian cried, wiping her tears in vain, unable to stop the flow. "How could that be? Brother will be all right. Please, stop crying." Xiaoqiu chuckled softly to comfort her, then paused. "How do you know there is zombie blood on the knife?" Yuxian, still tearful, replied, "Isn't that what you were thinking?" Realizing she had perceived his thoughts, Xiaoqiu was taken aback. How was it possible for her to know his mind? Could it be that her powers were akin to his? A wave of panic washed over him as he attempted to sense his condition, only to grievously discover that his powers had vanished. Was this the fate of all before death? Yet, the absence of his abilities mattered little now. Death was inevitable. After a brief wait, the commissioner and the others arrived, their first sight being the corpse of the metal man. Xiao Chong, in a fit of excitement, kicked the body aside. "Xiaoqiu, how are you feeling?" The commissioner and his companions approached without a hint of concern, treating his injury as a trivial matter that in their eyes, a knife wound was merely a badge of honor in their line of life. At that moment, Xiaoqiu could no longer muster a smile. He felt faint from blood loss and parched, his lips cracked. "It's all right. Brother mentioned there's zombie blood on the knife. He's going to die." Yu Xian remarked at the most inopportune moment, causing the commissioner's expression to darken. The others instinctively took a step back. Xiaoqiu wished to articulate his thoughts, but all that emerged were two words. "I understand what needs to be done. Just leave me a gun, and ensure I have a grand funeral. As for my remains, I prefer cremation." After a moment's pause, he continued, "Please take care of Yu Xian. That is my only request." The commissioner grasped Xiaoqiu's hand firmly, nodding resolutely. "You all should leave. I will handle this myself." With a faint smile, Xiaoqiu urged the commissioner to take the others away, not wanting Yu Xian to witness his descent into madness. The commissioner patted Xiaoqiu's shoulder, leaving a gun behind as he carried the struggling Yu Xian away. The others followed suit, turning to leave without hesitation, except for Xiao Chong, who draped his coat over Xiaoqiu, along with Xiaoqiu. Once, Xiaoqiu believed she had wronged her childhood friend, and at the final moment, she expressed her unique attachment to him by placing the hair tie from her head onto his ear. Signifying their bond, as everyone departed, Xiaoqiu found herself lying alone on the supermarket floor, surrounded by silence. The corpse of the metallic man had been removed, yet the zombie remained. Turning her head, she gazed at this unfamiliar individual, surprised that the one accompanying her on this last journey was him. "Considering your age, I should address you as old man. It wouldn't be so bad for us to keep each other company in the end. Judging by your attire, your family must have been quite wealthy in life. Did you perhaps possess 10 million? Xiaoqiu muttered to herself, engaging in idle chatter with the zombie elder, unconcerned whether he would respond. Thus, she continued to speak, initially speculating about his background, then sharing her own stories, until finally, words escaped her, and she fell silent. Perhaps due to her distracted state, she felt no pain in her chest, without any special abilities. She remained oblivious to the changes in her body. Yet her mind was remarkably clear, reminiscent of what the older generation referred to as a moment of clarity before death. This moment of lucidity, however, signaled that her end was near. Xiaoqiu fumbled and grasped the gun left by the political commissar, aiming its barrel at her temple, casting a lingering glance at the supermarket ceiling that moment. Her vision began to drift away, and the faces of all those she had known floated before her. Her parents, her younger brother, former classmates, even that teacher she had always despised, as well as Wan Yongyuan, Dong Shutong, and Shui Lu, whom she had met after the apocalypse. And, of course, there was Kai Jing. She was finally going to the place where she resided. Xiaoqiu closed her eyes, and the faces faded, leaving only Yu Xian, whom she would never see again. She could only blame herself for being so careless, not taking a moment to sense the situation in the supermarket before entering. Her finger rested on the trigger, feeling the cold metal of the gun, as her thoughts spiraled. Bang! Xiaoqiu pressed the trigger, but the expected sound did not follow. Confused, she checked the gun only to realize she had forgotten to disengage the safety. After doing so, she found herself unable to summon the courage to pull the trigger. She truly did not want to die. I am only 20, in the prime of my youth. I should be lounging in a large classroom, playing on my phone, or napping. Why must I survive in this world? Why can't I lead a stable and peaceful life? Why must I fight zombies and contend with those with ill intentions? All for the sake of a mere morsel of food. Why? Why must it all be so? The desire to survive grew ever stronger within her. With this survival instinct urging her on, Xiaoqiu slowly managed to rise. She had merely been stained by the blood of a zombie, not bitten directly. Perhaps there was still hope. The thought of salvation surged within her, and she resolved, I must live. Thus she began to struggle. Staggering to her feet, she tore a piece from her clothing to bind her chest wound, and began to navigate the supermarket in search of needle and thread. Unfortunately, she was unable to do so. The excessive blood loss had blurred her vision, and the searing pain in her chest made walking a challenge, even leaning against the shelves for support. Once again, she collapsed, falling beside the zombie elder. Fortunately not on top of him. The scent of decaying flesh assaulted her senses, yet it reinvigorated her, prompting a grateful word to the old man as she rose once more. This time, she found a shopping cart, crawled inside, and sat down, though her chest throbbed painfully. After a brief tour of the supermarket, Xiaoqiu felt disheartened. She found no needle or thread, not even bandages, just a few packs of toilet paper. Emerging from the cart, she happened to stop in the snack aisle, where the group had abandoned snacks in favor of actual food like flour, taking only a few items such as pistachios and sunflower seeds for leisure. Grabbing a pack of sunflower seeds, Xiaoqiu realized she was utterly beyond salvation. Yet before she died, she wanted to eat her fill, to become a glutton in death. The gun remained where it was. She no longer had the courage to commit suicide. After turning into a zombie, she thought they could handle her. How could they not overpower her, given their numbers, as she munched on the seeds? Time slipped away until she fell into a drowsy stupor, having lost too much blood and exhausted from her struggles to become a zombie. Perhaps she would understand what it felt like to be one before she died. Gaining insight into their nature, it wouldn't be a death without reason. This was her last thought before losing consciousness. Time passed, though Xiaoqiu lost track of how long it had been. When she awoke, she found herself in a hospital bed, and 4 drip hanging above her. The surroundings were immaculate, sunlight streaming through the curtains, warming her face and causing her to squint. Was this paradise? A realm akin to heaven? Xiaoqiu had never realized a hospital could be so beautiful. It seemed heaven was indeed humane and equipped with fine facilities. Xiaoqiu, a nurse entered, holding a clipboard. Smiling as she spoke, then removed the needle from her hand, checked her pupils, and felt her chest with a professional demeanor. Ouch! The pain in her chest jolted Xiaoqiu back to reality, helping her recognize her location. She was not in paradise. She was alive and had not turned into a zombie. But what was happening? Chapter 36. The loss of powers. The pain in her chest brought Xiaoqiu to her senses, revealing a stark transformation in her surroundings. The once serene hospital room was now a blood-stained hotel room, the glaring sunlight replaced by candles flickering on the table, and the beautiful nurse was none other than Xia Xiaoya. "This is a small inn above the supermarket that we just finished cleaning," Xia Xiaoya explained with a smile. "See? You're fine, so relax," she assured, sitting beside Xia Qiu to converse. Xia Qiu offered her a few perfunctory responses before requesting that she fetch the political commissar. Eager to understand what had transpired, why she had not turned into a zombie or died. Did they possess an antidote? After Xia Xiaoya left, the political commissar entered. Unlike Xia Xiaoya, he scrutinized Xia Qiu with suspicion, taking a seat by the window, clearly on guard. The reason for his vigilance was painfully apparent. "That I understand why you didn't commit suicide," he began, his first words addressing the matter. Xia Qiu remained silent. He was correct. She did not wish to die. "Why didn't you kill me?" she asked, knowing they must have seen her unharmed when they entered the supermarket. From their perspective, eliminating her seemed the most sensible choice. Yet they not only spared her but brought her here. The political commissar rubbed his temples, exuding frustration. "That it was Xia Xiaoqiang who first discovered you. He said you were neither dead nor a zombie, leaving us no choice but to bring you here. But it seems you truly show no signs of turning." "Xiaoqiang, a true brother," Xia Qiu replied, struggling to sit up for comfort, though the sensation in her chest advised her to remain lying down to avoid pain. "Can you tell me why you haven't turned into a zombie?" The political commissar leaned in, inquiring. Xia Qiu smiled wryly. "How do you know I won't turn? Perhaps the zombie blood on the knife was simply insufficient. I may need to wait a couple of days." The political commissar, recognizing her discontent, waved his hand dismissively. "Those bitten by zombies will invariably exhibit symptoms akin to a fever. Yet, not only do you show no fever, but your body is also cold." Xia Qiu fell silent. She had no idea what the transformation process entailed after being bitten by a zombie, as she had never encountered such a situation. Thus, the mystery of why she had not turned into a zombie remained unsolved. That if one were to speculate, it could be attributed to sheer luck, or perhaps the powers that had once resided within her had saved her life. For she realized her abilities had vanished. "Xia Qiu," the political commissar waved a hand before her eyes, pulling her back to reality. "What were you thinking?" Xia Qiu shook her head and closed her eyes, indicating it was time for the political commissar to leave. Yet he seemed oblivious to her hint, lingering stubbornly in the room with no intention of departing. Xia Qiu chose to ignore him. If he wished to employ mind reading on her, he could feel free. However, throughout their conversation, he had not once utilized this ability, which puzzled her greatly. She was now an ordinary person, devoid of her powers. So why didn't he simply use mind reading to discern what he wished to know? Did he respect her privacy? Xia Qiu did not think so. The political commissar remained at her side for an hour or two, during which Xia Qiu continued to disregard him. Eventually, seeing that she truly seemed to know nothing, he stood to leave, quietly closing the door behind him. Once he was gone, Xia Qiu opened her eyes and gazed at the ceiling, a wave of confusion washing over her. The political commissar had not employed mind reading on her, possibly not out of choice but rather because he was unable to. But if her powers were gone, how could he still be powerless against her? After a while, Yuxuan entered the room. Her eyes rimmed with her it was evident without asking that she was worried about something, and Xia Qiu felt a surge of satisfaction at this thought. "Brother, I accidentally got chicken feet in my eyes. I'm not worried about you getting red," Yuxuan immediately explained upon entering, causing Xia Qiu's previously fervent heart to plummet. "Wait a moment, Yuxuan. Can you read my mind?" Xia Qiu exclaimed in astonishment, his mouth agape. Yuxuan, perplexed, wiped her eyes with her hand, nodding in confusion at Xia Qiu's words. Although Yuxuan's ability to read minds was not as potent as the political commissar's, she could still discern Xia Qiu's thoughts. While the commissar seemed powerless against him, it appeared that Xia Qiu's unique ability had not vanished. Rather, it had become more targeted. Throughout their interactions, Xia Qiu had remained vigilant towards the political commissar. Yet he felt no such wariness towards Yuxuan, perhaps explaining why she could read his thoughts while the commissar could not. "Brother, are you really okay?" Yuxuan approached and gently touched Xia Qiu's chest. Xia Qiu longed to protest that he was certainly not fine, but upon seeing Yuxuan's adorable little face, he smiled instead and replied that he was fine. "Brother, you're lying," Yuxuan said, her large, innocent eyes wide with accusation. Xia Qiu felt a wave of speechlessness. If she already knew, why ask him? Time shifted to nighttime. Outside, the unchanging sounds of zombies echoed. The only companion for Xia Qiu was Yushuan, and apart from the political commissar, Xia Xiaoya and Yushuan, he had not encountered anyone else. Yushuan had fallen into a deep sleep beside him, yet Xia Qiu found himself unable to slumber. The disappearance of his powers indicated that he could no longer act as recklessly as before, leading to the grim realization that he might lose his standing within the group and that his life would be significantly threatened moving forward. He pondered in silence throughout the night. When noon arrived the next day, Xia Qiu finally awoke. Due to his injuries, he had to remain in bed, finding even turning over a challenge. The slightest movement caused protests from his chest, and since the injury was near his heart, even exhaling loudly was impossible. He had to breathe cautiously. While consuming instant food from the supermarket, the political commissar entered that we need to go to the hospital to procure some medical supplies. Your wound has become somewhat infected, and we must prepare for any potential casualties, the commissar stated upon entering. Xia Qiu understood their intentions without needing further explanation, given their armed appearance and backpacks. What do you need me to do? Xia Qiu asked, perplexed as to how he could contribute while injured and devoid of powers. That I just wanted to inform you that this mission is quite perilous. You should be aware of the situation in the hospital. We are likely to incur casualties, so I wanted to give you a heads up. Xia Qiu responded with an "O," grasping the commissar's meaning. After that, the commissar left without further discussion. The days of waiting were tedious, particularly in the absence of any entertainment. Xia Qiu had only Yushuan to converse with. With most of the main combatants dispatched to the hospital in search of supplies, the women were left to maintain vigilance. Xia Xiaoya, possessing rubber abilities, had also been recruited for guard duty. Following Xia Qiu's injury at the hands of the Metal Man, the commissar had imposed stricter security measures, uncertain of the fates of others. Should they return, the situation could become exceedingly perilous, with Xia Qiu serving as the prime example. To end the evening, Xia Qiu heard a commotion below, as nearly everyone rushed down, likely due to casualties among those searching for supplies. Indeed, shortly after, the area fell silent, and the political commissar returned. 2 people died, Xiao Si and Shiji, bitten by zombies. There's no saving them. That it was evident from his tone that he was deeply affected. The deceased were not just subordinates but also brothers to him. I am truly sorry. Xia Qiu could only express his sorrow in a single sentence. Their numbers seemed substantial, yet they were still woefully inadequate against the massive horde of zombies. A moment's carelessness could lead to a grave fate, and Xia Qiu's previous ability to sense danger had been a crucial safeguard for his life. That I desperately hope you recover soon, ideally immediately, the commissar said, his emotions unstable and filled with urgency, though his initial intention was not to express concern for Xia Qiu. Xia Qiu fell into silence, contemplating whether to disclose the loss of his powers. After a moment, he resolved to inform the commissar. If his silence led to further losses for the team, it would weigh heavily on his conscience. That my powers have vanished. That a simple statement. Yet the political commissar paused, then asked incredulously, what did you say? My powers are gone. I have become an ordinary person, Xia Qiu reiterated, his tone flat, though inside, he was deeply troubled. The loss of his abilities in this apocalyptic world was a heavy burden on his spirit. The political commissar swayed slightly, but eventually quieted down, staring blankly at Xia Qiu. Ultimately, he said nothing and left the room, but Xia Qiu could sense his disappointment even without the ability to read minds. As the commissar reached the door, he suddenly halted, turning sharply to say, your powers are gone. Why can I still not discern your thoughts? Xia Qiu was at a loss for words, remaining silent. The commissar, however, became increasingly agitated. Your powers should not have disappeared. They may merely be suppressed by the zombie virus. There must be a way to restore them. He paced the room, a mixture of excitement and frustration evident on his face. A solution exists. Extraordinary things happen between life and death. Once you recover, no, tomorrow, I will throw you into a horde of zombies. You will surely regain your powers. Xia Qiu's expression darkened. The commissar had lost his mind. Are you serious? You want to throw me into a horde of zombies? Even at the peak of my abilities, I wouldn't dare face a swarm, let alone in my current injured state, Xia Qiu thought. Appalled at the idea that I don't think that's a good idea. No, you must want to regain your powers. Consider it. In this perilous apocalypse, what difference is there between you, an ordinary person, and a defenseless lamb? You must recover your abilities, not just for others, but for yourself, that I in a moment of temptation. Xiaoqiu nearly succumbed to the commissar's words, almost agreeing. But upon envisioning the horrifying scenario he described, shivers ran down his spine. It felt as if the commissar was willing to gamble with his life. That I think I need to consider this matter further. There is no rush, is there? No, now is the best time. Tomorrow, no, right now, it's nearly evening. The zombies will soon emerge. Lao Ba, come here, help me carry Xiaoqiu downstairs. The commissar's tone exuded an authority that brooked no dissent. Chapter 37. The new year arrives. The commissar's words were the most persuasive. Upon hearing his command, the guards immediately rushed up, unceremoniously lifting Xiaoqiu and carrying him downstairs, disregarding his objections. Once they reached the ground floor, Yushuan appeared, blocking the guard's path. The commissar smacked the back of his own head, exclaiming, "Oh right, we need to take this little girl too. Xiaoqiu can't be in danger with her around. Her presence increases his chances of success. How can you be so inhumane?" Xiaoqiu yelled in anger, furious that this scoundrel intended to drag Yushuan down with him. "That don't worry. I believe you will succeed," the commissar replied seriously, full of trust in Xiaoqiu, a trust tinged with determination. If Xiaoqiu failed, the commissar would not allow anyone to rescue him. Xiaoqiu believed he could accomplish this task. At that moment, Xiao Chong finally grasped what was happening and hurried to stop the guards. "This is far too dangerous, and Yushuan is just a child. How can you let her take such risks?" Under normal circumstances, the commissar might have considered this plea, but he was still mourning the loss of his comrades and could not be swayed. He believed that as long as Xiaoqiu retained his powers, their group would avoid casualties. With such conviction, how could he abandon any opportunity to restore Xiaoqiu's abilities? In the end, no one could deter the commissar, and both Xiaoqiu and Yushuan were taken away. Yet, the commissar did show some semblance of conscience, providing Xiaoqiu with a gun and a dagger, ensuring he did not go empty-handed. However, this gesture was laced with malice. If Xiaoqiu were to fire the gun, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. As evening fell, only a few zombies roamed. Yet for an ordinary person like Xiaoqiu, they were still lethal. "Commissar, let Yushuan stay behind. I can manage alone," Xiaoqiu shouted from within, resolutely determined not to place Yushuan in jeopardy. Should the political commissar refuse his request, Xiaoqiu swore that upon regaining his supernatural abilities, his foremost action would undoubtedly be to eliminate the commissar. That a minute later, Xiaoyan emerged, casting a complex glance at Xiaoqiu, her eyes brimming with unspoken meanings. Ultimately, she uttered nothing, cradling the struggling Yushuan in her arms, leaving behind a bayonet affixed to a Type 56 rifle. With the long weapon in hand, Xiaoqiu felt a modicum of reassurance amidst the overwhelming thirst that propelled him toward Yushuan. The military dagger he now possessed was akin to his very life. Suddenly, an assailant lunged at Xiaoqiu, yet he could not afford to make grand gestures. He merely turned slightly, still howling in chaos. Xiaoqiu managed to kick the attacker aside, sending him tumbling away. Although rolling on the ground was hardly a grand maneuver, Xiaoqiu's wound reopened due to the movement. The bandage on his chest now stained crimson with his blood. However, he was powerless to change his circumstances, enduring the excruciating pain as each passing minute felt like an eternity. Yet, Xiaoqiu persevered, feeling despair wash over him. But he refused to surrender. Just 6 or 7 adversaries, all of whom had previously been swiftly dispatched. How could he falter in front of these mere nuisances? His title, after all, was that of the Phoenix. That as the foes drew closer, Xiaoqiu could discern the decaying flesh upon their faces. Fortunately, it was winter, and the rotting corpses would not be infested with maggots. The stench markedly diminished. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to their repulsive odor even before they could lay a hand on him. One of the zombies, having seen Xiaoqiu on the ground, lunged directly at him. Adhering to his earlier strategy, Xiaoqiu rolled to the side, thrusting the military dagger against the creature and swiftly pivoting away, executing the maneuver with fluid grace. Perhaps believing Xiaoqiu lifeless, the zombie refrained from attacking, opting instead to crouch down, preparing to feast upon him. Though the bayonet was within reach, Xiaoqiu lacked the strength to pierce through its skull. The first to reach him was its claw, gritting his teeth. He seized the appendage, yanking it down and slamming its head against the ground without hesitation. The dagger plunged into its brain, swiftly withdrawn to sever its head, which Xiaoqiu discarded carelessly. However, this act nearly drained him of all his strength, exacerbated by the reopening of his chest wound, causing his vision to blur once more. The once white bandage was now a grotesque tapestry of dark red and black, an unsettling HUETO compound his troubles. Dusk had settled, drawing more zombies. Attracted by the scent of his blood, Xiaoqiu's wound burst open again, blood pooling onto the ground, the metallic aroma thick in the air. Realizing he could not obscure their keen sense of smell, he resolved to confront them directly, determined to take a few down with him. Unsteadily rising to his feet, Xiaoqiu felt an ephemeral resurgence of strength. Perhaps this was a fleeting glimmer of hope. Yet misfortune struck as he stumbled, his head striking the ground, sending him into a dizzying haze. The sound of gunfire erupted in rapid succession, and though Xiaoqiu lost consciousness, he remained alive. The political commissar, still flesh and blood, had finally sent aid to rescue him in the nick of time. With fresh bandages applied to his chest wound, Xiaoqiu, weakened from blood loss, found his vision slightly obscured. The guards, aware of his condition, hesitated to administer a blood transfusion, opting instead for glucose to sustain him. Quite impressive, one guard remarked after witnessing Xiaoqiu receiving the glucose, sincerity evident in his tone, acknowledging Xiaoqiu's remarkable resilience. For an entire night, the political commissar did not come to check on him. Only Yushuan remained at his side, having been thoroughly frightened earlier. Ever since Xiaoyan had carried her in, she had been restless, crying and shouting, even lashing out at others. Wiping away her tears, Xiaoqiu placed a gentle hand on his chest, noting the darkening bruise as Xiaoyan, who had come to change his bandages, gasped in shock, covering her mouth. Had Xiaoqiu not acted swiftly to shush her, she would have screamed. This could be a blessing or a curse for him. Days turned into weeks, and as a month passed, Xiaoqiu's recovery appeared nearly complete. Yet throughout this time, the political commissar had not once visited him. As the spring festival approached, the survivors had begun to acclimate to their new reality, with women joining the combat ranks, though the team had suffered the loss of 4 members, further diminishing their fighting capacity. During this month, the political commissar had meticulously cleared the surrounding areas, including hospitals and local shops, salvaging all useful supplies, including seeds. Xiaoqiang, a member of the peasant class, advised the commissar to cultivate their own land to grow crops, for relying solely on scavenged goods was unsustainable. Heeding this counsel, the commissar established small plots on the rooftop of the supermarket, transporting soil via truck and by hand to prepare for planting vegetables and crops come spring. Additionally, the commissar planned to capture animals for breeding, recognizing that mere vegetable patches would not suffice. While there were few pig farms in the vicinity, many raised ducks and chickens. After the apocalypse, numerous birds had survived, becoming feral. The political commissar expressed his intent to capture some for domestication. Although he initially suggested capturing dogs as well, it was well known that dogs were primarily carnivorous scavengers, and with food sources scarce. The remaining dogs were now wild and bloodthirsty, devoid of any possibility of domestication. Throughout the month, the political commissar had resolved numerous challenges, managing to address various living issues, apart from the loss of 4 individuals. Everything else was executed flawlessly, akin to a parental figure. As the spring festival approached, despite being unable to celebrate with their families, the group found solace in one another's company. The supermarket was stocked with firecrackers and couplets, and they made simple decorations for their new home. Firecrackers were set off in the distance. Bang, bang, bang. The new year had arrived. Xiaoqiu silently prayed for a prosperous year ahead. Chapter 38. The Enemy for the Survivors. The spring festival symbolized more than mere festivities. It embodied a vibrant atmosphere that, once celebrated, would soon fade. This year, however, Xiaoqiu sensed a deeper significance in the holiday than ever before. Following the festivities, the weather gradually warmed, prompting the group to shed layers of clothing. The rooftop gardens flourished with an array of seeds, and the ample space allowed Xiaoqiang and the others to plant apple trees, hoping for blossoms and fruit in the years to come. Life began to stabilize, freeing them from the perilous daily quest for sustenance. Yet, as the weather improved, the zombies grew more agile, their speed increasing by 30 to 40% on a particular day. Xiaoqiu climbed to the rooftop, as was his routine, gazing down at the zombies below. Strangely, these creatures, who had once shunned the sun during the milder winter days, now appeared more frequently, even during daylight, roaming in packs. After a while, the political commissar ascended the rooftop. Xiaqiu ignored him, noting that since his rescue, the commissar had never initiated conversation. Even as Xiaqiu regained his physical combat capabilities, the commissar hesitated upon seeing Xiaqiu, clearly surprised by his presence. After a moment, he approached, stating, "With the warming weather, the decomposition of the zombies should accelerate significantly, that I wonder if we can eradicate them this summer." Xiaqiu glanced back at him, intrigued but silent, turning his attention back to the zombies below. The commissar was indeed correct. The decay of the zombies had intensified, and Xiaqiu could faintly detect the odor of rot wafting up, particularly pungent at noon. The commissar, a cunning strategist, would not be deterred by Xiaqiu's silence. He continued speaking, and this time Xiaqiu paid closer attention. "That I acknowledge my previous missteps. My mind clouded by the sacrifice of comrades led me astray. That I apologize, but you must also share the truth with me. Has your supernatural ability truly vanished? If it has, why can I not read your thoughts?" The political commissar's apology lifted Xiaqiu's spirits considerably. He had awaited this moment for over a month. However, the subsequent questions left him feeling irked. Did he truly need to lie about such a critical matter? If his powers were intact, would he have been so vulnerable a month prior? Despite his dissatisfaction with the commissar's skepticism, Xiaqiu begrudgingly accepted the apology. Finally, Xiaqiu spoke. "I accept your apology, but I do not forgive your actions. That is all I have to say." The political commissar found himself in an undeniably awkward situation, remaining silent as he slowly mulled over the implications of what Xiaqiu had expressed. Presumably, he was contemplating whether Xiaqiu's extraordinary abilities were genuine or merely an illusion. Perhaps the use of mind reading had caused him to forget the art of interpreting subtle cues. In the end, he was unable to discern the true nature of Xiaqiu's powers, leaving him to descend the stairs in frustration. Though the political commissar departed, Xiaqiu remained atop the building, gazing at the desolate landscape that followed the apocalypse. The spring breeze scattered debris across the streets, while aimless zombies wandered about, creating a scene that was difficult to articulate. Suddenly, Xiaqiu sprang to his feet and sprinted downstairs, having spotted a figure. Indeed, a living person. Upon opening the large front door, the guard and Xiaqiu emerged, weapons drawn. Despite the fact that Xiaqiu's powers had vanished, he still held a place within the combat team, albeit with a significantly diminished status. Swiftly dispatching a few zombies in their path, the guard and Xiaqiu trained their guns on the living individual. Although he was alive, he bore little resemblance to humanity. His body smeared with the innards and limbs of the undead, a gruesome disguise that had spared him from their attacks. "Halt!" the guard commanded, bringing the man to a standstill. "Who are you, and where do you come from?" Upon seeing two fully armed individuals, the living man was overcome with joy, tears streaming down his face. After a moment of trembling, he managed to compose himself and began to respond to the guard's inquiries. "My name is Gao Lang. I am from Shuzhou, and I was a doctor." His words were halting yet clear, his Mandarin commendable. "Shuzhou," the guard echoed, leveling his weapon at Gao Lang and circling him, assessing whether he was friend or foe. The policy set by the political commissar dictated that they must save any living person they encountered, but they needed to discern if he was a good person or a bad one. Good ones were to be accepted, while bad ones were to be executed, a straightforward and brutal approach. "That you've been fleeing since the apocalypse?" The guard inquired. "That no, I was with a group of people, but during a zombie outbreak, I became separated from them and began wandering alone. I did encounter another group, but they refused to take me in," Gao Lang recounted, detailing his experience with clarity. "You claim to have been a doctor?" "Yes, I was a surgeon." "How many zombies have you killed?" "None. Not a single one. That I couldn't fight them." This admission. Gao Lang's fear became palpable, as he shook his head repeatedly, as if to convey his terror. The guard appeared satisfied, nodding thoughtfully before asking, "How did you come to be here? Was it by chance, or did you get lost?" "I intended to reach the capital, hoping there were still survivors there, but I took a wrong turn and ended up here." Ditto. "One last question. What are your abilities?" The guard inquired, positioning himself directly behind Gao Lang, his finger poised on the trigger. "My power is to control water, which includes blood as well," Gao Lang replied, a sly smile creeping across his face. He suddenly turned, only to find the guard's weapon aimed squarely at his head, though the trigger refused to be pulled. "Huh, what a fool," Gao Lang chuckled darkly. Yet before his laughter could fade, it was abruptly silenced as the guard returned to normalcy. For Xiao had launched a surprise attack, plunging a weapon into Gao Lang's heart. Yet, the one who could manipulate water proved remarkably resilient. Gao Lang did not succumb immediately, instead collapsing to the ground. Wide-eyed and staring at Xiao, sending a chill down his spine. "Why?" Gao Lang began, but Xiao interrupted. "You wish to know why you couldn't control me, but I won't divulge that. Let it haunt you in death." At that moment, the guard approached, plunging a knife into Gao Lang's skull, turning to Xiao with a note of gratitude. "Thank goodness you're immune to all abilities. Otherwise, we would have been done for today." "Damn it, where did this scoundrel come from?" He kicked Gao Lang's body in frustration. Suddenly, Xiao felt a surge of urgency and swiftly tackled the guard aside. Sure enough, within a second of their fall, a cloud of dust erupted from the spot where the guard had stood, indicating that someone in the distance had opened fire. "What the hell is happening?" the guard exclaimed, eyes wide, quickly preparing for battle as he took cover behind a derelict vehicle, returning fire as gunshots rang out. "Who knows where they came from?" Xiao pondered, realizing that they were surely a group, heavily armed, and quite unfortunate to have crossed paths with Xiao and his companions. Regardless of whether they were good or bad, the actions of Gao Lang had already branded them as foes in their eyes. The guard, having run out of bullets, discarded his rifle and shrugged helplessly at Xiao. In turn, Xiao offered him his handgun. Given his poor marksmanship and lack of talent with firearms, the gun had become little more than an ornament to him. With the guard now armed with a handgun, he regained his confidence to AT that moment. The political commissar and the others heard the commotion and hurried to provide assistance. "What is going on?" the political commissar queried, bewildered by the sudden outbreak of gunfire that seemed almost cinematic in its intensity. The guard, not known for his eloquence, simply pointed to the exposed corpse of Gao Lang, declaring, "There is a group of bad people." The political commissar grasped the situation without needing further elaboration and joined the fray. However, after a prolonged exchange of fire, neither side had managed to land a decisive blow, which was astonishing given the hundreds of rounds exchanged. Finally, it seemed the opposing side had exhausted their ammunition and ceased firing. Resorting to shouting, "You killed one of our men. This is an act of war." The political commissar exchanged a glance with the guard, who nodded in confirmation, understanding that the situation had escalated due to the provocations from the other side. The political commissar decided to respond with a barrage of gunfire, unleashing another volley. When there was no response, he called out, "You have invaded our territory and harbored ill intentions. It is entirely justified that we retaliate for the life you took." The opposing forces, clearly incensed, retaliated with several bursts of gunfire that struck the vehicle's body, creating a cacophony of sound as it sustained damage. "Prepare to retreat," the political commissar ordered, realizing that the approaching zombies had heard the commotion. Continuing the fight would likely lead to casualties, which was not worth the risk. They decided to leave the guard behind to cover their escape while the rest withdrew, grateful to have a secure base from which to regroup. The newcomers, unaware of the situation, would only find themselves in a dire predicament, forced to retreat while contending with the horde of zombies that had already set their sights on Gao Lang's corpse. Destined for a gruesome feast. Once everyone had safely returned, the political commissar gathered all combat personnel to analyze the situation. "Xiao, what on earth just happened?" he asked, still bewildered by how they had suddenly found themselves in a firefight with unknown assailants. Having even killed one of their number, a significant grievance. Xiao, possessing superior oratory skills compared to the guard, recounted the events in detail, making it evident that they had initially approached with good intentions. While Gao Lang's group had clearly harbored ulterior motives, unfortunately, he had been unaware of Xiao's immunity to abilities, ultimately leading to his downfall. The political commissar fell into deep thought. It was clear that the opposing group had come prepared, and they lacked any understanding of their adversaries, leaving them vulnerable and in a perilous situation. "This is a complex issue to navigate," the political commissar mused, rubbing his hands together, contemplating the troublesome nature of the adversaries they now faced. Given that they had found their way here, it was evident they possessed some form of perception ability, and it was likely quite formidable. Chapter 39. Negotiation in their efforts to clear the area surrounding the camp of threats. They had suffered the loss of 4 individuals, leaving their remaining combat strength significantly diminished. Confronted by a group of unknown enemies, the prospect of battle was fraught with danger. The political commissar was determined not to allow the environment they had painstakingly cultivated to be disrupted by a band of inexplicable foes. Come up with a plan. What should we do? He delegated, tossing the dilemma to the remaining members. The others exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. In truth, the mindset of this group was to retaliate whenever attacked, without overcomplicating matters. However, such sentiments could not be openly expressed, as they would only serve to highlight their own folly. The remaining combatants fell into a heavy silence until Xia Qiu finally spoke up. Let us first ascertain the identity of our opponents before discussing further actions. The political commissar turned his gaze towards Xia Qiu, his expression rife with dissatisfaction. Xia Qiu understood the unspoken discontent and quickly averted his eyes. The political commissar was still vexed over Xia Qiu's loss of abilities, and Xia Qiu had no words to defend himself. Xia Qiu had a point. They could not engage in a battle without preparation. Who among you is willing to gather information on the enemy? No one raised a hand. Very well. Then raise your hand if you do not wish to go in a swift motion. Hands shot up like arrows. Disappointed, the political commissar's eyes suddenly brightened. Xia Qiu, you have the courage. Xia Qiu was taken aback. It wasn't that he was unwilling, but rather that he was physically restrained by two individuals beside him, one being the guard and the other Xia Xiaofei. Wait, I don't want to go to him. Why perception ability has vanished. I would be of no use. It would be better to send someone with a perception ability, Xia Qiu suggested, pointing toward the political commissar. As he was the only one among them with such powers, the ball was now in the political commissar's court, yet no one appeared eager to volunteer. Each person was on high alert, eyes darting in every direction, lost in their own thoughts. Very well, it seems I have no choice but to go myself. The political commissar was well aware that this task ultimately rested upon his shoulders, and thus did not hesitate any longer. However, he insisted on bringing Xia Qiu along, under the pretext that Xia Qiu's immunity to various supernatural abilities would prevent detection by the opponent's perceptive powers. Xia Qiu had no choice but to accept his fate with a resigned sigh. The time was still afternoon, with the sun shining brightly. Outside, the sound of gunfire had drawn a crowd, aimlessly wandering the streets, making it evident that venturing out at this moment was ill-advised. Consequently, the commissar decided to delay their departure until dawn the following day, a time when most individuals would be in the deepest slumber, and the streets would be gradually clearing. There was no need to worry about weaponry, as the commissar was fully armed, while Xia Qiu merely carried a crossbow. Yet, he harbored numerous grievances. The weight of the military crossbow was no trifling matter, and for a reclusive individual like Xia Qiu, it was an overwhelming burden. As the clock struck midnight, the darkest hour before dawn, two figures swiftly emerged from the supermarket, moving with utmost silence, not disturbing a single soul. After leaving the supermarket, the commissar led Xia Qiu into a nearby business hall to discreetly assess the situation outside. The numbers were daunting. Sneaking past would be perilous, concealed behind a glass window. The commissar rubbed his hands together, troubled by the throngs outside, that he had anticipated a significant reduction in their numbers by this hour, yet was taken aback to find little change. What should we do? The commissar inquired. Xia Qiu conceived a rather distasteful idea, one he was reluctant to employ due to its repugnant nature. However, he resolved to proceed with it. We'll capture one of them and mask our scent with its own. This tactic was the very one employed by Gao Lang, whom he had eliminated earlier, and it indeed felt revolting. The commissar shuddered at the thought but recognized that this was their only viable option. There was no need to capture one, for a lone individual was already present within the business hall. Xia Qiu dared not dismember the body himself, leaving that gruesome task to the commissar. While he rummaged through the hall and found two oversized coats to conceal themselves, that he planned to hang the flesh and entrails outside the coat later. Uncle Yin, Xia Qiu retrieved two long trench coats. But before he could approach, he turned and retched. The commissar was no better off, yet he continued to methodically dismember the body, the scene gruesome, violent, and utterly nauseating. For Xia Qiu, it was the first time witnessing such a macabre act and discovering just how lengthy human intestines could be. In the end, he was smeared in blood and innards, with a large intestine draped around his neck. Fortunately, the weather was not excessively warm, and being nighttime, the stench was bearable. The commissar was clad in a similar fashion, both of them appearing quite ghastly. The two blood-soaked figures exchanged a glance, reassured that they would likely not raise suspicion. Stepping out of the business hall, Xiaqiu cautiously approached a solitary individual, who sniffed at him before wandering away. A sigh of relief escaped Xiaqiu. The plan was effective, their scents indistinguishable. The commissar gave a thumbs up and led the way, though they bore a scent that could confuse. They still dared not brazenly stride into the crowd, opting instead to stick to the periphery, ensuring they had room to escape should danger arise. As they navigated past the largest throng, Xiaqiu felt his racing heart gradually steady, the tension easing. The commissar, however, was far more composed, seemingly oblivious, focused solely on scouting the whereabouts of their adversaries. Finally, the commissar halted in front of a hotel, having pinpointed the location of their foes. There are two individuals on the first floor. He whispered to Xiaqiu, his expression suddenly shifting to one of alarm, as if he had heard something shocking. Damn it, it's that group of criminals. The commissar's demeanor shifted dramatically, and Xiaqiu too felt a wave of shock wash over him upon learning the identity of those who had ambushed them the previous day. How could they have escaped such a dense crowd? Let us go, the commissar urged, his countenance grim, clearly recognizing the improbability of reconciliation with the adversaries, especially given that their strength had evidently surged. And it remained a mystery from where they had summoned reinforcements. Returning to the supermarket, they shed the scent-laden clothing, discarding them carelessly, and gathered the others to deliberate strategies. The revelation that they were facing the same criminals they had previously encountered astonished the group. Hadn't the commissar claimed they would be dealt with? Why had they resurfaced, and why were they now so much stronger, bolstered by new members? Compared to the severely weakened camp, they appeared remarkably fortunate. What should we do? How do we fight? The discourse centered on combat rather than negotiations, as the possibility of reconciliation with the criminals had been rendered moot. When the topic of confrontation arose, a palpable silence enveloped the room. Everyone was acutely aware of their own limitations. The loss of combat personnel, combined with a dearth of weaponry, left them with a defensive force that now included women. How could they possibly contend with a group of seasoned fighters? I still believe there might be a chance for negotiation, Xiaqiu interjected, a blend of idealism and realism evident in his stance. After all, with the weather warming up, the new recruits are becoming increasingly agile. Engaging in battle would yield no benefit for them, and ultimately, any conflict would result in mutual destruction. That I trust they can discern this reality as well. Seated beside him, the ice player immediately countered, "There's absolutely no chance for negotiation. Do you think they return for anything other than vengeance? Do you honestly believe a few words will dissuade them? That is utterly ludicrous." Concluding his tirade, the ice player offered a disdainful sneer to Xiaqiu that as far as personal relations went, Xiaqiu would have kicked the ice player aside, having long since grown weary of him. Yet, in terms of rationale, he found himself siding with the ice player, for what he said was indeed accurate. Their adversaries had returned with vengeance on their minds. Enough of this quarrel, the commissar interjected, surprising everyone with his unexpected support for Xiaqiu. Is negotiation truly feasible? Xiaqiu mused internally, deeming it a preposterous notion. Commissar, negotiations are absolutely out of the question. Xiaqiu firmly stood against the idea. The commissar remained unfazed, gesturing for Xiaqiu to take a seat. Let me share my perspective first. Last time, we leveraged the crowd to severely deplete the criminals' strength, with casualties amounting to at least half of their numbers. This time, the reinforcements they've brought may not necessarily adhere to their commands. Therefore, the negotiation I propose is not with the criminals, but rather with the new faction that is allied with them. Surely, they wouldn't risk being devoured for the sake of their so-called vendetta. Upon hearing this, the others grasped the commissar's cunning. His strategy was deftly designed to sow discord within their adversaries' alliance. Yet this solution introduced a new dilemma. Who would serve as the envoy? This time, silence fell over the group once more, as it was evident the commissar could not undertake this task. He was the leader, and others would face dire risks. For the ancient adage "a messenger bears no blame in war" had long since lost its significance. None would trust it. Almost in unison, the gaze of the entire group fell upon Xiaqiu. "Look at me. Absolutely not. I will not go. You can forget about it." Xiaqiu resolutely rejected the notion, his stance unwavering. Ultimately, it was the commissar who, with a tinge of conscience, spoke on Xiaqiu's behalf. Dante overlooked Xiaqiu. He lacks any abilities and would struggle to escape should trouble arise. Xiao Jie, It seems you will have to take on this burden. Your invulnerable ability should ensure your safety. The young man named Xiao Jie was the same individual who had blazed the trail on the day of the corpse explosion, yet now he bore a countenance of reluctance, his expression a portrait of despair. The invulnerability ability, while formidable, had its limits. He was impervious to bites, but bullets remained a threat, and invulnerability did not grant immunity to all. Despite his evident unwillingness, Xiao Jie ultimately consented to serve as the envoy. With the meeting scheduled for the afternoon, during which he would bear the Commissar's message, conveying their intentions and discussing the location for negotiations. Chapter 40. Confrontation. Xiao Jie departed with a resolute sense of fatalism. Leaving the others in the supermarket to endure the interminable wait, apprehensive about his fate and whether he would return. May Xiao Jie return safely, the Commissar murmured, revealing his evident anxiety. The successful return of Xiao Jie would signify that the adversaries had accepted negotiations, allowing both sides to coexist peacefully for a time, during which their camp could grow stronger and train its personnel. However, the Commissar quickly shook his head, banishing such thoughts from his mind. The days of waiting were agonizing. The atmosphere in the supermarket heavy with tension. Even the most mischievous among them, Yu Xian, could sense the oppressive mood, sitting quietly in Xia Qiu's embrace. Afraid to move at last, Xiao Jie returned, instantly lifting the oppressive atmosphere that had permeated the room. As everyone exhaled in relief, hope for negotiations had ignited, and they could temporarily feel at ease. Commissar, the time is set. The day after tomorrow, they wish to meet us on the bridge, with each side sending 3 representatives. Xiao Jie appeared exceedingly delighted, having accomplished a matter of great significance that pertained to the lives of all, that he felt an immense sense of pride. The political commissar also shared in the joy. Although the location and time for the negotiations were determined by the other party, they bore no ill intentions. The expanse around the Great Bridge was desolate, and should a conflict arise, the opposing side would not hold any advantage. Indeed, it was a suitable place, suggesting that the other party genuinely sought a discussion. With the time and place for negotiations established, the political commissar felt a sense of ease. Yet, out of caution, he called Xiao Jie aside to inquire about the number of opposing personnel and their armament layout, intelligence that was crucial. However, the response from Xiao Jie left him disheartened, as only 2 sentinels had received him, relaying messages between them without any sight of others. The political commissar felt a pang of disappointment. Without clarity on the enemy's numbers and weaponry, preparation would be challenging. Although this endeavor was intended for negotiation, one could never be certain of the other side's intentions. That he dismissed Xiao Jie and summoned Xia Qiu, whose immunity to all supernatural abilities would render him pivotal in the upcoming negotiations. The group began to discuss the personnel for the day after, with the political commissar's attendance being essential, as well as Xia Qiu's and Xiao Jie's, who could shield them from bullets if necessary. As noted by the political commissar, moreover, other combat personnel were not without their roles. The sharpshooter among the guards would occupy a vantage point, serving as a marksman, although they lacked specialized sniper rifles. Their rifles could be equipped with scopes for similar effect. Once the operational arrangements were set, the political commissar led Xia Qiu and Xiao Jie to the negotiation site, that he felt confident about this dialogue. For his supernatural ability was mind-reading. Should the other side wish to negotiate, he would continue the discourse, but if they harbored ulterior motives, he would strike preemptively. The small bridge was a fair distance from the supermarket, and to facilitate arrangements, the political commissar had arrived early on the bridge. Perhaps aware that negotiations were imminent, the bridge was sparsely populated, and those present were swiftly dealt with the guards gone. He found an excellent sniping position while the non-negotiating personnel dispersed to concealed locations, ever ready. Once all was prepared, the political commissar glanced at Xiao Jie, pleased with his current demeanor and expression. But upon turning to Xia Qiu, he frowned. Xia Qiu's physique resembled that of a mere skeleton. Clad in a stiff black suit, it hung loosely and appeared unkempt. However, there was no time to dwell on appearances, as the other party had arrived. When the political commissar laid eyes on the leading individual, he was taken aback. He found himself unable to employ his mind-reading ability, indicating that the opposing leader's powers surpassed his own. "Greetings, Commissar," the leader said with a smile, extending a hand in a friendly gesture. Yet the political commissar felt a sense of foreboding, as he could not decipher the thoughts of anyone other than the leader. suggesting that this leader possessed the ability to shield against supernatural powers, an unwelcome revelation. Nevertheless, given the leader's genial demeanor, the political commissar could not respond with hostility. Their hands clasped in a firm handshake. Both men wore smiles as if they were long-lost brothers reunited. "Hello, I am Yin Ming. Commissar is merely a title from the past." The political commissar corrected the leader's misstatement, then smiled at the criminal leader, who had seemingly devolved from a leader to a subordinate. Surely, this shift in status must have unsettled him. "Ditto, Brother Yin, please have a seat." The leader attempted to assume a dominant posture, yet the political commissar was not so easily swayed by such trivial tactics. "No need for formality, Xiao Jie. Are you blind? Why haven't you fetched a chair for the leader?" The political commissar chided, marking the first round as a draw between the two parties for this negotiation. The political commissar had brought chairs and a table to cultivate an atmosphere of formal discussion, and now the chairs had become instruments of competition between him and the opposing leader. "I am Yu Peng, a name bestowed upon me by my grandfather." The leader opposite also corrected the political commissar's misstep. "Naturally, I acknowledge you, Brother Yu." They each took their seats at the long table, flanked by imposing bodyguards, and aside from Xia Qiu, whose stature was disproportionate compared to the others. This young brother appears to be quite unassuming. For reasons unknown, Yu Peng suddenly shifted the conversation to Xia Qiu, his words dripping with disdain, implying that unassuming often connoted a lack of worth. Xia Qiu, well practiced in patience, chose to ignore Yu Peng and focused his gaze on the former criminal leader, now reduced to another subordinate. "Brother Yu, let us return to the matter at hand, that we shall put our previous misunderstandings behind us. And as for the grievances involving the individual behind you, we will set them aside for now. After all, surviving until this point has not been an easy feat, has it?" The political commissar interjected, steering the conversation back to the negotiations. Upon broaching this topic, Yu Peng's demeanor shifted from casual to serious, instantly transforming from a wayward youth into a polished politician. "I wholeheartedly agree with Brother Yin. Living is of utmost importance, is it not? Grievances are trivial in this context." However, as he spoke, Yu Peng's expression darkened. "Yet one cannot ignore the need to resolve such matters. One of ours has perished. I have no other demands. Merely hand over the murderer, and we shall immediately cease hostilities, maintaining a respectful distance from one another. What do you think?" With this sudden proclamation, Xia Qiu's expression shifted. The identity of the murderer was patently obvious. It referred to him that Yu Peng sought to leverage the political commissar's compliance with his demand to secure peace, and given Xia Qiu's understanding of the political commissar, he feared that the latter would acquiesce, leaving him visibly anxious. The political commissar appeared taken aback by Yu Peng's unexpected demand, momentarily stunned, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table as he contemplated. "Commissar Yin, no need to respond hastily. We have time. I can wait, as can my brothers. I will grant you 1 hour. And in the meantime, let us enjoy a show." Yu Peng chuckled, snapping his fingers. One of his subordinates immediately understood the cue and stepped into the center of the road, eliciting puzzled expressions from the political commissar and his companions. The sound of gunfire erupted. The political commissar sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? Do you not realize the implications of such actions?" Yet Yu Peng merely laughed. "No worries. I was hoping you, as a professional, could assess the combat capabilities of my subordinate, that if he cannot handle it, he is worthless, and the death of a useless person is of little consequence." As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently flicked towards Xia Qiu. A wave of apprehension washed over Xia Qiu as he began scanning for potential escape routes. The political commissar's attitude was ambiguous, yet for reasons unknown, Yu Peng's group seemed overly invested in him. Following the gunfire, a significant number of onlookers were drawn in, and Xiao Jie's hand was already poised over his weapon, ready to spring into action. The political commissar maintained an air of indifference, even adding fuel to the fire. "Xiao Jie, Yu Laoda is granting us an opportunity to broaden our horizons. Why not showcase your skills? No firearms allowed." Xiao Jie hesitated for a moment before rendering a crisp military salute, dashing to the other side, unsheathing his dagger, prepared to unleash havoc upon the 10 or so adversaries eyeing him hungrily. Yu Peng observed Xiao Jie with a bemused smile, remaining silent. The gunfire had attracted fewer onlookers on Xiao Jie's side compared to the other, yet overall, Xiao Jie held the upper hand, bolstered by his invincible ability. while the opponent's power was limited to a mere meter of teleportation. Teleportation was indeed a formidable ability, yet it bore considerable constraints, such as distance and time limitations. Despite these restrictions, the teleporting individual astonished everyone with his performance, revealing an artistry that was both beautiful and dreamlike. That in contrast, Xiao Jie embodied pure, visceral violence, striking down foes with a single blow, thrilling and bloody. Ultimately, however, it was the teleporting individual who triumphed first, emerging unscathed. While Xiao Jie bore the marks of battle, bloodied and exhausted, a stark contrast to his more composed opponent. The political commissar felt displeased by the disheveled state of his side, reprimanding Xiao Jie before ordering him to stand aside, away from the negotiation table, as his bloodstains were quite unbecoming. What do you think? Is this still presentable? Yu Peng astutely refrained from mentioning Xiao Jie's predicament, instead focusing on his teleporting ally, seemingly attempting to afford the political commissar a modicum of dignity. Though it was an act that outright slapped him in the face, the political commissar maintained his composure with a smile. He is a fine soldier, exceptionally capable. Yet Yu Peng shook his head. Not at all. It's simply disgraceful. The political commissar's anger flared, his expression darkening. Yu Peng's remarks were an affront, yet he contained his fury. Well, the show is over. We should now discuss the matters we previously mentioned. I wonder if you agree with my proposal. Yu Peng smiled amiably, yet his expression conveyed an unmistakable refusal to accept dissent. Xia Qiu felt a surge of anxiety, involuntarily glancing at the political commissar, their eyes locking in an electric moment that left Xia Qiu's heart racing. Chapter 41. Devastating loss. Yu Peng relentlessly pressed on, and the commissar's complexion darkened with each passing moment. The conversation had circled back to the initial dilemma, to surrender or not to surrender. Upon hearing Yu Peng's escalating demands, Xia Qiu felt his nerves fray, instinctively resting his hand on the pistol at his waist. Should the commissar acquiesce, his first bullet would find Yu Peng, followed by a second aimed at the commissar himself. At such close quarters, even a novice marksman like Xia Qiu could not miss. The commissar's expression shifted repeatedly, yet he steadfastly avoided making eye contact with Xia Qiu. Yu Peng glanced at his watch for the third time. The commissar managed to quell his fury, meeting Yu Peng's gaze with an impassive countenance. Then, with deliberate enunciation, the commissar declared, "I do not agree." Xia Qiu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet he did not hesitate. The moment the commissar's refusal left his lips, Xia Qiu swiftly aimed his gun at Yu Peng's head, prepared to pull the trigger at the slightest provocation, without an ounce of mercy. The two bodyguards behind Yu Peng reacted almost in tandem, their weapons trained squarely on Xia Qiu and the commissar. Only Yu Peng remained unfazed, reclining in his chair with an air of indifference. As if nothing were amiss. "Commissar Yin, why bother? Trading one life for the safety of many is a bargain worth making," Yu Peng remarked, his fingers drumming lightly on the table, betraying not a hint of tension. With a grave expression, the commissar replied in a tone of utmost sincerity, "I will never abandon any of my men, for they are my brothers, not mere commodities to be bartered." Although Xia Qiu recognized this was merely a tactic to rally his subordinates, he felt a surge of emotion. "Well said." Yu Peng, far from angered, broke into applause, seemingly appreciative of the commissar's stance. "Since you choose to protect your own, it seems war is our only recourse," Yu Peng declared. Rising to his feet, the commissar also stood, the two men facing off with fearless resolve. Though the commissar was slightly older and not as tall as Yu Peng, his years of military service imbued him with an indomitable spirit that lent him an edge and intimidation. "If you seek battle, then battle you shall have," he stated resolutely. Yu Peng laughed heartily, as though he had heard the most amusing jest, but his expression swiftly turned icy. "What right do you have to utter such words? I surpass you in numbers and armaments. Tell me, what gives you the authority to speak of war?" The commissar held his ground. "It is my will and that of my iron-willed soldiers. We shall not yield to any adversity or threat." Yu Peng sneered. "Your iron-willed soldiers? Are you referring to the snipers to the east or the ambushers to the west?" The commissar's eyes widened in alarm, and he instinctively rolled to the side just in time. He evaded the gunfire before it erupted, while Xia Qiu, albeit slightly delayed, also managed to find safety, sustaining no injuries. As for the distant Xiao Jie, the distance spared him from being targeted. Xia Qiu, demonstrating quick wit, had chosen to evade the enemy's attack by taking cover behind the stone pillar at the bridge's end, knowing his marksmanship was lacking and needing someone to shield him. However, upon reaching the Commissar's chosen refuge, he realized the space was limited. There was just enough room for one, but two would be a squeeze. The Commissar stepped back slightly, making room for Xiaoqiu. Fortunately, both were slender enough to fit. "Damn it, we have been outmaneuvered from the very start," the Commissar muttered through clenched teeth, having sensed their precarious position from the moment the rain canopy was mentioned. Their combatants were already few in number. And now, aside from a handful of survivors, the rest had perished, resulting in severe losses. "What now?" Xiaoqiu asked, shrinking back. Should he fire 2 shots at the adversaries, regardless of accuracy? Meanwhile, the enemy appeared well prepared, gunfire ringing out with the cadence indicative of several rifles. The Commissar, now visibly agitated over the loss of several subordinates, shot a fierce glance at Xiaoqiu. "What now?" "Why, we retaliate, of course." Although Xiaoqiu was equally exasperated, he remained clear-headed enough to grasp the dire situation. They were outnumbered and outgunned. Just then, a cacophony of gunfire erupted from the direction where Xiao Jie had taken cover, accompanied by cries of pain and fury. "Commissar, I've taken one out," Xiao Jie exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. His voice filled with rage that he had stealthily slipped away to eliminate the enemy responsible for the guard's demise while the firefight drew attention away from him. But witnessing the guard's plight had overwhelmed him with sorrow. The Commissar acknowledged him with a curt, "Good," before discharging several rounds himself. Though with little effect, Yu Peng, too, displayed remarkable marksmanship and tactical proficiency, yet lacked the ruthless demeanor typical of a soldier. That a flurry of shots kept Xiaoqiu and the Commissar pinned down, while Xiao Jie found himself similarly suppressed. "This is bad. They're closing in." The Commissar's face paled with dread, realizing their purpose had shifted from negotiation to an all-out assault. Despite carrying weapons, they were limited to sidearms, and their ammunition was nearly depleted from earlier exchanges, making retaliation virtually impossible. "That I'm out of bullets. Uncle Yin, you'll have to deal with it," Xiaoqiu stated bluntly, already searching for any suitable objects around him. Like stones, the Commissar shot Xiaoqiu an exasperated look, then began calculating the positions of the approaching assailants in his mind. That as they were now further from Yu Peng, the effectiveness of his peculiar abilities diminished, and the Commissar's powers of insight returned. Bang! The Commissar fired, eliciting a cry of agony from a nearby adversary. "Uncle Yin, you're amazing," Xiaoqiu exclaimed, giving a thumbs up as he had gathered several stones around him for defense. The Commissar gestured towards the encroaching threat, urging Xiaoqiu to prepare for their escape. However, Xiaoqiu noticed the number of approaching foes was substantial. If he had his powers, he would not fear them. But as an ordinary person, he felt utterly powerless against such numbers. That on the other hand, the Commissar remained unfazed, bolstered by his ample weaponry and personnel, with the original 3 now bolstered by reinforcements. Their ranks swelled to 8 or 9, all heavily armed and prepared for combat. Though they were confident, there was no sense in prolonging the confrontation. Yu Peng was intent on a swift resolution. "This is bad. They are coming." The Commissar's anxiety escalated as the enemy finally lost patience with their gunfight and launched an all-out assault. What now? While the Commissar was tense, Xiaoqiu felt utterly helpless. The enemy surged forward, and while he might manage against the foolish, he was certain he could barely withstand a single round against trained professionals. That there's no choice. "I'll cover you, you retreat first," the Commissar declared, displaying a spirit of self-sacrifice. Xiaoqiu, acknowledging the gravity of the situation, turned and ran, grateful for the vehicles and cover along the roadside that kept him concealed from enemy fire. After distancing himself by a couple of 100 meters, Xiaoqiu halted. The battle on the bridge raged on, but the Commissar's gunfire had long since ceased, suggesting dire circumstances for him. However, Xiaoqiu had no time to dwell on others. The adversaries had finally arrived. Drawing his military knife from his waist, he took cover behind a vehicle, moving cautiously and slowly, aware of the perilous nature of his situation. With no other option, he found refuge beneath the car. Utilizing the cramped space, the stench under the vehicle was unbearable, but he had little choice now. Though he managed to eliminate one of the intruders, the final minute of waiting was agonizing for Xiaoqiu. He could not destroy all of their brains, merely waiting for the inevitable. That on the bright side, the fallen bodies would block one of the vehicle's entrances, preventing further incursions. Finally, the openings beneath the car became completely clogged. And although Xiao's clothes were now filthy and the stench overpowering, he was at least no longer in immediate danger. After a brief pause, he noticed the commotion outside had lessened, indicating a shift in focus. After an indeterminate amount of time, sounds emerged from outside that did not seem to belong to humans. Xiao tensed, gripping his knife tightly. Should he encounter anyone other than the commissar, he would not hesitate to strike. For none of Yu Peng's men were to be underestimated. Xiao, come out, a voice called from outside, and Xiao exhaled in relief. It was the commissar. Emerging from his hiding spot, he was met with the sight of the commissar. Bloodied and stained, bearing both black and red blood. Xiao's heart sank, realizing whose blood the red belonged to, Xiao Jie. Xiao Jie is dead. I killed him, the commissar uttered grimly. After the political commissar uttered those words, he strode back with determination, while Xiao followed closely behind. Although she could not see his face, the incessant tremors of his back revealed to her that he was teetering on the brink of collapse. This time, they had fallen into an ambush, suffering grievous losses that further diminished their overall combat effectiveness. Chapter 42. Total war. Upon returning to the supermarket, the 3 soldiers assigned by the political commissar to guard the base rushed out immediately. Their expressions tense as they regarded the 2 disheveled individuals. The political commissar wore a grim visage, on the verge of an explosive breakdown. Xiao, drenched in the foul stench of putrid blood, bore an ashen face. They had heard the gunfire from the other side long before, yet the commissar's words echoed in their minds. Regardless of the circumstances, they were forbidden from stepping outside the supermarket. Lest they face military justice that in the interest of maintaining his formidable authority, the 3 guards remained steadfast in their duty, despite their escalating anxiety. Their actions were commendable, yet internally, they were tormented. Commissar, your team's leader hasn't finished speaking. One of them began, but before he could continue, the political commissar's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. Xiao witnessed this clearly and rushed to support him, preventing him from hitting the ground in that moment of support. Xiao realized the severity of the situation. He had been injured, a bullet wound to the abdomen. Perhaps due to the adrenaline coursing through him, he had felt nothing until they returned to camp and his body finally relaxed. Quick, get someone down here. Uncle Yin has been shot, Xiao shouted. The squad leader, not daring to delay, sprinted into the supermarket to summon a doctor and procure a stretcher. They placed the political commissar on the stretcher and carried him upstairs, where the doctor had already prepared the surgical instruments. Though the operating room was rudimentary and the doctor merely an amateur, extracting a bullet was a task manageable even for an untrained hand. During the surgery, apart from the doctor and the nurse, everyone else was ushered out. As Xiao exited, the squad leader seized him by the collar and shoved him against the wall. What on earth happened? Why did only the 2 of you return? He demanded fiercely. Xiao's mood was equally grim. Without a word, he retaliated with a punch to the squad leader's face. The squad leader released him, but retaliated with a fierce blow of his own. Xiao was no match for him and found himself utterly defenseless against the assault. As he was struck, no one intervened. The gravity of the events weighed heavily on all. 7 had ventured forth, yet only 2 returned, and the fate of the other 5 was painfully clear. How could the squad leader not be enraged at the loss of his comrades? With a bruised and battered face, Xiao was once again thrust against the wall by the squad leader. Speak. What happened to them? Xiao, with swollen eyes barely open, let out a derisive laugh and swung another weak punch. But his strength had waned. The squad leader effortlessly dodged the feeble attempt, raising his fist but then lowering it upon witnessing Xiao's tears, mourning the loss of 5 vibrant lives. How could he remain indifferent? In the midst of danger, Xiao had been tense. Now, in a safe environment, his emotions finally erupted. The squad leader, too, shed silent tears, which streamed down his cheeks and fell soundlessly to the ground. The others stood in silence, awaiting news from the makeshift operating room, anxious for the political commissar's safe emergence. Time dragged on interminably. Finally, as dusk settled in, the doctor emerged. The crowd surged forward, and the doctor wiped the sweat from his brow, offering a brief smile that momentarily eased their worries. However, he soon noticed Xiao slumped against the wall and furrowed his brow. Who did this to you? The squad leader scoffed but remained silent, pushing past the doctor to re-enter the operating room. The doctor sighed, calling over his nurse, Xia Xiaoya, who was visibly furious, instructing her to tend to Xia Qiu's injuries. Fortunately, the squad leader's blows had only resulted in superficial injuries. Despite his battered appearance, recovery was merely a matter of time. Xia Qiu was assisted by Xia Xiaoya to tend to his wounds. The atmosphere in the supermarket was grim, each person weighed down by the heavy toll of loss, each harboring a smoldering anger that begged for release. They had intended to negotiate, yet found themselves embroiled in a violent clash, sustaining heavy losses. As Xia Qiu entered his room, he was met by Yu Xian, who immediately burst into tears at the sight of him, for his condition was truly appalling, beyond words. "Brother, what happened to you?" she cried, wiping her tears as she gently touched his swollen eyes and the raw skin on his cheek, her heart aching with sympathy. Xia Qiu managed a faint smile, but the effort pulled at his wounds, causing him to wince in pain. "I'm fine," he assured her, settling onto the bed and allowing Xia Xiaoya to apply the ointment. Throughout the process, Xia Xiaoya, though filled with concern, remained silent, unable to speak to the rightness or wrongness of the squad leader's actions. Once the treatment was complete, Xia Xiaoya sat beside Xia Qiu, inquiring, "What truly transpired? Weren't you supposed to negotiate? How did it fall apart?" At the mention of this, Xia Qiu's expression hardened with anger. "What negotiation? It was a premeditated ambush orchestrated by Yu Peng's gang, while I and my 2 bodyguards drew their attention. His subordinates took out our snipers and the others lying in wait, that we were ensnared in their trap. There will be no peace from now on. We must brace ourselves for the onset of war," he stated, calming his tumultuous emotions with a resigned tone, that if his abilities had not waned, they would not be in such dire straits. Xia Xiaoya, bewildered, struggled to comprehend his words, having not been privy to the full context, only grasping that war had begun. With the political commissar recuperating and yet to regain consciousness, the squad leader took charge of the supermarket's defensive measures. The trio donned their full combat gear, and alongside them were Xia Chong and Xia Fei, several younger recruits also armed, their lack of combat experience notwithstanding. The squad leader even equipped several strong women, significantly bolstering their defensive strength, though their combat prowess was minimal. He believed that the illusion of strength would deter Yu Peng's gang. With the camp's personnel now nearly universally armed, they had an abundance of weapons at their disposal, if firearms were insufficient. There were bows and crossbows, with every conceivable object serving as a potential weapon, transforming the supermarket into a formidable fortress. The night dragged on, with everyone awake and anxious. The following morning, the political commissar finally regained consciousness. Upon learning of the squad leader's actions, he nodded approvingly, recognizing the necessity of their preparations against Yu Peng's predatory gaze. Their strength had reached a nadir, and an imminent assault was all but certain. However, the political commissar's expression soured upon seeing Xia Qiu's battered face. "Who did this?" he demanded angrily. Xia Qiu answered truthfully, and the commissar's fury flared as he summoned the squad leader. "Tell me your reasoning for assaulting Xia Qiu." The squad leader stood at attention and declared there was no reason. Xia Qiu's resentment toward the squad leader intensified upon hearing this flippant response, which was delivered with an air of indifference. The political commissar, equally displeased with such a simplistic answer, found it indicative of a lack of intelligence. Claiming no reason was not an acceptable excuse after unwarrantedly attacking someone. "Xia Qiu, you are the aggrieved party. How would you like to handle this?" Although the political commissar was dissatisfied with his subordinate's conduct, he refrained from anger, recognizing the current manpower shortage and his own inability to fight. Everything relied on the squad leader's arrangements, and he could only verbally reprimand him. Realizing the political commissar had passed the responsibility to him, Xia Qiu understood his intention. The commissar had no desire to punish the squad leader. Xia Qiu, not wishing to be the villain, recognized the gravity of their external threat and the inappropriateness of infighting at such a time that it was merely a misunderstanding, Xia Qiu stated, and the political commissar nodded in satisfaction, allowing him to leave while he and the squad leader discussed defensive strategies, topics of expertise that Xia Qiu could not contribute to. As noon approached, the sun shone warmly and temperatures steadily rose, prompting a lighter attire. The rooftop plants had begun to sprout. Today, it was Xia Qiu's turn to stand guard, and after exchanging shifts with the previous medical personnel, he took up his position with a massive sniper rifle, prepared for vigilance. The role of the sniper rifle in the hands of Xiaoqiu is akin to that of a telescope, although the midday sun in spring is not overly intense. Prolonged exposure can still lead to a certain blurriness. After feeling somewhat dizzy from the sun, Xiaoqiu took a sip of water and rested briefly before refocusing his gaze on the scope. The lookout was proving effective, as Xiaoqiu discerned the presence of Yu Peng and his group. They were approaching. Upon spotting Yu Peng's entourage, Xiaoqiu immediately sprang into action, pulling a rope beside him, causing a bell below to ring out. The sound of the bell signaled the commencement of battle, prompting everyone to mobilize and assume their positions. However, the only ones exhibiting calmness were Xiaoqiu and the squad leader. The rest, including the experienced zombie hunters Xiao Xiaochang and Xiao Xiaofei, were tense and apprehensive. Xiaoqiu and Xiao Xiaochang stood on the same front line, noticing Xiao Xiaochang tremble like an engine. Xiaoqiu patted his shoulder, attempting to instill some steadiness in him. Xiao Xiaochang managed a weak smile, murmuring, "It's my first time aiming a gun at a person." Xiaoqiu, on the other hand, appeared indifferent. This was not his first encounter pointing a gun at someone. He had taken lives before, more than one, but now he was consumed by a burning rage, with visions of the guards and those few individuals flashing before his eyes. Although he had long-standing grievances with the guards, they belonged to the realm of internal matters. What lay before him now was a confrontation between two distinct factions, an external threat, and he felt obligated to avenge the guards. Even as he understood the slim chance of success, that Yu Peng's group was closing in on the supermarket, comprising over a dozen fully armed combatants, a stark contrast to Xiaoqiu and his motley crew of amateur actors. Though the latter trembled with anxiety, none faltered in their resolve, determined to aim their weapons at the encroaching foes. Even the most timid woman among them remained silent, her eyes wide open as if intent on staring down the advancing enemy. "Come on, let us have a good fight," the squad leader muttered, raising his firearm slightly higher to aim at the leading figure, Yu Peng. The camp was prepared, outnumbering them, yet Yu Peng commanded a similarly substantial force of seasoned professionals. The balance of victory seemed to tilt in Yu Peng's favor. Everyone recognized this, yet no one uttered a word of surrender. "Engage at close range. Target Yu Peng first," the squad leader quietly instructed, conveying the command to the others. They understood, but Yu Peng had evidently anticipated the squad leader's strategy and halted his group 200 meters away from the supermarket. For those inside the supermarket, this distance was akin to an insurmountable chasm, as most were novices at firing weapons, their accuracy far from reliable, that a few of the weaker women were already trembling under the weight of their guns. The quivering stemming not only from fear, but also from sheer physical strain. Seeing several women shaking, Xiaoqiu longed to send them away, knowing they would be of little use and might even find themselves in grave danger. However, he refrained from voicing this concern, recognizing that the squad leader was in command. The squad leader, too, observed the state of the women, furrowing his brow and gesturing for the exhausted ones to withdraw. His decision stemmed not from a sense of pity, but from a fear of them becoming collateral damage in the impending chaos. Though the departing women cast apologetic glances, they hurriedly retreated, visibly relieved to leave. Another 3 to 5 women followed suit, bringing the numbers on both sides nearly equal. While this seemingly diminished their combat strength, it actually improved their situation, as those remaining would have only served as bystanders, potentially hindering others' efforts. "Damn it, they aren't coming closer," the squad leader exclaimed, striking the ground in frustration, realizing that his tactics had fallen flat. Despite his desire to charge out and unleash a barrage on Yu Peng, common sense dictated that their only chance of victory lay in steadfast defense. "What now?" a soldier next to the squad leader quietly inquired. The squad leader, vexed, lamented his lack of practical experience, having only been a mere squad leader before this. Their only source of real combat expertise, the political officer, lay incapacitated and unable to offer guidance. The squad leader's face flushed crimson with embarrassment over his inadequacies, that "we can only hold our ground. With these fortifications, they won't dare to breach our defenses," Xiaoqiu interjected, his thoughts diverging from the squad leader's. While the squad leader aimed to eliminate the enemy's fighting force, Xiaoqiu merely sought to repel them. Thus, defending against Yu Peng's group sufficed, but the squad leader was fixated on defeating them and quelling their arrogance, particularly wanting to ensure those treacherous individuals received their due comeuppance. "No, we must defeat them," the squad leader retorted fiercely, disregarding Xiaoqiu's objections. and hurled a grenade toward the enemy. Given the 200-meter distance, his aim was unlikely to be precise. Yet the squad leader's intention was not to achieve a direct hit, but merely to create a commotion that would alert others. "Are you out of your mind?" Xiaoqiu nearly exploded in outrage, realizing that the grenade's detonation could attract groups from 1 or 2 kilometers away, endangering not only their own lives, but also jeopardizing the precarious base they had labored to establish. The squad leader shot Xiaoqiu a piercing glare, grumbling, "I don't need your commentary." Though Xiaoqiu found the squad leader's tone displeasing, the looming threat of their adversaries left no room for internal discord. The unexpected explosion of the grenade had an impressive effect, even surpassing the squad leader's expectations. Initially intended to attract attention, it startled the opposing force, revealing that their assumption of facing a highly trained enemy had merely been a product of their own fears. 2 individuals from Yu Peng's side, likely mere thugs, were caught off guard by the grenade, their composure unraveling as they scrambled backward in panic. However, before they could escape, 2 gunshots rang out, extinguishing their lives at the hands of Yu Peng. Following the gunfire, Xiaoqiu faintly perceived a cacophony of voices from the opposing side, with shouts and curses echoing through the air. Yet, the noise gradually subsided, suggesting that internal disputes had momentarily resolved. Albeit at the expense of 2 lives, meanwhile, the pressure on the supermarket crew remained unabated. Disgusting, Xia Xiaochang grimaced, his expression one of revulsion as he witnessed the aftermath of the 2 unfortunate souls being consumed. A scene too grotesque to describe. Their predilection for consuming flesh resembled that of animals, favoring entrails when food was plentiful, while only resorting to less desirable options during scarcity. While many fixated on the 2 unfortunate individuals, a greater throng surged toward Yu Peng's position, a veritable tide of humanity. Finally, someone on Yu Peng's side cracked under pressure and fired the first shot, displaying commendable marksmanship as they felled the leading figure. The gunfire served as a signal. Once one person succumbed to the stress, others quickly followed suit. Soon, the 3rd, the 4th, and then all were embroiled in the fray. The combat erupted between Yu Peng's group and the supermarket defenders. The latter found themselves unexpectedly relieved as the attention of their adversaries shifted away from them. What an opportunity! The squad leader's eyes lit up, gripping his rifle tightly, eager to charge out. Yet, before he could rise, someone yanked him back down. Upon focusing, he realized it was Xiaoqiu. "What do you think you're doing?" The squad leader bellowed, shaking off Xiaoqiu's grip in anger. Xiaoqiu, however, clung to the squad leader's arm, speaking with utmost seriousness. "What we should be doing now is holding our ground, not recklessly charging out." With a derisive laugh, the squad leader shrugged off Xiaoqiu's grip with ease, dismissing him, coward, unwilling to concede. Xiaoqiu grasped the squad leader's weapon, asserting, "I don't care what you think of me. You cannot go out there. I understand your desire for vengeance, but this is not the moment. Our forces are insufficient. We must conserve our strength at this point." The squad leader's patience had worn thin, and he retaliated with the butt of his rifle, catching Xiaoqiu off guard and knocking him unconscious, without Xiaoqiu as an impediment. The squad leader rallied the other 2 soldiers, rising to their feet. Though anger clouded his judgment, he retained enough clarity to summon Xia Xiaochang, transferring command to him as he prepared to avenge their fallen comrades. "You stay here and defend our position. We will settle this with them," the squad leader instructed Xia Xiaochang before casting a glance at Xiaoqiu, adding, "When he regains consciousness, hand command back to him. And tell him I'm sorry." Upon the completion of the squad leader's words, he departed, leaving Xia Xiaoqiang in a state of disarray, for he had never commanded others before. After a flurry of confusion, he gradually regained his composure, yet throughout it all, they remained oblivious to the oddity in the squad leader's tone. The squad leader and his team moved with remarkable speed, although blinded by rage. They had not forgotten the fundamental tactic of evasion. From their vantage point within the defensive fortifications, Xia Xiaoqiang and his companions observed with clarity as the 3 men darted like leopards from one cover to another, occasionally firing to eliminate any would-be ambushers. Eventually, the squad leader and his team vanished from sight, having breached the crowd and closed in on Yu Peng's group. The squad leader had deliberately restrained himself when striking Xiaoqiu, who, after a moment of bewilderment, snapped back to reality and uttered his first command. "Stop right there." Yet it was too late. Upon discovering that the squad leader had already advanced, Xiaoqiu slammed his fist into the ground in frustration. Realizing that the squad leader was likely in grave danger, that Yu Peng and his gang were not to be trifled with, and it was plausible that the squad leader might fall victim to a counterattack. How impulsive, Xiaoqiu muttered indignantly, then assumed command from Xia Xiaoqiang, urging the others to remain vigilant while simultaneously contemplating an escape, for those left behind were merely untrained civilians, lacking the ability to harness their abilities effectively. They had grown too comfortable under the protective wing of the political commissar. The throng in the streets swelled to an alarming degree, yet fortunately, they seemed drawn to the distant gunfire, with none approaching to disrupt the camp, which brought a sigh of relief from Xiaoqiu. Should a horde converge upon them, their feeble group would stand no chance. Abandoning the external fortifications would necessitate retreating into the supermarket, a predicament they could ill afford. Everyone withdrew their fingers from the triggers, but kept the safeties disengaged. Xiaoqiu spoke softly to his comrades, urging silence to avoid drawing attention at last. The street reached a state of saturation, with no new arrivals in sight. It appeared that all within a 2-kilometer radius had congregated, a truly formidable sight. Suddenly, from Yu Peng's direction, a desperate roar reminiscent of a dying beast echoed, followed by several deafening explosions. Xiaoqiu lowered his weapon in solemnity, bowing his head in tribute to the three men, acknowledging that regardless of their rightness or wrongness, they were undeniably competent soldiers and good brothers. The others also bowed their heads in mourning for the fallen. The blast shockwave was immense. Even at a distance of 300 to 400 meters from the epicenter, the ground trembled. Following the explosion, the crowd began to disperse. However, the nerves of those in the supermarket tightened, for the horde was now heading their way. Chapter 44. The tranquility hidden beneath the tempest, the cacophony of countless howls was terrifying, even for someone like Xiaoqiu, who had witnessed much. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his limbs felt weak, let alone for those who required protection. Though anxiety lingered, Xiaoqiu endeavored to bolster the spirits of others, believing that reducing fear, even slightly, was beneficial. A pride of lions led by a sheep could scarcely hope to outmatch a flock of sheep led by a lion. Yet they were fortunate. The throng had not discovered those hidden behind the fortifications of the supermarket. And as they dispersed, the group finally exhaled in relief. For novices who had just learned to pull triggers, a multitude of vulnerabilities was far easier to contend with than a singular weakness. Do not relax. The enemy may not have retreated. Xiaoqiu's words once more tensed the atmosphere. That moment, Xiaoqiang approached and whispered, given the density of the corpses earlier, they must surely be dead. His reasoning held merit. Yet Xiaoqiu remained unconvinced, insisting that they maintain their post outside, feeling immense pressure from Yu Peng, whose powers were nearing the 4th level. Who could say what other tactics he might employ? Even if Yu Peng were to appear before Xiaoqiu now, he would be utterly unfazed. However, Xiaoqiu's anxiety proved excessive. Night fell without any sign of Yu Peng's group, and it was likely they had perished. Still, Xiaoqiu could not let go of his unease. The watch continued, but he divided the remaining personnel into 3 teams to alternate surveillance, while the other squad remained on high alert, for he would not trust Yu Peng's demise until he laid eyes upon his corpse. After the second team took their place, Xiaoqiu handed the binoculars to Xia Xiaofei and, dragging his weary body, approached the door to the political commissar's room. Hesitating to knock, that he recalled the size of their group when he first joined, 12 soldiers and 20 civilians. Formidable in strength. Yet now, apart from the political commissar, none of the soldiers remained unharmed, and the sole survivor, the political commissar himself, lay injured and incapacitated, their combat capabilities severely diminished, to the extent that they had to fully arm even the most defenseless of female members. Xiaoqiu hesitated, uncertain how to convey the day's events to the political commissar. His indecision led him to pace restlessly outside the door. The sound of footsteps echoed, and lost in his thoughts. Xiaoqiu failed to notice until someone tapped him on the shoulder that it was Xia Xiaoya, arriving to change the commissar's bandages, prompting him to sheepishly lower his guard and release his grip on the weapon. "Why aren't you going in?" Xia Xiaoya inquired, regarding him curiously. She was the only remaining nurse among them, also an amateur doctor, thus not a combatant. Yet her duties were no less burdensome than those of any soldier. Xiaoqiu offered an awkward smile, taking the tray from her hands and gesturing for her to enter first. Yes, she pushed open the door, Xiaoqiu felt a sensation he had not experienced in ages, akin to the trepidation of having erred and hesitating at the entrance to a teacher's office. Yet he was no longer the same Xiaoqiu. He had endured numerous trials, transformed from an ignorant college student into a man of steely resolve, unafraid of any challenge. Upon entering the political commissar's room, he found the man engrossed in a book, 100 Years of Solitude by Gabriel Garcia Marquez, a title they had discovered at a nearby bookstore and often read to pass the time. Contrary to Xiaoqiu's expectations, the political commissar's face bore no signs of rage, only a serene calm, reminiscent of a hermit who had seen through the world's tumult. "Uncle Yin, I am here to assist with the bandages." Xiaoqiu signaled for the commissar to cooperate, a task she had performed countless times before with great proficiency. The commissar complied, and the medication was swiftly administered. Aware that Xiaoqiu had matters to discuss with the commissar, Xiaoqiu exited promptly. With Xiaoqiu gone, a silent standoff ensued between Xiaoqiu and the political commissar, neither willing to disrupt the tranquility. Ultimately, it was Xiaoqiu who broke the silence. "3 of them have died. I couldn't stop them." Although the political commissar was already aware of this news, Xiaoqiu's reiteration could not mask the sorrow etched on his face. 3 splendid young men, gone just like that, after death. Nothing remained, their remains obliterated beyond recognition. "It is not your fault. They had their own destinies," the political commissar replied. The political commissar, calming his sorrowful heart, spoke softly as if reluctant to discuss the matter further. Xiaoqiu, not wishing to dampen the mood, remarked to the commissar that he should retire early for the night before departing. Having endured a day of tension, he felt utterly fatigued and longed for the solace of sleep. Upon returning to his room, he found Yu Xian still awake, her nerves frayed by the events of the day. First, there was the vast crowd, followed by explosions and gunfire, each incident straining her composure. Fortunately, among them was a doctor, albeit not a neurologist, who had some knowledge in the field. After his gentle persuasion, Yu Xian gradually began to recover from her fright, though it was clear that a restful night was beyond her reach. Xiaoqiu remained awake throughout the night, for Yu Xian was plagued by nightmares, waking in terror multiple times, each instance requiring much soothing before she could settle again, only to be jolted awake anew. As dawn broke, she finally slipped into a deep sleep, yet Xiaoqiu, having endured the long night, could not afford to rest, for he had many tasks awaiting him. He intended to visit the battlefield from the previous day to ascertain the fate of Yu Peng and his comrades. Due to the inherent dangers of venturing outside, Xiaoqiu was cautious, taking only Xiaochang with him, both fully armed as they set off. The streets remained populated with those meandering about, remnants of the previous day's gathering. And Xiaoqiu, now devoid of his powers, moved with heightened caution, resulting in a slow progress for the two. That after half an hour, they finally reached the site of the fierce battle, where the squad leader's final explosion had obliterated him entirely, leaving behind a gruesome scene of dismembered bodies and flesh scattered about, making it impossible to discern human remains from the debris. However, Xiaoqiu spotted a trail of blood, dragged along, indicating that only Yu Peng and his group could have survived amid such chaos. This revelation was encouraging for those in the supermarket. They had managed to turn the tide, and the opposing force no longer possessed the capability to assault their stronghold. Upon returning, Xiaoqiu shared this good news with the others, who received it with joy. That a faint smile appeared on the commissar's otherwise impassive face. Yet it bore the weight of resignation and sorrow, for their current situation was paid for in lives by the squad leader and his companions. While the crisis for Yu Peng's group had diminished, their own peril still loomed. That in the interest of safety, Xiaoqiu dedicated several days to fortifying the supermarket's defenses, creating a formidable barrier, ensuring that unless faced with another massive horde, their stronghold would remain unassailable. Days passed, the spring breeze arriving and departing, while the skies occasionally rumbled with thunder, yet the world's tribulations persisted. The vegetables planted on the rooftop had begun to sprout, tended by Xiaochang, flourishing splendidly, while a small apple sapling grew a little each day, transforming the rooftop into a verdant oasis amidst the desolation. The commissar's injuries healed rapidly. Within a month, he was able to walk again, albeit without engaging in strenuous activities, and he officially commenced leading the others in their efforts to survive. The weather grew warmer, allowing the survivors to shed layers until only light jackets and shirts remained. Meanwhile, Yuping's group had remained elusive, prompting Xia Qiu and the commissar to maintain their vigilance, with sentinels stationed on the ground and lookout posts above, though due to a scarcity of ammunition. They were compelled to rely on bows and crossbows, ushering in a return to the age of cold weapons. One day, a team returned exuberantly with a duck, once domesticated, but now feral due to neglect. Though it had adopted a wild nature, it could not fly, and its emaciated form suggested a hard life outside. Nevertheless, the group rejoiced, for they finally had fresh meat to eat. Over 4 months had passed since the onset of the apocalypse, and food in stores had either been depleted or expired, leaving them to subsist on fish and other seafood caught from rivers and seas. While seafood had its merits, the monotony had grown tiresome. The duck provided a welcome change, yet the commissar was clearly contemplating broader implications. This was merely a female duck. The plan was to feed it, raise it, and eventually harvest its eggs. With a decisive gesture, the commissar spared the duck from the fate of becoming a meal. Thus, the camp acquired its first domestic fowl, a female duck. Nearby, the commissar was seeking food to nourish the duck when Xia Chong, the team leader, approached Xia Qiu and whispered, "We seem to have discovered traces of Yu Peng and his group." Xia Qiu's heart raced. They had finally located their whereabouts. The uncertainty of their absence had been a thorn in his and Zheng Wei's sides, preventing genuine peace of mind. Now that they had a lead, they must capture them all at once. Waving Xia Chong away, Xia Qiu crouched beside the commissar, informing him, "We found Yu Peng's group near the stinking ditch." The commissar discarded the feed in his hands, and the duck happily clucked as it feasted. "Let us go gather the troops," the commissar said, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Was the time finally at hand to resolve this situation? The troops he referred to comprised a new unit he had formed, consisting of young men and a few robust women from the camp, while their combat capabilities paled in comparison to the former warriors. After several days of training, this new team had begun to take shape and exhibited potential for combat. The team assembled, but they did not depart immediately, for the lookout on the rooftop relayed alarming news. A new group is approaching from the south, and they don't appear to be from our side. Chapter 45. Opportunity. According to the commissar's classification, squads of fewer than 10 could be disregarded, leaving it to the sentinels to decide whether to engage. Groups numbering from 10 to 50 were considered small, while those from 50 to 100 were classified as large. Only those exceeding 100 were deemed a horde, that a small number typically ranged from 100 to 200. Not excessive, but sufficient to raise alarms among others. However, the surprise for the commissar and Xia Qiu stemmed not from the number, but from the report of an incoming outsider. The local population, while substantial, had predictable patterns of movement, and key locations had been cleared. The arrival of newcomers introduced an element of uncertainty to their safety. Who knew what this group of outsiders could bring? Just as they contemplated their next move, the sentinel shouted again, "Another large group is coming. And there are even more. Too many." Both the commissar and Xia Qiu halted, their minds racing with the same thought. If resistance led only to death, their only recourse was to band together, hiding from detection. Quickly, everyone retreat to the supermarket. Is anyone still outside? Good, have them all return. Leave behind anything heavy. Preserving lives is the priority. The commissar issued commands with calm precision. Their only option was to bring everyone back. Fortunately, the food supply for the supermarket's inhabitants had long ceased to rely on supermarket inventories, which made the decision to stop sending people out in search of food a wise one. Under the commissar's instruction, they had implemented a 4-shift system, and the number of outsiders was manageable. The critical vigilance had shifted to the rooftop. Everyone returned promptly, with not a single soul lingering outside, allowing the commissar and Xia Qiu to breathe a sigh of relief. From the rooftop, they finally glimpsed the ground below, now teeming with what appeared to be thousands of bodies. The commissar gazed down in astonishment, remarking that he had never witnessed such a congregation before. It was both shocking and overwhelming. Xia Qiu, on the other hand, remained relatively unfazed. His nerves had toughened through experience. Thousands were merely a number. He had slain nearly 100 himself. Suddenly, the commissar bellowed, "My fortifications!" Xia Qiu looked down to see. Indeed, the defenses they had painstakingly erected had been obliterated, crushed underfoot. Although some remnants remained, they paled in comparison to the overwhelming mass below. The sight of their hard-won defenses being destroyed incited Xia Qiu's fury. Yet anger was futile. He could not halt the tide of chaos that in the grand scheme. All was ephemeral. Nothing truly mattered. The commissar, however, remained more composed. After a moment of cursing, he fell silent, sitting pensively at the rooftop's edge, lost in thought. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he leaped to his feet, excitement radiating from him as he dashed downward. Xiaoqiu, sensing something amiss, followed closely behind. The commissar rushed to the second-floor armory. Their stock of firearms had dwindled, leaving mostly bows and crossbows, which, while still lethal, were not as effective. Yet the commissar, a staunch advocate of cold weaponry, chose not to arm himself with his usual favorites. Instead, he grabbed a rifle and 2 grenades, loading himself with as many weapons as he could carry. When Xiaoqiu arrived and saw the commissar fully armed, a sense of foreboding gripped him that he seized the commissar's arm and demanded, "What are you planning?" The commissar shook off Xiaoqiu's grip, resolute. "This is a chance for revenge bestowed upon me by fate. I intend to lead them into Yuping's midst and demonstrate what it means to be surrounded by the undead." The gaze was striking. Xiaoqiu's heart trembled. It was the same look the squad leader had worn just before his departure. A departure from which he would never return. Xiaoqiu was resolute in preventing such an occurrence from happening again, setting aside whether the political commissar would succeed if he were to go. It was likely he would never come back, a scenario Xiaoqiu dreaded. "I will not let you leave." After months of training, Xiaoqiu had significantly improved his skills, now capable of exchanging a few blows with the political commissar, using only his bare hands. Thus, without hesitation, he embraced the commissar, attempting to restrain him, fully aware that his efforts might be in vain. Xiaoqiu's thoughts were correct. The political commissar was the very one who had imparted his skills. If in a few years Xiaoqiu were to be ready to embark on his own journey, the commissar would undoubtedly support him. Yet at present, Xiaoqiu was still somewhat inexperienced in a swift motion as he turned to seize the political commissar's arm. Xiaoqiu found himself forcibly released and swiftly subdued, rendered powerless to resist. "Xiaoqiu, do not obstruct me this time, that if we eliminate Yu Peng and his cohort, we can live in peace. Otherwise, we will be perpetually on edge, and no one will have a good life." The commissar's actions were decisive as he retrieved a rope from behind him, binding Xiaoqiu tightly, rendering him immobile. "Wait here for a moment, and do not allow anyone to seek me out," the political commissar declared, contemplating for a moment before placing his sidearm and a box of ammunition on the ground, indicating his intention not to return. Xiaoqiu's eyes widened in alarm, but he could only whimper, unable to voice his concerns. Not only had the commissar bound him, but he also silenced him with a strip of cloth he had seemingly procured from nowhere. After checking his gear with satisfaction, the commissar cast a lingering glance at the camp they had painstakingly established before adopting the demeanor of an iron-willed soldier and striding out resolutely. Once the fire was put out, Xiaoqiu, filled with urgency, drew a small knife hidden in his sleeve and severed the ropes binding his hands, hoping it was not too late. The commissar had ordered everyone to remain indoors. Thus all the doors were tightly shut. He should not have exited yet. Frantically tearing through the remaining ropes and removing the oil-scented cloth from his mouth, Xiaoqiu burst through the door, shouting, "Stop, Uncle Yin!" Though his voice was not loud, the confined space of the supermarket amplified his call, and Xiaoqiu, standing guard at the entrance, was momentarily startled while conversing with the inspecting political commissar. Suddenly, hearing Xiaoqiu's jumbled shout rendered him momentarily dazed. While Xiaoqiu was bewildered, the political commissar remained sharply aware, internally astonished at how quickly Xiaoqiu had emerged. Yet his hands moved with unerring speed. As Xiaoqiu stood bewildered, he knocked him unconscious and dragged him aside, ready to exit. However, the door, fortified for defense, proved stubbornly resistant. Ironically, this very door had been designed by the political commissar himself, leaving him in a predicament of his own making. Ultimately, he could not open the door he had constructed, and Xiaoqiu was the first to arrive, followed closely by the others. All had gathered, gazing curiously at the fully armed political commissar and the visibly anxious Xiaoqiu, along with Xiaoqiu, who was now lying on the ground, oblivious to the unfolding situation. The tableau before them might lead a reasonable person to conclude that the political commissar was planning to defect. Yet, having lived securely under his protection, none could fathom that he might wish to abandon them, and no one considered this possibility, although it was indeed the case. The political commissar intended to draw the horde toward Yu Peng's faction for the sake of his own survival and that of others. Uncle Yin, lower your weapon. We have ample opportunities ahead. No need to take such a grave risk. Xiaqiu spoke cautiously, fearful that the commissar might act impulsively and disregard the counsel of others in his determination to lure the zombie horde toward Yu Peng. As Xiaqiu spoke, some among the group began to grasp the situation's gravity, while others remained oblivious, such as the now conscious Xia Xiaoqiao. Uncle Yin, why are you hitting me? At this critical moment, no one had the luxury to address the confused individual. All eyes turned toward the political commissar, hoping he would not linger, that he would refrain from undertaking such a reckless endeavor. To Xiaqiu, this course of action appeared exceedingly perilous, while to others, it seemed outright fatal. They had all witnessed the sheer number of zombies, countless in their multitude, enough to devour them whole. That in the end, the political commissar reluctantly disarmed himself, and with a disgruntled expression, stepped away from the doorway. Xiaqiu exhaled in relief, instructing the others to secure their weapons, and personally accompanied the commissar to the rooftop. The others were summoned back to their respective quarters. Returning to their previous tasks, upon reaching the rooftop, they had a clearer view of the situation below. It appeared their earlier estimates had significantly underestimated the scale. The total number of zombies surely exceeded tens of thousands, perhaps even reaching 100,000 or more. The political commissar, frustrated at being thwarted, ignored Xiaqiu's presence, instead lost in thought as he sat at the rooftop's edge. Xiaqiu felt no embarrassment as he joined him, both gazing down, likely stirred by memories and hatred that resurfaced for the political commissar. Commissar, look at the chaos below. The streets are choked with zombies, utterly impassable. Drawing them toward Yu Peng will be no easy feat. Xiaqiu understood the political commissar's foul mood. He knew that a single misstep in his words could provoke an outburst. Thus, he spoke carefully, eager to avoid igniting the commissar's ire once more. Xiaqiu's words were few but poignant, yet he recognized that the political commissar was acutely aware of the situation. The commissar was reluctant to relinquish this rare opportunity. Otherwise, once the crisis subsided, they would find themselves at a disadvantage again. The Yu Peng's group had been conspicuously absent for some time, and their sudden appearance surely indicated they had confidence in their position. Meanwhile, their own combat capabilities were waning, hampered by a lack of quality personnel and weaponry, rendering them ill-equipped to confront Yu Peng's faction. Sometimes, a few carefully chosen words of reassurance sufficed, and after sharing his thoughts, Xiaqiu fell silent, for he was not one to engage in excessive chatter. The two remained in silence for a considerable time until the last of the zombies passed beyond the supermarket's defenses, at which point the political commissar remained still, fully aware that the opportunity had slipped away. Chapter 46. The zombie extermination plan. The passage of the zombies had finally concluded. Fortunately, aside from the destruction of the defenses erected by the group, there were no casualties, a silver lining amidst the misfortune. However, the inhabitants of the supermarket were compelled to emerge and repair the ravaged defenses. What was termed as repairs bore no distinction from complete reconstruction. The scale of this zombie incursion was staggering, traversing from the north to the east, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Consequently, the restoration efforts proved to be quite arduous. What troubled the group most was the fact that this wave of zombies had left behind an alarming number of their kind, resulting in a renewed increase in their presence around the supermarket. The number of zombies wandering the streets during the day was now nearly comparable to that of the night, with the supermarket doors previously sealed now ajar. The political commissar peered from behind, his head throbbing as he observed the mindless zombies ambling about outside. With their presence, the group could not venture out to rebuild their defenses, and sourcing materials posed an additional headache. Anything of substantial size nearby had been ravaged by the zombies, and several large trucks lay in ruins, rendered inoperable, while the state of smaller vehicles was even worse. The urgency of the material shortage loomed large. Yet the political commissar could not immediately discern any suitable sources nearby. They were down to their last vehicle, the others having been destroyed by the relentless onslaught of zombies. Nearby, there lay a shipyard, but the exertion required to transport materials from there was beyond their current capacity. The zombies on the streets wandered aimlessly, and with the warming weather, flies became increasingly active, swarming around the faces of many zombies. Whenever another zombie approached, a cloud of flies would take flight, resembling dark storm clouds. Nevertheless, the number of zombies showed little sign of decline. In fact, their speed had increased significantly. Irritated, the political commissar swatted away a swarm of flies buzzing around him. Deep in thought as he glanced at the vehicles near the door, seemingly struck by inspiration. Yet before his elation could manifest, the flies he had just dispersed returned, compelling him to resume his futile swatting. With the heat rising and the flies multiplying, it was imperative to maintain hygiene to avoid the spread of other diseases that be by the way. How much medicine do we have left? The political commissar inquired. Continuing to shoo away the pesky flies, that we have a fair amount here, Xiaoqiu replied, noting that the flies had no interest in him since he was not stationed at the door. We were already short on supplies, and we used a considerable amount during our last ordeal that we still have plenty of gauze, but our stock of medicine is critically low. Cold and fever medications are nearly exhausted, and we have almost depleted our supply of antibiotics. The only thing we have a few bottles of is glucose. Upon hearing this, the political commissar sighed deeply. Just a simple zombie incursion had led to such a surge in their problems. The external defenses, the internal medical supplies, and the impending issues of summer food and water all required urgent attention. Our zombie population is escalating. We need to devise a plan to eliminate this latest surge. The political commissar leaned against the doorframe, contemplating how to address the increasing horde. After closing the door, the political commissar and Xiaoqiu ascended to the top floor, where they could gain a clearer perspective on the situation outside. What do you think of those vehicles? The political commissar suddenly pointed at several small cars that had been rendered useless by the zombies, along with a nearby gas station that in the indistinct transition between summer and autumn. The vehicle had been reduced to a mere wreckage by the relentless torment of the zombies that was no longer capable of being driven. Even for scrap metal, it might not attract any buyers. The political commissar, with a look of regret, remarked, "What a pity about that fuel that moment." Xiaoqiu comprehended the commissar's intent. He aimed to incinerate a horde of zombies using the gas station. While this strategy sounded promising, executing it posed numerous dangers, the most pressing concern being who would undertake the task. Additionally, with an abundance of zombies obstructing the route, how would he manage to navigate through? What course of action should he take? Xiaoqiu was eager to uncover the commissar's plan. Yet the gas station was situated over 200 meters from their supermarket, and that very distance was swarming with hundreds of zombies. Unless they had a tank at their disposal, passage was utterly impossible. The commissar gestured with his thumb towards a small gas station and then waved his arms, shaking his head. "Grenades can't be thrown that far. We need someone to get close enough to detonate them." That he added that the other vehicles could also be utilized to their advantage. "Who will handle the demolition?" Xiaoqiu inquired. The commissar, unyielding, declared, "I am the only one skilled in demolition. It must be me." Xiaoqiu contemplated the zombies strewn along the 200-meter stretch and began devising a strategy to divert them, that if there were merely over 100 zombies, caution would be unnecessary. However, the moment an explosion occurred, nearby zombies would surely be drawn to it, which was the true peril that if you intend to blow up the gas station, I shall draw the zombies towards the supermarket across the street. Once you detonate the gas station, I will make my escape into a nearby residential area where there are fewer zombies, allowing me to hide. You must come to retrieve me once you have completed your task." Xiaoqiu swiftly concocted a plan, albeit one that would undoubtedly place both of them in jeopardy. Nevertheless, the commissar promptly approved the scheme. With time being of the essence, he armed himself with only a grenade and a pistol to lighten his load. While Xiaoqiu's gear was even more minimal, merely a signal pistol, which was of little lethality. With their equipment prepared, they found that the encroaching darkness forced them to postpone their operation until the following day, when the zombie presence would be diminished. On the following day, Xiaoqiu rose early, appointing Xiaoqiang and a few other men to safeguard the group while they set off. Xiaoqiu ventured out first, firing a shot from his signal pistol to the east. The orange flare soared into the distance, successfully attracting the zombies. He signaled the commissar to proceed, who followed closely behind. At the intersection, they were spotted by the zombies. Xiaoqiu nodded at the commissar, swiftly dispatching a zombie with a thrust of his weapon before kicking it aside. He then fired another shot from the signal pistol towards the west, beckoning the zombies to follow him. Indeed, his audacious actions incited the horde, which charged towards him with growls, while the previously unremarkable commissar remained unnoticed. Achieving the desired outcome, after swiftly eliminating a few oblivious zombies, the commissar raced towards the vicinity of the gas station. Meanwhile, Xiaoqiu had successfully led the horde down the western road. rendering him invisible. Though the sounds of the chaos still echoed, suggesting that his audacity was extraordinary. Uncertain of the fuel remaining in the gas tank, the commissar hesitated to throw the grenade, fearing it might fail to detonate. Thus, he needed to approach the gas station to ensure a successful throw. Observing the nearby zombies, he noted that some had been lured eastward while others followed Xiaqiu westward, leaving only a few behind. After dispatching the remaining zombies with efficiency, the commissar sprinted to the gas station, placing the grenade beneath the gas tank and quickly rigging a pulled detonator before retreating cautiously, once at a safe distance. The commissar pulled the pin and counted to 3. The grenade detonated first, followed by a tremendous explosion from the gas station, the sound resonating like a minor earthquake, clearly taken aback by the magnitude of the blast. The commissar was momentarily dazed by the shockwave before realizing he needed to escape, as the zombies that had followed Xiaqiu were now drawn to the commotion. The real danger now lay with the commissar. But he could not flee just yet. He had to guide the zombies towards the inferno, or else the explosion would be in vain. At that moment, the several abandoned vehicles came into play. Their strategic positioning formed a makeshift semicircle, and the commissar dashed into the center. Opening fire as more zombies gathered, he began to retreat while shooting, quickly finding himself near the flames of the burning gas station. The vehicles obstructed the zombies' advance, alleviating some of the pressure on him. Meanwhile, Xiaqiu was nearing the residential area, yet he was not spared from the anxiety of his precarious situation. To his dismay, he discovered a fresh wave of zombies had appeared from an unknown origin, placing him in a perilous predicament of being flanked. Fortunately, most of the zombies trailing him had been drawn away by the commissar, leaving Xiaqiu with a manageable number. Though still substantial, he glanced around, then made a beeline for a narrow alley. The alley was cramped, barely allowing 2 people to walk side by side, but Xiaqiu resolved to escape through it. The alley was cluttered with various items outside the homes, which Xiaqiu hurled behind him to momentarily impede the zombies' advance. However, this would only serve as a temporary measure. The relentless zombies would trample over any obstructions in their path with remarkable strength, capable of demolishing walls. The alley stretched on, and unfamiliar with the area, Xiaqiu navigated through a series of twists and turns until he finally stumbled upon an exit. His heart sank upon realizing that the exit led directly to the gas station that had just exploded, effectively blocking his escape route. Xiaqiu found himself at a loss for words. Glancing back at the rapidly approaching zombies that in recent years, the residents in his neighborhood had prospered, with nearly all the small houses upgraded to 2-story buildings, presenting an arduous climb. Unfortunately, both adjacent houses were of this ilk, their exteriors adorned with slippery white tiles that made scaling them a daunting task. After several futile attempts, Xiaqiu cursed aloud, questioning whether trust among people had vanished entirely. As he contemplated his options, the zombies were now less than 10 meters away. Gritting his teeth, he shed his outer jacket and steeled himself to charge through the flames, faced with the choice between being burned alive or devoured. Xiaqiu chose the former. Just as he approached the fiery inferno, a wave of heat hit him, prompting an instinctual retreat. However, the growls of the zombies behind him spurred him onward. With determination, he closed his eyes and bolted through the flames, resigned to whatever fate awaited him. The fire at the gas station blazed fiercely, yet the area was not overly expansive, and Xiaqiu ultimately burst through the conflagration, discarding his now blazing leather jacket with a self-deprecating laugh. His skin had miraculously escaped unscathed, but soon enough, the humor faded from his face. "Xiaqiu, where did you come from?" He found himself face to face with the commissar, both men sharing a look of bewilderment, unsure of what to say next. Chapter 47. The burning zombies. Xiaqiu caught sight of the horde of zombies trailing the commissar, while the commissar noted the fiery mass of zombies behind Xiaqiu. They simultaneously inhaled sharply, realizing the gravity of their predicament. The zombies following the commissar were largely intact, with only the familiar stench of decay wafting through the air. In stark contrast, the zombies following Xiaqiu were ablaze, their flesh crackling and sizzling, emitting an odious aroma that was enough to induce nausea. Pointing at the flaming zombies behind Xiaqiu, the commissar found himself at a loss for words, repeatedly stammering, "You." Xiaqiu had no time for conversation. If he didn't run, he would surely be overwhelmed. Yet he remained focused on their objective of exterminating the zombies. However, given the current trajectory, Their mission seemed doomed to fail, as the zombies, despite their charred and mangled appearance, showed no signs of faltering. "Run south," the commissar decisively urged, pulling Xiaoqiu along. Survival took precedence over all else. Eliminating zombies would have to wait, as they sprinted at an astonishing pace. Xiaoqiu had never imagined he could run so fast. Thanks to the commissar's rigorous training over the past month, his physical abilities had significantly improved, enabling him to face multiple zombies head-on. The southern path was wider and less populated with zombies. Yet it led them away from the supermarket, a fact neither of them acknowledged as they pressed on, expending every last ounce of energy. Despite the spaciousness of the southern road, they found themselves blocked by a horde of 200 to 300 zombies advancing from that direction. Two individuals alone could not hope to push through, especially without weapons. With hordes of zombies converging from both the north and south, and the east and west lined with shops and establishments, they were quickly running out of options. "Wait," the commissar said, pulling Xiaoqiu behind him. "How effective is the fire safety at that KTV?" The political commissar abruptly asked a bewildering question, and after a moment of confusion, Xiaoqiu grasped the implication. He intended to set fire to the entire camp. The KTV in the center was ablaze, and the neighboring establishments could hardly escape unscathed. Soon, a conflagration would rage, consuming everything in its path. Even the most resilient of the undead would perish in the flames. Yet, what would become of the two of them? "Uncle Yin, are you certain you are not jesting? There is no escape from here. We will meet our demise," Xiaoqiu exclaimed. The political commissar merely waved his hand dismissively. "We will not perish. Do you see the bathhouse nearby? We can leap inside. The flames shall not reach us." Resigned to their fate, Xiaoqiu clenched his teeth and forged ahead. The KV had not been open for long, and though he had only visited a handful of times, he was familiar enough with the layout. Entering through the main door, he swiftly closed it behind him to impede the zombies' advance, granting them a moment to prepare and flee. He swiftly emptied the liquor from the counter, smashing the bottles and allowing the contents to spill across the floor. Fearing it insufficient, Xiaoqiu added more flammable materials to the ground, sofa cushions and cotton from within, casting them aside haphazardly. Just as he was finishing, the zombies burst through the door. Without hesitation, Xiaoqiu aborted his plan and retreated. The political commissar, attending to logistics, dismantled the rear window, eagerly awaiting the zombies' approach to ignite the inferno. Xiaoqiu leaped out first, and as the political commissar ignited the liquor by the window, he too jumped down. Several crates of red wine, beer, and white spirits, along with the cotton Xiaoqiu had strewn about, ignited like a row of dominoes, flames racing toward the ceiling. The political commissar timed his jump perfectly. As he descended, a great serpent of fire erupted behind him, nearly singeing him. Though startled, the effect was spectacular. Xiaoqiu, still shaken, remarked, "Uncle Yin, please refrain from involving me in such perilous escapades in the future. It is far too terrifying." The political commissar, unsure of which aspect frightened him, nonetheless felt a sense of satisfaction at having achieved his objective. However, this was not the time for complacency, for the flames were advancing rapidly. Who could say how inadequate the fire safety measures were within? In the brief moment they conversed, the building was nearly consumed. The air filled with ominous cracking sounds. "Damn these unscrupulous merchants," the political commissar muttered as he turned and raced towards the bathhouse, which relied minimally on electricity, ensuring an ample water supply, though he cursed the greedy merchants. He felt a flicker of gratitude. Had their fire safety been more effective, they would not have accomplished their goal. The political commissar was correct. The bathhouse did not require much electricity, and even now, it contained enough water for their survival and a large pool to utilize. The flames spread quickly, and soon the KTV was reduced to ash. The air was thick with acrid smoke and the nauseating scent of charred flesh. Evidently, the zombies that had entered were mostly incinerated, and even those who survived would pose no threat. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Next to the KV stood a store, its contents pilfered by the camp's inhabitants, leaving only unusable or expired items, all of which were highly flammable. As the fire reached the store, it became uncontrollable. Meanwhile, the political commissar and Xiaoqiu, hiding in the large pool, dared not move. The roars of zombies outside grew increasingly numerous. Yet the flames expanded ever wider. Fortunately, the bathhouse contained few combustible materials, and the fire remained relatively contained. Uncle Yin, how unfortunate. We have incinerated so much property that I wonder if the new government will hold us accountable for this once peace is restored. Xiaqiu lamented. The political commissar, aware that Xiaqiu spoke in jest, felt a twinge of discomfort. Not due to the words themselves, but because they stirred memories of his past. Once a political commissar in a special operations unit, he had devolved into a military commissar in a small locality, commanding merely 100 or so unremarkable troops. Reflecting on how he had fallen to such depths stirred a wave of anger within him. Yet, pondering such matters was futile. Order no longer existed in the world, and the individual responsible for his reassignment was likely dead, or at the very least, no longer enjoying a life of comfort. After all, they were a group that could not even wield an umbrella. The zombies finally arrived, drawing near to the sanctuary of the bathhouse where Xiaqiu and the political commissar were concealed. The sound of their approach suggested a modest number, yet both instinctively held their breath and submerged themselves in the water, masking their scents. The first zombie stumbled in, slipping on the slick floor, which had been dampened by the political commissar's earlier actions. It fell awkwardly, breaking its leg, black ichor oozing forth and trickling towards the drain. The second zombie, hearing the commotion, also entered, only to meet an even grimmer fate as its head struck the edge of the pool steps, rendering it lifeless. The remaining zombies began to enter, but were soon halted as the entrance became obstructed. What was once a pristine bathhouse had transformed into a hellish scene, the once clear waters tainted by the blood of the undead. With no other choice, the political commissar and Xiaqiu retreated to a smaller pool, but their movements alerted the remaining zombies, who erupted into a frenzy of noise. Fortunately, the outside horde had withdrawn, leaving no new zombies to enter. Still, even in this relative safety, Xiaqiu and the political commissar hesitated to confront the incapacitated undead. How long have we been here? Xiaqiu inquired, his skin pale and wrinkled from prolonged immersion, exuding a foul odor due to contamination from the larger pool. 2 hours, the political commissar replied, equally affected by the cold, though they remained conscious enough to avoid dizziness from fatigue as the sounds outside diminished. Xiaqiu suggested, let us venture forth. That he drew his military knife, gesturing to the political commissar to inquire if he wished to dispatch the remaining zombies. The political commissar listened intently to the sounds beyond and nodded in agreement. Xiaqiu sprang from the pool, shedding his wet outer garment, shivering at the sudden chill. Navigating around the unfortunate zombies, he hurled his dripping coat over the first one, which had already succumbed to injury but still emitted a fierce growl. With a swift thrust of his knife, dark blood began to seep from the wound. Wiping the blade clean, he moved to the next zombie, dispatching it with equal efficiency. The remaining zombies, crippled and broken, posed little challenge for Xiaqiu. Let us proceed, the political commissar said, wringing out his own clothing and draping the outer layer over his shoulders as he walked away. Xiaqiu followed closely behind. Upon pushing open the door to the bathhouse, they were both taken aback by the sight before them. The ground was ravaged, the aftermath of the inferno resembling hell itself. Nay, a fate worse than hell. Kicking aside a charred zombie that lay moaning on the ground, the political commissar stood in shock, astonished by the extensive destruction wrought by his impulsive decision that we must have killed over 1,000 zombies. Xiaqiu stammered. The political commissar nodded numbly before regaining his composure, continuing onward while dealing with a few remaining incapacitated zombies. Xiaqiu followed closely, their mission accomplished. They could now begin fortifying their defenses. However, unbeknownst to them, from a shadowy corner emerged a man missing an arm, his eyes ablaze with vengeful fury. He was Yu Prung. The political commissar decisively seized Xiaqiu and fled, for their immediate survival was of utmost importance. Considerations of dispatching zombies could wait for another time. Xiaqiu, pulled along by the commissar, sprinted at a staggering speed of 10 meters per second. Previously, he would have deemed it impossible to run so fast. But after more than a month of rigorous training under the commissar, his physical capabilities had seen significant improvement, that he could now confront several zombies without difficulty. And by confront, it meant face-to-face engagements rather than cunning tactics. The southern path was relatively less populated by zombies, and the road was quite broad. However, it conveniently diverged from the route back to the supermarket. Yet at this moment, neither Xiaqiu nor the commissar broached this issue, as they exerted every ounce of strength to sprint forward. The southern route, though wide, became obstructed as a horde of zombies, numbering around 200 to 300, blocked their path. With only 2 individuals and no weapons at their disposal, passage was impossible. To the south loomed a throng of zombies. And to the north, an even larger congregation awaited. The east and west were lined with various establishments: shops, service centers, restaurants, bathhouses, KVs, and so forth. Suddenly, the commissar yanked Xiaoqiu behind him and inquired, seemingly out of the blue, about the fire safety measures at the nearby KTV. Initially taken aback, Xiaoqiu soon realized the commissar's intent: to set the KTV ablaze, triggering a chain reaction that would engulf the adjacent establishments, thus ensuring the zombies would perish in the inferno. However, a pressing question lingered. What would become of the 2 of them? Uncle Yin, are you certain you're not jesting? There's no escape behind us. If we proceed, it's certain death. The commissar waved dismissively, asserting, we want to perish. Do you see that bathhouse beside us? We can leap inside. The fire won't reach us. Resigned to the potential for death, Xiaoqiu gritted his teeth and forged ahead. The KV had only recently opened, and though he had visited a handful of times, he retained a general sense of direction. Entering through the main door, he hastily secured it to impede the zombies' advance, granting them a moment to set their plan into motion. Clearing the liquor from the front counter, he shattered the bottles, spilling their contents across the floor. Fearing it insufficient, he scattered additional flammable materials, such as sofa cushions and cotton, liberating them from their confines and strewing them about. Just as he finished, the zombies breached the door, and Xiaoqiu, acting swiftly, abandoned the plan and retreated. The commissar, meanwhile, pried open the rear window, poised to ignite the liquor once the zombies entered. Xiaoqiu leaped out first, and as the commissar ignited the liquor by the window, he followed suit. Several crates of red wine, beer, and white spirits, alongside the cotton that Xiaoqiu had placed on the floor, ignited in a fiery cascade, flames leaping towards the ceiling. The timing of the commissar's jump was impeccable. As he descended, a torrent of fire erupted behind him, nearly singeing him. Despite the fright, the outcome proved remarkably effective. Xiaoqiu, still shaken, remarked, Uncle Yin, please don't involve me in such perilous escapades again. It's far too frightening. The commissar, unsure which aspect of the situation Xiaoqiu found alarming, nonetheless felt a sense of satisfaction regarding his goal. However, this was not the moment for frivolity, as flames were rapidly encroaching upon them. Who knew how inadequate the fire safety measures inside were? In mere moments, the structure was nearly consumed, the sounds of cracking and popping echoing from within. Damn these unscrupulous merchants, the commissar cursed, swiftly making his way toward the bathhouse, a sanctuary where water was abundant and electricity was not heavily relied upon. Though he maligned the merchants, he felt a twinge of gratitude. Had their fire safety been adequate, their objective would have remained unattainable. Indeed, the bathhouse required minimal electricity, and even in the absence of power, it held enough water for survival, including a large pool that could be utilized. The flames spread rapidly, and the KTV was soon reduced to ashes. The acrid smoke mingling with the nauseating scent of charred flesh, indicating that the zombies within had met a fiery demise. However, this was merely the beginning. Adjacent to the KTV was a shop, stripped of all usable items by the camp's occupants, leaving behind only useless or expired goods, all of which were highly flammable. The fire devoured the shop, spiraling out of control. Meanwhile, the commissar and Xiaoqiu, hidden within the large pool, remained utterly still, the roars of zombies echoing outside, signaling an ever-growing horde. Fortunately, the bathhouse contained little that could ignite, keeping the flames at bay. Uncle Yin, it's such a pity. We've incinerated so many items, causing substantial property damage, that I wonder if, once the world returns to peace, the new government will hold us accountable for this. The commissar, aware that Xiaoqiu's lament was jest, felt a pang of unease, not from Xiaoqiu's words, but from the memories they invoked, reminding him of his past. Once a political commissar in a special forces unit, he had later become a military commissioner in a small locale, commanding merely 100 or so inept soldiers. Reflecting on how he had fallen to such depths ignited a spark of anger within him. Yet contemplating these matters now was futile. The world had lost its order, and the individual responsible for his reassignment was likely dead, or at the very least, unable to return to the comfortable life he once knew. After all, Who were they if not a group incapable of even wielding an umbrella? Suddenly, the zombies arrived, encroaching upon their refuge in the bathhouse. The sound of their approach was not overwhelming. Yet both Xiaqiu and the commissar instinctively held their breath, submerging themselves in the water to mask their scents. The first zombie stumbled in, colliding with the slick floor, rendered treacherous by the water the commissar had spilled earlier. As the first zombie fell, its leg broke, black ichor oozing forth and pooling towards the drain. The second zombie, hearing the commotion, followed suit and, unfortunately, met an even grimmer fate, its head crashing against the edge of the pool, leaving it lifeless. The remaining zombies hesitated at the threshold, for the entrance had become obstructed, transforming the once pristine bathhouse into a nightmarish scene. The previously clear pool, now tainted with the blood of the fallen. With no other option, the commissar and Xiaqiu retreated to a smaller pool. But in doing so, they inadvertently drew the attention of the zombies, which began to stir and howl. Fortunately, the external horde had retreated, and no further zombies would invade. Nevertheless, neither Xiaqiu nor the commissar dared venture forth to eliminate the remaining undead. "How long have we been in here?" Xiaqiu inquired, his skin pale and wrinkled from prolonged exposure to the water, an unpleasant odor wafting about due to the contamination of both pools. "About 2 hours," the commissar replied, equally wrinkled but grateful for the cold water, which prevented them from succumbing to dizziness. Still, involuntary shivering was unavoidable. "The noise outside has diminished. Let us make our move." Xiaqiu stretched, drawing his military knife and gesturing to the commissar, inquiring if he was ready to act. The commissar listened intently to the sounds beyond, then nodded. Xiaqiu vaulted from the pool, shedding his outer layer and shivering from the sudden chill. Navigating past the unfortunate undead, he tossed his drenched coat onto the first zombie, which had stumbled in, now rendered immobile with a broken leg and arm, yet still noisy and defiant. Xiaqiu thrust his knife, and as the black ichor began to spread around the blade, he wiped it clean and moved to the next zombie, dispatching it with ease. The zombies that had entered the bathhouse were either crippled or broken, and eliminating them did not consume much of Xiaqiu's time. "Let us go," the commissar said, wringing out his clothes and draping his coat over his shoulders as he moved ahead. Xiaqiu followed closely, and as they opened the door to the bathhouse, they were momentarily paralyzed by the spectacle before them. A scene of utter devastation. The aftermath of the fire rendered the ground a hellscape. Indeed, worse than hell itself. Kicking aside a charred zombie that lay moaning on the ground, the commissar was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that his spontaneous idea would yield such catastrophic consequences. "This must have killed over 1,000 zombies." Xiaqiu spoke with a slight stutter, which took the commissar by surprise that he nodded numbly, then regained his composure and departed, as if to confront a few incapacitated yet still living zombies. Xiaqiu followed closely behind. This time, their objective had been achieved, and they could officially commence the fortification of their defenses. However, unbeknownst to them, after leaving the bathhouse, a man with one arm missing emerged from a shadowy corner, his eyes ablaze with vengeful fury. He was Yupeng. Chapter 49. Fierce battle. The commissar rolled to evade what seemed like certain death from the bullets, eliciting a furious exclamation from Yupeng, who was incredulous that the impossible had transformed into reality. Their advantage had evaporated, leaving them with only the option of direct confrontation. Who had launched the ambush? The commissar rolled to Xiaqiu's side, peering through a gap in the not yet completed fortifications to assess the situation outside, his anger palpable. Had it not been for his keen intuition moments ago, he would now be nothing more than a lifeless corpse. It was likely Yupeng's group, Xiaqiu pondered uncertainly, for they had not been seen since their last defeat, yet they were the only ones in the vicinity with a motive. The commissar attempted to activate his powers, but quickly realized they were ineffective. He understood that the ambushers were indeed Yupeng's men. Knowing their identity meant there was no need for niceties. Combat was imminent. Originally, Yupeng's crew had no advantages in attacking the supermarket, as the defenders were fortified behind their bastion. Their only edge lay in surprise attacks. Yet now that advantage was lost, the commissar was unafraid of a head-on clash. It was simple. Fight. Fighting was essential. But Yupeng's group lacked sufficient weaponry, most of which was stored in the armory. Consequently, they were initially suppressed by Yupeng's firepower. Unable to retaliate, Yupeng's men, clever in their tactics, deduced that the absence of return fire indicated their opponents were unarmed, and thus stationed one man to suppress the supermarket entrance. Anyone attempting to enter would be immediately dispatched, and the same fate awaited anyone attempting to exit. Dai Yupeng's group believed this tactic would successfully subdue the Commissar and his team. But they overlooked one crucial aspect. The rooftop. Xiaoqiu had just sent Xiaoqiang up to keep watch. Armed with a sniper rifle, he refrained from shooting due to his inexperience. Instead, he dashed to the armory, retrieved all available grenades, and signaled the more rational Xiaoya to prepare weapons for delivery outside. Though Xiaoqiang appeared somewhat simple-minded, he was astute during critical moments. Aware of his poor marksmanship, he wisely chose to use grenades to suppress Yupeng's group rather than risk exposing himself by firing a gun. Xiaoqiang's strategy aligned perfectly with the Commissar's intentions. From above, he began tossing grenades, requiring no precise aim, as the supermarket's defenders were sheltered behind steel plates. Unless someone was directly overhead, they would remain unharmed. Thanks to this natural shield, with a hiss, a smoke-emitting grenade was thrown down by Xiaoqiang. While it did not land precisely in the center of Yupeng's group, it succeeded in killing one man outright, his brain matter splattering grotesquely, mingling red and white in a gruesome spectacle. However, due to the fatality, the damage from the subsequent explosion was significantly mitigated, sparing others while successfully suppressing Yupeng's men, who were now too terrified to fire back. The flames from their weapons would only serve as targets for the grenade thrower. No one wished to die unjustly. With Yupeng's firepower subdued, Xiaoya seized the moment, leading her remaining sisters to open the door and swiftly deliver the weapons to the Commissar. Previously unarmed and forced to endure a barrage, the Commissar and his team felt a surge of indignation. Now armed, they were eager to unleash their pent-up fury, and it was Yupeng's group that would struggle to hold their ground. Furthermore, they had the advantage of a grenade thrower, positioning them favorably to eradicate the enemy once and for all. Armed, the demeanor of the Commissar's team transformed dramatically. However, due to their inferior numbers, they could only advance cautiously, wary of making rapid movements. The Commissar harbored concerns about their military training. They were only marginally better than the ill-equipped forces in Africa. And while they knew how to respond to enemy gunfire, precision was another matter entirely. His attention turned to Xiaoqiu, who he felt was particularly lacking. At this moment, fumbling with a crossbow would be of little use. The Commissar snatched the crossbow from Xiaoqiu's hands and replaced it with a rifle, instructing him sternly, "Now, you must learn how to shoot and aim." Xiaoqiu tested the rifle's weight. It was heavier than the crossbow, and as he lifted it, his arms trembled, leaving him with little strength to aim and fire. The crossbow felt far more manageable. The Commissar, understanding Xiaoqiu's predicament, set the crossbow aside and directed the team to halt their advance, allowing for free fire practice. With Xiaoqiang providing cover from above, the enemy was deterred from firing indiscriminately. "Xiaoqiu, your powers are currently diminished. You must acquire a skill that could save your life. Mastering the gun is essential. This is the perfect opportunity to practice. You're free to shoot at real targets while the enemy is suppressed. Such opportunities are rare." The Commissar's encouragement was persuasive, and even the usually lethargic Xiaoqiu found himself intrigued. Wasn't this akin to playing a live-action version of CS? Though Xiaoqiu had previously taken lives, both human and zombie, those encounters were driven by instinct and the blade in his hand, lacking the visceral connection that firearms offered. Now, with this chance for real combat and the assurance of safety, Xiaoqiu felt compelled to acquiesce. Taking the rifle the Commissar offered, Xiaoqiu recalled the techniques taught by his drill instructor during military training. The stock against his shoulder, his face near the trigger, eyes aligned with the sights, left hand supporting the front of the rifle, right hand on the trigger, aim, and fire. Bang. The shot went astray, missing its intended target completely. The Commissar remarked that Xiaoqiu's inaugural shot was entirely off course. The bullet lost to the void. With Xiaoqiu now unrestricted, the Commissar began leading the others forward cautiously. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Xiaoqiang had wised up. As long as Yupeng's group refrained from firing, he would hold back on tossing grenades. The moment they fired, however, Xiaoqiang's keen eyes would identify the source of gunfire, and he would retaliate with a grenade, resulting in chaos below. The Commissar, proceeding carefully with his team, soon approached within 50 meters of Yupeng's defensive perimeter. At this distance, even a novice could manage a decent shot. Meanwhile, under the Commissar's orders, Xiaoqiu remained behind, happily blasting away, gradually honing his aim amidst the growing pile of spent shells. At this juncture, the distance between the Commissar's team and Xiaoqiu had shrunk to about 50 or 60 meters. Separated only by a few shops and several Japanese vehicles, N01 dared seek cover behind the cars. They were too vulnerable. Another grenade was hurled by Xiaoqiu, forcing Yu Peng to change positions again. The Commissar observed this maneuver with satisfaction, giving Xiaoqiu a thumbs up. Xiaoqiu appeared to be in a state of great excitement, his hands and feet dancing in a fervent display, his face radiating an expression of exhilaration. However, the political commissar found this behavior inappropriate. Fearing that Xiaoqiu might fall victim to the enemy's sniper, he immediately gestured for him to take cover. But Xiaoqiu, lost in his joy, disregarded the advice. With a sigh, the commissar reflected on the need to properly train his subordinates, whose composure left much to be desired. Despite making several hand signals to retreat, Xiaoqiu not only failed to crouch down, but grew even more animated. Finally, when the commissar's patience reached its limit, Xiaoqiu shouted, "I don't have any grenades." Everyone was momentarily stunned that it was the seasoned commissar who first reacted, realizing that berating Xiaoqiu for his foolishness was futile. Their aerial advantage had dissipated, and now all that remained was to rely on luck. Once the commissar regained his composure, Yu Peng also quickly reacted, bursting into laughter and urging his men to open fire with enthusiasm. "Damn it, that kid almost made us soil ourselves just now. But now we shall seize control and properly torment those novices who don't even count as ticket holders." In an instant, gunfire erupted, while Xiaoqiu, hidden at the back, remained unhurried, taking pot shots without drawing attention to himself. Bang, bang, bang. Da-da-da. Chapter 50. Restoration of abilities true to his special forces background. The commissar, despite his team's combat skills being vastly inferior to the enemy's, did not order a retreat. Instead, he took the lead as the primary firepower, directing others to provide support as they advanced. He moved closer, confident in his close-quarters combat abilities. However, there was another issue the commissar did not voice: his profound disappointment in the marksmanship of his subordinates. He had initially believed that at a distance of 50 meters, their accuracy would improve, but he had overestimated their capabilities. As the distance between the two sides closed to 10 meters, Yu Peng's group strangely ceased firing. Did they also wish to engage in close combat? The commissar pondered. Though he found it peculiar, he could not alter their tactics now, and pressed forward with resolve. He began to calculate the potential casualties. But regardless of the number, Yu Peng's group had to be eliminated at a distance of 10 meters. Such proximity required only a dash for close-quarters combat. Advancing further would invite peril. The commissar ordered a halt, silently sensing the presence of Yu Peng's group behind a repair shop. But he was disappointed. He felt nothing to why Yu Peng's abilities were indeed formidable. The commissar made several hand gestures, indicating a plan to encircle them. In close combat, marksmanship was unnecessary. Every shot would be a headshot, but he instructed his team to drop their rifles and semi-automatic sniper rifles in favor of handguns for close combat and to unleash their abilities to minimize casualties. 1, 2, 3... The commissar counted on his fingers, and at the moment his third finger was raised, the Iceman sprang into action, his body encased in ice, darting into the repair shop. The others followed closely, and the commissar was swift as well. Upon entering, they were met with an unexpected sight. The repair shop was empty. While the others remained momentarily stunned, the commissar was the first to react, urging them to flee. But it was already too late. An explosion erupted, a tremendous roar that filled the room, flames becoming the sharpest weapon, consuming all in their path. Xiaoqiu continued to fire potshots from his concealed position, subconsciously adjusting his task from killing to merely shooting. That he heard increasing footsteps approaching. When Xiaoqiu eliminated the last visible target, he had yet to celebrate when a deafening blast reverberated, shaking the ground. The repair shop where the commissar and his team had entered collapsed with a thunderous crash, followed by an eruption of flames shooting outward. Xiaoqiu was momentarily stunned. After a brief lapse in focus, he staggered toward the repair shop, but just a few steps in, he ducked behind a car. Following the explosion, he saw Yu Peng and his men grinning malevolently, expressions that sent a chill down his spine. Reminiscent of a devil's smile, they seemed unaware of Xiaoqiu's presence, standing nearby and laughing maliciously. After their raucous laughter, they turned their gaze toward the supermarket at the forefront. Yupeng uttered something to his subordinates, prompting another round of laughter before they dashed away. Within a minute, he returned, carrying an object, long, sinister, and deadly. Xiaoqiu did not know the full name of this weapon. He only recognized it as a type of rocket launcher. At this moment, it was no longer a matter of questioning how they possessed such a devastating weapon. It was about calling for a retreat. Yet Xiaoqiu was too late. The malevolent rocket launcher had already targeted the entrance of the supermarket. With a thunderous boom, an ominous orange flame erupted from the front and back of the launcher that a straight rocket hurtled toward the supermarket entrance. Xiaoqiu's thoughts immediately turned to Yu Xian, Xia Xiaoya, and others. Would they all vanish beneath this one blast? But he felt powerless. The rocket's destructive power was beyond human capability to halt. Instinctively, he reached out, attempting to block the rocket's path, even if it meant sacrificing his own body. Xiaoqiu closed his eyes, experiencing a long-lost sensation, a feeling his abilities had returned. The powers had indeed returned, yet ultimately, he could not stop the rocket launcher. It exploded, demolishing a small building beside the supermarket. Although his mental abilities were formidable, they could not halt a rocket driven by fury. They merely diverted its trajectory slightly. Yet Xiaoqiu succeeded. The rocket did not detonate as anticipated at the supermarket. The expressions of Yu Peng's group froze. They could not fathom how one person could obstruct a high-speed rocket. Was it truly this boy, this child, whose body was yet to fully mature? Did he possess such strength? Why had he not utilized it before? Why? Xiaoqiu turned around, glaring at Yu Peng's group, his hands slowly rising to point at them to why Yu Peng was their leader. As long as he remained, the group would not scatter. He was their deity, but today they witnessed another god. One that was undeniably real, that at last, the first person could not withstand the pressure Xiaoqiu exerted. With a shriek, he dropped his rifle and fled. The first to run, fear spread through the others like a plague, and soon they too succumbed to panic, turning and fleeing in terror. All that remained was Yu Peng, who gazed at the frail figure before him, a bitter smile creeping across his face that he had thought that brandishing the rocket launcher would thoroughly intimidate the group. But instead, he had unwittingly crafted a legend for this child. Moreover, Yu Peng himself was thoroughly frightened. This power was nothing short of otherworldly, that he too retreated. There was only one rocket launcher, and he had no confidence in confronting Xiaoqiu with bullets that as Yu Peng vanished from Xiaoqiu's sight. Xiaoqiu's initially furious eyes dimmed, his form swaying as he struggled to remain upright. But ultimately, he succumbed. Darkness enveloped him, and he fell, his last vision being a hand emerging from the repair shop, strong yet teetering on the brink of death. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaoya, who had been hiding in the supermarket, was unable to contain her tears upon witnessing Xiaoqiu single-handedly drive away Yu Peng's group. She understood Xiaoqiu's physical limits. Despite the training from the commissar, he had not made significant strides, and this time he likely exhausted his strength. Once Yu Peng's group departed, Xia Xiaoya wiped her tears and called for the others to come out. She hurried to Xiaoqiu's side to check on him, relieved to find he had merely fainted from exhaustion. However, she was soon startled by the hand extending from the repair shop. After a brief moment of calm, she regained her composure and realized it belonged to the commissar. He was still alive. Xia Xiaoya quickly summoned the others to help the commissar. Xiaoqiu had survived, and so had the commissar, but no one understood how he had emerged from such a violent explosion. This remained an unsolved mystery. Meanwhile, Yu Peng's group returned to their camp, uneasy and silent, each person lost in thought as they recalled the surreal scene they had just witnessed. What had been a straight rocket had veered off course after Xiaoqiu's hand reached out, following an arched trajectory before crashing into another building. Was he a god? This question lingered in everyone's mind as they struggled to comprehend how Xiaoqiu had achieved this feat. Then one answered that question. Finally, Yu Peng entered, surveying the fearful expressions on his comrades' faces that he sighed. Although they seemed skeptical of the supernatural, when confronted with reality, they became ardent believers in the most profound aspects of Chinese culture. They believed in the existence of gods and spirits. Clearly, the events of that day had planted a seed in their hearts. The slender youth was indeed a god to why Yu Peng could only sigh again. He knew Xiaoqiu had merely utilized his abilities, yet those powers were so overwhelming that they transcended human understanding. Even he trembled at the thought, struggling to fathom what sort of monster Xia Qiu truly was. "Boss, we should flee. We will die. He will kill us," one of the guards said, his voice trembling with fear. The others echoed this sentiment, and as he voiced his thoughts, they all agreed with the notion of retreating. However, Yupeng pondered over a rather different matter, that if that young man possessed the strength to eliminate them, why had he refrained from doing so? His restraint could hardly be attributed to mercy. Rather, it suggested that he lacked the capability. Evidently, he was not invincible. Now, yes, indeed, it was time. "Brothers, let us return and launch a counterattack. We shall undoubtedly ensnare them all." Had Yupeng uttered such words in ordinary circumstances, the others would have readily responded. Yet now, their spirits had been utterly shattered by Xia Qiu's intimidation, leaving them bereft of the courage to challenge his formidable presence. The Yupeng wore a disgruntled expression. But he could not unleash his fury upon them. Instead, he attempted to persuade them gently. However, this approach proved futile, only intensifying their dread of Xia Qiu, who in turn urged Yupeng to retreat swiftly, lest they find themselves facing certain death at the hands of that youth. That Yupeng, stung into silence, took a deep drag of his remaining cigarette before discarding them. "But that I do not concur with your plan, and you do not endorse mine. Thus, we shall remain here and witness whether the deity you fear will come to slay us. Should he arrive, I shall do my utmost to thwart him, granting you the chance to escape. That if he does not come, you must join me in executing a counteroffensive." The others exchanged glances, silently questioning whether he could truly impede the young man, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. Yupeng's rage was palpable. It was evident that anyone daring to dissent would face swift retribution. They chose to stay, following Yupeng's lead, and they waited day after day. As the seventh day passed, even the most timid among them could not help but feel perplexed as to why their adversary had not come to kill them. Sensing the time was ripe, Yupeng swiftly urged them to join him in a counterattack. And this time, no one objected. Although a few still harbored fears, they were all men of stature, unwilling to display weakness before their comrades. With caution, Yupeng and his group advanced until they reached the vicinity of the supermarket. The atmosphere of trepidation grew more pronounced, particularly upon witnessing the site where Xia Qiu had stood days prior, now accompanied by a recently cleared repair shop, causing their hearts to race. "Boss, we should leave," one finally suggested, unable to endure the oppressive tension any longer. Yet Yupeng's anger only swelled. Abruptly, he sprang to his feet and charged towards the supermarket, startling the others. Had their leader lost his senses? They hesitated to follow him. Yet due to Yupeng's long-standing authority, they remained rooted in place. Moments later, Yupeng emerged from the supermarket, a dark expression on his face, angrily tossing away a crumpled piece of paper. Everyone has fled. Chapter 51. Retreat. The political commissar and Xia Qiu returned alive, yet the mood among the group was grim, even dire, for they had suffered considerable losses. The only surviving males were the political commissar, Xia Qiu, Xia Xiaochang, and a defenseless doctor. The combat effectiveness of the supermarket had been severely diminished once again, and all previously devised plans had been rendered moot. Walls, community, and a secure environment for survival had all dissolved into nothingness. After his abilities returned, Xia Qiu found that his physical condition had actually improved. Previously, he would have fainted and required at least a day and night to recover, but this time, he awoke the same evening. Swiftly recalling the events that had transpired, the political commissar and the others had perished, their bodies beyond recognition. Yet his powers had restored, frightening Yupeng's group into retreat, gingerly touching his nearly split-open head. Xia Qiu sat up and noticed Yu Xian and Xia Xiaoya by his side. While the others were nowhere to be seen, he attempted to activate his mental perception. A mere thought caused his head to throb, compelling him to temporarily retract his powers. Likely due to the overexertion the previous day had caused, he needed time to recuperate. Rising quietly, Xia Qiu did not disturb Yu Xian and Xia Xiaoya, but instead stealthily exited. The corridor was deserted, with all doors tightly shut. It seemed no one had thought to stand guard after the political commissar's demise. Grabbing a firearm from the armory, Xia Qiu ascended to the rooftop. Upon arrival, he froze for a moment, spotting Xia Xiaochang fast asleep, cradling a large sniper rifle. It appeared that only he had been maintaining order since the political commissar's death, and Xia Qiu felt a twinge of sympathy for him. Gently shaking Xia Xiaochang awake, he urged him to rest. Xia Xiaochang rubbed his eyes and, upon seeing Xia Qiu, exclaimed with joy. Xiaqiu, you must go check on Uncle Yin. He may not have much time left. Xiaqiu was taken aback, then recalled the hand that had reached out from the repair shop. Was it possible that the political commissar had not yet succumbed? Assigning the watch duty to Xia Xiaochang, Xiaqiu hurried to the political commissar's room. Pushing the door open, he found the doctor intently observing the political commissar, his large eyes never wavering. Upon noticing Xiaqiu's entrance, the doctor nodded and stepped aside. How is he? The doctor shook his head. There is no hope. His internal organs are severely damaged, and it is a miracle he has survived this long. Though the doctor wore an expression of desperate hope for the political commissar's survival, Xiaqiu noticed the surgical knife he had discreetly concealed. Xiaqiu did not blame the doctor. He understood the instinct to preserve life, recognizing that the doctor could do nothing for the mortally wounded political commissar. Xiaqiu gestured for him to leave. Alone with the political commissar, Xiaqiu reflected that he did not particularly admire the bureaucratic demeanor of this man, yet he acknowledged that the group had reached this point largely due to his leadership. Despite his past mistakes and moments of madness, every action he took was aimed at ensuring the survival of their collective. For this reason alone, he deserved respect. Xiaqiu kept vigil throughout the night until dawn. But the political commissar showed no signs of awakening. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, illuminating the political commissar's weary, despondent face and his body, marred by burns, an alarming sight as if sensing the sun's call. The political commissar slightly turned his head, opened his eyes, then quickly shut them again. Xiaqiu hurriedly drew the curtains, yet the political commissar spoke. Do not close them. Let me bask in the sunlight a moment longer. To feel its warmth. Xiaqiu stepped back, watching as the political commissar smiled, absorbing the light for what felt like an eternity. The morning sun was gentle, not blinding, yet prolonged exposure could become dazzling. And the political commissar finally closed his eyes when double vision set in. Xiaqiu, come here. The political commissar attempted to raise his hand, but could not. Instead, he signaled with his gaze. Xiaqiu sat by the window. Taking the uninjured hand of the political commissar in his own, that I estimate my time is short. The path ahead must be led by you, that I hope you can guide them until the day of conclusion arrives. I believe that day will come. The political commissar released Xiaqiu's hand, drew his pistol from his waist, and urged Xiaqiu to leave. Throughout, Xiaqiu remained silent, refraining from uttering the foolish reassurances that everything would be fine. The political commissar appeared merely to be suffering from burns, seemingly unscathed. Yet internally, his organs had been damaged by the aftermath of an explosion. Even with the most advanced medical facilities, he would not survive, especially given their current lack of supplies. Exiting the political commissar's room, Xiaqiu found all the others gathered outside, their concerned gazes fixed upon him. As he met their eager eyes, he could only shake his head in response. The door closed, leaving the political commissar alone within. Suddenly, he cursed loudly, "Damn it! Why have I been exiled to this place?" Then came a gunshot, and everything came to an end. Outside, the group wept inconsolably. Xiaqiu allowed the angels to grieve. Silently turning away, the political commissar had departed, yet their problems remained numerous. While Yu Peng's group had been temporarily deterred, they would soon regain their resolve and launch an attack. Given their current strength, confronting them would be tantamount to throwing eggs against a rock. Xiaqiu instructed Xia Xiaochang and the doctor to attend to the political commissar's remains while he took advantage of Yu Peng's momentary disorientation to deal with the bodies of those who had perished. The repair shop lay in ruins. Xiaqiu's powers had fully returned, and he patiently began to remove the debris, revealing the harrowing scenes within. Some had died on the spot, their bodies beyond recognition, while others remained alive, yet could only move their heads. Xiaqiu dealt with each case one by one, that he pieced together the intact corpses, removed those that were incomplete, and for those that could not be assembled, he placed them in bags. Once he had managed the remains, Xiaqiu reorganized the repair shop, then returned to the supermarket with the bodies, preparing a dedicated room for their arrangement. Naturally, the political commissar's body was also placed in this room, and all stood solemnly at the door, mourning for 3 minutes. Subsequently, Xiaqiu gathered everyone together, his gaze serious as he observed them. The atmosphere was stifling. Heavy with despair, he surveyed the remaining group, aside from 3 men. The rest were women, and one, Yu Xian, possessed negative combat potential. How could such a lineup possibly contend with Yu Peng's group? Given the circumstances, retreat was the only viable option. Xia Qiu resolved to lead them away, seeking a glimmer of hope outside. Our strength is insufficient to confront Yu Peng's group. Therefore, I have decided to lead you away from here. Is there anyone who disagrees? Xia Qiu scanned the faces before him, witnessing expressions rife with anxiety, reluctance, and fear, yet not one bore a semblance of hope. Except for the impassive Yu Xian. Can we afford not to leave? You possess an impressive aptitude for conversation, having encountered the neighbor from the previous autumn only a few times, yet lacking any substantial familiarity. Consequently, aside from knowing her surname, Xia Qiu remains entirely ignorant of her. The words she uttered were abruptly interrupted, and although she did not voice her thoughts, Xia Qiu discerned her intentions, one individual challenging a multitude. Xia Qiu refrained from directly ridiculing her naivety, for he had indeed instilled fear in all of them at that moment. Yet, the intricacies of their dynamics were known only to Xia Qiu. He was not invincible. Like any ordinary individual, a mere 5-cent bullet could bring about his demise. Xia Qiu maintained his silence, and the others grasped his meaning. He was not an omnipotent deity, incapable of confronting a group alone. Their only hope for survival lay in vacating this place, escaping the sphere of influence wielded by Yu Peng and his cohorts. The agony of leaving one's homeland was palpable, yet none stood to oppose Xia Qiu's resolution. They resolved to depart. Although the decision to leave had been made, everyone felt a pang of reluctance as they silently shed tears while gathering their belongings, clothing, essential medications, food, and firearms, all taken along. Due to their deep attachment to this place, Xia Qiu allowed them an additional day, but during this time he did not remain idle to prevent the vehicle from running out of fuel on the way. He specifically instructed Xia Xiaochang to gather every drop of gasoline in the vicinity. 2 large barrels of gasoline were loaded onto the truck, alongside clothing, food, weapons, and everything else they possessed, leaving them with only a single truck. Once everything was packed, they all climbed aboard. Xia Xiaochang took the wheel while the others settled in the back. All preparations were complete, yet Xia Qiu lingered, stating he wished to leave Yu Peng and his gang a parting gift, thus delaying their departure. Xia Xiaochang assumed Xia Qiu would set a cunning trap for them. But Xia Qiu found such an act too petty. Instead, he left them a simple note that in their next meeting, I hope you are not among them, for that would make your death too easy. I wish to personally bring your life to an end, in memory of those who have perished. After leaving this note, Xia Qiu cast a glance at the resting place of the political commissar and left without looking back. This departure was final, never to return. The political commissar's wish was for Xia Qiu to lead everyone until the moment the world was restored, yet Xia Qiu could not offer such a guarantee, for he was uncertain when or where he would become the last morsel of flesh among the zombies, perhaps by the same time next year, or in the coming months, or even tomorrow. The truck set off, following Xia Qiu's indicated direction, heading north. Only heaven knows whether any living souls exist there or if a safe camp awaits. All was shrouded in uncertainty, yet they pressed on without hesitation. For the world had morphed into an enigma, and none dared to assure safety anywhere. 5 days later, Yu Peng and his gang arrived at the supermarket's entrance, witnessing the enraged Yu Peng crumple the note in his hand and shout to the heavens, I will surely tear you to shreds. Alas, Xia Qiu, what have you left for them? Along the way, Xia Xiaochang could no longer contain his curiosity and posed a question that had lingered since their departure. Xia Qiu smiled but remained silent, regretting not having left a more elaborate trap. Instead, only a note remained. While he had maintained his composure, he felt rather foolish. Chapter 52. Port City in an unknown small village. Xia Qiu and Xia Xiaochang regarded the unfamiliar person pleading for help with a wary expression. Shortly after entering the nameless village, this individual had emerged, crying for assistance, drawing the attention of all the villagers. Xia Qiu and his companion exerted considerable effort to extricate themselves from the throng, seeking refuge in a relatively safe location. Now, Xia Qiu and Xia Xiaochang were interrogating this individual, to be frank. Had it not been for the persistent voice of conscience urging Xia Qiu to remain calm, this person would have already become a lifeless corpse, rather than sitting here conversing with them. What is your name? What was your occupation? What is your ability? Xia Qiu fired off a barrage of questions like a machine gun. Xia Xiaochang felt bewildered, yet the individual responded with clarity. albeit with a tone tinged with disdain. I am Han Weigong, Deputy Director of the Finance Bureau. Who are you? Xia Qiu and Xia Xiaochong exchanged glances before. Without warning, Xia Qiu delivered a sharp slap to Han Weigong's face, exclaiming, "Answer my questions directly. Do you still think you are the Deputy Director of the Finance Bureau? Speak again." Han Weigong was momentarily stunned by the slap. As he regained his composure, he contemplated retaliating. But the gaze from Xia Qiu quelled his rage. As the Deputy Director, he had witnessed many unspeakable things, including ruthless bandits. This very gaze reminded him of such encounters that he promptly abandoned the thought of revolt and obediently repeated his information. "My name is Han Weigong. Han from Korea, Wei for serving the people, and Gong for justice. That I was formerly the Deputy Director of the Finance Bureau." Once the corpses appeared, my voice suddenly grew louder, very loud. After Han Weigong finished speaking, both Xia Qiu and Xia Xiaochong chuckled. This deputy director had a knack for wordplay, rendering phrases like serving the people and justice comical when uttered by him. Seeing Xia Qiu and Xia Xiaochong laughing, Han Weigong felt a sense of relief. He was not fearful of the latter, but the former, a seemingly gentle and frail man, was the most intimidating. "Are my words satisfactory, esteemed gentlemen?" Han Weigong asked with a sycophantic smile. Xia Qiu's expression shifted from mirth to coldness in an instant as he delivered a swift kick to Han Weigong's side. Taken by surprise, Han Weigong fell backward, still reeling from the unexpected assault. Before he could recover, Xia Qiu seized him by the collar, glaring intensely into his eyes. "You think this is a martial arts film? Speak the truth. What is your ability?" Under Xia Qiu's piercing gaze, Han Weigong felt as though he were being stared down by a venomous serpent, rendering him cold with fear, and he divulged his true ability. "My power is keen hearing. I can detect sounds from afar." Only then did Xia Qiu release him. Once seated, he continued to inquire, "Since the onset of the apocalypse, what actions have you taken? How many people have you killed?" Han Weigong pondered for a moment, likely fearing another kick from Xia Qiu, and answered, "I haven't killed a single person, but I have killed a few animals. I can't recall the exact number." Xia Qiu scoffed, raising his foot once more, prompting Han Weigong to hastily amend his statement. "I did kill one person, but to be precise, I didn't directly kill her. She died because of me." Feeling weary from sitting, Xia Qiu, now in command of Han Weigong's emotions, pulled up a chair and asked, "Explain the circumstances." Han Weigong candidly replied, "She was my secretary and also my lover. During that outbreak, both of us survived, but when the chaos erupted on our floor, I panicked and pushed her aside to escape." As he spoke, he clutched his head in anguish, his eyes bloodshot, continuing, "I'll never forget the look in her eyes. It haunts me." Xia Qiu was unmoved by Han Weigong's emotional turmoil. He only needed to ascertain the motive behind his actions. Survival was understandable. He felt no sympathy for the deceased secretary. Had she chosen to be with a man who truly loved her, her fate would have been less tragic. With the questioning concluded, Xia Qiu contemplated Han Weigong's fate. Heaven was beyond his reach, but hell would likely welcome him. Xia Qiu drew a gun and pointed it at Han Weigong's head. Instantly, Han Weigong was reduced to a blubbering mess, kneeling and pleading, "Don't kill me. I can help you. I know where there are places to survive. Just spare my life, and I will lead you there." Xia Qiu was skeptical of his claims, yet Xia Xiaochong interjected, "Hold on. Let's not kill him just yet. He was a government official. He might possess useful information." Upon hearing this, Han Weigong eagerly grasped the opportunity. Yes, I can be of use. Truly." Xia Qiu did not lower his weapon. Instead, he disengaged the safety. Han Weigong immediately felt his legs weaken, unable to articulate a coherent sentence. "This man is still trying to bargain with us. Why should we trust him? Just kill him," Xia Qiu growled, bringing the gun closer to Han Weigong's temple, leaving a red mark against his skin.